To be a magical genius, yet be afflicted with a disorder from birth. What would that feel like? When one door closes, another one is sure to open. Let's follow the journey of Louis Nadel, the young man who found himself in such a predicament right from the moment he was born. He was considered a beacon of light that would illuminate the world. Louis was also very different from others. It all started the day the butler and his father were talking. The butler, Begin, was preparing to set off on a trip to gather marine resources. Young Louis sincerely warned him, don't take the shortcut, near the southern mountain range, because he felt the mana flow there was very strange. On the day Begin departed, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds and lightning. He didn't come rushing back until late that night. It turned out that because Begin had listened to Louis's advice and taken the long way around, he himself had avoided a disaster. Because according to what Begin had heard, that place had been attacked by monsters. No one who took that path returned safely. It was from this moment that Louis's natural talent began to be noticed. Begin believed he could sense the mana in the air, although he didn't know how. His father sensed that Louis was the future of the Adele family, and he was right. The year Louis turned 6, he could sense mana and summoned it after just 1 year. And then when he turned 10, Louis became the top entrant at the Exnit Academy of Magic, the most prestigious magic academy in the Jordan Kingdom. Along with that came the title of genius. At that time, Louis was even a bit arrogant. He firmly believed he would elevate his family to new heights. But in the end, this was as far as he could go. On the first day of class, Louis realized he was a nobody. While the teacher repeatedly urged him to cast a spell, Louis seemed to have great difficulty with it. Even he couldn't understand what was wrong with him. For the first time, Louis, as well as everyone else, realized he had a mana disorder. In that moment, everything inside Louis shattered. His body lacked the ability to project magic even a meter away. For a mage, a body like this was truly pathetic. And then everyone realized he came from an ordinary family and had no talent at all. From then on, their attitude did a complete 180. Just an accidental shoulder bump in the hallway, and 2 male students immediately showed their contempt. To all the students at Exnit who were jealous of him, Louis was now just someone with no magical ability. A good-for-nothing, unable to cast magic in a magic academy. Of course, he was now their favorite punching bag. At times like these, Louis could only feel helpless, sobbing, wondering if he could ever become a mage. Louis Adele, the name that had entered the academy with the highest scores. The one who had been expected to achieve more than anyone else. A name that had worked more diligently than anyone else. Thanks to the curse of a mana disorder, he had become magically crippled. Was that the end of everything? No. Louis thought everything had ended at that moment, unaware that a miracle was still possible. The story of the forgotten genius would continue. A new challenging journey was beginning to unfold. Right at the brink of despair, a ray of hope, along with a blinding system message appeared. Artifact has been activated. System screen is forming. Louis felt as if he were falling into the depths of the universe. When he groggily awoke, he didn't even know where he was. The only thing he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep in water. An incomprehensible line of text appeared before his eyes. The being identifies you as the incarnation of Draka, the world destroyer. This giant god. This was the one who had brought Louis to this place. His appearance was not human, nor did it resemble the heroes Louis often saw, but he had absolutely no time to process this. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, and then he only saw Louis's pupils dilate in utter shock. Returning to a few hours earlier, at the Exnit Academy's training grounds, it was Louis's turn to practice. Professor Idle kindly told him to just do as he had said. He just needed to create a fireball and hit the dummy. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Louis knew well that a fireball was a type of magic that any student could easily perform. But for him it was different. This time Louis wasn't sure if he could do it either. Following the professor's command, Louis was determined to succeed. An orange flame gradually formed in his hand. It grew larger and larger like Louis's fierce determination. The male students were a bit surprised that he could gather that much mana. Louis thought he could actually do it this time. But the familiar sensation returned. His hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite the desperate pleas in his heart, the thing called a mana disorder had defeated Louis once again. He couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up to give up. However, Professor Idle still wanted him to try and release it. Louis really wanted to, but he feared it was impossible. According to Idle, he was now a final-year student. If he couldn't even perform a basic spell like a fireball, how could he pass the graduation exam? Even Louis felt like he was a complete failure. This training session was for target practice. Louis, someone who couldn't even cast a spell, let alone hit a target. At this rate, becoming even a third-rate mage was truly hopeless. The sounds of mocking laughter echoed loudly again. They labeled him the disgrace of the academy. Louis was all too familiar with this kind of bullying, so he didn't pay it much mind. What crushed him was the fact that he had no hope. From the very beginning, it was all because of the curse that had plagued him for the past 6 years. The mana disorder. Although Lewin had persevered all these years, he was now beginning to ask himself how much longer he could endure. After that training session, Lewin was still alone, walking behind the crowd into the main hall. He wanted to be left alone, but trouble found him. Two male students deliberately approached and provoked him, with words full of sarcasm. He smugly called him Lewin the Dullard over and over. Their words became more and more outrageous. They went from mocking his achievements to calling his home and territory a backwater dump. They deliberately said the Adele family was unknown, not wealthy, and had no reputation. As they talked, Lewin's patience reached its limit. He could take insults to himself, but absolutely not to his family. The student was immediately shut up by Lewin's powerful punch. It was so strong it sent him flying several meters. Lewin was furious because of his big mouth. Despite being bruised, the student still wasn't scared and shouted loudly. Lewin didn't hold back anymore. He knew the guy was Benfon, and he was a nobody to be messing with his father and his family. The other student with Benfon, not fearing death, charged forward. Unsurprisingly, he was overwhelmed by Lewin's punch. He couldn't get up for a moment, kneeling on the ground like a dog. What Lewin didn't expect was that Benfon would dare to use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no fear of being expelled, unleashing a stream of mana right at him. Although his fighting skills were excellent, when it came to mana power, Lewin was completely outmatched. His whole body was paralyzed. Professor Idle arrived to intervene, but he was a second too late. Lewin was hit by Benfon's massive mana blast. He thought he was going to die right then and there. Now, Lewin stood before the giant god and the system message. Faced with this, he still couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Lost in a fantastical space, meeting a mysterious man made him wonder, what's happening? Although he tried to listen carefully, he could only hear the last word, Dele. The deep voice boomed again, this time clearer. It was definitely his name, Lewin Adele. And then a faint sound also came from the void, seemingly calling his name. Lewin Adele! Lewin Adele! He slowly opened his eyes, revealing the image of a blonde woman. It turned out to be the high-level healing mage Helen. Her face was filled with worry. Are you awake? After shaking off the drowsiness, he was startled. He slowly sat up. Where am I? Seeing this, she quickly supported his body. She replied gently, the recovery room. It's okay, you don't need to force yourself to sit up. He wearily held his head. It's fine, a little dizzy, but I can sit. As he spoke, he wondered to himself, did I just pass out? Fragmented images flashed through his mind. A mysterious man in a cloak, a mysterious space. That system voice, what was that? It was still very clear. Thinking of this, he asked Helen, how long was I out? She replied, almost a day. She continued, it's a true miracle. It's like God himself helped you. He was silent for a moment, then quietly asked, am I completely healed now? A flicker of concern crossed her face. Her words were somewhat hesitant. We still need to monitor you. But you look very healthy for someone who was just struck directly by lightning. No wounds, no burns, or any internal organ damage at all. I've never seen a case like yours. In his dozen or so years of life, he had never witnessed a case like this. So he couldn't help but be astonished. What is this even possible? He stared at the palm of his hand, gradually falling into deep thought. Lightning is a terrifying magic, capable of incinerating a body in an instant. Moreover, I took a direct hit. How is my body completely unharmed? Suddenly, Professor Idle walked in, interrupting his train of thought. Excuse us for a moment. Hearing this, Helen leaned down and reminded him. The professor is here. I'll go check the results now. If you have any problems, let me know right away. At this, he instinctively looked up. The professor came and stood before the bed. Arms crossed, he calmly inquired, how are you feeling? He replied, I'm fine. The professor's normally strict expression relaxed slightly. That's a relief. He then informed him about the situation after he passed out, and that a meeting was being held among the professors about the accident. This time he looked directly at him. Lewin just remained silent, head bowed, listening. First, Benfon will be expelled, using powerful attack magic with intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the Adele family, and unfairly treating and bullying you. The teachers have decided on all these matters. This verdict, his face darkened as he mumbled remorsefully, but I hit Benfon back. The professor replied, of course you will also receive punishment. Considering what happened, you will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month. He nodded slightly. Yes, sir. It seemed the professor still had some lingering concerns. One more thing I want to ask. Are you in possession of an artifact? The question made him look up. An artifact? You must know that those are legendary weapons, left behind by ancient mages with a source of endless mana. He waved his hand in denial. An artifact, I definitely don't have one. If I had something like that, I wouldn't be getting bullied. The professor narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand on his chin, his voice lowered. Well, considering its value and rarity, the head of the Adele family would surely have used it for the family's benefit already. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, but why are you asking me? The professor focused his gaze on him, his eyes deep and sharp as if trying to pierce through layers of thought, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, he recounted the scene from earlier as he remembered it. There was definitely a red light that enveloped your body, right before the lightning bolt hit. It looked like a high-level artifact was protecting you, deflecting Benfon's spell. Hearing this, Lewin's face went blank. What are you saying? He thought. An artifact. What is he talking about? Suddenly he had a realization. Wait, don't tell me it's related to that dream I just had. He immediately dismissed it. No, I'm going crazy. The professor let out a soft sigh. Even if I don't understand what happened. I'm certain you don't have an artifact. Very well. He turned and left under Lewin's gaze. Get some rest. Lewin stared thoughtfully at the professor's retreating back. I told the professor I didn't know what happened, but he didn't say anything more. What is the professor thinking? Once he was alone in the room, he sat in contemplation for a long time. What he had experienced was no different from a dream. And that strange voice. Draka's artifact, world destroyer and player. He kept tapping his forehead, muttering, I think there was one more phrase. What was it? Lewin doubtfully uttered status window. Instantly, a blue panel appeared in midair, making his eyes widen in astonishment, as if he'd seen a ghost. He instinctively backed away, shouting, Ah, what the hell is that? Helen heard the noise and ran in. Not seeing his dumbfounded expression, she asked, Lewin, are you okay? Are you not feeling well? He pointed at the blue panel hovering in the air, stuttering. No, it's not that. Can you see it, the blue panel in front of me? Confused, she said, What are you talking about, Lewin? There's nothing there. Are you sure you're okay? At that moment, an idea flashed through his mind. No way, she really can't see it. This thing can only be seen by me. The status window displayed his information. Lewin Adel, incarnation of Draka the World Destroyer. The result of pursuing infinite power. A Draka mage who perished along with his world. To Draka who was born lacking mana. Strength is the source of his power. Player Draka's artifact can open the status window, and can infinitely increase strength by completing quests. Strength 150, agility 100, intelligence 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, he quickly tried to play it off. It's nothing, I'm just a little out of it. She gave a helpless laugh. Haha, that's not funny. She held the test results in her hand. The results are completely normal, she announced cheerfully. You can return to the dormitory. He smiled, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. Yes, thank you. Lewin pieced together all the strange events that had happened. He was still alive after being hit by a lightning bolt. The man with red eyes he met in another dimension, and the status window that only he could see. And then he remembered the window again, the first status window he saw in his dream. It said, I am the incarnation of Draka. Perhaps the artifact of the mage named Draka has been transferred into me. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen on the training grounds. A strange window appeared before his eyes again. He was slightly startled, but curiosity quickly overcame everything, making him click on it. Yes, on it was his first quest. Repeatable quest. Since you have become the player linked with Draka, the world destroyer, you must train your body to prepare for advancement. Strength punches. Roundhouse kicks perform each action 100 times. Reward plus 10 strength points and unlock a new skill. After reading, he rolled up his sleeves to begin. His face still held a trace of doubt and confusion. Punches and kicks. That's related to strength, I guess. How can this help me become a mage? But this wasn't the time for questions. I have to try first. With that thought, he took a deep breath. 1. He threw a right punch. The counter went up to 1. Then he threw a left punch. The counter went up to 2. He let out a small laugh, a smile with a hint of smugness, as if he had victory in his grasp. Awesome, it's increasing. At this rate, I'll be done in no time. Yes, maintaining that momentum, he threw the next punch. Ha! He shouted with the rhythm of his strike, but the punch count remained stuck at 2. He carefully reviewed the quest again, frowning. This time it didn't go up. I guess it won't count as complete if my form is wrong. That thought made him much more serious. All right, punch the right way. The moon hung high, dangling in the silent sky. While everyone else was deep in sleep, he was panting like he was running for his life. For a whole hour, exhausted, he leaned his hands on his knees. Finally! Then he smiled with satisfaction. It's done. The status window appeared. Quest complete. Distributing reward plus 10 strength. Skill unlocked. Wiping the profuse sweat from his face, he glanced up at it. What's the reward? He wondered. Suddenly, he felt a stream of refreshing energy gradually flowing into his body. He exclaimed, What is this feeling? It's gently flowing through my veins. Something more fundamental than mana. He clenched his fist. His fingers tightened his arm, trembling slightly with excitement. I've really gotten stronger. A new skill. Gotta try it now. He took a deep breath. Raising his hand, he swung it forward powerfully. Let's see. But with just a single punch from him, the air in front of him was instantly torn apart. Feeling like he'd hit the jackpot, he smiled with deep satisfaction. Strength infused into magic, it's really stronger. The speed, air resistance, and destructive power, everything has truly changed compared to before. But while constantly marveling at his new power, he suddenly remembered. What about the unlock skill reward? Status window? With just a soft call from him, it immediately appeared in midair. Internal power circle replaces mana with strength. The mana circle has been replaced by the power circle. From now on, all spells and movements are affected by the player's strength. He wondered, replacing the mana circle with a power circle. Then he placed a hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Does this mean my mana will be replaced by strength? Anyone who senses or learns, mana has a circle surrounding their heart. The mana circle. It plays a major role in the process of releasing and enhancing mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage can control. He closed his eyes, slowly sensing the faint movement in his chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than other kids my age, but because of my defect, they're useless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if he'd felt something. The mana circles, they've really disappeared. That powerful, wildly spinning circle in their place. It must be the power circle. At this thought, he was so stunned he practically fell over backwards. That shock was quickly replaced by confusion. A power circle instead of a mana circle. You can't be a mage without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what the mana circle could do, what will happen to me? A sad expression appeared on his face. Will my life as a mage end like this? But being pessimistic now was useless, so he quickly regained his confidence. It's too early to despair, I have to try first. He held his hand out in front of him, focusing all his will on a familiar incantation. Fireball, instantly. A surge of power erupted from his palm. In the blink of an eye, a fierce ball of fire formed. Looking at the flame before him, he exclaimed, "So fast! How is this possible?" He couldn't take his eyes off that flame, and it looked so powerful. The moment he saw the size of the fireball, he realized. Lewin laughed with delight. This is definitely the power of the artifact. Lewin, holding the flame, thought to himself, magic has a basic activation mechanism. So before releasing this power, it takes about 10 seconds to charge the energy. He calculated. Lewin mused, but I can completely skip that 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with the strength in my body. Of course, the main character would be the strongest. He clenched his hand into a fist. This is the power of an artifact. Suddenly, a strange thing appeared in front of Lewin. He asked curiously, what is that? It's a system notification. Berserker Draka the Mage, who could not release energy normally, created this ability. Focus magical energy into your body and the enemies. You are not affected by your own magic. When casting magic, an enhancement effect will be added. Magical attacks will cause additional psychological damage. He read the information the system provided and pondered. Focusing magical energy into the body to attack. How do I do that? He kept asking himself. Now thinking about it seriously, Lewin realized that this Draka guy also had the mana disorder, cursed just like him. And he focused magical energy into his fists and legs. The more he read and understood, the more Lewin couldn't believe it. Why would he create a method like this? Just then a quest notification appeared. The main character snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "A quest!" The content of the main quest is, practice using the berserker method. Mage, use the power circle and magic to attack a target. For each target attacked, bonus points will increase by 10. The main character appeared a bit skeptical. Attack a target. He narrowed his eyes. I've never thought of this method. If I can become a mage, if I follow this method, then... Lewin reached out his hand to grasp the fireball. I have to try. The fireball in his hand blazed with brilliant sparks, as if wanting to incinerate everything. Everything was ready. A satisfied smile bloomed on Lewin's lips. The system immediately announced, quest complete. Strength bonus plus 10. In the end, Lewin collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the starry sky with satisfaction. Finally, I've completed the quest. He remembered how every time he had failed at the magic release step. But unexpectedly, now he had succeeded by using his fist. Lewin wondered curiously, how on earth did Draka exist? I want to find out more about this. But my body feels so heavy. Oh. Suddenly strange sounds echoed. Oh, what is he sleeping here? Looks like he trained until he dropped. But is he really sleeping here? Should we wake him up? Voices echoed in Lewin's head now. What's going on? Did I die and go to heaven? No way he's not dead. How could he possibly be dead? He took a direct hit from a lightning bolt and didn't even flinch. So tough. The whispers continued. Lewis slowly opened his eyes. What's with all the noise? Everyone was startled. Holy cow, you're awake. Lewis, you scared us to death. Lewis calmly stretched. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you've all seen someone sleeping outside? Or what? They nodded. What else could it be? What kind of noble ignores a warm, comfortable bed? To sleep out here, it's just weird. They were suspicious. Hey, Lewis, were you drinking or something? He waved his hand dismissively. Drinking, what the hell are you talking about? I was tired, so I went to sleep. See ya. Everyone just stood there helpless. They started chattering. Louis is like a completely different person. One person asked doubtfully, how so? Suddenly, a noble student turned and saw something. His voice was laced with curiosity. But what about the scarecrow that's been beaten to a pulp? Only the post is left. Did Louis do that? But they immediately dismissed it. Nah, no way. At the noble dormitory, Louis walked up to a blonde friend who asked, What's up, Louis? He asked, You were out all night. This is Jason Damon, a 6th-year student at XN Academy. He kept asking what happened. You don't normally leave the academy for that long. The protagonist brushed it off. You don't need to worry about it so much. Don't be fooled by this blonde guy's looks. He's the eldest son of the Gaiman family, a renowned mining clan. But at least, he's still nice to someone considered a failure, like me. Jason kept joking. Don't tell me you went to see some girl, and you're only just getting back now. But this guy has a flaw. He's a drunk and a womanizer, often sneaking out of the academy. He wouldn't stop talking. Dude, don't tell me that after getting struck by lightning, you finally learned how to live a little. So. Hurry up and tell me what you did last night. Louis threw somethings at him. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm going to take a shower. In the bathroom. Louis relaxed and stretched out. This is the life. Suddenly he remembered something. Right, the quest. Let's check it. Louis called out, Quest. A notification panel appeared. Repeatable quest. Physical training. Because you have become one who can connect with Draka, the destroyer of worlds, you must train to strengthen yourself. Each punch kick or rotation, or quest completion will grant plus 10 strength points. The protagonist sighed. The reward is still the same, but the requirements have doubled. He sank down. Maybe the requirements will keep doubling like this in the future. I knew it. This isn't going to be easy. But then again, if I can become a mage with this method, then... 1 month later, Louis was still training. The quest can be repeated a maximum of once per day, but the reward stays the same while the requirements increase. If I don't complete the quest within the day, all progress resets to 0 the next day. But if I don't miss a single day of quests, Louis panted, the quest requirements don't go above 3,000 reps per day. Any more training and he'd probably die from overwork. He pivoted lightly on his heel. And finally, the training quest log updated. All stats including punches, kicks, and rotations have been completed 3,000 times. But the bonus was still a measly 10 points. The main character had been training like this for the past month. And he also acquired a new skill. Passive body art increases the body's capabilities. The body becomes more fluid based on the training process. At the dormitory during mealtime, everyone was buzzing. Louis has been weird lately. Before, he never dared to even blink in class before. And now he's just passed out asleep like that. Another person immediately countered, Is that all you've noticed? Lately, he's practically been living in the training grounds. And all he does is practice kicking. Someone else spoke up. Hey, leave him alone. Is this the first time he's acted strange? They chattered on. He's probably just doing it to cope with his mana disorder. Anyway, it's not like it'll do any good. For Louis, a month passed just like that. I've completed the quests and gotten a small clue about Draka, but I couldn't find the name. Draka in any record books. It was the same everywhere. Not only that, but things like Player, Destroyer, Quest Board, and systems like the status window offered no clues. He couldn't stop wondering, Draka, who is he? Just then, the status window appeared. Louis Anel incarnation of Draka, the Destroyer of Worlds. A question constantly lingered in Louis's mind. Who is this being that's granting me power? Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Louis, over here! It was Jason. The protagonist asked curiously, What is it? Jason asked back, Have you heard? He was confused. Heard what? Jason's face showed a hint of concern. So you haven't heard anything? That's why you can read so leisurely. Louis asked again, Did something serious happen? Then Jason glanced over. The head of the Anel family is here. The protagonist's eyes widened. What? Jason repeated, Louis, your father. Heavy footsteps approached. Louis pushed the door open, panting nonstop. Father! Everyone immediately looked over. His father exclaimed, Louis, my son, you're here. The two of them chose a private place to sit. The protagonist spoke at first. It's been 6 years, hasn't it, since I turned 10 and entered this academy. Have you been well, father? His father nodded. Yes, I'm fine. He didn't forget to ask, and what about Louisa? He recounted proudly, Your sister, she's grown so much. These days, she's even practicing swordsmanship on her own. She says she'll protect her weak older brother. Louis laughed out loud. Ha, that's so embarrassing. He waved it off. She's always been that bold. Louis's expression suddenly changed. Father, he affirmed, I'm doing very well right now. His father was confused. What do you mean? Louis emphasized again, I'm really doing fine. I haven't been hurt physically or mentally. The head of the Anel family took a sip of tea. His voice was strangely calm. Louis, actually, I came to the academy to ask for your opinion on leaving this place. He consoled him, if things are too difficult, you can always come back to our domain anytime. I know you're facing a lot of hardships, that you're not talking about right. Yes, he understood. I had already guessed why you came here, Father. But Father, I think I've found a way. Louis tried to convince him. So please promise me one thing. His father was surprised. A promise. The protagonist was resolute. At the next exam, I will get a good score on the practical tests. In return, if I fail, then from now on, I won't do things my own way anymore. I'll listen to you, Father. He knew. After I promised to get a high score on the practical exam, Father saw my determination and returned to the manor after our conversation. And so the exam that the protagonist had long awaited finally arrived. The proctor announced, "All right, attention." The instructor stood at the podium and began to explain the rules. Today is the exam for Introduction to Magic. Note, any form of cheating will result in a failing grade for the exam. A voice rang out. You may begin your exam. The protagonist gripped his quill tightly. The school's exam consists of 2 parts, a written theory test and a practical test. The practical exam has 4 sections: target identification, magic measurement, practical combat, and one-on-one duels. He was someone with a mana disorder. Our protagonist has always scored perfectly on the theory portion for the past 6 years. As for the practical exam, Miko of the Gaji Heel family always ranked first. Louis' hand tightened. However, this time will be different. Everything is about to change. He emphasized, however, this time will be different. Louis was confident, because I will definitely take first place. In this practical exam, after the written exams were finished, suddenly a voice called out, Louis! It was Jason. He walked over. I've noticed you've been a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? He nodded. Yeah, I'm going to try something new. Jason was surprised. Huh, really? What did you figure out? A scornful voice rang out. Louis, what are you doing here? Turns out it was Miko. He crossed his arms contemptuously. Don't tell me you're planning to use that body for the practical exam. With your mana disorder, it's useless anyway. Louis touched his chin. So what it's true, I'm here to compete. Miko had no intention of letting up. Louis, as a model student, if I were to give some advice to someone who's failed the practical exam 6 times like you, his voice was filled with mockery. I'd say instead of coming here to be humiliated, why don't you just give up right now? Louis retorted, who knows? I don't think your advice is very helpful. Miko patted his shoulder. I think you're misunderstanding something. You think someone with a mana disorder can actually pass the exam? He was quite frustrated, wondering to himself, what's wrong with this bastard? Miko gritted his teeth. He used to be so subservient before. Why is he so confident now? It's so annoying. He issued a challenge. I'll show you in the one-on-one duel. Just you wait. Finally, the exam began. The first part was target identification. Its official name was the multi-target elimination test. The method was very simple. The test measures the number of targets hit in a single casting. However, this year's test was different from last year's, in that the difficulty has been increased. The targets were constantly moving. The contestants competed one after another, and the organizers would announce the number of targets hit. First up, 1 target. Next, Angelina, 0 targets. The best someone managed was only 4 targets. Because of this, the average score this year was incredibly low. Next, the following person got 3 targets. The instructors in the back frowned. We just increased the difficulty a little, and the scores have already plummeted like this. The quality of students this year is too poor. But suddenly a voice reminded them, Professor, it seems a bit too early to be disappointed. Professor Eric, the professor of the Magical Pharmaceuticals Department, and Miko Gaji's uncle. He looked very proud. It's almost Miko's turn, please watch. Professor, Eric seemed to be eagerly awaiting his nephew's performance. Here he comes. As he prepared to strike, a thought lingered in his mind. Watch closely, Louis. He was very confident. I don't know what you're planning, Professor Eric thought. Miko thought confidently, this is the difference between you and me. Then he launched his attack. A series of scarecrows were hit. After that critical strike, everyone who saw it exclaimed in awe, wow, that's Miko for you. He hit so many targets with a single cast. He's definitely going to be first again this time. Professor Eric sidled up. How about that? The boy is worthy of being a descendant of the Gaji Heel lineage, isn't he? He couldn't stop bragging. At this rate, Miko is truly the pride of our academy. He will surely be the representative for this year's students. Suddenly, an interrupting voice was heard. That's enough, Professor Eric. The capabilities of this year's class, I don't think we need to see anymore. The one who just spoke was Professor Xian Snit, the academy's headmaster and a 7th Circle Archmage. Professor Heidel didn't give up. Why don't we stay a little longer? It's almost Louis' turn. Professor Xian asked, Louis, it's Louis Anel, Professor Heidel. That kid is still at the academy. He agreed. Well, out of respect for the boy's passion, let's stay and see. It won't hurt to watch for a bit. Lewis rubbed his wrist. All right, this is a good opportunity to test my strength. The instructor announced, Lewis, you may begin. Lewis held a fireball ready in his hand and agreed, yes, sir. A brilliant flame radiated from around him, sparkling as if it were coated in gold. Everyone who saw it was astonished. What's that? What's going on with his casting speed? The students were also buzzing. Whoa, how many targets is that? I honestly can't tell. This is impossible. Miko had clenched his teeth in fury. He reminded them scornfully, hey, don't you all know Lewis has a mana disorder? Even if he casts it 1,000 times. Who knows if he'll even hit a single target? That useless piece of trash can't do anything, right? But unbeknownst to anyone, the power-up system had been activated. Time refraction activated, distorting time refraction for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200% of strength. Movement speed will be faster. You have moved beyond the time distortion. Cooldown 5 minutes. Lewis remembered. The skill I recently learned is time refraction. It allows me to move abnormally fast, anywhere I want to go. In other words, right now, I'm no different from... The energy radiating from the protagonist was immense, overwhelming everything around him. A brilliant flame enveloped and protected him. The professors watched intently. The students' eyes were wide with amazement. Finished! Lewis smirked triumphantly. It's done! Wooden shards flew through the air. Lewis 27 targets. The face of the instructor in charge went pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Lewis stood there panting heavily, looking at the pile of targets before him. Whispers began to spread. What was that he cast magic on his hands? And then just punched the targets. How 27 targets? He just set a new record for the number of targets hit in this test. How could he move so fast? Did he really use magic to hit the targets? There were too many surprises. But then everything fell silent. Then a single clap broke the silence. The headmaster of Ignis Academy, Tyrion Ignis. He was the first to stand and give Lewis a round of applause and praise. Lewis, that was truly outstanding. While everyone was still stunned by his incredible achievement, by his performance, even the headmaster acknowledged him. People started cheering. Yeah, that was amazing, Lewis, congratulations. But amidst the congratulatory cheers, there were still those who refused to acknowledge another's ability. Some were angry, some were silent, and some wondered. But what could they do? The losers will still be losers. But of course we can't forget about Miko. Looking at his furious expression, it was clear he couldn't accept it. But he could only have an internal monologue. Lewis, that brat? How could he? He gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowing, but there was nothing he could do. A resounding cheer of congratulations echoed everywhere. He stood there silently, but inwardly he was celebrating. Being praised and acknowledged by everyone is something I haven't experienced in the past 6 years. It's clear that in all those years he hadn't received a single compliment. My chest feels so warm. Lewis stood tall, a slight smile on his face. The sunlight shone on his youthful face. His eyes reflected pride in himself and the feeling of being recognized. Yes, this is the feeling I've always wanted. In the meeting room, Eric spoke with annoyance, casting magic on his hands and then striking the targets directly. And you call that magic? I've never heard of any magic like that. Looking at his scrunched-up monkey-butt face was enough to know he obviously didn't accept it. Heidel immediately retorted, but you know, magic has no limits. This is a field where anything can happen. His face turned serious. If everything just followed a rigid framework, it wouldn't be magic anymore. It would be mathematics. Exactly. If you always stick to the rules, how can you level up? What level, who's judging? Eric still wanted to argue against Heidel's words. But Louis... Before he could finish, Tyrion signaled him to shut his trap. He spoke softly. Today, I witnessed a student create a miracle. His face clearly showed his delight. It was a magical miracle as if... Isn't it a miracle that we met? However, it seems the professors have differing opinions on this matter. Everyone fell silent, implicitly agreeing with the headmaster's words. Eric was furious, unable to accept the truth. Damn it, that brat Lewis has messed everything up. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? Jason threw his arm around Lewis's shoulder and shouted, Hey, the ultimate mage has arrived. You were about to get slammed into the ground by Jason's arm around your shoulder. But he just said quietly, cut it out. Hearing that, a few people approached the two of them. Oh, it's Lewis. People greeted him. Lewis, hey. How did you do that in yesterday's practical exam? He greeted them back but couldn't say anything. Questions from his classmates continued to bombard him. Lewis, do you know my name? We've been in the same class for the past 6 years. He quickly escaped the crowd, thinking to himself, until yesterday, I was just a nobody. A small fry in this school. Lewis turned his back to everyone and quickly said to Jason, Jason, I'm heading back first. But even today, he still couldn't believe how much things had changed. So dizzyingly fast. Everything changed overnight. So I haven't been able to adapt yet. Honestly, being alone is more comfortable. However, he knew one thing very well. Of course, there are still plenty of people who don't like me. He slowly opened the door to his room. Some blonde punk was standing in his room. Hearing the door open, he spoke up. There you are. Whoa, you barge into someone else's room and talk to them like that? What are you doing in someone else's dorm room? Miko, he asked, his face darkening, his eyes looking like they were about to send him to his grave. Miko turned and approached him, using his condescending tone. Getting a few points. With that thing. That wasn't even magic has already made your head swell. Your arrogance makes me sick, so I came here to remind you. Not to get cocky. He said things that were just asking for a punch. But he wasn't fazed and retorted immediately. Isn't it because you feel humiliated? That your score was lower than someone you've looked down on? For the past 6 years? Oh, I thought he was something special. Turns out he's just this. Just saying that was enough to successfully make his blood boil with rage. He lunged forward and grabbed Lewis by the collar. What did you say, you bastard? But Lewis's face remained cold, showing no emotion in the face of his madness. He calmly took the hand that was grabbing his shirt and removed it gently without much effort. It was this calm and gentle action of his that surprised and even made him tremble. Miko was somewhat panicked, his eyebrows knitting together. What the hell is this failure? He's this strong. He couldn't believe his eyes. Miko, we both need to graduate. Lewis leaned in close to his face, his eyes filled with anger. If you really want to crush me that badly, then wait until the one-on-one combat. Test and let's have a fair fight. He just lowered his voice slightly and the guy broke out in a cold sweat. He pushed his hand away. Miko glared at him angrily. You think you're good enough to fight me? Someone who always fails the subject like you. Lewis immediately shot back. Just wait. Then you'll see whether I'm good enough or not. What level who's judging? His gaze was firm, looking straight at Miko's smug face. He immediately left, not forgetting to leave him with a sharp glare. Pass the next test first, then we'll talk. He walked away, but his mind was still occupied, with thoughts of his arch-nemesis. That conceited bastard. No way. He won't fail today's practical exam, let alone the combat test. Just look at Miko's angry face. Isn't it adorable? It just makes you want to punch him, heh. Then he suddenly pulled his hand out of his pocket. But his hand was still trembling uncontrollably. Is he really a mage? He wondered. No matter how many times I see this statue, it never ceases to impress me. An elf statue, standing imposingly in the middle of the testing area. Practical exam number 2, mana performance measurement. The testing area. The Academy's treasure and a rare artifact. There are only a few on the entire continent. Kingram the Ancient Elf. 500 years ago, the Archmage Frost turned the elf Kingram into an artifact, while it was still alive. Kingram trapped within this artifact absorbs mana, and is considered a magical punching bag. The mana performance measurement test requires students to channel magic into Kingram to earn points, Lewis asked Jason. So that means all we have to do is cast the type of magic we're most confident in at that statue. Jason answered him, Yep, short and sweet. But that elf is famous for being a notoriously tough grader. Over 20 points is considered very good. In front of them was a student with hair covering more than half his head, wielding an intense purple power. He looks pretty decent. Heavenly lightning storm. He then cast the spell towards the goblin. The goblin spoke up. Try again, you 1-point mage. It's not too late to drop out. Hearing that the student was literally stunned, everyone started to whisper. I thought he did well, but I guess it's no piece of cake, huh? Everyone was amazed at how strict the goblin was with its grading. Next, stand before me. The student dejectedly returned to his seat, in a terrible mood. Unbelievable. A female student came forward. Haha, now it's my turn. She raised her hand confidently. Watch this. Ice sphere, she cast the spell. The goblin spoke. I definitely won't forget you. That's impressive, she asked happily. Really? Kingram replied yes, but didn't let her celebrate for long. He immediately shot her down. This is the first time I've seen someone cast such garbage magic. It's just too much. He bluntly gave the girl 2 points. Hearing that, she burst into tears, refusing to accept reality. No way, I did my absolute best. The others continued to step forward, but they didn't fare much better. 5 points, get out of my sight. Who could take a score like that? Shouting was a normal reaction. What the hell? He continued to nitpick. What is this bland magic? Did you mix it with water or something? It's 100% mana. That damn goblin. He was so mad he started swearing. The supervising teacher spoke up. Jackson, no more screaming. Return to your seat immediately. Just in time to prevent an assault on the minds and ears of the other students. It's not like that. Being called out. Jackson scratched his head, feigning innocence, and scurried back to his seat. Next, Miko Gary Hill, the teacher called out. His face looked like he'd been through the ringer, 49 court appearances and caught a cheating spouse 33 times. His face was as dark as a damn tomb, but it turned out that was just his expression before casting a spell. Waves of mana struck the goblin statue. Kingram spoke. Gary Hill, I'm a bit disappointed. Are you the son of Josh Gary Hill? Asked this, he proudly answered. That's right. I am the third and proud son of Josh Gary Hill. Miko Gary Hill. Proud you say? Ha ha, he sneered. Your father was a sniveling fool, who begged me for extra points. Miko Gary Hill, you are even more pathetic than your foolish father. 27 points. Hearing that, he angrily yelled in his face. You're just a lowly goblin, how dare you say such nonsense? The teacher intervened. Miko, be quiet. Miko. The teacher called the next person, next Louis Adele. He immediately replied, here. Louis stepped forward. On the outside, he seemed emotionless, but inside he was a nervous wreck. Suddenly, I'm so nervous. Just give it a shot. I can do this. A flame appeared in his hand. He lifted his head and introduced himself. I am Louis Adele. It's a pleasure to meet you. His eyes were steady, his expression unchanging. So strong. Ho, this is the first time I've seen your face. He was a little surprised. But whatever, let's get on with the test. He didn't seem to care much. As for him, he and his magic were ready. The flame burned as brightly as his eyes. Actually, I'm not sure if that means anything. A student recognized Louis's magic. Is that explosive fire? His face screamed, holy crap. Some other students also realized it right away. That's a level 4 magic spell. Another person was incredulous. What he can do that? Kingram asked, what's with your stance? He changed his stance to cast the spell. Here I come. Louis jumped off the ground. The mana that was in his hand was now at his feet. Maybe Louis is trying to cosplay Son Goku, because Son Goku has that flying Nimbus thing. At first, everyone thought he would use his hands, but he decided to pull a switcheroo, taking everyone from one surprise to another. He had moved the mana to his feet. Then he used his 3-meter-long legs to kick the Kingram statue directly. The supervising teacher was also extremely surprised by his performance. No way! How could the kid transfer mana from his hands to his feet, and then make it explode in an instant like that? He was just left wondering. The students were all stunned. Unexpectedly, someone spoke up and asked, didn't you just say that was level 4 magic? The other person answered immediately. No, that's not right. The energy of that attack was at least level 5. So Louis landed after the godly kick with his 3-meter legs. You mean Louis is at least a level 5 mage? He was panting, breathing as if it were his last breath. But a mess of thoughts ran through his mind. What's wrong? I cast my explosive fire correctly. Louis was still a bit worried. But why is Kingram's reaction so strange? Did I mess up a step? He finally spoke up. Who are you? He wondered, excuse me. I already introduced myself. I'm Louis Adele. Before Louis could finish, Kingram cut him off. Are you Draka? The question made his face change color instantly. Draka, but I have always been waiting for you. Even with just those blood-red eyes, it was enough to imagine his expression. Desperate and yearning, Kingram's voice echoed. I have always been waiting for you, Draka. That whisper cut through the silent space. So in confusion, the surrounding crowd immediately started buzzing. Probing glances raised countless questions. Draka, who's that? Is he mistaking Louis for someone else? Curiosity mixed with doubt spread through the area, drawing furrows on many people's brows. In Louis's mind, fragments of memories of 2 long months of hard work, searching through all related documents, suddenly rushed back. He had flipped through every old page, delved into every ancient record, but found absolutely nothing. I've searched all related documents for the past 2 months, but I still haven't found any trace of Draka. But I never thought Kingram would know. Louis's face immediately darkened. A gloom fell over him because he truly understood, truly realized the deep meaning behind his confusing words. You know Draka? Louis asked, his voice carrying surprise and a glimmer of hope, faintly responding to that probing question. Kingram uttered only a single word, short but full of weight and certainty, yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Louis decided to take full advantage of it. He hurriedly asked a few more things, hoping to dig up even a little bit of information about that mysterious person. Could you tell me more about him? A mysterious smile flashed across Kingram's stern face. He murmured, interesting. I never expected to meet his incarnation at this academy. His deep voice spoke again, with words that made no sense. They carried a strange inscrutability. Louis blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of each word. Incarnation, what does that mean? Suddenly, an abrupt question came from Kingram, interrupting Louis's train of thought. What is your name? Though surprised, Louis quickly answered, it's Louis. Louis Adele, he answered the sudden question. All right, Louis, I will remember it. Kingram spoke each word as if carving it into memory. He stood firm. Kingram's massive body was like a towering mountain, so large it seemed it could block out the sun. From Louis's perspective, casting a giant shadow over him. Just as Kingram was about to turn and leave, a voice suddenly rang out, stopping him in his tracks. A voice spoke immediately, halting his intention to leave. Excuse me, before you go, could you tell me what score Louis received? That question echoed. There are too many people here. I will tell you after this evaluation session is over. This magic is not something I can grade. The cold, decisive judgment from Kingram was like a bolt from the blue, making the person opposite him yell out in shock. What are you talking about? He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Indignation was clear on his face. According to the school's rules, you are required to give an evaluation for the academy. This pact must be observed for 500 years. After the great Mage, Freyan Exnit passed away. The teacher tried to cite the rules, his voice full of frustration. Enough. Kingram cut him off with a terrifying shout, echoing all around. It carried an incredible menace. You dare mention rules in front of me? For all these years I've had to grade. Brats who don't look like mages in the slightest. His face was extremely tense, his bloodshot eyes spitting fire with rage, making the other man flinch immediately. He stammered, I'm sorry, but screw that ex-nit guy, I don't care. Kingram growled. Contempt was clear in every word. But a pact is a pact. I will give you the score. He fell silent, his dagger-like gaze making the other man swallow hard. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, showing his extreme anxiety. It's either a 0 or a 100. What do you want, little destroyer? Kingram's deep voice spoke, directed straight at Louis, making him react immediately. A radiant smile appeared on Louis's lips. He didn't hesitate or think twice about his choice. With a steady gaze, he replied, 100 points, of course. The news spread like wildfire, buzzing through the academy's hallways today. Did you hear Kingram gave him 100 points on his test? Immediately, whispers and chatter followed. Hunt that Kingram guy, who did he give it to? Another person asked curiously. Surprise was evident in every word. I heard he gave it to the legendary last-place student, Louis Adele. The people around them started to chat. Everyone's face showed utter astonishment as they took in this shocking new information. But in the midst of it all, a stern voice spoke up, breaking the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Hido. He walked over to Louis. His gaze was scrutinizing. You've caused trouble again. Startled, he immediately turned towards the voice. Professor Hido, why are you here? Louis asked, a little surprised. Professor Hido crossed his arms sternly. He took step after step, getting closer to Louis. The fact that you received 100 points from Kingram has reached the principal's ears. After hearing the news, the principal has decided to give you a reward because this has never happened before. Professor Hido's words carried a special solemnity, showing the importance of the matter. Here, take this first. As he spoke, he held out a scroll he was holding towards Louis. Louis read the words on the scroll aloud, his face full of confusion and doubt. The treasure room. What is this? Without further explanation, Professor Hido just waved him over and turned to walk away, signaling, follow me. After a rather long walk, through quiet corridors and mysterious doors, Professor Hido stopped in front of a room with a tightly sealed door. The door looked ancient and imposing, as if it had existed for centuries. When it opened, a cold draft blew out. Professor Hido signaled for Louis to enter with him, and the two of them went deeper inside. Whoa, I didn't know a place like this existed here, Louis said as he followed him, looking around. His curious eyes explored the strange place he was now setting foot in for the first time. Everything here was completely different from what he had seen in the academy. Of course, Professor Hido explained, this is the only forbidden area in the academy. Hearing that, a vague question appeared in Louis's mind. The only forbidden area in the academy. Then why did he bring me here? Curiosity mixed with a bit of anxiety began to creep into his mind. Finally, the two of them stopped at another door, which was sealed securely. More so than any other door. Professor Hido stopped and turned towards Louis. His eyes showed a serious expression. This is the path to the treasure room. I'm only allowed to go this far. He looked at him, and a feeling of anxiety and unease suddenly rose. So I have to go in alone. Yes, go on in. I'll be right here waiting for you, he reassured him. Finally, he moved forward and opened the door in front of him. In his mind, countless questions still lingered, unanswerable. I don't know what's going to happen, but he said it's a reward, so I'll just go in and see. With a bit of courage mixed with curiosity, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Facing Louis was a room that, despite being empty, was overwhelmingly large and shrouded in a chillingly gloomy atmosphere. Dim light shone in from somewhere, just enough for Louis to realize the vastness of the place. So this is the treasure room. He glanced around. Although there were no items on display, he could still feel the presence of countless precious things. There are many types of treasures here that I've only heard of by name. This must be the great Mage Exnit's treasury. As Louis was busy observing his surroundings, immersed in the overwhelmingness of the room, the vast and gloomy treasury, a deep voice suddenly rang out right behind him. It startled Louis, and his whole body tensed as he whipped around. You look so lost. He turned around. Who is it? Louis wondered. His wary eyes scanned for the owner of the voice. The speaker continued, his tone carrying a profoundness, as if he could read every thought hidden deep in Louis's mind. As if you don't realize your own true worth. At that moment, Louis realized the voice was strangely familiar. It was Kingram, sitting solidly on a chair, placed right in the middle of the room. Kingram, why is he here? What made Louis take more notice, and also shocked him to the core, was his appearance. He was no longer a lifeless statue. Instead, Kingram was present in a real human form, vivid and powerful. He's not a stone statue anymore. As if reading Louis's mind with ease, Kingram explained, his voice deep but still holding a mystery. Surprised that I'm no longer a stone statue. This is the only place I'm allowed to use this body. Thanks to the ancient mana that fills this room. He could exist in his original body, no longer just a treasure. After hearing that, he replied softly, I see. Louis looked up at him, his eyes full of doubt about what Kingram had said earlier. By the way, what did you mean when you said I don't know my true worth? Kingram's sharp teeth seemed to become more prominent, exuding a terrifying aura as he spoke literally. You have absolutely no idea what your true worth is. Even the magic artifact you're using is the same as Draka's. The next words from Kingram were like a knife straight to Louis's heart, making him realize a shocking truth in bewilderment. He knows about the artifact. Louis' thought filled with astonishment. He looked down at him again, his sharp eyes as if piercing through every thought. That's a rare artifact in this world. How did you get it? And what is your relationship with Draka? Kingram paused, waiting for an answer from Louis. However, Louis looked back at him seriously, his voice filled with curiosity and a bit of helplessness. I'm wondering about that myself. Who is Draka? He looked at Louis for a moment in silence, before starting to explain, his tone carrying nostalgia and reverence. He was an entity who wanted to become a god. One day, he visited the celestial tribe where I lived. At that time, he was small, short, and looked unsightly. However, his power was extraordinary, to the point that no one in the celestial tribe could match it. Moreover, he grew stronger with each passing day. So even if we goblins attacked him all at once, we couldn't possibly defeat him. We respected him. He lived with us as if he were a member of the tribe. He taught the magic language to the one who was to become the future chief. At me for nearly 100 years. What 100 years? How can a human live for 100 years? Louis looked up at Kingram again, his eyes wide with utter shock. The rational part of Louis could hardly believe what he had just heard. Kingram smiled slyly, his sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light of the room, perhaps because he was not human. This statement was like a powerful blow, revealing an unbelievable truth about Draka, raising countless new questions in Louis's mind. His true identity was the Black Dragon Dracagonia. Kingram's words rang out. A huge shock hit Louis. Unbelievable. Louis exclaimed, his voice choked with surprise. So dragons really do exist. He was immediately shocked by the information and quietly asked again, just to be sure one more time, about the information he had just received. Is it true? Didn't you know that dragons are the origin of magic? He answered quickly without hesitation. I see. Louis recalled that he had heard of this before, but it was just an unsubstantiated claim. I thought it was all just a legend. Louis's mind suddenly became chaotic. His old knowledge suddenly crumbled before this horrifying truth. He once again cut off the train of thought of Louis with another piece of information. However, Draka couldn't use magic. He interrupted his thoughts with more information. That's also why he created a fighting style like yours, by using magic on his hands and feet. Do you understand what that means? Kingram paused, asking him a question full of hidden meaning. He gradually understood. A light dawned in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. So that's it. Draka must have been treated like me in the past. He immediately replied, while in his head, he imagined the figure of a person completely shrouded from head to toe, mysteriously. I think I understand a little now. Kingram continued, speaking, his tone more somber. Draka created an ability that only he could use, a way to turn magic into power, just like what you did. With that power, Draka became the strongest entity in the world. However, he was not satisfied with that, and continued to expand his power endlessly. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. He was once again surprised by the new information. He destroyed everything. So that's why he's known as the World Destroyer. I can't imagine how strong he was, to be able to destroy the entire world. A sense of awe mixed with fear crept into Louis's heart as he imagined that terrifying power. Suddenly, a familiar system window appeared right before Louis's eyes. With new content, you have achieved an accomplishment, finding the traces of Draka. Reward, title Comrade of Goblin to skill Goblin's shared rage. Spirit Trang Incarnation of Power, title received. Comrade of Goblins, title effect increases. Friendship percentage with Goblins. Title effect allows you to communicate with Goblins. Louis read each line, putting a hand to his chin in thought. Why did I suddenly get a communication reward? It's better than nothing. Though still confused, he accepted these unexpected gifts. The system window appeared again, displaying details of the new skill. Goblin's Shared Rage. Active borrow strength from a goblin's rage, and immediately increase this power. Strength reaches 300 for 30 seconds. Effect will gradually increase. Under the skill's effect, the body, cooldown 3 minutes. His expression was serious. As he finished reading the reward information, Louis mumbled, "This seems like an upgrade skill. As soon as he held out his hand, a glossy blue orb immediately appeared, resting neatly in his palm. But the orb had a few cracks on it, already there, as if it had existed for a very long time, and suffered much damage. Trang, incarnation of power. What is this? It just appeared in my hand. Lewis wondered, curiosity mixed with a bit of worry. Kingram stood up from his stone throne. His massive figure blocked part of the light in the room. It seems you just received a quest reward. Draka. Used to look into empty space and talk like that too. Kingram's words were like a confirmation, making it so. Louis no longer doubted what he was experiencing. After that, while still holding the blue orb, he looked up at him, his eyes full of questions. If so, do you know what this is? He replied immediately, his tone full of confidence. All right, bring it here for me to see. He bent down to look for a moment at the glowing orb, shining brightly in Lewis's hand. He examined it carefully, then made his assessment. It's Trang. Do you know anything about this item? Hoping for more information with this question, Kingram replied, his voice profound. Item, it's not an item, it's an incarnation. He looked back at the orb in his hand doubtfully, hardly able to believe his ears. What this thing is an incarnation? And Kingram began to explain, his tone certain as if he had witnessed everything. He was always by Draka's side. How could I not know? Looking at its current state, I guess Draka must have sealed him in this spirit stone before he died. He continued to explain the nature of Trang. He is an incarnation of power. Although he's called a spirit, he's not like ordinary spirits. He has a fiery temper, and every day asked Draka to grant him limitless power. But if you satisfy his desire, he will also give you limitless power, Kingram concluded, revealing a powerful yet risky pact. You mean that incarnation will be reborn from this stone? Lewis frowned, holding the orb higher before his eyes. The orb now seemed to have a few more cracks than before. Tiny hairline fractures had begun to appear. Yes, so you don't need to worry too much, he reassured. As Kingram finished speaking, something unexpected happened. The orb suddenly developed more cracks. The fissures grew larger, until the orb was about to burst open. Lewis held it, watching the orb slowly crack apart. His heart was pounding. It's broken! He silently screamed in surprise. But unlike what he had imagined, a small object appeared, fitting snugly in the palm of Louis's hand. As the smoke and fragments of the orb vanished into the air, Lewis stared at it. Surprise was written all over his face. This is a bear. Then it rubbed its eyes and cursed at him. Its voice was high-pitched but full of irritation. Brat, you dare call me a bear? This bear can talk too. How can a bear talk? But his continuous curious and surprised questions, calling it a bear, made it grind its teeth in anger. Stop calling me a bear, you little punk, it yelled irritably, growling. Its grumpy voice echoed throughout the large treasury room. Feeling that Lewis's words had crossed a line, the sulking bear Trang pointed directly at his face. Stop calling me a bear. Lewis was helpless. But you are a bear. His face now clearly showed astonishment and confusion. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. How can a bear talk? It's furious. Hey, are you mental? It stood with its paws on its hips, steam practically coming out of its head. It was running its mouth off nonstop. How dare you compare me to those things? I am not a bear. Lewis wondered, then what are you? It crossed its arms and chuckled confidently. I am an incarnation. I can become whatever I want to be. Wanting to show him, it put on a face full of spirit and determination. Watch this, I'll show you my power. Hearing that Lewis on the other side waited expectantly. However, nothing spectacular happened at all. Its face went white as a sheet. This is so damn awkward. After a moment of silence, it panicked as if it couldn't believe the truth, the ironic reality before it. What's this? Where'd my power go? Louis's face screamed, WTF, is this cringe? It suddenly spoke up. It must be because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Give me some food. Lewis observed and judged. Damn, this bear is rude. He broke some bad news to it. There's no food here. I don't even know what you eat. As if struck by lightning, it screamed in despair. What? Not even any food? Why is my master so weak this time? Lewis was confused. Your master, me. So over it. It couldn't care less. It curled up into a ball like cotton candy and drifted off to sleep. Whatever, I'm sleepy. Wake me up when it's time to eat. Lewis was at a loss. What was that about? It called me master and said I was weak. He gently placed the soundly sleeping Trang on his shoulder. The innocent scene before him made Kingram unable to hold back a chuckle. A leopard can't change its spots. Seeing it again made him feel a bit nostalgic. Seeing you with Trang really takes me back. He seemed lost in a stream of reminiscence about the past, remembering the days of facing off against Trang and Draka in the old place, back when they were in the Celestial Tribe. Ending his chain of memories in the vast treasury room, he sat imposingly on his chair. His gaze was fixed on the boy. Louis Adele, the little destroyer who carries the will of Draka. What do you intend to do? The boy immediately asked back, about what? He quickly replied, the power you hold will make you stronger. It can lead you down the right path. or it could devour you whole. I'll ask again. Once you become strong, what will you do? Hearing this, the boy fell into deep thought for a long while. The reason he wanted this power was to protect his loved ones from monsters, to bring honor to his family name, to prove himself to those who dared to look down on him. Yes, he smiled with satisfaction. Right, that's enough. I have too much to protect. I can't let this opportunity slip away. After thinking it through, he looked straight ahead with more determination than ever. I will live the way I want. For my loved ones, my family and myself. Realizing the kid in front of him was quite something, he nodded in satisfaction. I will look forward to that future of yours. Louis learned more about Draka thanks to Kingram, and each passing day still began with quests. The only thing that changed was, on the training grounds, Louis was now training diligently. He raised a hand to wipe away the sweat pouring down from exhaustion. At the same time, he reminded Trang, "Wake up, are you planning to skip a meal or something?" Hearing the word food, it woke up instantly. Its eyes began to sparkle. It started drooling buckets. Food. As if a second's delay would mean the food would be gone. It quickly scrambled onto him. While waiting for him to cast a spell, it had already opened its small mouth wide. Ah, Louis glanced over, seeing its gluttonous expression. He felt helpless. This little guy is crazy for food, and he eats a lot too. It was intently scooping up the 3 flames blazing on his 2 hands. Streams of blazing red fire coiled and flowed into its mouth. After eating, it patted its chest in satisfaction. Then it let out a loud burp. Ah, I feel much better now, Louis thought to himself. The food I'm talking about is the power, obtained from quests. Trang eats my power. Trang, the incarnation of power. A unique 1-star spirit. It reacts to the primal essence of power. Its strength is directly proportional to its vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the power. It once challenged the 7 thrones alongside the black dragon Dracagonia. Then it was destroyed. After it had eaten its fill, thanks to the special companion skill, his strength points increased. He praised, "You're useful after all." It puffed out its chest with pride. Of course. Louis reconfirmed, "Every time you get stronger, I get a maximum of 100 strength points." It explained, "If I reach 2 stars, it'll be 200. 3 stars means 300. It keeps increasing like that. Before I was sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing that made his scalp tingle. Stars. 3,100 strength points. I'm not even at 1,000 points yet, and I'm already this strong. It seemed what he just heard made him feel envious. He wanted to quickly become as strong as back then. How did Draka do it? Besides quests, are there other ways to increase strength? Realizing his thought, it gave a sly grin. Hehehe, now you understand my value, don't you? If you want to know, get me a drink. He threatened, "Fine, don't talk, don't blame me if you starve. Seeing that even a worm will turn." It answered shyly, Okay, I'll talk. It explained in detail there are many ways to increase strength. For example, doing high-difficulty quests to get better rewards, forging items that increase strength, or finding treasures. Or you could also cook ogre sinew to make elixirs. Then it threw a bucket of cold water on him. But none of those methods are suitable for you. He wondered why not there are so many ways. It plopped down on his shoulder. Arms crossed, it pouted mockingly. You need to have at least 1,000 strength points. To do any of those, your rate of strength increases too fast. Your body is still at a toddler's level. Level says who? His lips tightened slightly, his eyes pensive. And here I thought I'd gotten stronger. Turns out I'm just at the beginning stage. So the goal now is to reach 1,000 strength points. Yes, and so he had to continue training as before. He trained every day to increase his strength. And when his strength reached the 930 mark, the 3rd test, practical combat, officially began. As soon as they arrived at the arena, Trang the Bear immediately asked, "You have a combat test today?" He was filled with confidence. "Yeah, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Usually mages attack from the rear, so there's a chance their spells will hit allies during the chaos. This test is designed to check the risk management skills of the mages. This might be the most important part." At that moment, Jia-sun was taking his test. He used all his might to cast a fireball spell. But ironically, instead of hitting the monster, it flew straight towards the knights, scaring the living daylights out of them. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't aim at us." The monster standing nearby was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The proctor observing from the side could only shake his head and sigh. Wearily, Jia-sun, "You're disqualified." He was dejected and lifeless. He walked out with a stoop amid the ridicule of his classmates. "Yes, sir, the foreign knight squad is present to support the exam, to ensure the students' safety, and to evaluate the coordination between both sides. The test lasts for 10 days. Based on the scores achieved, each person will fight different monsters. On the final day, there are a total of 13 students with top scores. And since this is the last day, everyone is very curious about what kind of monster will appear." Suddenly, the entire arena shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everyone's faces turned to utter terror. A brown-haired boy spoke up. What's that sound? A giant creature appeared, its body towering. A fierce face with sharp fangs was revealed in its roar. Its appearance made everyone scream in fear. Is that a troll? Trolls live in scattered herds across the land. They are many times larger than humans. Their intelligence is not to be underestimated either. Their nature is violent. So, wars between trolls and humans often occur. The surrounding student's eyes widened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Sir, are you sure this will be okay? What if someone dies because of the troll? Professor Hido calmly explained. You are all mages, so you must always be rational. Treat this as a real situation and do your best. Although fear still gripped their hearts, they answered loudly and clearly. Yes, sir. A moment later, the test officially began. As soon as it was released, the monster immediately roared madly and charged forward. It lunged towards the knights with its muscular arms, making them hastily raise their shields to block. While they held back this huge troll, Miko from behind took the opportunity to cast his ice magic. Ice arrows flew out one after another in the direction of his hands. Ice lance. Unfortunately, those arrows only hit the ground. It executed a surprise attack from the air. By the time everyone realized it was already above them, someone screamed, above. The professor watching from the side also shouted anxiously, Miko dodge. But his whole body was frozen stiff, his body trembling nonstop. Although he mumbled about getting revenge for the other day, fear prevented him from moving. Sensing the situation was bad, the professor had to intervene. Halt! Before the monster could attack Miko, thousands of vines sprouted from the ground, binding it. To his astonishment, furious at being tricked by these people, it screamed and struggled wildly. Even though it was bound, it was still spoiling for a fight, reaching a hand towards him and roaring. Seeing that he panicked and quickly backed away. His face was pale, truly white as a sheet. And the result of his pathetic performance was Hido's cold voice, Miko. Gary Hill, you are disqualified. His uncle Eric slammed his hand on the table in anger. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, failed again, Miko. He decided he had to meddle in Lewis's test, so he turned to speak with Headmaster Tyrion. Are you planning to continue the test, Headmaster? Hearing this, he turned and asked, What do you mean, Eric? At this point, he revealed his intention. Coming up next. Is student Lewis correct? Yes, he replied. Eric's face was clearly sarcastic. Lewis was the only one to get a perfect score from Kingram. If we evaluate the other students the same way as Lewis, it would be a bit unfair, don't you think? The headmaster slowly stroked his beard. I understand your point, but we don't have any other monsters. He revealed his true colors with a wicked smile. No, we do have one. When the foreign knight squad brought the troll, they also brought an ogre along. The headmaster pondered for a moment. Using an ogre for the exam is extremely dangerous, but with the presence of Professor, Hido and the line of knights at the front, he was genuinely curious about Lewis's abilities. The scene changes. A long corridor stretches through the magnificent castle, lit everywhere by the flames of torches. Hido leaned languidly against the wall, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the young man whose footsteps echoed as he emerged from behind a door. He gently called out to him, Lewis. Hearing him, the boy looked up with a blank expression. He greeted back Professor Hido. The man approached, one hand tucked into his pocket. He spoke softly, giving a heads up. I have to tell you something before the test begins. In today's test, your part will be harder than everyone else's. Lewis still didn't understand. Huh? What do you mean, sir? Professor Hido was very worried for him. The Academy has high expectations for you, ever since you got a perfect score from Kingram. Many people are saying that if we let you fight the same monster as everyone else, it wouldn't be fair. So your test will be more difficult than the others. Lewis frowned. More difficult means... The professor answered him. Your target will not be the troll. You will fight an ogre. His words made one boy and one bear's eyes go wide with surprise. An ogre, Trang blinked its round eyes and replied nimbly, Aha, so your first real enemy is an ogre, huh? This is going to be fun to watch. The scene shifts to a large, sturdy hand tightly gripping and pulling hard on a large iron chain. It's a tough ogre of enormous size, its orange-brown body roaring. The two guards on duty looked at it fearfully. The blonde-haired knight turned curiously to the man beside him, Eric. Is this the troll leader? The black-haired man scolded, You idiot, that's an ogre. He grimaced in disbelief. An ogre? No way. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. I admit I underestimated things, but there's no way they'd let a student fight an ogre. In an exam like this, how strong can a student be? Ogres have a similar appearance to trolls, however, they are many times stronger. They can crush a person's skull and break their spine in a single swing. Eric gritted his teeth and glanced at the person standing behind him. He asked angrily, Professor, are you sure? Even knights have a hard time capturing them. Hido's face was serious. I'm sure it's the headmaster's order. Eric scoffed. Ha! His tone changed. You must be betting your life on this test, huh? From a distance, the clicking of black leather shoes could be heard. Approaching the group, a magnetic voice spoke. Yes, I am betting my life. Eric turned his head to look at the newcomer, his face surprised. "You are—" The two faced each other. The boy stared at him. "I am Lewis, the test candidate." The man asked again, "You—" Eric scanned the boy from head to toe, unable to help but think condescendingly, "This kid is going to fight an ogre. How could he possibly fight this ogre?" Eric thought. "The professor and I will protect him." But the boy coldly walked past him. Eric was startled. "Where is he going?" His face hardened. "Hey, you're going the wrong way." "What are you doing?" Lewis replied as if it were obvious. "I'm preparing for the test." "You're in the wrong position. You should be in the back," he reminded him, annoyed. The boy asserted to Eric, "I will stand here." The man frowned in confusion. "Huh?" Louis's pair of icy emerald green eyes and extremely serious face explained, "My spells are a little different." Eric raised his voice. "If you stand in front, we won't be able to cover you. It's not as easy to deal with as a troll." The boy once again affirmed his opinion. "Yes, I know." But this man maintained his attitude. "Why are you joking with your life like this, Lewis?" He waved his hand, shrugging off the cloak on his shoulders. Looking just like a modern-day CEO, he couldn't be bothered to explain much. "I have no other choice." With that, he walked towards the ogre. Seeing him act so recklessly made Eric worried. His brow, which had been furrowed this whole time, was now practically permanent. "I don't see any fear in him at all. He must be different somehow." Professor Heido, watching the situation from behind, finally spoke up. "Lewis, get ready." Then he shouted, "Your test officially begins now." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers with a click. In the blink of an eye, the shackles on the large ogre's hands flew open and fell to the ground. Its freedom had officially begun. The ogre exploded with rage, roaring in all directions. It charged straight for the few soldiers holding swords and shields and Louis. The boy was already in a combat stance. His hand sparked with magic. Flames shot straight up, passing by the astonished soldiers beside him. Eric yelled to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing?" He dares to face the ogre head-on. "Don't—" What is he trying to do? He couldn't stop them in time. The ogre and Louis, clashed with his blazing stream of magic. The ogre growled loudly, raising its hand to summon its own magic. A rumbling crash echoed from the ground below. Lewis advanced, yelling "Fireball," and hurled it straight at the ogre. The sound of a crashing boom, the fiery clash of two beams of light, from the fiercely opposing magical powers, lit up the entire area. The bystanders could not withstand this explosive force of combat. All of them were swept up in the fiery head-on clash between Louis and the ogre. Mr. Eric's gaze was still fixed on the battle, and then his expression couldn't help but turn to awe. He dared to use a close combat spell in this situation. Professor Heido waved away the smoke and dust in front of him. He must have anticipated this moment. Lewis truly didn't disappoint his teacher one bit. Of course it was only him. The people standing nearby were already gawking, their eyes wide with shock. Even the dignitaries in the stands were the same. The arena floor was now covered in smoke and dust. A soldier stood frozen in place, not knowing the state of the battle. A student daring to fight an ogre in close combat. I hope he's still alive. While everyone was still reeling, a familiar back in a black shirt appeared through the haze of dust. Even Mr. Eric was startled. He's alive. The boy's face coming into view shocked him even more. He's still standing. And Lewis was in a stance ready to attack again. Heido's expression was the same as before, but now with a significant hint of pride. Proud was written all over his forehead. Suddenly, a hand slapped Lewis's shoulder as a voice called out, "Hey!" It was Eric. His face was not pleased in the slightest. He angrily admonished the boy. "You were almost killed." The boy calmly looked straight at him, still annoyingly composed, but he replied politely, "I'm sorry. But if I had warned you, would you have let me charge in?" Hearing him say that, Eric didn't know how to argue back. He could only ask what. The boy shifted his gaze towards the enraged ogre. "We don't have time to talk right now. Let's hurry up and finish this test." The ogre was now clearly more furious than ever. Mr. Eric moved past Louis. He waved his hand, reminding him, "Step back. I know you're strong, but this thing is very dangerous." As if that wasn't enough, he opened his mouth to remind him once more, his volume considerably louder than before. "Stay put and let me handle it." Lewis ignored Mr. Eric's words. He quickly ran forward, stopping right in front of the man. He turned his face stern. "This is my test." Mr. Eric, who seemed to have been ignoring him until now, repeatedly asked, "What?" Lewis maintained his resolute expression. "Please let me complete my test." A giant, ferocious monster appeared. Its body was enormous, 5 times larger than Louis. Lewis seriously observed the monster with ironclad determination. Behind him, Eric also seemed quite tense at the risk of being attacked. Surprisingly, the boy was highly focused, not wavering at all. "There are 2 reasons I can be this brave. The title I got from Kingram will let me talk to the ogre." The fierce monster shrieked, "Don't come near me. You all set me free." He wasn't scared at all, because he understood what it was screaming. To others, it was a ferocious monster. But to him, this ogre was feeling scared, because it was surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was the urgent quest he had been given. Preemptive strike and defeat the enemy. The reward an increase of 30 strength points and unlocking the skill, Observer's Eye. He smiled confidently and charged forward without hesitation. What a worthy reward for me, someone who has had to repeat a boring quest every single day. In just one quest, I can get the same number of points as 3 days combined. With a whoosh, he shot forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He summoned a fireball in his hand. He sprang up like the wind to the astonishment of Mr. Eric. In an instant, his punch met the giant monster's downward strike head-on. This created a huge shockwave. Sparks flew everywhere. Taking a direct hit from him, it roared in fury. With a bang, the fiery vortex knocked it far back. Very quickly, the preemptive strike objective was completed. He smirked. It's not over yet. It roared, its blood-red eyes bulging, its sharp teeth gnashed with killing intent. I will kill you. The monster leaped high into the air. It poured all its power into this surprise attack. It yelled, I'll smash your head in. Its blow made the ground tremble violently. Fortunately, with his slick moves, he dodged it with ease. He meticulously observed the monster's every move. I have to find its weak spot. After landing safely, he used time refraction to advance. Captain Guider marveled in amazement at his godlike speed. How is he so fast? While moving, he cast a fire spell. I have to get closer. Instantly, he closed the distance. He aimed for its weak spot. Before the monster could react, the punch landed squarely in its gut. It cried out in pain. Among the knights, someone's jaw dropped in shock. He's not even flinching in front of the ogre. What on earth is this guy? Someone hid behind a shield to avoid the flying sparks. The students were just as abuzz. What's going on? Hey, look. The ogre is fighting back. It threw its massive fist toward him, but he blocked it with his bare hands. Not giving up. It used its other hand, but he blocked that one too. He delivered a kick to its hand. Suddenly, the monster grabbed his leg. Without hesitation, it threw him like a sandbag. His body spun through the air, just like a leaf adrift in a storm. He clung to the wall like Spider-Man. Before he could recover, his eyes widened in surprise again. It threw a flaming fist toward him. Luckily, he dodged just in time. A large chunk of the wall behind him shattered. He landed lightly on his feet, while the monster turned its head to look at him. It seethed its hostility clear. You lowly human. He darted forward like a flash. He spun, preparing a kick that stunned it. He delivered a roundhouse kick, the one he had practiced for so long, straight to its head. The ogre crashed down, shaking the entire ground. Pebbles flew everywhere. He jumped right onto its chest, wanting to end it quickly. He activated the skill Ogre's Fury. A swirling red aura exploded from his hands. It broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as it questioned him. Are you really human? He replied, I'm sure you don't need an answer, do you? Its eyes widened in disbelief as if it couldn't believe its own ears. It wondered, you understand what I'm saying? He didn't seem to care much. As he unleashed his move, he lazily replied, You understand me too, don't you? Before it could finish, Tyrant's Inferno. A strike hotter than hell landed right on its face. Ogre's Fury effect stacked, entering berserk state. This made controlling the energy source more difficult. His pupils constricted, his teeth clenched. He looked to be in pain. The flames soared high, engulfing the monster's giant body. He stopped his attack. The ogre, its entire body charred, was completely defeated. He was wary. Is it over? Trang, watching from a distance, was also impressed. Not bad at all, he admired. Even better than I expected. He got off the monster's body. Perhaps exhausted from the fight, he was panting heavily. Everyone around was completely astonished. Did he beat the ogre? Looks like it. Damn. They all cheered enthusiastically, constantly praising him. Let's go, Lewin, you're a beast. Eric was visibly annoyed. I can't believe he won. In contrast to that attitude, Headmaster Tyrion of Exnet smiled with deep satisfaction. But the murmurs of amazement didn't stop. Some still couldn't believe what had just happened. He really defeated the ogre all by himself. How is that possible? The guards quickly approached to examine the monster's body. Captain Geeter approached him curious. Lewin Adele, who taught you those spells and combat skills? He replied, no one. The captain's face still held a hint of skepticism. I taught myself. He looked every bit the serious young man. Yes, sir. He turned to the professor, who was standing thoughtfully nearby. Professor, how are my test results? He was silent for a long moment, thinking. After a while, he spoke. I thought you wouldn't be able to handle it, but I didn't even have a chance to stop you. He looked straight at him. You always exceed my expectations. He wanted to confirm. Does that mean I passed? Just that one sentence made the entire hall erupt. Amidst the smoking rubble, the handsome and brilliant Lewin smiled confidently. The status window appeared confirming. Quest complete. At the same time, it issued an urgent quest identical to the last one. The reward offered was the skill Player's Eye. At the same time, strength plus 10. He was quite surprised. A Player's Eye. Learn more. It was a skill that allowed one to see the essence of all things. It could collect and digitize all information. along with unlocking an invisibility skill and the ability to see others, even if they are invisible. Trang, standing on Luin's shoulder, looked quite excited. Player's eye, huh? Now you've become a real player. He turned to Trang. You know about this skill. It giggled slyly. Of course. It's something only players possess. It stood with its hands on its hips, explaining enthusiastically. You can see enemies who are using the invisibility ability. A faint outline will appear around them. He exclaimed, that's useful. Suddenly, the status window appeared, minimap unlocked. He wondered, minimap, while it smiled with delight. This function allows you to observe everything within a 500-meter radius of your position. In addition, this skill also lets you view a target's status. At will, and the amount of information you can access depends on the target's level. It crossed its arms, revealing a toothy, arrogant grin. There are many more surprises. Gotta try out the new gear right away, it suggested. Look at that unconscious ogre over there and try activating Player's Eye. He glanced down at the large body. Look at that ogre, you say. 1. He focused intensely, channeling his energy to use the skill. The status window gradually appeared. It was true. It showed the monster's information from its name, origin, and characteristics to an evaluation of the target. Afterwards, he was so amazed he blurted out, "This is insane!" He wanted to test it on other subjects. This time the target was Professor Idle, but it only showed information about his level. Suddenly he understood. So there are things I can't read. The information is limited. Trang immediately replied, of course. You can't read the information of someone whose level is so much higher than yours. This line is a repeat in the original and has been omitted. It seriously raised a finger as if lecturing. Once you become stronger, the amount of information you can access will increase. He listened intently. He smiled slightly. One hand rose to touch his chin lightly. His lips curled into a calculating half-smile. I see. After the combat exam ended, the rumor about Luin defeating the ogre spread throughout the academy. On the school grounds, he and Jason were chatting on a stone bench. Jason teased Luin. You see how everyone's talking about you, huh? Luin was confused. I don't know. It's my first time experiencing this. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approached them. Excuse me. The girl shyly spoke up, her sparkling eyes seemingly full of affection. You're Senior Luin, right? It wasn't just her. 2 more people came forward offering lunch bags. During the 3rd exam, you were so cool. Please eat this when you're hungry. As soon as he took the bags, they shyly walked away, leaving him quite bewildered because it all happened so fast. He awkwardly offered a bag to Jason. Do you want this? Jason shouted in alarm. What? He threw a fit. You're being completely disrespectful to the young ladies, who fought through their embarrassment to make you lunch. Luin was confused. Why are you getting so worked up? Looking at his friend who was whimpering with jealousy right in front of him, he thought, this Jason guy. When I used Player's Eye, the status, Window said he has great potential. He moved over and patted his shoulder. For the past few days, I've been checking everyone's status. And besides Miko, only your status showed high potential. He put on a serious face, but his eyes were full of trust and determination. Jason, try a little harder in the next test. I'm sure you'll do well. Jason was flustered. What are you sympathizing with me? Luin immediately denied it. Sympathize? What are you talking about? I mean, you have a lot of promise and your skills are solid. You should regain your confidence and work harder. Jason was surprised. Really? Yeah, Luin advised, and stop slacking off. Jason chuckled lightly. All right, fine. In the next test, my goal is to make it into the top 10, Luin said helplessly. That might be a little tough. 1 second he was joking. The next his face became grave. Are you serious? Sometimes even I can't believe it. Luin was confused. What do you mean? Jason confided. I wonder if you're the same Luin that I've known for the past 6 years. A look of surprise flickered across Luin's face. Luin looked up at the high blue sky. Well, to be honest, sometimes I find it hard to believe myself. So I get how you feel, Jason suddenly remembered. Oh, right. There have been some rumors about you lately. Luin was suspicious. What rumors? Jason continued. Everyone's saying you're going to surpass Miko Gary Hill, not just to become the valedictorian, but also to become the Academy's representative. Luin paid it no mind and stood up looking bored. I don't care about that. Let's go inside. Afraid of being left behind, Jason hurriedly trailed after him. What do you mean you don't care? This year is the Grand Festival. Every year in May, representatives from the famous academies gather, and a magic festival is held to select the best of the best. And every 8 years, all mages go to the Olympiad to choose the strongest. The Grand Festival takes place in a year with both events. The Grand Festival is a nationwide competition where the brightest students from each academy showcase their abilities. The winner of the Grand Festival not only brings home a large sum of money for themselves and their academy, but they also receive countless privileges. That's why the number of students participating in the Grand Festival is limited. 1 solo competitor and 30 for the team event. The top 31 students from each academy will participate in this major competition, and the participant in the solo event will be the student representative. At the academy cafeteria, everyone was passionately discussing the upcoming tournament. There was a lot of speculation. I wonder who the student representative will be this year. It'll probably be Miko again, right? At their table, everyone was also discussing this. Jason spoke up first. Of course, Lewin will be the representative. The orange-haired boy next to him agreed. That's right. He's the only one who got a perfect 100 from King Grama, he recalled while chewing his food. And from what I remember, every time Miko participated in the magic tournament, do you guys remember how he performed? The brown-haired student at the same table quickly replied, I remember the team competition was fine, but in the solo round he placed 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student from before laughed mockingly. That's why we're called the bottom-tier academy. The bottom-tier academy that can't even win the team event, and sucks at the solo event too. After lunchtime, everyone cleared their plates. But this topic was still not over. The only way for us to get rid of that nickname is Lewin. You guys agree, right? Totally. Lewin, what do you think? His face was serious. The tests aren't over yet. He told himself it's not time to be arrogant and excited yet. After all, the person chosen for the grand festival will be the one who ranks first in the tests and receives a nomination from the professors. And the 4th test, a one-on-one battle between me and Miko, is about to begin. He looked straight ahead, his gaze determined. That's why I have to focus on the next test, he swore to himself. Right now, all I can think about is beating him to a pulp. 4 days later, at the training grounds, the combat exam was underway. Lewin jumped up, delivering a spinning kick. Sweat poured down his face, proof that he had been training for a while. But the status window kept appearing. You have reached 1,000 strength. You have earned the title Apprentice No More. Trang stretched his joints. I've finally been waiting for this day. Let's level up right now. It crouched down, focusing all its strength to channel its internal energy. The surrounding airflow was drawn into its body. Feeling it was enough, it leaped up, landing lightly on his shoulder. A powerful flame erupted around it. Quest difficulty has doubled. Reward value has tripled. It focused intensely, compressing the stream of fire in its hand. It swallowed hard. Its small body stood straight, head tilted back. It tried to use its internal energy to release the power outward. Just a moment later, a source of fire as blazing as the sun exploded in midair, spreading wide enough to incinerate everything it touched. It turned to look at him. The intense heat made him instinctively shield his face. What is this flame? As if just realizing something, his eyes flew open, pupils constricting as he looked at it. Elsewhere, Eric stood pensively by the window, arms crossed. It turned out he was remembering the scene of Lewin defeating the ogre. His face contorted in annoyance. Damn it. I actually had to give him points. He imagined the moment Lewin would declare war on Miko, wondering if with Lewin Adel's current strength he could actually defeat Miko. Thinking of him being defeated at Lewin's feet, he immediately brushed the thought away. That's unlikely to happen. Clenching his jaw, he began to scheme even more. If he wins Miko's position at the Grand Festival, and his valedictorian title will both be at risk. The Gary Hill family must remain at the top of this academy. Every muscle in his face tensed, as if suppressing a soon-to-erupt rage. At any cost. Back at the training ground, Trang had reached level 2. It looked exhausted. The wall of fire around it had weakened considerably, but in return, Lewin received 200 strength points. In his hand was a burning orange flame. He stared at it intently, impressed. Trang looked at him. You seem a lot stronger, huh? At the same time, it expressed gratitude. Well now, thanks to you, I reached 200 strength points so quickly. It puffed out its chest with its hands on its hips, looking very proud, with a hint of narcissism. Ahem. It giggled, its mouth pulling into a toothy grin. It scratched lightly under its chin. This is just the beginning. The difficulty and rewards of the quests have increased. They both stared intently at the status window to see. Recurring quest physical training 2. Complete all of the following tasks. Punches, kicks, roundhouse kicks, 5,000 reps each. Run 15 kilometers in combat at practice. You will receive 30 strength points. Lewin looked at it and thought, I've increased the intensity of my training so it's not too difficult. He turned and asked it, so what is this combat practice? Well, suddenly its face darkened into a villainous smile. Remember the first time we met? I said I could turn into anything. Lewin replied, yeah, I remember. It said smugly, from now on I can transform. But there are still limits, you know. So can you turn into a person? Yes, once I reach level 5, but turning into a person is very difficult. He wondered, so what can you turn into? Its face became mischievous. Want to see? Suddenly a small whirlwind appeared, enveloping its body. Gradually, the whirlwind grew larger. The whirlwind dissipated. A tattered and mysterious scarecrow appeared, making him unable to hold back his laughter. Is this a straw scarecrow? Not seeing the surprise he expected, it got angry. What's with that expression? He chuckled. Nothing. It's just not what I imagined. It boasted, "Don't you dare look down on this straw scarecrow." When Draka first started sparring, I was the one who supported him. He pondered, "Sparring? You mean you played the role of the target, right?" It confirmed firmly, "Exactly, I'm very useful for quests." From now on, he had to practice combat with it every day. It made a tornado spin around itself, looking mysterious. My power is still weak now, so I'm only on par with a third-rank mage. Deep inside the scarecrow, it smiled slyly. Once I regain my strength, I can handle anything. At that point, whether it's a dragon or a demon, I can take them all on. Finding it interesting, he wanted to try right away. "So let's switch now. What do you want me to turn into?" He boldly suggested a mage. This seemed to hit a nerve. It went into challenge mode. "Oh ho, all right then." Trang channeled its energy to create a magic orb, transforming into a staff with a glowing red gem. Holding the staff, its muscles bulged in an instant. "Even if I hit you, it will only cause shock. Not any actual damage." Lewin remained calm. "And what about you?" Hearing its answer, completely unharmed, he raised an eyebrow. "So that's how it is. Truly an ideal sparring partner." It didn't waste a single moment. It immediately cast a fireball. "All right, take this." With that, it launched the large stream of magic toward him. It was nothing to Lewin. He nimbly dodged, jumping to the side. He was extremely excited. He was certain that Miko was training right now. He couldn't wait to challenge him. Completely contrary to his thoughts, at that very moment he was in Eric's room, staring at a leaf. "That bastard is such an eyesore. What should I do now?" Eric was furious. "You little brat, how dare you speak like that in front of me? If you were a little stronger then..." Not listening to another word, he waved his hand to interrupt. "All right, don't say anything. I heard that thanks to you, Lewin's score got boosted." Eric felt a pang of guilt. He didn't hold back his blatant sarcasm. What else could it be? "You were the one who came up with the ogre incident." His expression looked like he wanted to eat him alive. Eric slowly stepped forward. "Thanks to you, he got a perfect score. If my family finds out, I think it'll be hard for you to survive." He couldn't believe his own nephew would dare to be so insolent. Eric was bitter but could do nothing. "You little punk, you dare talk to me like that!" He urged impatiently, "Then stop nagging. Think of a way to solve this. If he becomes the Academy representative, then..." A firm answer came from his mouth. "No, that can't happen. I have an idea." A small jade-green vial rested in his hand. "Take this." He recognized it with one glance. "This is a combustion flower, a type of awakening herb. Combustion flower. This flower grows in the northern illusion region. It is a rare herb. Some use it to create special spirit elixirs." Eric instructed, "Drink this and you will achieve an awakened state. The monocasting time will be significantly shortened." He hesitated. "But it eliminates the sensation of pain. Moreover, it makes it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe." Eric stared intently at him. "Correct. In other words, you won't see anything clearly. You do pay attention in class, don't you?" Miko didn't understand what his uncle was saying at all. "But why do you want me to drink this?" "Yes!" He got angry. "Are you insane?" In front of his uncle, it seemed he had no rights. "You have no say in this. You already lost to that kid. Now you want to bring a bad name to the family, too?" However, he was well aware of Professor Idle's sharp eyes. "But this is too risky. He knows the extent of my abilities. If he finds out, I'm done for." Eric scoffed, patting his chest. "Have you forgotten who I am? Drug testing is my job. A true professional at playing dirty." He had planned it carefully. "Take this, it'll help erase the traces." The remaining purple vial was placed in his hand. "After the combustion flower, take this one." He reassured his frightened nephew. "Don't be afraid. For the Gary Hill lineage, this is the only way to move forward. So are you going to take it or not?" He never expected his uncle would ask him to use drugs like this. He was still hesitating. He was going through a deep internal struggle. Finally, the one-on-one combat exam arrived. Warm sunlight now bathed the testing site, the Mana Barrier Plaza. Everyone looked down excitedly. The sounds of laughter and chatter echoed continuously. It was always like this. Whenever a combat exam took place, the testing area was always packed with people. And this was the final battle. The two, Lewin and Miko, stood opposite each other, staring intently. The atmosphere became tense. A few rustling sounds. The sound of footsteps moving quickly forward. Lewin's expression became serious. Finally, the last test. A direct confrontation with Miko. He stood with his hands on his hips, listening to Trang's reminder. "Your opponent knows you specialize in close combat. If he's prepared for it, it might be tough." Lewin smirked. "But what if I manage to get close to him?" It nodded and replied concisely, "Then one punch from Lewin and he's down." A man stood between the two of them. He spoke up. "To make this test as realistic as possible, terrain elements have been prepared and arranged in the arena in great variety." He asked, "Are you ready?" They both replied in unison, "Yes." Lewin looked at Miko. "Something feels off." He frowned, thinking, "But Miko, that bastard is just..." He saw a strange expression on his face. His whole body also became tensed up. Lewis made a preliminary assessment. His condition looks really abnormal. He looked at Miko, who was gritting his teeth and staring at him, but hadn't made a move to attack yet. He wasn't acting arrogant like usual. Something's not right. I'd better use player's eye to check. Then Lewis used the skill player's eye. A blue glowing circle appeared before his eyes. An information panel appeared above his head. Miko Gary Hill. Third circle Mage high potential. Magic casting ability 2. Special status. Hidden berserk. Louis felt suspicious, wondering to himself, berserk. Why have I never seen that status before? Plus the system window says it's hidden. Did he do something to hide his use of illegal potions? He remembered Eric. Before the test began, students were checked for banned substances. But wait, the person responsible for that check was Professor Eric. Could it be that Miko's uncle? Professor Eric let Miko use something, and then helped him cover it up. A man stated the rules of the match. Listen up, students. There is only one thing forbidden in this battle, dark magic. You may use any type of magic from the 4 elements, and points will be awarded based on the tier of the magic that you use. He explained further. You don't need to worry about your opponent. Inside this mana barrier hall, the power of magic is reduced by 99%. Now, are there any more questions? Seeing Lewis raise his hand, the man asked, What is it, Louis Anel? Miko's expression stiffened when he heard the question. If one of the 2 contestants uses a banned substance and is discovered, what happens? Hearing this, the man's voice became stern. That student will be disqualified and will fail this test. And it could also lead to expulsion, depending on the severity of the issue. But why do you ask? Lewis glanced at Miko and then answered nonchalantly, no reason. The man spread his arms, signaling for the 2 to stand apart. He then announced, All right, get in position. He stood in his position, clenching his fists. Right now, this is the only conclusion I can draw. And since I'm the only one who can see the status window, no one will believe what I say. Louis's gaze became determined. I have to find proof. The 2 faced each other. The tense atmosphere was thick around them. The man took a deep breath and shouted, Ready! As soon as the word begin was uttered, Lewis and Miko charged straight at each other. He condensed a glowing blue orb of light. He raised his voice. Lewis, go to hell! Immediately after, green vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Lewis's leg. He shifted his foot, and the vines were quickly torn apart. The crowd in the stands gasped in amazement. What? How did he escape so quickly? Could it be that Miko's spell has no effect on Lewis? Lewis thought to himself with satisfaction. Awesome, the mana barrier hall reduces the contestant's mana power, but my strength is completely unaffected. Right after that, he rushed towards Miko. But he used another technique. A pink light and a skull with its mouth agape breathed fire towards Louis. Miko growled, You think this is all I've got? With the fire breath he had just unleashed, a blazing red flame shot straight at Lewis. He used a skill. Flash step, nimbly dodging the erupting flame. Then Lewis quickly turned and ran. The flame still chased closely behind him. The flame seemed to have a mind of its own, following him closely. Lewis quickly jumped to evade it. He hid behind a rock. A burning sensation was spreading all around. Lewis shifted slightly to look behind him. Reduced casting time and increased mana? That's the effect of the elixir Miko used. Miko laughed maniacally. Don't hide. Come out and face me, you coward. He focused his mind, recalling what he had learned. He seems more excited than usual. That divine potion must be... An image appeared in his mind. Lewis, wake up, Inferno Herb. He listed Miko's characteristics. Trembling hands, extreme excitement. Reduced sensation of pain, and difficulty distinguishing between friend and foe. It's too obvious. And he was still laughing, loudly taunting. Come out, show your face, come face me. Lewis narrowed his eyes. The only thing that hasn't shown up yet is the pain-suppressing effect. He stood up to face Miko, his voice full of insinuation. No wonder you're so confident. It's because of that thing, isn't it? He jumped, exclaiming, What? Lewis calmly looked at the flustered Miko and said a name. Inferno Herb. His expression became stunned when he heard Lewis's words. But whatever. To defeat you, I don't need things like that. He raised his hand, his voice taunting, Come on, Miko. Lewis charged forward like an arrow. While using the skill time refraction, Miko summoned ice and snow while cursing under his breath. Damn it, how is he so fast? An ice shield he created appeared in front of him. Lewis didn't flinch, shouting, Useless. Louis's leg swept forward horizontally. A flash of yellow light flashed before Miko's astonished eyes. Whispers echoed around Tyrion Snit's group. What kind of magic is that? Is that kind of magic? Is that really magic? On the field, Miko summoned a third circle spell. Flame Golem shouting, Take this. Lewis counterattacked, clenching his fist and unleashing a seismic blow. The moment that punch landed, Miko's Flame Golem was sent flying. It stumbled back repeatedly. Its massive body seemed to be in immense pain. The crowd in the stands gasped. He used earth to block fire. Miko was knocked back and sat slumped on the ground, shouting, Ow, ow, no. Suddenly his pupils constricted in terror. His whole face went rigid. Miko looked at Lewis, who was looking down from above. His voice dropped. Don't come near me. He snapped his fingers and sneered, don't be such a wimp. Take this. Miko saw Lewis's thumb and middle finger touch. His voice trembled. What? His hand got closer and closer. A yellow light flashed along with it. After a loud boom, the scene inside and outside the mana barrier field returned to normal. When Louis's two fingertips separated, that yellow beam of light grew larger and shot towards Miko. The crowd in the stands jumped to their feet. They only saw on the arena floor. A thick cloud of dust obscured their vision, but Miko's eyelids drooped slightly. The sight before him was somewhat surprising, because Miko was currently bowing his head and chuckling. Lewis, you dare to underestimate me. As soon as he finished speaking, he just lightly scratched his forehead, but Lewis had already rushed him, headbutting Miko in the side of the face. Without giving him a chance to counterattack, he unleashed a continuous barrage of punches. With a thud, Miko's entire body slammed into a rock and then lay sprawled on the ground. His whole body trembled in waves, but his laughter echoed. This weak and you think you can beat me? I'm not even hurt, Lewis thought to himself. He's still conscious after taking so many continuous hits. At this rate, Miko could die from shock. His hand grabbed Miko's shoulder, intending to pull him up. Continuing this will be very dangerous. Next, his entire body was lifted high into the air by twisting green tree trunks. It's called tree prison. Lewis raised his hand and said, Sir. Miko used a banned substance. He walked over and asked doubtfully, What do you mean? Why would Miko use a banned substance? Are you sure? If you're lying, you could be disqualified. Lewis's voice was resolute. Yes, I am certain. Because it's possible the use of a banned substance was concealed. He continued, or someone discovered it but turned a blind eye. He hesitated. What do you mean? Lewis lowered his voice and looked nearby. The person with access to rare ingredients, and responsible for the pre-match inspection. He followed his gaze towards Eric. His voice rang out again. In this entire academy? There's only one person who can do that? Lewis feigned hesitation. Now that I think about it, I believe Professor Eric is also Miko's uncle. Isn't he? Wait, so does that mean Professor Eric? Eric frantically ran over. Lewis, do you know what you're saying? He snapped irritably. You're saying Miko used a banned substance? And I turned a blind eye. Yes. But Lewis wasn't scared and answered calmly. Yes, I have proof. Eric was startled by this and exclaimed, Huh! He burst out laughing. Fine, then let's check again. He started to walk away. There's no need, sir. After all, you've already used a special elixir to hide his symptoms. Eric became flustered. So what do you want now? Where is this proof you speak of? Louis touched the large tree trunk and said with a smile, Let me show you all firsthand. Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. A yellow light flashed in the middle of the tree trunk. His hand remained in the same position as before. His fingers were still spread open. Louis looked at the tree trunk, which was now missing a large chunk. This was from my finger flick earlier. He argued that even if Miko's magic had increased through training, but there's no way he could take so many continuous hits and still be conscious and laughing. With his current condition, I think his skull is severely concussed, and he has at least, Tyrion Snit thought, a few broken ribs. His eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care and still burst out laughing. Lewis spoke up. And yet he's still laughing as if he feels no pain at all. Eric's expression stiffened when he heard him ask, Do you have anything else to deny? Professor Eric? Up above, Tyrion Ignis shot to his feet and raised his voice. Professor Eric? Seeing his guilty expression, he had his answer. Tyrion Ignis furiously roared. How dare you do such a thing? In such a sacred place? Professor Eric, follow me to my office immediately. Hearing his furious tone, Eric hesitated, looking towards his nephew. He only saw that he didn't understand how serious the current situation was. Miko's clueless laughter. Then Tyrion Ignis's third exam also passed quickly. The downfall of the Gari Hill lineage has been exposed. People's whispers echoed in the hallway. I heard, Professor. Eric got fired and Miko got expelled too. I got a new nickname. Someone put an arm around Lewis and chuckled. Hey, Lewis the Expulsion Saint. Thump, thump, thump. Steady footsteps echoed in the quiet space. At this moment, Lewis was standing in front of a giant door. The space around him lit up, because Lewis had been summoned by the headmaster. He felt as if time had stopped. There was no sound in his ears. Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Lewis immediately looked up. His eyes widened in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief, because at this moment, Lewis was standing in a large, grassy field. In front of him was a red chair. Lewis looked around doubtfully. This is the Adele family's domain. He mumbled to himself, no, it doesn't look quite right. Then Louis looked again at the object in front of him. And that is... He looked at the chair and realized the throne of Terran. It's the seat of the supreme mage. Why is it here? Tyrion Snit's voice suddenly came from behind him. What do you see, Lewis? He immediately turned his head and greeted. Good day, sir. He spoke as he walked. This place was created by the Eyes of Malarok. Have you heard of the Eyes of Malarok before? Lewis followed closely behind him and replied, Yes, I have. But as far as he knew, Malarok was the leader who started the invasion war of the 6 lands of Frelia. Legend has it, he had the ability to make a person see what they desired most. After his death, his body was refined into an artifact. Tyrion Ignis glanced behind him and continued, The Eyes of Malarok is the artifact. That helps you see what you want to see. What appeared before your eyes just now is what you desire most. Lewis bowed his head slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. The things I desire most is to restore the Adel family's domain and become the most powerful mage. He suddenly asked, Are you curious about what I see? Lewis asked curiously, What do you see, sir? At this, Tyrion Snit chuckled softly, his eyes full of warmth. A world where everyone acts according to their proper roles. Students are students and mages are mages. At this moment, the two were standing in front of a door. He continued, Of course that's not easy. Lewis replied softly, Yes. Click. The thick, heavy door slowly opened. As Lewis was about to step inside, he glanced back. An image of him holding a championship trophy being tossed into the air by the male students, with resounding cheers. Lewis won, and then an image of Louis wearing a graduation cap, with a voice announcing, Congratulations to the valedictorian Louis Anel. The corners of Louis's mouth lifted slightly into a gentle curve, hardly noticeable if you weren't looking closely. Scene changed to another location. In the quiet space, a soft sound was suddenly heard. A cup of tea was placed on the table with an invitation, Have some tea, Louis? Lewis nodded and replied, Yes, thank you, sir. Tyrion Ignis silently watched him lift the teacup and take a sip. After Louis finished his tea, he asked, I called you in because I have something to ask. Will you give me an answer among the countless banned substances? However, Tyrion Ignis clasped his hands together. His voice became serious. How did you know the substance Miko used was Inferno? Herb. Lewis said nothing, seemingly organizing his answers in his head. Then he listed the characteristics of Miko's attitude. Unlike usual, he was aggressive but also had a restless air about him. Not to mention the amplification and flow of his mana were also abnormal. Therefore, I deduced that he used Inferno Herb, and Tyrion Snit asked again, But from what I saw, you seemed certain, not just speculating anymore. Why is that? Lewis frowned and explained, The mana barrier hall only reduces magical power. It doesn't affect physical strength. And what I used was physical strength, not magic. He thought to himself, I shouldn't mention player's eye. Louis's voice dropped. He was definitely in severe shock, yet he could still laugh and showed no signs of pain. That can only prove that he used Inferno Herb. He silently praised him. The boy is only 16, but he was perceptive enough to immediately notice the changes, even the smallest ones in his opponent. Not to mention, in that situation, he also acted very calmly, coupled with his perfect magic abilities. Then Tyrion Ignis placed his hand on the table and spoke with a resolute voice. As the headmaster of the academy, I deeply regret this incident. My sincerest apologies, Lewis. I will ensure the Gari Hill family cannot harm you. With that, he stroked his long white beard. One more thing. I have a proposal. Lewis was stunned when he heard Tyrion Snit's words. Would you like to participate in the Grand Festival this July? As the Academy's representative, although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't hide his astonishment. The Academy representative, a position that everyone covets. When I came here, I had a vague feeling. Louis closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. He seemed to be contemplating a very serious issue. Tyrion Snit listened intently for his answer. Thank you, sir. I feel very honored to receive this offer, but Louis's voice became hesitant. You also know that I still lack experience. I haven't had a single real combat match in all 6 years. He bowed his head slightly, his voice a few notches quieter. During that time, I couldn't do anything. I also have no achievements because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is a place that brings together all the talented people. I don't know if I have enough strength to compete with them. Tyrion Snit's voice made Lewis look up. That's not a problem. As a judge at the Grand Festival, he raised his index finger and said with conviction, I think you deserve the title of championship contender. He asked hesitantly, Sir, a championship contender, yes. However, Tyrion Ignis stroked his long beard and said, I assure you, you are a very promising contestant. But what's even more terrifying is, a blush of embarrassment faintly appeared on Lewis's face when he heard him speak. You will be a secret weapon that no one expects. However, Tyrion Ignis let out a long, satisfied sigh. To them, you are a mystery. They have no information about you. They won't know what techniques and fighting style you will use, and of course they won't find a way to counter you. Hearing that, he secretly rejoiced. So that's it. I was always at the bottom, so they're not wary of me. They also don't have much information on me. Like Miko. Looks like it'll be easy to pull off a surprise this time. Louis's hands tightened on the hem of his pants as he heard him ask, "What do you think? Will you participate or not?" After putting on a show of careful consideration, he immediately gave his answer. "I will do my best not to disappoint you, sir." Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Tyrion Snit said just in time, "Please come in." He looked at the visitor and then said to him, "Louis, I think a physical skills class will be more useful to you than a magic class. I have invited this professor to help you develop those skills." When he heard the greeting, "Are you still doing well, kiddo?" Louis was momentarily stunned. The person who arrived was Guido Perante. He laughed teasingly. "What's with that face? Not happy to see me?" Louis recognized this person. "He's the captain of the knights in the foreign domain. He's one of the Elric, the only Elric-ranked knight in the Jaden Kingdom." He remembered, "This is also the person I met at the third exam." Seeing Guider sitting in front of him, Louis couldn't help but feel impressed. "I can't believe I get to take a physical skills class with him." He finally spoke up. "First, I need to confirm a few things." "Yes, sir?" Guider asked. "I heard Professor Heidel say, you're a special kind of mage, because you can only fight in close combat. Is that true?" He nodded slightly in response. "Yes, that's right." He gave his assessment of Louis. "From what I've seen, your movements are quite good. Quick, efficient, no wasted motion." He froze when he heard Guider say, "But to be honest, it's obvious you've never studied martial arts." His voice dropped. "Your techniques might have worked on that golem before, but against us, you'd be completely red. No matter how strong you are, opponents with good body skills can all recognize your attacks through the way you move, your shoulders and hips." His hands resting on his slightly bent knees tightened. Louis thought to himself, he's right. My techniques are all just repetitive movements from the quests, so they're not very applicable in a real fight. Suddenly, Guider shot to his feet. "But don't worry. If you learn from me, your movements will change from the most basic level." He looked straight into his eyes. "So shall we begin right now?" Then the two moved their training to another location. Guider's voice rang out. "For a knight, the most important thing is footwork. A stable stance makes your sword swing even more powerful. Your feet will help you predict the enemy's next move. So your first lesson will be to walk properly." He sat on the platform and said, "Only when you learn how to walk correctly can you use body skills." Louis held out his hand, his expression serious, following Guider's instructions. Tenbu is a martial art often used in training knights. His fists flew out one after another. The sound of whooshing echoed in the space. He slowly stood up, watching Louis punch the air. This discipline consists of a total of 36 stances, not including sword techniques. He was still diligently practicing. His hands were clenched into fists. His whole body was poised to charge. One punch after another landed on the air. The sound of tearing wind echoed continuously. But nearby, Guider crossed his arms over his chest, silently observing Louis's every move. His expression became serious, remembering his words from before. "I was wondering," Louis had asked at the time, "what do you gain from teaching me martial arts? And on top of that, you have to come to the academy every day. So why do you—" Guider had replied at the time, "Just consider it a kind of investment." He heard that and asked doubtfully, "Investment?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I met someone who has the potential to become a talented mage in the future. If I can contribute to helping that person." Louis remained silent as Guider continued. "Then it's a worthy investment. Wouldn't you agree?" Then he bowed deeply. "Then I'm counting on you, Professor Guider." Suddenly he cleared his throat and suggested shyly, calling me professor sounds a bit stiff. Just call me Guider, I'm barely 30. Hearing this age, Louis was startled with surprise. No way. Back in the present, he was still training diligently. Louis punched to one side, then swung his fist to the other. Guider observed calmly nearby. He was somewhat satisfied. This kid's not bad. He's got guts. Guider remembered back when he was inspecting the ogre's wounds. Whispers buzzed in his ear. Wait, the ogre's jaw is really broken. Seeing Lewin wind up for another high kick, he lamented internally. A melee mage stronger than an ogre? What an interesting kid. And just like that, 3 weeks passed. Lewin looked at the system notification. Body Arts skill has leveled up. Body Arts has reached level 10. Title acquired. My body is a weapon. Reward Berserker Mage skill effect increased. With the Berserker Mage skill, you can now channel magic throughout your body. He said to Trang, mastering the heavenly martial arts is pretty useful, huh? It laughed with delight. You bet it is. That's how I got to level 3. Lewin looked at the notification, strength 2130. He slowly clenched his hand into a fist. This power is immense. I can feel it so clearly. Trang let out a breath. The speed at which you're gaining this power is even more insane. It took Draka over a year and a half after meeting me to reach 2,000 strength points. Could it be due to the difference in time perception between humans and dragons? Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance. Lewin saw Jason running towards him in a hurry. Lewin asked curiously, Jason, what's wrong? He leaned over, hands on his thighs, panting, then asked, "Did you see it?" He asked doubtfully. "See what?" Jason replied immediately. "The list of participants for the Grand Festival has been posted at the Academy Gate." Lewin froze, wondering to himself, the Grand Festival. Memories flooded back into Lewin's mind as a voice echoed. First place, Luinadel. At the opening ceremony, I represented the new students on the podium. Because of that, I became the target of envy and suspicion. In response to this jealousy, I engaged in pathetic behavior for the past 5 years. All I could do was watch Miko from afar, receiving everyone's congratulations. And now, Lewin and Jason were rushing towards the Academy Gate. When the two arrived, they saw a crowd had already gathered in front. When he saw the contents of the announcement, he couldn't help but let out a gasp, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Lewin couldn't seem to believe his eyes. Did I really become the representative? The male students recognized him too. Huh, it's Lewin. After that, they ran towards Lewin, exclaiming, "Congratulations on becoming the representative, Lewin. I will represent you at the Grand Festival." It took me a long time, but finally, I've become the Academy's representative, once again. Lewin beamed at everyone beside him. Jason was so happy he was crying. "My name is also on the list, 31st place in the team competition." The scene changes to another place. Idol praised him. "I was very surprised when Master Geeter said you had mastered the heavenly martial arts." His voice became hesitant. "As an S-rank student at the age of 16, sometimes your genius talent scares me." Then Idol's tone changed, becoming firm. "I believe you can do it, Lewin." And just like that, preparations for the Grand Festival went smoothly. Just in time, we arrived at Antern, the venue for the Grand Festival. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the train to arrive. People were murmuring amongst themselves. "Are we going to board the Mana train here? This is my first time riding it. I heard it's incredibly fast." Lewin stood in the crowd, the sound of conversation buzzing in his ear. "There are only 2 transit points in the Dwayne Kingdom, but they say that in the Dynet Imperial Federation, there are over 100 transit points. Of course they're an empire. We're the smallest of the small nations." Lewin and Jason both frowned when they heard someone click their tongue. Country bumpkins, making such a fuss over a simple Mana train ride. The 2 hankers spoke disdainfully. "Stop being so provincial and shut up." Jason's voice snapped. "What?" Then he angrily shouted, "You bastard, are you done talking?" Lewin heard but remained silent, not interfering. He recognized him. "That asshole is Hanker, Miko's lackey, the one who participated in last year's Magic Festival with him." Hanker didn't care and continued. "If you think Lewin is going to create some kind of miracle in the Grand Festival, give up. He's only so arrogant because he got a high score in the first semester." The student next to Hanker chimed in, "That's right. The representatives from the other academies are like phantoms. We would have a higher chance of winning if Miko, who has fought against them, was chosen as the representative." Jason trembled with anger upon hearing that declaration. "Either way, I won't accept Lewin as the Academy's representative, so you guys just fend for yourselves." He roared, "What?" Lewin was silent. "There are a lot of scumbags who want to benefit even just a little by clinging to the Gary Hill family, but I have to do well in this competition, even if I have to be on the same team with those assholes." Trang on his shoulder chuckled. "Lewin, you're in a tough spot, aren't you?" Hanker glanced towards the source of the sound. "Miko would be very pleased." Lewin gave an icy smile. "The dogs are still loyal to their master, even when their master is about to be kicked out." The 2 hankers stepped towards him, their voices raised. "Did you just call us dogs?" Lewin laughed. "Good. I tried to speak as clearly as possible so someone with your intellect could understand." "So you understand what I meant?" He continued, "Just because you're the Academy's representative." Without letting Hanker finish his sentence, he cut him off. "Listen here." Lewin's voice became serious. "Today's Grand Festival will be on a different level from the magic festivals you've attended before. If you perform well, you'll get better opportunities that the Gary Hill family can't give you." Hanker, as if hearing a ridiculous joke, burst out laughing. "Of course, if we perform well, that's what will happen. But is that even possible? The participants in this competition are all monsters. In the end, our fate is to be stuck in the Jordan Kingdom and work under the authority of the Gary Hill family. You shouldn't daydream." His voice was still calm. "We can do it." Lewin turned and walked away. The Grand Festival is an event where unity is the most important thing. It's best that we eliminate the elements that hinder team spirit. The 2 hankers, seeing this, called after him, asking, "So does that mean you'll be competing without us?" He gave him a cryptic response on his way out. "You should reconsider. Think about who your representative is right now." Hanker gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing Lewin's words. "And there's no Gary Hill family here to recognize your loyalty." He screamed furiously. "You're ruining your own first individual match. I won't take any orders from you. In the Grand Festival." Click, clack, click, clack. The train was moving quickly through the forest. Inside the train car, everyone looked outside and exclaimed, "This is so fast!" Trang stood on his shoulder and laughed loudly. "What's going on here? The world has become a much better place. In my time, the fastest mode of transport was..." While his face looked extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a nearby door. Then a voice spoke up next to Lewin and Jason. "Ah, I thought I smelled the stench of losers somewhere around here." 3 male students were standing there. The one in the middle spoke up sarcastically. Well, what do we have here?" "The country bumpkins from the Loser Academy." Lewin looked at the insignia on the chest of the guy who just spoke. That insignia, Oyota National Academy of Magic. From what he knew, the Oyota National Academy of Magic, the only training school in Oyota, the Desert Kingdom, is famous for its ancient history. They are particularly known for honing swordsmanship and their bodies to the absolute limit. Lewin looked over there with suspicion. What are the people from Oyota National Magic Academy doing here? Seda raised his voice and asked, "Hey, you losers, where's Michael Gary Hill? Don't tell me he ran away because of some adversity. I was planning on having him take care of us this year." He said while laughing loudly, "Take care of as in be our slave." Seda waved his hand at him and the others near him. "You're in charge of last place this year too. Right, let's get along." Trang covered its mouth and giggled. "Oh my. Look how patient you are." How can Lewin sit still after hearing all this? Lewin looked at Seda laughing mockingly and thought to himself, "I didn't know before because I've never been here. But it seems our academy is being treated very poorly." But his gaze shifted to another direction nearby. He only saw Idle with his eyes glued to a notebook, acting uninterested. Lewin understood. The professor has no intention of intervening. The Grand Festival is a competition between students, and right now his position is simply that of an instructor. He bowed his head slightly, his brows furrowed. "Currently, the authority and responsibility of the whole team lies in my hands. The Academy's representative." Seda walked up to Henker, rested his hand on the back of the chair, and called out, "Hey, Henker, where's your representative, Miko Gary Hill? At least he's an interesting guy." But Henker remained silent and didn't answer. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making Seda turn his head. Miko is probably bedridden, praying for his broken ribs to heal right now. He saw Lewin standing tall, full of confidence, looking Seda straight in the eye. Henker said with a hesitant voice, "That's our Academy's representative." Seda was skeptical. "Representative, that guy. This is the first time I've seen him." With that, he turned and walked towards Lewin. The sound of his footsteps was like a drumbeat in everyone's heart. No one dared to breathe loudly. Seda stood opposite Lewin and introduced himself. "I am Oyota's representative. Seda Mankiri, what's your name?" He replied calmly without any fear, "Luin Adele." Lewin's voice lowered. "And I think that's a good enough greeting for a first meeting. If you're done causing trouble, then get out of our car." Seda heard and his voice turned sharp. "What?" He smirked. "And of course, you'll apologize for calling us the Loser Academy. Before you leave, right? And with a polite attitude, that's what I mean." Lewin repeated again. "Before you go, shouldn't you apologize for calling us the Loser Academy? I mean a sincere apology." A vein popped on Seda's forehead, his voice as cold as ice. "What did you say?" He moved closer to Lewin. "Did you just tell me to apologize?" Then Seda turned back and shouted angrily, "Hey, Henker, didn't you tell him who I am?" Henker's whole body trembled. Well..." Seda heard and got even more furious. "You can't even do that one thing right. Let me teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Seeing his behavior, Lewin understood. So that's how it is. He saw the fear on everyone's faces. This is why the participants of the Grand Festival are afraid. When they see the Academy's Oyota. Lewin looked at Seda with determined eyes. It's because they're being bullied by Seda Mankiri. He could feel the atmosphere of fear enveloping the entire train car. They do this on purpose, to demoralize everyone before the match. Lewin was so angry he clenched his fists. "I see. The Grand Festival has already begun." Suddenly he smirked provocatively. "So you want to go?" Seda seemed to have heard a joke. "Huh, has this bastard really lost his mind?" With that, he prepared to throw a punch, not forgetting to threaten him. "You think I'm scared? Don't come crying when you get punched." Before the punch could land, a loud voice shouted, "Seda, stop." Seda retracted his punch and pulled back his hand. His voice also became hesitant. "Professor?" The man spoke sternly. "Can't you just sit still? What kind of stunt are you pulling before the match? Trying to make enemies this early?" He sincerely looked at Idle and apologized. "My student was being disrespectful. On his behalf, I sincerely apologize." Idle also nodded slightly. After that, he pushed Seda hard and shouted, "Seda, go back to your seat immediately." He was still unwilling. "But Professor..." Seda turned back and threw a hateful glare. "You just wait." Lewin watched the person walk further away and fell into deep thought. Just as I thought, it wasn't going to be easy from the start. But in another train car, an angry voice rang out. "Professor, why did you stop us?" Seda still couldn't understand. "You were the one who suggested this method, so why?" He bowed his head, sighed, and asked back, "Don't you see?" He was stunned. "Sir, what do you mean?" Seta was startled and said, "Yes, sir," upon hearing the teacher's question. Didn't you see him smile? He remembered the scene he had witnessed earlier. That Professor Idol from Ignis Academy. He was smiling while watching you as if waiting for you to make a move. Seta's teacher cautiously voiced his thoughts. "It's just confidence, sir." He let out another sigh. "I'm not so sure. I'm not quite sure." He remembered the aura from Lewin's body. "I think that kid Lewin has something we don't know about. He's not like that, Miko. Gary Hill, who fought you last time." Seta, hearing this tone, knew that things were not as simple as he had thought. The train continued to move. After the Oyota group left, the atmosphere in this cabin had changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin to discuss. "Hey, what's the first match?" "The first match is the team battle, no representatives. So you're not in it." "Lewin, I don't know if we can do this." Henker raised his voice with determination. "Of course we can." "We can't lose," someone agreed, shouting with spirit. "Right, we can't lose to those bastards." Lewin looked at everyone satisfied. Just a moment ago, they were still full of pride and jealousy. And now they're so united. Everyone asked with concern, "Hank, are you okay?" "Lewin, why were you being so intense? Those guys have known how to fight since they were born." "Yeah, he's right. If we actually fought..." Lewin's words made the whole group pause. "Aren't you guys annoyed?" He emphasized each word. "They look down on you. They openly look down on our school's representative. As the representative, what would happen if I just sat still?" But Lewin's voice echoed in the train car again. "They would definitely be even more amused. They would look down on us even more." One person hesitated. "Well, that's true, but..." He cut the other person off. "If we don't do anything, then we really are the loser academy, like they say." "Do you want that?" The whole group bowed their heads upon hearing Lewin's question. "Do you want to be looked down on forever?" Suddenly he raised his voice. "It's because you all backed down that they've looked down on us for the past 5 years." Lewin continued, "So what do you all want to do now?" "This isn't the time to lose our unity because of pride." One person pushed Henker forward. We were planning on making Henker the goalie for the skyball match. What do you think?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "Me the goalie?" Lewin was somewhat satisfied. "Looks like Miko's little tail is willing to participate. That's how it should be until the competition ends." On the train, a sound suddenly rang out. "Next stop, Antern Duchy." Then a voice urged, "We're here. Everyone grab your luggage and get off." The Antern Duchy is a state belonging to the Dynat Royal Federation. It is also the only state recognized as a neutral state of the Empire. Therefore, upon entering here, even sworn enemies must temporarily set aside their hatred. If bloodshed occurs within Antern's territory, the Dynat Empire, as the hegemon of the 6 continents, will step in to adjudicate the matter. Therefore, large-scale international competitions are held in Antern, such as the Mage Association's Grand Festival and the Swordsmanship Association's Grand Sword Tournament. The male students looked bewildered at the crowd in front of them and started talking. "So this isn't the Dynat Empire?" Someone's voice dismissed it. "Stupid. It's not an empire. This is just a royal federation, under the Empire's administration." One person pouted. "It's not that different." Jason looked around. "This place looks like another world, huh?" Lewin, our Diamond District, was already impressive. "But this place..." Lewin's eyelids drooped slightly. "So this is Antern." He looked at 2 men chatting cheerfully. "It's worthy of being the kingdom's capital." Then he looked at 2 girls laughing with delight. Everything exudes an ancient charm. And everyone seems so relaxed, Lewin thought to himself. Coming here really makes our place seem so small. Suddenly a sound rang out. "We will now go to the accommodations. Everyone please board the carriages." Following that, everyone boarded the carriages one by one. The carriages followed one another down the road. Idol sat opposite Lewin and Jason and began to remind them. "I'm saying this just in case, but even by accident, do not go to the other academy's areas." But his eyes flickered up to look at Lewin. Causing trouble right now won't do any good. He became flustered. "Why are you looking at me when you say that?" Suddenly, Trang looked in another direction and exclaimed, "Whoa! Look!" Lewin looked at it doubtfully and asked, "Huh, what is it, Trang?" Trang raised its eyebrows. "There." It continued, "I just caught a very interesting scent." He widened his eyes in surprise. "What scent?" Suddenly, Trang leaped down from above. It stood on Lewin's foot and opened its mouth. "It seems..." Trang sensed it and said, "A remnant of Draka is here." The scene changes to the next day. Ignis Academy's dormitory. Jason, watching Lewin quickly put on his jacket, asked sleepily, "Huh?" Lewin going on a date. He didn't answer and shot off like the wind. The system screen lit up in front of Lewin. As he ran, he asked Trang, "Are you sure?" It nodded in response. "Of course, you'll see it on the minimap in a bit. Even I can see it, and that's saying something." When he arrived at a place with a sign that read, "Workshop." "Vibrating memories," Lewin exclaimed. "Here it is." Lewin slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the scene inside and remarked, "I thought stuff from the Black Dragon would be in a special place. This place looks too normal." Lewin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It should have been. In places like the black market or the basements of the rich." Trang stood with its hands on its hips and laughed. "Draka's remnants are useless to ordinary mages. To them it's just trash." When using the immunity ring, both his eyes suddenly widened. Following that, a brilliant light flashed. That stream of light shot towards the man, surprising him. A ring was levitating in that light. System information, player's internal artifact. This is an artifact and also Draka's first failure. Ability immunity. Will provide resistance against physical effects on the player's body. Increases the ability to nullify physical damage. Lewin saw this and asked doubtfully, "Failure?" Trang smiled and explained, "This one is a little special." It explained specifically. It doesn't just resist attacks, but it also resists normal physical contact. You can't even get a hug from your lover. Trang gave a forced laugh. "It's useless when you need it, and you don't need it when you have it. That's why it's called a failure. But you still need this." Knowing he couldn't refuse, he could only nod. Looking at the contents on the system screen. "Gadgeon strength when equipped." Lewin nodded. "Plus 1,000 strength. Just for that I want to wear it." "Yes." Then he tried putting the ring on his middle finger. Lewin looked at his hand extremely satisfied. "Nice, it's a perfect fit like it was made just for me." He said to the seller, "I want to buy this ring. How much is it?" He laughed out loud and gestured. "Just take it. It's been here for a long time. I don't know how to take care of it either." At a loss, Lewin could only suggest, "Then let me buy something else." He laughed again and replied, "Be my guest." He walked down the aisle looking left and right. Having player's eye is really convenient. Looking at the rarity of the books appearing before his eyes, Lewin lamented internally. It can even determine the value of items. Suddenly his gaze stopped as he looked in one direction. A blinding yellow light emanated from a book, along with the information. Rarity high. Quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Lewin was startled. As he was about to touch the book, suddenly someone appeared and blocked Lewin's hand. He looked in shock at the white-haired girl in front of him. This was the information that appeared above the girl's head. Irene Prius, S-rank mage, potential very high. Lewin recognized this person. Irene Prius of Psyche Women's University. The king of hell, the king of mages. The supreme mage Tehran Artemis. Irene Prius is one of the 11 successor mages, personally chosen by him. Lewin's expression became grave. "I heard she's a genius on the verge of reaching S-rank." He looked at Irene and recalled the information from before. But the truth is she's already S-rank. It seems the rumors have downplayed her abilities. She growled, "Let go." Lewin didn't back down. "I was here first." Irene's hand was still pressing down firmly on his. "Judging by your uniform, you must be from Ignis Academy." "I am Irene Prius of Psyche Women's University." "You found what you needed. Now I'm just looking. Just something else, right? I just came here to buy this book." She suggested, "If it's not a big deal, could you let me have it?" Lewis frowned, thinking to himself, "So he heard me talking. He's buying this book for the Grand Moon Festival." He asked, "So what do you need this book for?" "Normally not many people want to buy books like this." "Yes." Irene's voice became hesitant. She pulled her hand back, turning her slightly blushing face away. "It's for homework." "I can't be specific, that's all you need to know." Lewis guessed it's probably not for school homework. Or maybe it's related to the Demon King. He suddenly spoke up. "Then you take it. It's important to you, so go ahead and take it." Being given the book without much fuss made Irene stammer in reply. "Oh, thanks." At this point, Lewis continued his search. "So what should I buy now?" Irene watched his retreating back, a flicker of confusion on her face. When he got back to his place, after hearing Lewis recount everything, a series of questions rang out. "You met Irene Prius. What did you two talk about? Is she as beautiful as they say?" Jackson and Hank's eyes lit up with excitement. "Where did you meet?" "How did you meet her?" Lewis was speechless. "Can you guys ask one question at a time?" Gia-sun looked up sadly, envious. "Man, my dream is to just touch Irene's hand once." Hank took the chance to show off. "So basic. I got to meet Irene at the Grand Festival, you know. I even got to sit next to her while—" Gia-sun cut in annoyed. "Shut up, that doesn't count as talking to her." Lewis endured the two of them yelling like children. "What? Look at yourself, you haven't even stood near her, let alone talk." As if remembering something, Hank spoke up. "But I heard he's strong for sure. But he's always in second place." "I heard. He loses to the #1 Doompram every year to the point of being stressed out." Jackson shot up, yelling, "That's a load of crap. How dare you talk about my Irene like that?" Hank let out a sigh. "Since when was she your Irene? It's not crap. He's #1 at the Zenith Military Academy. In other words, on this continent. He's the most recognized person among his peers." He added, "Not to mention he's also the wielder of the light sword." Lewis was surprised to hear that. A sword? He remembered the other book. So that's it. That's why Irene needed that book. He needs it to defeat... As far as Lewis knew, being a swordsman wasn't all that great. Compared to other types of weapons, a magic sword doesn't provide much power. Moreover, mastering swordsmanship is no easy feat. Hank added, but this Doompram guy is different. His light sword is an S-rank artifact. And as for his skill level, it's at least on par with a regular knight. Jia-sun sighed deeply. What's with mastering swordsmanship and being proficient in magic? And an S-rank artifact too. Dude is something else. Not to mention he's got looks and money. He's handsome. And the girls are totally crazy about him. Hearing him complain, can someone like that really exist in this world? Lewis just remained silent. He thought of Irene. One is a 5th-level mage at only 16 years old. The other is a swordsman, who always takes the top spot. Lewis frowned in thought. Can I even win? When facing these geniuses, he remembered his encounter with Seta. No one would pay attention to someone like me. But Lewis closed his eyes and recalled Tyrion's words. It's not an exaggeration to say you're a championship contender. He told himself, I want to see how this goes. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside and announced, the opening ceremony lineup is out. Hearing that, a glint of determination flashed in Lewis's eyes. Good. Then he stood up and walked towards the door. Lewis walked straight towards the light from outside, striding into the grand festival. His cloak billowed in the wind like a declaration. This is just the beginning. Right after he thought to himself, the opening lineup has finally been announced. Lewis's face was very serious now. He looked up, waiting. Our opponent is... After looking at the bracket for a moment, he was quite surprised and thought, holy crap, a match against those idiot academy students. Suddenly, from behind someone's voice, spoke up, well, this will be easy. Turns out it was Seta. He arrogantly approached and challenged, fighting you guys. Just gives us more time to screw around. Immediately, he turned around and thought, the Oyota Academy students. Lewis looked at them without a trace of fear, but in his heart he thought, fighting these guys is the worst. He observed the whole group of them and considered, they're known for playing dirty. Not to mention behind them, the other guys looked pretty scared when they saw them, whispering, damn it. Why'd it have to be them? Yeah, they look scary. Hearing that, he thought. At school, many people have been psychologically scarred by them. Seta was very arrogant and mocked them. You guys are so weak you can't even get us excited. So boring. Boring as hell. And his minions hearing that laughed their asses off. Ha ha ha! Looking at the crowd whispering around, he arrogantly said in a challenging tone, I can't believe we get to fight the Idiot Academy. It's like hitting the jackpot. Hey, aren't you afraid they'll hear you? Who cares? What can they do about it? They can't do jack shit. Louis's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he thought, all right then, I'll take this opportunity to show you. Right after that, he clenched his fist. His face was full of pride as he thought, we're not the same as before. Then he spoke with heroic determination. I've been waiting for you too. Immediately, he walked up to the other group and provoked them. There are a lot of people participating in the grand festival, huh? Hearing this, the guy got angry and asked, what do you want? He moved even closer and said softly, I want to introduce myself a little. Then he shouted his introduction imposingly. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Louis Adele. I'm the representative of the stupid academy that everyone is talking about. Louis continued to declare, I don't have much to say. Just a small request. His face now looked very sinister and intimidating as he continued. Don't ever call us the stupid academy again. It's not cool. Hearing this, Seta was so angry he gritted his teeth and grunted, grrr! He bared his teeth menacingly and threatened. I'm tired of being at the bottom of the list. From now on, Louis looked straight at the other group and declared, which quite surprised them, I want to be number one. The other guys now reacted violently, cursing. If we don't call you the stupid academy, what should we call you? Stop with the attitude and cut the crap. Hearing this, Seta felt annoyed and said, you think this is some small-town competition? Number one, that sounds so irritating. Who do you think you are? Hearing this, he thought of the old man with white hair and thought to himself, I am. Louis's face was very confident as he uttered loudly and clearly, the wild card. In his heart, he had made a resolution. I will never back down again. Cut to the white building over there. Inside, the others were whispering and gossiping excitedly. Who is that guy, Louis Adele? The group was buzzing with confused chatter. I did some research. I heard he used to be at the bottom of the class. At the bottom, and he gets to be the student representative. One of them replied, quite annoyed. I'm not sure, but I heard that at the beginning of last semester. He suddenly did a complete 180. His scores were through the roof. Seta, hearing this, asked in confusion, a complete 180. Hearing this, the other guy continued, yeah, maybe that's why he's so confident. In his mind, he recalled the words of that old man. There's something more to that kid that we don't know. Immediately after, he sighed and said, man, I'm probably just overthinking it. He immediately stood up and stretched. He cracked his knuckles and said, that arrogant bunch. I'll teach them a lesson. His face was extremely confident and full of pride as he said, using our school's traditional method. Cut to the dorms of X-Nit Academy. Here, Louis's group had gathered to plan their strategy. Tomorrow is the mana grenade throw. The rules are team-based. Except for the student representative, all team members can participate. At this point, he began to analyze the strategy for his teammates. The challenge requires participants to throw mana grenades at a mithril golem. The team that takes it down faster wins. At this point, someone from the team turned and asked him, "Without you tomorrow, you think we'll be okay?" After that, Lewis stood up and announced to everyone, "It's true that our individual abilities don't match Oyota's, but with his strong belief, he encouraged the whole group. But I believe you all will win." Hearing this, his teammates were very worried and exclaimed blankly, "Win how?" Seeing this, Lewis stood up and told everyone, "This is a team match. If everyone works together, we will definitely win." After that, he laid out the plan. "Let's start by dividing into small groups." Hearing this, Hank was very surprised and exclaimed, "Small groups." In Louis's head, he had already devised a detailed plan for dividing into groups and told everyone, "Yeah, Group 1 will heat the grenades. Group 2 is responsible for transport. Group 3 will attack the golem. And Group 4 will hinder the opponent by healing their golem." After hearing this, the whole group started whispering and discussing animatedly. "If we do that, it'll take a long time to take down the golem. That's right, Oyota has 30 people attacking at once. If our side has fewer people, not to mention they're no slouches either." At this moment, he looked at his entire team with a sincere gaze. Then he shouted loudly, "What's wrong with you guys?" Hearing this, Hank exclaimed in confusion, "Huh?" Louis's face was extremely serious as he declared loudly, "Remember what I said in front of them? I said we would be number 1. I was serious." Immediately after, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Whether you participate or not, I will still help you with all I have." He stood before everyone and persuaded them. "When Oyota makes 1 move, we make 2. 3 moves. Oyota's members all have excellent abilities. That's why they can use the traditional method. But if we do that, it will take a lot of time." Yeah, seeing that, Jiasun's face was filled with determination as he declared, "All right. I believe in you, Louis." Kanker beside him agreed. "Me too." Right after that, the rest of the group also declared with fiery enthusiasm, "Us too, I believe in you too." Immediately, Louis looked at them and assigned tasks. "Good. Hank will be the commander, Zola. Minmora Ayakafreya, you guys will heat the grenades." After that, he turned to someone else and gave another order. "After the grenades are primed, Taymoon will handle transportation." He stared at the plan and considered, "I've divided the teams based on each person's abilities. It's also thanks to my innate skill that I can do this." Immediately, at this moment, he used his ultimate skill, his divine eye, observer's eye. He looked at his teammates and assessed the opponent. The ability to see through an opponent's abilities. With this, I can minimize disadvantages and focus more on everyone's strengths. Everyone now had great faith and chatted excitedly. "This time it'll be fine, right? Yeah. We might actually win." Seeing everyone so excited, he thought to himself, when they're in the right group, everyone will gradually gain more confidence. Everyone was very happy and chatting. "I'm not good at throwing, but I can heat it up in 5 seconds. "What do you mean not good? I'm great at throwing." Seeing this, Louis was very pleased and thought to himself, "Thank goodness." Watching everyone talking and laughing happily, Louis's heart felt more at ease as he thought, everyone is starting to feel more confident. Their faith has been strengthened. Suddenly, at this moment, someone burst through the door. His face was covered in injuries as he collapsed. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked and screamed, yelling, "Fulham!" His mouth trembled as he spoke. Seeing him like that, Louis was extremely worried and rushed over to ask, "What happened to your face? Are you okay?" At this point, he gathered all his strength and stammered, "The Oyota guys." "Oyota, what about them?" After a long moment, Fulham finally managed to say, which surprised Louis greatly. Their representative called his cronies out, and they dragged me away. Cut to the other team's room. Seeing him walk in, Seda exclaimed, "Oh, wow." Seeing him, he said very contemptuously, "See? I told you he would come. So what are you gonna do now, huh? You think you can do anything to us?" His face was extremely serious. He directed a murderous gaze at him and said, "Seda Mangiri, get out here now." In that room, Louis raised his voice and shouted for the other guy to come out. "Seda Mangiri, get out of here now." Seeing this, Seda laughed contemptuously and cursed, "Motherfucker. Is this guy crazy?" After that, he stood up, walked in front of the other guy and gritted his teeth, saying, "What gives you the right to always act so high and mighty, huh?" At this moment, Louis directed a murderous gaze at him. He put his hand on the other guy's shoulder and said in a menacing tone, "What gives me the right, huh?" Immediately after, he used the force in his hand on the other guy. Immediately, he was knocked down by him, kneeling on the ground. Seda's face was filled with panic as he witnessed this scene and thought to himself, "What is this power?" Immediately, he stood up with an extremely angry expression. He clenched his fist and shouted, "You bastard!" Seeing this, Louis quickly dodged his punch. And very quickly, with just one move, he twisted his arm, making Seda scream in pain. His face was extremely dangerous as he threatened the others. "I'm warning you. If you dare to touch one of our people again, It won't just end here. Seta had been seriously injured by him and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Ugh! His underlings, seeing this, panicked and rushed over to ask, "What happened? Seta, are you okay?" His face was contorted in pain. He clutched his shoulder and cried out miserably, "Ah!" Lewis stood in front of him, his voice threatening, "So want to make a bet with me?" Back in their own territory, Lewis told his brothers, and they were extremely shocked and surprised, shouting, "A forehead flick." The whole group was stunned. Still not believing their ears, they exclaimed, "If our side wins the Oyota Academy student, Seta Mangiri will get a forehead flick from you." Don't tell me it's the same forehead flick as Miko's. Right, at this moment, he announced more good news to everyone. Not only that, he also has to apologize to us, in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and surprised, exclaiming in unison, "Whoa, we have to win this time." That's some motivation, huh? Haha, our job now is to win. Right at this moment, someone suddenly ran in and announced, "Time to go to the Anten Arena, everyone get ready." Immediately after, the whole group was present at the grand festival. The festival of mages and the entire continent. And in the history of the mages present here, everyone here looks very confident. They all become important factors in changing the fate of the entire continent. The audience at that time was extremely enthusiastic and cheered their hearts out. Go Exnit Academy. Louis's face was very confident and content as he thought to himself, "I can't believe I'm also a part of this place, a place that creates legends in history." Immediately after, the announcer shouted loudly to announce to everyone, "The opening ceremony has concluded. Please return to your seats." Immediately, the whole group returned to their seats. Suddenly, at this moment, he ran into someone. Turns out it was Seta. His face was extremely angry at this moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Get ready. I won't be careless this time." Immediately after, the other guy walked away angrily. Looking at him, Lewis couldn't be bothered to pay attention and thought, "The opponent I'm aiming for right now isn't you, Seta Mangiri." Suddenly, at this moment, something caught his attention. Turns out he had noticed the guy over there. That person was Doompram. Looking at his face made him think to himself, the winner of the Magic Festival, and also the best of the Military Academy, Zenith. He looked at him with great determination. If I advance deep into the rounds, I'll have to face him eventually. Suddenly, at this moment, someone's voice spoke up. "You must be the troublemaker, huh?" Immediately, Lewis turned around and realized it was Irene Prius. After that, she turned and asked him, "You were running wild all over the place yesterday." She continued to ask him, which made Lewis very surprised and confused. "You even went to the Oyota Academy to cause trouble." He was very surprised at this point and asked back, "How did you know?" She walked away and answered him, "This place is small. Everyone here probably knows by now." Hearing this, he felt very embarrassed and replied, "Oh really? I didn't cause any trouble, just had a little heart-to-heart." Right after that, she turned back and told him, "Anyway, since you let me have the book last time, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't make yourself stand out too much." After that, he replied, which made her very surprised. "Like you, right? You're hiding your talent too, aren't you?" Quick as the wind, Lewis ran off and said goodbye to her. "See ya. I have to go. We have to participate in the first event." Seeing this, she was very surprised and stood there stunned. Right after that, the competition began. In a few minutes, the mana grenade throw will begin. The first two teams are Exnit Academy and Oyota Academy. At this point, he was shocked. He rallied all the team members. "Ready?" Everyone immediately encouraged each other's spirits. "Let's show everyone our strength. Show them we're not the stupid academy anymore." Immediately, the whole team confidently entered the first event. The mana grenade throw has officially begun. Everyone was confused. The audience turned and questioned each other. What's going on? What are they doing? Seeing the formation his group had arranged, it made everyone wonder. Because up until now, winning the competition has always been based on individual abilities. Arranging the formation like knights was a strange thing for everyone to see. Even the mage groups on the outside, when they saw it, were also very surprised. They split into two groups, heating and throwing. Whatever, Oyota will win anyway. But he remained extremely calm, ignoring the whispers and gossip of the crowd. Those are the show-offs who think they're number one. Stupid academy. Stupid is as stupid does, that's why they're at the bottom. They probably don't know that some things are beyond human control. Even Irene's group held their breath and waited. And she herself was no different. She was very surprised and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Right after that, his team had broken one of the stone man's arms. To everyone's amazement, look at the Exnit team's golem. It lost an arm. Seeing this, he immediately directed the whole group to attack. "Everyone keep it up." Immediately after, he shouted and commanded everyone. "Canker, the heating speed is good, Mora. Ayak, you two help with transport. Gia-sun, aim for the right arm." Immediately, the members received the order and followed it. Immediately, they had destroyed the right arm. At this point, Seta was so angry he gritted his teeth hard. Seeing the situation, his blood boiled and he cursed. "What the hell are these idiots doing? How are we losing to the stupid academy?" Immediately after, he pulled out the control panel and shouted, "These bastards are weird. They're healing the golem, so it's not getting any weaker." Seeing this, he was furious but could do nothing. But curse damn it, Louis Adele. As for Irene, she was very impressed and exclaimed, "Impressive." Watching the members of Louis' group try so hard, their fighting spirit also made her reconsider. The reason why X-Knit Academy was able to overcome the advantage in individual abilities of Oyota was because they used tactics. She was very impressed with him. But you have to know the exact abilities of each person for this tactic to be effective. After that, she recalled that moment. He found the book I needed in just a moment. Watching his team members execute the plan so flawlessly, it made her very impressed. He can even divide the members into groups based on each person's abilities. After that, her gaze shifted to him and she considered, who is this person really? How? Have I never seen him at the magic festivals before? At this moment, he was creating a ball in his hand, an enormous energy. After that, Jia-sun put all his strength into throwing that ball. "It's over, you monster." Very quickly, that power caused the stone man to shatter into pieces. Witnessing this scene made Seta's face turn pale. He stood there frozen. He was very angry and let out a cold snort. Right after that, the giant stone man collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the whole team cheered ecstatically. "Woohoo! We did it. We won." Right after that, the whole team rushed off. At the Grand Festival's first event, in the match where everyone thought Oyota would win, his teammates were overjoyed, running to hug Lewin in celebration. And yet the victory went to the Loser Academy. After securing the win, the whole team was ecstatic and said to each other, "So the Loser Academy isn't at the bottom of the rankings anymore. Oyota is at the bottom now. If that's the case, what should we call them?" Oyo failed. "Damn, that's rough." Right after that, the referee immediately announced the next event. The Capture the Flag match between the student representatives is about to begin. Lewin will be competing in this match. His team cheered him on enthusiastically, which made him even more confident. "Let's go, Lewin, kick their asses." At that moment, the referee announced the next match. The first match is between Representative Lewin Adele of Ignis Magic Academy and Seta Mankiri of the Oyota Royal Magic Academy. Let me repeat. He approached Seta, who was furious. Trang saw his tense expression and teased him. "Why do you look so tense, Lewin?" But it seemed he didn't care and just mumbled to himself. "We're currently in the top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's perfect." Hearing this, it was confused and asked bewilderedly, "Why is that perfect?" His attention was caught by the surprise and bewilderment of the audience analyzing the previous match. People are starting to pay attention to us, but that's still not enough to shake off the label we've had for so many years. After that, he said with great determination, "We have to win spectacularly." Lewin looked Seta straight in the eye, his voice full of valor. "Only with a spectacular victory against Oyota will people see us in a new light." Hearing this, Strong finally understood and exclaimed, "Oh, I see." After that, his gaze turned upwards and looked at that magic council with determination. "We also need to prove ourselves to the Supreme Mage." Cut to that dark room. The high mages were sitting around watching the match from within an orb. Inside the orb, the image of the two of them standing side by side appeared. King of Hell. Terran looked at the two of them pensively. Then he turned and asked the person next to him, Luina Dello. This kid was one of the candidates among the 11 commoner children. Hearing this, the man next to him was quite surprised and said, "You still remember, my lord?" Hearing this, he lowered his face and explained, "I have a habit of remembering talented people. That kid is a natural-born genius," which is why he was able to teach himself how to use mana at such a young age. Right after that, his face began to wrinkle, showing disappointment. "That's why I was so disappointed when I found out he had a mana disorder." Hearing this, Ignis was very surprised and replied, disappointed, "Weren't you the one who treated the boy as if he were a useless, good-for-nothing?" At this, Tehran was silent and thoughtful. He then voiced his thoughts to everyone there. "But I didn't expect you to choose a student like that. As the student representative, I don't think you did it to prepare something interesting, like before." The two kids already broke the curse after a few years. Hearing this, Ignis was silent for a long moment. Then he looked straight at Lewin. His voice was full of confidence as he said, "See for yourself, my lord. The answer will become clear." At that moment, Strong turned and asked him, "What are you going to do now, whether it's binding or freezing you have to? Get close to do it. Or are you planning to summon a guardian?" He immediately denied it. "No, guardians aren't very smart." Hearing that, it was very confused and asked, "Then how are you going to fight this match?" At that moment, he stretched his joints and said, "Well." His face was full of fighting spirit, brimming with confidence as he replied, "A head-on fight." At that moment, the referee prepared to shout to start the match. The two words "begin" had just been called, and he immediately took off like a rocket, charging straight for Seta. Seeing this, he didn't back down. He immediately used his power and shouted, "You'll pay for what you did to me the other day." Right after that, he unleashed his power, summoning a combat guardian towards him. Seeing the giant knight closing in on Lewin, but he wasn't scared at all. He instantly used the art of time refraction. Very quickly, he skillfully dodged the knight's attack, with ease, then quickly shot forward. Right after that, in a flash, he was behind Seta. Seeing this, he was furious and attacked, then gritted his teeth and cursed, "Son of a bitch." But he wasn't scared at all and calmly used his bare hand to block his punch. His face was smug as he taunted him, "Knew it." The other guy, seeing his hand couldn't move, was furious and cursed, "Are you gonna let go or not?" Then he calmly told him something that made Seta exclaim in bewilderment, "Huh? I don't think you should be saying that right now." Yeah. It turned out the knight he had created was charging at the other guy, roaring, "Yeah." Seeing this, Seta's face turned pale as he screamed, "Stop, you stupid guardian." The knight got closer and closer to him, making Seta panic. He was furious but could do nothing, thinking, "I can't move." His expression was incredibly defiant as he taunted, "Try running, let's see." Suddenly he seemed to realize something. The other guy remembered the image of him, with just one strike making him collapse, and realized, so that feeling back then was real. It wasn't because I let my guard down. The spear tip was about to pierce Seta's face, but he was helpless, resigned. I've lost. His eyes were squeezed shut, waiting for death. But nothing happened for a long time. This made him slowly open his eyes to assess the situation. But to his surprise, it turned out he was charging out to block the knight's attack. Witnessing this scene, Seta couldn't believe his eyes. He just stood there dumbfounded, thinking, "No way." Seeing him, pummeling the knight with his bare hands, made him admire him endlessly. He's attacking the steel guardian with his bare hands. The knight had been beaten to a pulp by him. Lewin had now defeated the knight, which surprised him greatly. Right after that, he began to step towards him, which made Seta very scared. Seta looked at him very moved and stammered, "Did you just save me?" He feigned ignorance and replied coldly, "Save you? Why would I save the person who humiliated my friend?" Then, with a very dangerous expression, he moved closer to him and said slowly, "I want to finish you off with my own hands." Right after that, he reminded him, "Remember the bet." At that moment, Lewin flexed his arm muscles and said gently, "Just a flick on the forehead." His flick was so light that it just sent him flying far away. He lay sprawled on the ground, looking dazed and thinking, the sky looks so blue. The audience was just as surprised, exclaiming, "Oh my God," witnessing this scene. His academy students cheered joyfully, in ecstasy, and so the arena erupted. Everyone couldn't stop praising him. "So badass." What kind of magic is that? That was a total mismatch. And so Lewin had attracted the attention of another person. At that moment, Ignis glanced over at him and thought, "He's getting closer." Looking at Tehran's face, he was stunned like a soulless statue. Many thoughts were racing through his mind. Someone in my position as a demigod, the only mage to reach the 8th circle, the one known as the Supreme Mage. And yet I've never seen any magic like this. His face was one of complete disbelief. He stared at him, extremely curious. "Who are you really?" Seeing him laughing and joking, he was furious, his mind flashing, with the words Luin Adel. Tehran was angry. He bared his teeth, his eyes glaring as if he were about to eat him alive. "Lord Tyrion Ignis, tell me everything you know about Luin Adel." Suddenly he spoke in a mysterious tone, asking. He was silent, lost in thought. A hint of helplessness. That boy is a student who always does his duty. Someone everyone thought would give up, but in the end did not. He rested his arm on the chair and began to tell what he knew about him. Someone who knows how to turn weakness into strength, and is a mage, more mage-like than anyone else. This is what I know about Lewin. After listening, his lips were tightly pressed, seemingly in anger. He suddenly pushed himself up with his hands. He spoke with a sarcastic laugh. "Ho, are you trying to protect your student? From my curiosity, Tyrion, what if I just summon Lewin here and ask him directly?" He arrogantly proclaimed with a triumphant expression. "If you intend to force the boy to speak," he said suggestively, which made him uncontrollably curious, "then I'll have to stop you." Tyrion was almost in disbelief, his eyes fixed on Tyrion, annoyed. He let out a breath, then curled his lip into a contemptuous sneer at Tyrion's words and actions. "You're using the mage's right to secrecy. Aren't you Mealy's oath?" They looked at each other, ignoring the people on the other side. "All right then, but a little exchange of information probably won't be a problem, He looked back at the orb, the corner of his mouth turning up as if he had caught his prey. "The one to reach the limits of magic must be me." Tehran stared at the orb without blinking an eye. "I must find out what that magic is." "Luin Adel, somewhere late at night. We've only won one round." He put his hand on his head and whined. "We should focus on resting now. If we keep partying like this, the other schools are coming too, so why are you bugging out? Let's turn up." A group of drunk students were shouting loudly, laughing with each other, chatting animatedly. Opposite them was a completely helpless Lewin. "That was awesome. I always thought, if I ever came to Antern, I had to visit this place." Come on, Lewin. Let's celebrate the victory. It's a festival, after all. Jason came up behind him. That's Lewin 30%, helpless, and 70% like a dad could only sigh wearily. There's Antern vanilla coconut juice here and Dragon Kiss too. Two delicious-looking drinks were displayed before them. Dragon Kiss. He was surprised to hear about this drink. Ha ha! You know I've always got love for my country. With that, he held the bottle out to him. So this is a specialty from your hometown. You bet. But that's not why I ordered it. From somewhere, footsteps were approaching. Just one sip of this bottle and you can feel the taste, like you're kissing a dragon. It tastes amazing. Hey, Jason used all the best words to market this drink. Come on, Lewin, don't make that face. Give it a try. Just one glass and you'll be hooked. Just one glass and you'll taste perfection. He chirped, inviting Lewin to try this strange drink. He looked worriedly at the bottle in his hand. Behind them, a tall figure stood imposing. Right then, he looked up in surprise at the person behind him. That tall guy was Seda, the one who had lost to Lewin in the previous match. Seda Mankiri! The whole group shouted his name in surprise. I know your pride was hurt because you lost to Lewin, but you should leave. Don't spoil our fun. Jason scowled and glared at him. You, Seda Mankiri? He couldn't believe it when he thought of his name. Why is he here looking for a fight? I came to apologize. Swallowing his pride, he narrowed his eyes and forced out an apology. Their faces turned into question marks, completely surprised to hear him speak. I'm sorry for looking down on you all this time. He bowed his head slightly, trying to apologize as sincerely as possible. After being defeated by Lewin in the arena, I realized... He gritted his teeth and said in a strained voice, I shouldn't look down on others, just because they're weaker than me. The words that seemed impossible were finally spoken. But there are still many people in the world stronger than me. So to someone, I'm just a weakling too. His group was still not over their surprise at the words he was uttering. I really feel that what I've done to you all this whole time was wrong. Wait, why all of a sudden? Jason looked at him confused. His face was beaded with sweat. I know that even if I say these things, you can't just forgive me easily. But I'm just saying this so you know. I am truly sorry. He bowed, showing it as sincerely as possible. Lewin looked at him. His expression softened slightly, but he still said nothing. Awkward. The other friends looked at each other awkwardly. They could only scratch their heads to get through it. Yeah, for real. Sorry for ruining the mood. I'll go now. After saying what was on his mind, he straightened up, ready to leave. Lewin? Seda? A voice called out, making him turn his head in surprise, to look. Are you sorry because of the bet, or are you genuinely sorry? Lewin looked at him sternly. He was half believing, half doubting his sudden apology. It's real. He looked at him, his honest expression saying it all. After hearing him say that, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks for the manly apology. He walked over and offered his hand as a sign of encouragement, which made him widen his eyes in surprise. The emotions swelling inside him, his eyes seemed to speak. He reached out and shook his hand. This handshake was truly indescribable. Yo! This is really good. What is this? They resumed their unfinished business. At first, my friends also accepted Seta's apology. And so we all gathered together. And then they all put their arms around each other and chugged bottles of dragon. Kiss drinking late into the night and getting drunk in the atmosphere. In the atmosphere. Suddenly, Lewin's eyes shot open, his face clearly showing alarm. He mumbled, ugh, Jason. And the others stared at him and grinned brightly. Hey, Lewin's awake. He sat up, propping himself on one arm. He placed his other hand on his head and rubbed it a few times. Ugh. The whole group sat around the bed watching him. Finally awake, huh? Do you remember anything from yesterday? You must really like Dragon Kiss, huh? Hank's comment made Jackson and the others burst out laughing until their stomachs hurt. Yesterday you were crying and saying, thank you guys for believing in me. At least for now. Losing. School life is so hard. Lewin cried while holding the bottle, while Seda clapped in encouragement, while the others were crying with laughter. Remembering it made the whole group laugh even harder. I never knew the perfect Lewin had this side to him. Ha 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 ha! From now on, Jackson and the others had something to tease him about. Lewin walked down the hallway annoyed, muttering, those little devils just woke up and they're already causing trouble. They're insane. His face went stiff as he remembered the image of Jasper tempting him to try Dragon Kiss. What kind of drink makes a person so emotional? From now on, I have to stay away from it. As he was leisurely strolling, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Lewin? This time he ran into Seda. Did you sleep well last night? Seda ran up laughing and talking. Last night you two were even apologizing for puning each other, promising from now on we're brothers. You both hugged each other and started bawling. He blushed and hurried away. While Seda stood in the middle of the hallway shouting, my friend, see you later, Lewin ran off quickly. Aren't you embarrassed at all? His face was as red as a tomato. He dragged his tired body and continued on. It was truly out of the frying pan and into the fire. He ran into Professor Idle again. Trouble follows you wherever you go. The professor's words made Lewin feel a pang of guilt. You know about that too, sir. But he didn't mention it. Instead, he announced that someone wanted to see him. He wondered, who is it, sir? The two stood facing each other. He said the person was a dangerous man, with a kind facade, which only made Lewin more curious. Who is it, sir? His expression was full of surprise when he found out that the person who wanted to see him was the hypocritical god named King of Hell Terran. Professor Idle had to emphatically remind him, be careful. Lewin Terran is a mysterious person. He spoke sternly and continued, people who hide their true nature like him are very dangerous. Lewin stood there listening intently. Yes, sir. That's all I can tell you, he continued. Lewin's face was pensive for a moment. I'll keep that in mind, Professor. Lewin seemed to be soothing the professor's worries. Yes. Then today, after the match is over, I will inform you of the time. After hearing Lewin's account, the students were extremely excited, mixed with a bit of surprise. King of Hell Terran, the Supreme Mage is watching us, the whole group shouted. Some were excited, others were scared. Yeah. He stood with his arms crossed, his voice firm. Yeah. That gives us even more reason to win. I've also thought about a strategy. A strategy called If You Can Defend. Hearing this, the whole group was confused. What do you mean? Lewin confidently pointed to himself like a pyramid schemer. I'll run to the goal. The next match is Skyball. This is a match, using arrows with movement capabilities. They will constantly fly around everywhere. Each team has 9 members, divided into attack, defense, and goalie positions. The team that shoots more arrows into the opponent's goal will win. The rules are simple, but the match requires a high level of strategy. One must know when to use defensive magic and when to use crowd control magic. One must know how to catch the skyball and throw it into the opponent's goal. Normally, you have to consider many things, but with Lewin, the rules are just ordinary words. A guy on the opposing team shouted in alarm, "Watch out!" He flew like the wind towards the opponent's goal. The match begins. His teammates on the other side shouted, "Ice Tree, Ice Spear." Their hands gathered ice-based magic to attack Lewin. One person's hands gathered mana, releasing a giant flame. The firewall shot towards Lewin. He shattered the ice block with one fist, and with the other he threw a punch that destroyed the flame. They used all sorts of magic, but it was all useless. In the stands, even Seda was cheering for Lewin, louder than the people from Ignis Academy. "Let's go, Lewin! Let's go, Ignis!" People looked at him with prejudice. What's wrong with that guy? He was throwing a fit after losing yesterday. Lewin probably beat him so bad he lost his mind. Must be. Hearing those words, he angrily shouted, "What did you say?" "Lost what? Don't you know you have to fight first before you can be brothers?" A student spoke up. "There was no fight. Actually, you were the only one getting punched." The words like daggers cut deep into him. "What did you say, you punk?" The friend replied fearfully. "Nothing." Then people didn't dare to speak in front of Seda anymore and resorted to gossiping behind his back. Humph. What's wrong with these representatives? The tall, dark, and handsome guy stood there, thinking, his hands in his pockets. "Lewin Adele, after fighting you, I'm sure of one thing. You will be the next generation's mage." His image appeared incredibly cool in his eyes. Next is Irene Prius from Siki Women's University. Next is Darian Mackin from Frella Holy Arts Academy. And finally, Doom Pram from the Dynat Military Training Academy. And Seda had directly fought against the best at the Grand Festival. But Lewin is even stronger than them. Not only strong, but Lewin also has leadership skills and the ability to endure. His image was recreated in his mind. Thinking about it, he couldn't believe that after all that Lewin still accepted him as a friend. "Captain, it's our turn soon. Aren't we having a strategy meeting?" "Yeah, let's go." And so Seda couldn't continue to cheer for Lewin. One guy desperately shouted, "Stop Lewin Adele!" They were trying to stop Lewin with all their might. Ice, fire, earth, wood. Whatever they could use, they threw it all out. The whole group shouted in unison, "We're trying our best." Lewin, with his body nimbly, dodged all of the opponent's attacks. He smiled smugly. "Are you done? Now it's my turn." They hurriedly erected a thick ice barrier out of fear. He grunted and punched, turning the shattered ice pieces into ice shards. Ice shards. The whole group hastily fled, tripping and sprawling on the ground. "Watch out. Are you going to forget about us now that Lewin's here?" While Lewin was disrupting the enemy's formation over here, Jackson had caught the skyball. "He's got the skyball, stop him." Even if they wanted to stop him now, their defense line was already in shambles, and they were up against Jason, a master of throwing. "Take this," he shouted, raising the score to 2. Outside, they were shouting chaotically. "Nice, another point." After that, all attention was on Lewin. Jason and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense line, attacking that opening. He charged forward with lightning speed. "Can't stop Lewin Adele!" And so their defense line was broken. The entire stadium couldn't believe their eyes. Unbelievable. Down on the field, everyone was panting from exhaustion. "He's a monster, can't be helped." We've lost. In a normal skyball match, there would be 3 to 4 goals, but Ignis Academy scored 11 goals, setting a record. They didn't let the opponent score a single goal. They've surrendered. The signal for surrender has been given. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the stadium. The winner is Ignis Magic Academy. He and his teammates celebrated joyfully amidst the cheers throughout the arena. Our academy won by a landslide with a huge score difference. 11 goals is 11 goals. Looks like that guy wasn't bluffing. Yeah, he might even be the one to take the top spot. The crowd started to gossip about the Ignis Magic Academy. Back in the waiting room, the whole team was celebrating their victory over Gawa. We won again. At this rate, we might actually get first place, huh? Someone asked curiously. While enjoying the victory, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Luinadel. It was Professor Idle. He opened the door as if to say, I've been standing here waiting for you all afternoon. He walked in to meet Luin. You have an appointment. Tonight at 7 o'clock. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder in a way that was reminiscent of a romantic drama. Cutting to a blazing red sky, the King of Hell is enjoying a glass of red wine. Holding the wine glass, his gaze was distant. Remember not to eat anything before you come, Luin. A majestic tower shrouded in black and red appeared. That same day, as scheduled, Luin leisurely walked down the corridor. You've arrived, Luin. Tyrion Ignis suddenly stepped out, startling him a bit. Very quickly, he realized the suddenly appeared silver-haired man was his teacher. Good evening, sir. Luin cleared his throat and quickly greeted him. Tyrion Ignis stood there silently observing him for a long moment, then gave him a faint smile. Let's go inside. The door opened. Luin and Tyrion Exnit walked out together. Welcome, a deep, steady voice rang out. Luin stopped, his eyes widening slightly in astonishment. Following the voice, he looked forward. A person appeared before them. Trang reacted quickly. This guy's magic. Could he be a dragon too? Luin's brows furrowed. Luin tried to remember, and then a thought flashed, making him realize quickly. He is the Supreme Mage, about to reach the threshold of becoming half-dragon. That's the King of Hell, Teron. A lavish meal was prepared on the dining table. You probably don't know this, but we've met before. But Teron remained very calm. I saw you from a distance back then. Meanwhile, Luin was a bit curious upon hearing this. You saw me, Teron said while eating. It was about 5 years ago. At that time, I was searching for the one true successor. You were on that list, too. Hearing this, Tyrion Ignis turned to look at Luin and nodded in confirmation. Luin was surprised. Before he could even process it, Teron cut him off. It seems things are quite different now. I'll get straight to the point. Luin looked up at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. Can you tell me what has happened over the past few years? He thought to himself, so in his eyes, I am a mistake. The fleeting thought made his face even more pensive. Proof that even the Supreme Mage has made a mistake. He wants me to say it with my own mouth, to prove that he was not wrong. He looked down, vaguely guessing his intention. Please forgive me, my lord. Right now there is only one thing I can say. Luin's hoarse voice made him pause for a moment. He furrowed his brows defensively. Luin continued, no matter how talented I may be, my efforts will not be recognized. Effort. Teron rested his chin on his hand. His eyes were mocking, as if he had just heard a very old joke. Are you two related or something? Why do you always talk about effort? Tyrion Ignis seemed to smile warmly as he looked at Luin. That's also why I like this kid. Hearing this, he also smiled faintly and looked at him. If so, what efforts have you made? A voice replied. Recently, I've been focusing on martial arts. You mean you overcame your mana disorder? By practicing martial arts and through that gained superior strength, his tone grew higher and higher, the intonation cold and taunting, and can even cast magic. Without an incantation time. Do you want me to believe this? Or did you simply use some kind of artifact? He said it so easily, making him imagine secret power-boosting items, implying that he was actually as ordinary as everyone else, nothing special. Even I have never heard of such an artifact. Then Tyrion Exnit hesitated. It's possible. Teron said, all right, there will be many opportunities later. He affirmed, I will continue to observe you. I wonder if your efforts will have any effect on my kids. Either. Luin unfazed, please continue to observe me, my lord. He shot up to his feet to Teron's surprise. Now I'm getting a little curious myself. Luin flashed a smile. I wonder if the person the Supreme Mage chose is any different from me. He was a bit surprised by those words. At the grand arena, the cheers were out of control, the frantic roars of the common folk. The reception here is so welcoming. A maid approached. Oh, are you afraid I'll eat your student alive? That's not going to happen. It's not like that. The two veteran mages sat opposite each other. Talented mages will always be welcomed. Teron smiled lightly and shrugged. I'm just a little curious, that's all. The maid quietly poured tea. Tyrion Exnit's eyes swept over his counterpart. Yes, has your curiosity been satisfied? Lord Teron was profound. I wonder if you're hiding something from me. But I suppose you don't have any secrets, do you? He closed his eyes, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he took a sip of tea. Now I'm starting to get curious about something else. He repeated, curious about something else. You heard it too. That kid is subtly threatening me. Terran shrugged. Tyrion Exnit could only offer a wry smile. Look at him, just a snot-nosed kid. That brat doesn't have an ounce of fear, while many mages tremble before me. How interesting. He chuckled softly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. In the quiet space, Terran with a calm expression, I hope the brat I've got my eye on can actually pull something off. Outside the cheers, the door burst open, the sound of 6 footsteps on the corridor from the other mages. Doom Pram walked in front like the leader of a pack. He scowled in annoyance. What's the use of cheering? To me, it's just noise. The door burst open. Someone ran in hastily, nearly falling. He whispered into Doom Pram's ear. What is it? Doom Pram asked. Are you sure? Positive. I saw it with my own eyes. The representative Luin Adel has arrived at the tower. Doom Pram shuddered. A fire of rage ignited within him. The King of Hell isn't testing me, but someone else. He trembled with anger. He began to recall the match he had once watched. I've seen his matches a few times. He's caused quite a stir in this grand festival. There are many rumors that he's a tough opponent, because his magic is special. But I don't care at all. No matter how high he climbs or how much he struggles, he can't be considered my rival. Doombram fell into deep thought. In my eyes, he's just a freak. It's as simple as that. He had reached his limit. He seemed to be losing control, lost in his own thoughts and jealousy. The others noticed something was off and quickly watched him. What's wrong with you, Doom? What's going on? The concerned voices kept echoing. They were worried and a little wary. I can't forgive you, Luin Adel. The only one who should be acknowledged by him is me. On the other side, a mysterious gate creaked open. Behind the gate was Luin, the young man everyone was talking about. He stepped through the gate and stood right there, staring at the black cloak. Before him was him, Doompram. He, with a slightly annoyed face, was staring straight at him. What did you say to the King of Hell? He glared, baring his teeth fiercely as he questioned him. You waited for me just to ask this? He didn't think there was anyone in the world with that much free time. Like, oh my God. In the middle of the grand hall, the man's shout echoed. His eyes burned with anger. Answer me. In contrast to his anger, Luin nonchalantly replied, He was not swayed by his rage at all. A calm voice rang out. Why should I answer you? The words were soft, but they were like a slap in his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword as a threat. For no reason. The air in the hall seemed to thicken. His sword emitted a cold light. But I want to hear it, his voice boomed. Faced with his anger, Luin remained calm, completely unshaken. This guy wants to start a fight. His face hardened. He shot daggers at him. Challenging me, this isn't the arena. He raised his fist as a provocation. The two faced off with two completely different streams of power. You asked for it. He puffed out his cheeks and glared, taunting him. The very moment the last word was spoken, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. A blinding light exploded from the front. He lunged forward to attack like a whirlwind of reflexes. He hadn't had time to respond, but danger was already right in front of him. Their energy flooded the entire grand hall. He's really strong. I can't see any weaknesses. His initial arrogance was extinguished by his opponent's power. Is he really planning to start a fight here? This is outside the arena. He started to question his reality when he saw him still trying to fight. He quietly drew his sword, preparing for the next move. You two stop it from the distance. A sudden shout made both of them jump. Irene Prius, a girl with long white hair, walked toward them. Is today a reunion or something everyone's here? She said as she got closer to them. What reunion? I just don't know. If I should properly greet you two. Irene stood next to him, crossed her arms, and said helplessly, Give me a break. He remained silent, not saying a word. He angrily turned and walked away, ignoring the two of them standing there watching. Is he always like that? He asked, looking at her curiously. No, only on days like today. Normally, he rarely ever speaks. What does that mean? Luin still didn't understand what she was saying. Doompram gets agitated by things related to the King of Hell. An image of him kneeling in submission to the arrogant King of Hell appeared in her story. More than anyone, he wants to be acknowledged by him. Normally, it's rare for the King of Hell to summon someone like he did today. She continued to explain. He probably thinks the King of Hell is paying attention to me. He stood there contemplating her words. Suddenly, she turned to look at Luin and smiled, leaving him speechless and dazed. Were you really going to fight him just now? The girl asked curiously. Doing that would be the same as forfeiting your right to compete. He replied, I don't think he was really going to attack. He waved his hand, dismissing her previous opinion. He was probably just trying to scare me. So were you scared? Irene playfully asked a question that left him stunned with surprise. Doompram is like a fortress. Normal attacks won't do anything. To him. she continued, but he raised his hand and looked at it. I don't think I would lose either. He clenched his fist, clearly showing his will and determination. No matter how strong the fortress is, if you keep attacking it will fall. I'm strong too, right? He posed a question that made the girl unable to hold back a giggle. You're a strange one, she replied to him. Anyway, be careful. Doompram won't show any mercy. Footsteps quietly walked from somewhere. But after what happened today, he's definitely going to keep an eye on you. Elsewhere, his gaze was fixed straight ahead. At another location in the ex-Nit Academy's dormitory, the early morning sunlight gently shone through each window pane. Disappointing. So disappointing. Jason was lying down, sighing dramatically. Come on, at least everyone tried their best. Faced with his friend's exhaustion, Lewin stood there patting his shoulder to comfort him. Yeah, without Lewin getting 4th place in the team event is pretty good. Good, it was phenomenal. Another friend chimed in. Losing the streak is a bummer, but at least we proved the Academy's strength. His face was regretful, then he shrugged helplessly. So what are your plans now, Lewin? The individual test is coming up. As they were talking, a friend suddenly appeared cheerful, carrying 2 full bags of stuff. Anyone want a vanilla Coke? He walked in. Of course I have to win, what else? He answered the previous question while taking a can. Thanks, I have to hold the top spot from now until the very end. He opened the can, his face full of determination. This looks good. Currently I'm still tied for first in the individual rankings. Me and the other heavy hitters are all competing for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be crucial. This is a battle for survival. This is a survival battle between the 32 representatives on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points, last place gets 1 point. Players will receive points based on their performance, so there will be major shifts in the rankings. I know you'll do well, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? The other friend asked curiously. Prepare what? Lewin replied confused. Yeah. Everyone else is trying hard to find allies. Jason looked at him and said, Is that so? He replied hesitantly. 3 in the survival battle. Contestants have the right to form alliances to survive together. Distinguishing who is a friend and who is a foe, knowing how to form a strong alliance, is also considered an effective strategy. Everyone else will have an alliance. How are you going to take them all down by yourself? They continued to chat animatedly. How about trying to team up with Column after all in the last Skyball match? The other friend continued, while Lewin was lost in thought planning. The first person I think of is her. The image of the girl with long white hair appeared in his mind, but I don't know if she'll agree to join. He tossed and turned, not knowing what to do. Even if I succeed, we're still short 1 person. Hey, Lewin, let's team up from somewhere. Seda pushed open the door and walked in excitedly. Seda, he looked at him in surprise. Oh yeah, there's still this guy. Lewin's face lit up like he'd hit the jackpot. He looked at him smugly. Don't you go betraying your bro midway. I should be the one saying that. The 2 of them dashed out the door and ran off in a hurry. Seda is very honest. He's a reliable person. He glanced at Seda. His eyes held a glimmer of hope and were filled with trust. Hurry up, we're still missing 1 person. With that, he ran ahead, leaving Seda shouting from behind. Hey, besides me, who else is there? He asked while chasing after him. Who? Should we try again? Never mind. It's out of reach anyway. Could it be she's not accepting anyone's offer? Or maybe she doesn't want to team up with anyone? In the middle of the crowded throng, the 2 young men stood there, staring straight ahead. Hey, don't tell me you... Seda was startled as he spoke about what was in front of them. A bright red banner with a 5-petaled flower in the middle flew in the breeze. You want to team up with Irene Prius? But she's a candidate for the championship. Are you too close? He still couldn't believe it. A little, he replied to his blunt question. Oh, wow. How close this is great. So I get to be on the same team as Irene Prius? He excitedly continued to probe him. Calm down, I haven't even asked her yet. He turned his head back helplessly and told him. I heard everyone who comes here gets rejected. What if we get rejected too? His face flushed, both nervous and embarrassed. I'm feeling a little sick. Lewin said, You're acting like you're about to confess your love. Stop talking nonsense, he replied shyly. He saw something to the side and glanced over. It was Irene. The girl with the distinctive white hair was standing right there, smiling at him. I was waiting for you, Lewin. Suddenly, she beamed, then spoke to him as if they were best friends from a past life. In the small room, they stood with their heads bowed, focused on a large wooden table, where maps of the competition were spread out. After looking for a long time, they began to discuss their strategy to win. Okay, Lewin spoke first. So the largest team has 14 people. Irene immediately replied, Yeah. This team is led by Darian Mackin of the Frella Holy Arts Academy. He's a genius. He's always in the top 5 candidates for the championship. His magic is mainly light and holy arts, identifying him as a tough opponent. Everyone's faces looked very wary. Seda's eyes were closed shut, his brows slightly furrowed. one hand on his chin. The other arm crossed made him look even more anxious and worried. He mumbled nonstop. Numbers aren't the issue. And of course, his team is the most formidable one. Feeling what he said wasn't entirely accurate, he cut off that train of thought. This left the other two unable to hide their surprise, hurriedly whipping their heads around. There's someone even more formidable. Just 2 words were enough to silence the entire room. It seemed this was a dangerous opponent everyone had to be wary of, but somehow the other two had forgotten about it. He remained unfazed, maintaining that serious expression. The content of the test will change, depending on each person's abilities. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear day filled with sunlight. Rays of light shone on the ship's deck, making it sparkle brilliantly. It was unclear if this was a sign of a good start, or just a faint glimmer of hope before the storm hit. The supervising instructor confirmed, "Do you all have your armor on?" Then in front of the contestants who were listening intently, the instructor explained the rules. Once again, please note, when the durability of your armor reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. Before long, the luxurious ship had brought everyone to an artificial island. They disembarked one by one through the opened gangway. Some wore tense expressions, anxiety evident in their heavy footsteps. Others had eyes full of confidence, ready to face any challenge, waiting on the mysterious island ahead. As soon as they stepped off, Seda couldn't help but hug his trembling body. "I'm already getting nervous and we haven't even started." Lewin didn't blink for a second, staring intently ahead. He raised his hand, his eyes observing the island that was fading in, and out of view covered by a barrier. "Over there," he said. "We just have to stay there for 72 hours, right?" With a calm demeanor and a sharp gaze, he nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yeah." Everyone around was focused on Doom Pram. Beads of sweat formed on everyone's foreheads, wary of his power that was beyond Piccolo's level. The atmosphere on the island was more suffocating than ever. Unsurprisingly, Doom Pram was really participating alone. Although Lewin had anticipated this, their eyes still held a hint of caution. Irene saw this, tilted her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. "That's true, but don't underestimate him." Not just the two of them, but everyone understood that. Being alone didn't mean being weak. Sometimes, it's a sign of a beast waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. "Yeah, we can't delay any longer," he suggested. "Let's go. We have to take a boat from here to the main island." The other two agreed. "Yeah, let's go." The boat their group was on moved slowly through the turquoise water. Gradually, it passed through a barrier. She touched it. "This is our safe zone." He replied, "That's right, it will shrink over time." As soon as they arrived, the 3 of them ran like hell. "Hurry up. We have to secure a good spot quickly." On the island, the trees grew thick and lush. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining down on the dense canopy, creating a thin veil of light, like a halo in the silent nature. Suddenly, a gurgling sound from someone's stomach rang out, shattering the peace. It turned out to be Seda. After the 3 of them had settled in a tree like monkeys, his stomach started to protest violently. He wondered, "Lewin, I'm not trying to be difficult, but why didn't we get food at the entrance earlier?" He looked too tired to even speak. 30% helpless, 70% like a dad, he could only offer a wry smile. She standing nearby saw this, and couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. "Weren't you the one who wanted to set up an ambush first?" "Huh, Lord Sedamankiri?" He was embarrassed, sweat beading on his temples. "All right, fine. We're teammates after all. How long are you going to keep your distance from me?" Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind, cutting off their conversation. Everyone turned their heads to look. In the distance, a violent explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. The light flared, so dazzling that everyone instinctively covered their eyes. The aftershock was strong enough to shake the entire area. He was confused. Are they already fighting? He stood with his arms crossed, looking down. Like a wild beast that has found its prey, his face showed clear excitement. "Seda, it's our turn." He didn't understand the intention behind his words and quickly asked, "Huh," Lewin reassured him. "I told you not to worry about food? Now you're going to eat until you're stuffed." "Our prey has arrived," he said calmly. "I see." Down below, a group of 5 people were cautiously moving around. They were cautiously scouting, like weak prey that could be attacked at any moment. One person in the group couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Why don't we just wait a bit and get food later? I'm so tired from walking." The leader looked exhausted, but didn't give up and encouraged everyone. "Hang in there. It's easier to find food and water in those places." Suddenly, an ice arrow, coming from nowhere, shot straight forward, hitting an unlucky member directly. That person fell backwards, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, everyone around was still confused about what was happening. They only now realized the seriousness of the situation. They quickly got into a defensive stance, shouting, "Ambush! Ambush!" "Hey there, I've been standing here since this afternoon." He stood there smiling, a sharp, cold smile. He was casting a magic orb in his hand. "Took you kids long enough to show up." Ice Lance. He unleashed a stream of power. Countless ice lances flew towards them like a storm. Beside him, Irene also clasped her hands together. Her expression was unchanged. Above her head, a colossal, brilliant blue stream of power shone brightly. It was many times larger than the ice lance Seta had just unleashed. Dazzling rays of energy swirled violently around it. Seeing that sight, he couldn't help but be astonished. That's a level 5 ice spell. Blizzard, a massive amount of energy, was unleashed with fierce power and an overwhelming scale, exploding outward like a cyclone of light. The energy beams shot out in long, sharp streaks, giving the feeling that space itself was being torn apart. Besides that, the rumbling sound it created further showed its terrifying, destructive power. The sheer force it generated made his jaw drop in awe. That's Irene Prius for you. Casting a high-level spell without even flinching. While still casting his own spell, his eyes widened in surprise because he sensed a large mass of energy behind him. The other group wasn't intimidated by a stronger opponent. They actively counterattacked. The commander shouted, "There are 3 of them in total. Irene Prius is here too. Go on offense and defense as many as possible." The relentless barrage of attacks covered the entire space in a vibrant blue color. The aftershock it created spread out continuously, forcing those nearby to raise their hands to their chests to shield themselves. The scene before him didn't surprise him much. He didn't find it that impressive because up until now, he had never underestimated his opponents. He considered they are formidable mages as well. They're student representatives, after all. Realizing it was time for him to make a move, he leaped down from the tree. With his sharp hearing, a brown-haired boy sensed something was wrong and immediately became wary. He muttered, "I just heard something." Looking at the bushes in front of him, he was sure the last person was behind them. Wanting to play it safe, he immediately launched an attack straight towards Louis. "Over there!" The attack pierced through the foliage, landing right beside him. However, he didn't flinch and faced it head-on. Quickly, he activated time refraction. He passed by each person one by one without any trouble. In a flash, he reached the last guy. His speed made everyone's eyes widen in astonishment. His body leaned forward decisively, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering kick, a direct kick to the guy's body, and it seemed he was immediately rendered unable to fight. The remaining people didn't expect things to happen this way, so they were very surprised, their mouths agape. To avenge their teammate, someone used the skill tree prison. Countless vines sprouted from the ground, rushing towards him. Having experience facing this move before, he just needed to jump up to deal with it. At the same time, he also cast a fireball in his hand. Aware of its danger, their best bet was to run. They scattered in all directions like a broken beehive. "It's a fireball. Everyone dodge." But unfortunately, before they could run a few meters, their path was blocked by Seta's ice darts. Like a die-hard fan from behind, he cheered him on excitedly. "Louis, take him out." Not disappointing his teammate. He was like a basketball player about to score, putting all his strength into this attack. As for the unlucky guy, even though he ran for his life, he couldn't dodge the fireball. His face went pale, his eyes wide, only able to scream in despair, "Ah!" An extremely powerful explosion occurred, expanding into a hemisphere like a shockwave sweeping away everything around it. Trees were blown away, and a blinding light enveloped the entire space. As a result, he was knocked unconscious, foaming at the mouth on the ground. At the same time, the durability of his armor had reached its limit, so he was eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. He glanced at the remaining people. Their hair stood on end as they cried out, "Ah!" With the mindset of a victor, he calmly said, "So it's 3 against 4 now, huh?" From behind, Irene and Seta slowly approached him. Realizing they had encountered an opponent many times stronger, the leader of the other gang reluctantly spoke up. "We surrender." He couldn't hide his excitement. "Now we've got some food." After winning the fight and taking supplies from their opponents, they had gathered a lot of food. "Hey, there's meat too. If this is enough, we could eat for 3 days, right?" Those guys were careful with it too, Seta said, checking a bag and grinning with satisfaction. Irene and Louis each had a black bag. Thanks. We'll eat well." Suddenly, a shocking explosion appeared in the distance, surprising Seta. The 3 of them quickly turned their attention to it. "Isn't Dalian's team heading in that direction? I don't know what's going on, but it looks like a big deal. Who would go up against a team of over 10 people? This is what they call a bottleneck." Irene crossed her arms. "There are very few mages who can reach this level of power." "Damn, it's only been a year and he's gotten crazy strong." "He's reached that level already," Seta exclaimed in amazement. Louis, hearing this, fell silent. "He's really strong." His expression became serious and a bit intimidating as he thought of the formidable swordsman. "Doom Pram?" The door creaked open. The orange light of sunset streamed into the dark house. "Everything is going exactly as he planned." Louis was silent, his expression pensive. "This is the central village. It's the only place on the island with enough capacity for a large number of people. On the paper was a large island with countless big trees and hills. Dalian's team will likely go there." "Yeah, makes sense. And Doompram might go there too." When this name was mentioned, his expression became even more serious. Even though he knows there are a lot of people there, he still decided to go there alone. Isn't that too reckless? Irene voiced her doubts. No, he will definitely go. That's the best way for him to win. When she heard Lewis say that, she was confused. Why kill points? Irene's jaw dropped in complete shock. Every time someone is eliminated, the kill points increase. If I were Doompram, this would be a great idea. What a genius move playing 4D chess. I was just trying to put myself in his shoes and think about what I would do, you know. He laughed sheepishly. Not to mention he wants to get the attention of the Demon King, and the only way is to act recklessly. You're really strange. Irene looked at Lewis suspiciously, making him flustered. At night, a shadowy figure lurked outside the house. Did you check how many people there are? Lewis peered through a gap in the curtains and asked Irene. Just one. Knowing someone was prowling around, they didn't let their guard down and quickly investigated. I turned off the lights in case someone spotted us. I don't think they know we're here. He's coming this way. He was extremely cautious as he watched the stranger. Go wake Seda up, Irene. While danger lurked outside, he was still sleeping soundly. I'll keep watch. The mysterious person slowly approached the front door. The sound of footsteps, rustling on the grass, echoed in the silent night. He stood in front of the door, seemingly trying to figure out if anyone was inside. Louis was lying in ambush inside. He was ready to grab him as soon as he opened the door and stepped in. If he's alone, then it's possible. His expression was extremely tense. The guy walked in and closed the door. He walked in without noticing, Louis hiding beside him. Immediately, he grabbed his cloak from behind, surprising him. Then he threw him forward and he tumbled to the ground. Before the guy could react, Louis had covered his mouth. Light, Irene, appeared and used her magic to shine a light directly on him. As his face was gradually revealed in the light, Seda was slightly taken aback. You're Canalis? Louis let go. The man lay on the ground in pain. Sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to break in. I just needed a place to rest. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Louis was still restraining him. You came alone. He was extremely wary, his brows constantly furrowed. Yes. What about the rest of your team? I remember there were 6 others. Seda carefully pulled back the window curtain to observe the situation outside. Doompram. When this name was uttered, the atmosphere inside became even more tense. We fell into his trap. He imagined Doompram's ferocious face as he slaughtered everyone. From the very beginning, we made bold moves, relying on our numerical advantage. We planned to ambush Manson's team, to get kill points. The group in black cloaks was quite large, but then he appeared. Doompram jumped down from above, ambushing their group. He aimed for the moment when everyone had split up to find food. Wait, you mean all 6 of you fell into Doompram's trap? Irene couldn't help but be surprised. No, it was just one person. Because before that, we had prepared for situations that required defense. In time. But what happened after that was the problem. After hearing the explosion, Dalian brought his whole team to attack us. They had to fight off Doompram, while also being wary of other opponents. Even though we fought back fiercely, I couldn't hold on. Including me, only 2 of us managed to escape. But it didn't end there. While Canalis and another teammate were seriously injured and struggling to escape, Doompram appeared once again. He was radiating killing intent as he stood before his prey. At first, he hid and watched us silently. He waited until the battle was over, then followed us secretly. While we were injured, he recounted with an extremely angry expression. He took advantage of the situation. What a smart move. Louis couldn't help but praise Doompram's cunning. He's definitely going to profit from this. So I know this is a bit shameless. But can you guys let me join your team? He begged, looking very pitiful. Huh! Seda was surprised when he made this suggestion. He's completely exhausted right now. But this guy's got good tactics. He rubbed his chin, thinking, no. When Louis said this, both Seda and Irene were surprised. Why, how did you escape Canalis? He asked him with cold eyes, which made him break out in a sweat. Huh! If it was Doompram, how could he have let you escape while you were injured? His face became serious as if he were interrogating a criminal. At this point, the other 2 realized something was off. Seda pointed at Canalis. Oh, so you mean there are only 3 possibilities? 1, you're lying and Doompram intentionally let you live. Or someone is watching everything here from a distance. Louis began a brilliant deduction worthy of a detective. If not, then... He used the system to check his identity. The result he got was 5 big question marks. Identity unconfirmed. The imposter, feeling he had been exposed, gritted his teeth. In anger. You're not Canalis. Louis raised his fist with a terrifying expression. In the quiet of the night, a loud noise rang out, startling even the owl into flying away. There was a large hole in the floor still smoldering. At this point, only the cloak remained. The person had vanished without a trace. A clone. Witnessing this scene, Irene and Seda were stunned. Hurry! At dawn, the sun had just peeked over the high mountains. Canalis might have been attacked by the person who created that clone. It's highly likely that all 7 members of Canalis's team have been eliminated. Lewis, Irene, and Seta packed up their belongings and left the place early. Maybe that clone wasn't really lying. I want to talk about something related to the person who confronted Canalis. The attention of the other two focused on Irene. Chucky? Her expression became serious. In the Sea of Mazaros, there's a saying, to fight a pirate, you have to use a pirate. Lewis calmly shouldered his backpack. Let's go catch the enemy. He smiled with determination in his eyes. At a fairly large house deep in the forest. Chucky, have you found their location yet? They're hiding out on the west coast, haha. He covered his face and laughed mockingly, while Dalian looked at him with a weary expression. I faked almost everything, but unfortunately they still found me out in the end. Your puppet was discovered how? Dalian raised an eyebrow in confusion. I don't know. Even I'm surprised. The puppet was destroyed because some guy pinned it. He grinned widely, his face as evil as a psychopathic killer. What are you going to do now, Dalian? He thought deeply, his brow furrowed. Irene Prius, Seta Manjiri, and Louis Adele, all troublesome opponents. It seems he has their information down pat, and will likely think of a way to deal with them. Quick behind you, ambush. A blinding light suddenly appeared from behind, startling the 3 of them. Holy Lance! Dalian suddenly charged out with his weapon in hand. It's not Louis Adele. He thought he was the one pulling the surprise, but who knew he would be the one surprised? An explosion of light shook the entire forest. It's Dalian's holy magic. Everything is going according to plan. The 3 of them were actually hiding in a tree and observing. Seta was eating and sitting comfortably as if watching a movie. They flocked over as soon as they heard the fireworks. But we're not actually there. He laughed with satisfaction, an apple in his hand. Irene intently watched the play they had set up. So what do we do now? Come on, let's go get some kill points. Louis stood up and smiled because this trick had worked. The other 2 also got serious and ready to fight. Cutscene and blood immediately splattered. Dalian looked in that direction astonished. The 3 people mistaken for their group earlier were cowering, their faces drained of blood. Louis, Irene, and Seta had arrived just in time to help. Is this what you call a temporary alliance? It's worth a shot. Seta seemed quite interested in this. There are only 6 of them. Charge, don't be afraid. One of them quickly regained his morale. Truly don't know their own limits. They charged straight towards them to attack. Suddenly, from behind Seta, a huge stream of power rushed out, surprising even Louis. The one who was about to attack just now was hit by that power and blown 100 meters away. It happened so fast that no one could react. Immediately, Dalian's group was shocked to see their teammate blown away with just one hit. This power. Our 3 main characters were just as surprised. They all turned to look. It's Doom Pram. Louis's pupils contracted. He flashed past them at lightning speed. A blue aura surrounded him. With just one sword stroke, Doom Pram took down 3 people before their eyes. Wow, you want to join us? Doom Pram? Seta was wary. Irene frowned. Looks like we have another temporary ally, agreed. Louis, though still wary, knew this was to their advantage. Take out Darius's team first. He began to calculate everything with a sharp gaze, observing everything. The survivors are all here. Perhaps the match is about to end? Why are only we being attacked? It's Doom Pram. Everyone back to base. The members of Dalian's team began to flee. Chucky and Dalian still tried to fight back. Don't retreat. Everyone group up and fight. Earthquake. Louis punched the ground, creating an earthquake, to attack those charging at him. Pathetic screams echoed throughout the sky. Oh, a voice caught Louis's attention. He looked up. Doom Pram jumped over an unconscious person, lying on the ground, to get in front of him. He stared at him with a serious expression. Louis Adele. He walked past his shoulder. His deep, intimidating voice made Louis's eyes widen. I will finish you myself. He looked at him with vengeful eyes, a firm declaration. After speaking, Doom Pram dashed forward, sword flashing to advance, leaving Louis standing there silently. He sighed, watching his figure gradually disappear. A while later, in the observation room, at a small isolated house in the forest, a young man was training very diligently. We stopped at Base B, near the center of the island. Louis punched forward, furiously dripping with sweat. After that day's battle, the largest alliance was reduced to just Dalian, Mankiri, and Chucky. The temporary alliance also disappeared along with Doom Pram. Regular quest punches, 5,000, 5,000. Kicks, 5,000, 5,000. Run 15 kilometers in a circle, 1-1. Combat practice, 1-1. He stopped, looked up at the notification board, and panted. Good, finally done. It's been a while since I've done a quest. The door opened gently. He turned to look. You're up. Irene smiled and walked out. Yeah, training. She walked down the hallway towards him. Yeah, felt a little restless, but we had a fierce fight just yesterday morning. Hearing her question, he didn't know how to respond, so he remained silent. Oh, Seta left breakfast for you. Don't forget to eat. I'll be in later. Louis quickly changed the subject. Oh, thanks. On the table was a neatly arranged plate of steak and eggs. Irene took a bite of the steak. The thick, juicy piece of meat was cooked beautifully. Whoa! After one bite, her eyes lit up like fireworks. It's good, right? He's pretty multi-talented. Louis walked in from outside, hands in his pockets, looking super cool. Yeah. No, I went to sleep last night without saying anything. Sorry about that, Irene said shyly. He smiled, walked closer, and comforted her. It's fine. You were tired after keeping watch? Louis sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Hey, Louis. Yeah. He was about to drink his tea but turned his attention to her. There's something I've wanted to ask you for a while. What is it? Louis replied nonchalantly. What do you plan to do after graduation? Irene looked at him seriously. He was silent for a moment. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious. Your abilities are extraordinary, so you probably won't choose an ordinary path. The mages competing in this tournament will eventually step into the outside world. At that moment, they will begin a life of symbiosis. Some will join the ranks of knights in some territory, taking on the responsibility of protecting the country under the royal army. Some become members of the magic tower, and some join special teams to make money. Those are the normal paths. Louis looked down at his tea thoughtfully. So what about me? To be honest, I don't know either. I've never thought about it. He put his cup down, laced his fingers together, and spoke seriously. Just last year, I was still at the bottom of the class. I didn't have time to think about the future. His eyes were glued to the tabletop, while Irene focused on him. Back then, I had to figure out how to even become a mage. Just wait until this competition is over. Maybe I'll have some idea of what I'll do. Probably go back to the academy, I guess. Louis smiled and let out a breath. She remained silent. So what about you, Irene? I'm like you, I don't know either. I've never been sure about becoming a mage. What kind? I just did what people around me told me to do. Now it was Irene's turn to look down at the table. Like, Irene, please become a great mage. She held her cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. Seeing this, he said nothing. So I've made my own decision. Irene put her teacup down on the table. I want to defeat Doom Pram first. She placed her hands on the table, speaking seriously. I think by doing that, I'll find my own path. Determination shone in her golden eyes. That was a firm declaration. About Irene's future path. I'll know what kind of mage I want to be. The atmosphere suddenly became more tense. It no longer felt like a normal conversation. In the battle with Doom Pram every year, Irene always ranked second. Doom Pram was the mountain she had to overcome, the lesson she absolutely had to complete. All right, let's do it together. Louis understood her feelings and he smiled. I respect her ambition. Because everyone has their own problems to solve. Hearing him say that, Irene smiled brightly. Thank you. That night, the full moon hung brightly in the starry sky. The safe zone is shrinking faster and faster. We should probably leave in about an hour. The three of them looked outside through the window together. So tonight, the only safe places left are the central village and the base. Osita was using magic to illuminate the map in Louis's hand. Assuming both Dalian and Chucky are in the central village, then taking over that place is a good idea. But we also can't rule out the possibility that Doom Pram is ambushing us. When he said that, the two of them were immediately startled. But if we just sit here and wait for them to attack first, then... Seta looked out the window nervously. Irene became worried. If that happens, we'll have trouble with the safe zone. Does anyone have a plan? He laced his fingers behind his head. Attacking like this won't work. Irene was speechless with this meathead. We shouldn't draw attention right now. We have to be very careful. That's true. Louis crossed his arms. His brows knitted together for a while, now still hadn't relaxed. Wait, I have an idea. Irene and Seta stopped their discussion and simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. There are only a few people left now. At this point, just moving up one rank will earn a lot more points. As Irene said, everyone will act very carefully. Louis began to present his strategy. Besides, we just caused a commotion with the brawl this morning. It's highly likely that no one will react to our actions. So this is our chance to take down Doom Pram. The other two were shocked that Lewin chose such a bold move. Darian and Chucky just lost all their members. The remaining survivors are very weak. They'll definitely choose to hide. But if it's Doom Pram, he'll show himself because he's confident in his skills. Besides, we can't just ignore him. Otherwise, we'll be in danger too. Lewin frowned, his expression extremely serious. But where do we find Doom Pram now? Irene's question was very practical. How can we catch an opponent if we don't know where he is? Without waiting for Lewin's answer, an explosion from outside blew the door to pieces. From within the smoke and dust, a tall figure stepped in. Doom Pram appeared with a furious face, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at Lewin with murderous intent. Did you sleep well? He asked. Lewin didn't flinch. He calmly faced Doom Pram. We need to go somewhere. Outside, the night was silent. The atmosphere was incredibly tense and pressurizing. Lewin, Did you get caught by Doom Pram? Seta cautiously moved forward, worried about him. Lewin raised a hand to reassure him. Caught? What are you talking about? I brought him here. Brought him here for what? We were supposed to act discreetly and set up an ambush. Seta lost his patience and yelled. But I never planned to ambush him in the first place. Lewin was flustered. Doom Pram hadn't said a word this whole time. Doom Pram, he turned to look at him. Your opponent isn't me, it's Irene Prius. He smiled, looking at Irene, who was nervously clutching her skirt. Incredibly tense. Seta was surprised by Lewin's decision. Doom Pram let out a sigh. Lewin crossed his arms helplessly, closed his eyes, and took a long breath. He hung his head, dejected. Irene, she's really strong, but she always comes in second. She said she was extremely worried because she always loses to Doom Pram. He thought of the pathetic image of the girl always turning away, awkwardly to avoid him. But that's about her family. Then it's very difficult to give details. She doesn't like answering a lot of questions. He hesitated, thinking about Irene's serious and determined face. I think this is her way of handling things. Trusting in the kind of mage she wants to become. Lost in the unconscious thoughts in his head, Lewin felt insecure and sized up. The small girl trying to fight against a massive power with a blue light that seemed about to explode before his eyes. Contrary to the calm observer on the other side, Irene was struggling, drenched in sweat as she fought. She cast a spell, creating a blue orb of swirling power. Then with all her might, she pushed the mass of magic forward. Shouting ice storm, the cold block of ice flashed and flew forward. It headed toward the man holding a sword, defensively in front of her. Suddenly, a sky-shattering explosion of power erupted. The explosion was maybe even bigger than a bomb. It echoed throughout the forest, shaking the ground, the plants and the animals. Then Irene frowned, startled in surprise. The blue light completely vanished. Only a blazing red power remained, exploding and blowing everything away. It was a shield spell. A red orb appeared, surrounding and protecting the area where Doom Pram was standing. Just a moment later, the orb cracked. The light from within seeped out into the pitch-black sky. Then it exploded. He stood in the middle, appearing with main character energy, a sword in his hand. The ground around the circle where he stood was now a large crater. Dust and orb fragments flew everywhere. The dust settled. The man's sharp face was clearly visible, veins popping. His jaw was clenched, and his glare was fiery like a dark lord. Irene was out of energy. She was covered in sweat, gritting her teeth and groaning helplessly. As for the two men on the other side, one stood with arms crossed, watching blankly. Seta saw she was about to collapse. Lewin, is it okay to just leave her like that? He looked calm, but his face was furrowed in thought. He couldn't hold back the urge to step in and help the girl. The fight dragged on, one side fierce, the other exhausted. The demon-faced Doom Pram prepared to attack. He swung his sword, sending a blazing red magical flame attacking toward Irene. Long since exhausted, she panicked, helplessly watching the power getting closer, unable to dodge it. A man's body moved in front of the girl, blocking the fatal blow. The two of them were like surfers, surfing through the wave of magic. It was Lewin. She looked in surprise at him in front of her, protecting her. Lewin, he advanced to fight back against Doom Pram, unafraid. He calmly turned his head to answer the girl's question. I said I'd let you attack first, not that I'd let him finish you off. Hearing that, she relaxed completely and collapsed onto the ground. He glanced at her with a half smirk. He had the ultimate boss vibe. I can't afford to lose a useful teammate like you, even if it's just for the sake of winning. Irene was speechless, probably moved to tears of sweat. Lewin turned back to face the man who was aggressively parting the flames. He shouted a direct provocation. Doom Pram, let's turn things upside down, he snorted, looking at them with contempt. You plan to face me alone? Your team isn't going all in? Just leaving that musclehead standing there? That musclehead over there isn't deaf, you know. With a face that had even more boss energy than the main character, he shot back irritably. What, you bastard? Lewin walked closer to him. Of course I'll do it alone. Aren't two people too much for you? Man, what a sharp tongue. Neither of these dudes gives an inch. Yes, he was a bit smug. I learned how to face a swordsman from Lord Jotter. He recalled while observing for a night. The most important thing is their legs. It not only helps channel power into the sword, it also allows them to predict the enemy's moves. So if I make Doom Pram's legs... He acted as he spoke. At the same time, the man leaped up. Sword raised, he charged straight forward, ready for a fierce clash. Anticipating his move, now is the time. Lewin's eyes widened smugly, certain that the outcome was in his hands. Therefore, as Doom Pram swung his sword, he quickly somersaulted up, dodging the sharp slash. Lewin gave a half smile. That's the smirk. Perfect. But things are not always as they seem. His eyes went wide in shock at the lightning-fast shadow that zipped past him. You can never tell what someone's thinking. Before he knew it, the man had shot forward. The stream of magic followed the sword in his hand. It slashed through Lewin while his brain hadn't even caught up. Huh! Drip, drip. Drops of blood fell into the pitch-black night. I am not a knight, I am a mage, Doom Pram roared powerfully, reminding him. He could barely stand. His hand clutched the wound on his arm. His head was drenched in sweat from the pain, but he still tried to look up. A provocative voice broke out. He raised his sword again, a gentle reminder. That's because they have never seen a true magic swordsman with their own eyes. Instantly, an echo rang out. Doom Pram advanced step by step. With each step, he swung his sword once, while he continuously retreated step by step. The man angrily shouted, "Defend yourself, Lewin!" He clicked his tongue, looking frustrated and unable to accept it. "I've never fought an enemy like this." He racked his brain. "Up until now, when facing mages, my method has always been to use time refraction to get close, then create an opportunity to exploit the opponent's weakness." Reflecting on the man he was facing, he noted, "But a Doom Pram has overcome this weakness by using a sword." Lewin stopped. There was no more room to retreat. The man had stopped, but he stared down wide-eyed at the gash through the fabric of his trousers on his thigh. It wasn't just oozing blood. The area around the wound was bruised. The blood had darkened. Without waiting for him to wonder, the man quickly continued. "This is called radiation impact," he said as he advanced. "This wound will continue to absorb your movements. Then you will be completely trapped just like Irene." Doom Pram's expression changed in an instant. He growled menacingly. "All right, let's end this." He drove the tip of his sword hard into the ground. It emitted a swirling light. It was no longer blazing red. The power had now been transformed into a solid blackish purple. That brilliant power surrounded Doom Pram. Boom! Wings the color of the purple night flashed open. Feathers from them fluttered around him, blending into the night. The two onlookers on the sidelines saw the situation change. Feeling something was wrong, they worried for Lewin. His eyes went wide. The situation was hanging by a thread. It's a fifth circle magic spell, but Doom Pram summoned it, shouting "Demon's Radiance." The magic exploded, emitting a beautiful jade-green light. But looking at those dark black wings, each feather, it was clear there was nothing beautiful or bright about it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A swirling wind blew from him, sweeping away everything around. Terrifying, it blew away even human bodies, namely the two people standing outside. One dude fell over. The other grabbed onto a nearby rock to avoid being blown away. Both of them screamed in fear, "Oh my God!" But Doom Pram stood in the middle of the rocky battlefield. The entire path had been smashed to pieces by the power from his palm. In pieces. And where was Lewin? He was hiding behind a large rock to escape this demonic power. Unbelievable. That man, he truly lives up to his title as the annual champion. He's just too strong. He struggled, biting his teeth and tearing a piece of cloth from his sleeve. Then he wrapped the cloth around the wound on his thigh to keep it from getting infected. Dazed, he saw a flash of light. He looked at his other hand. The ring on his middle finger was emitting a light. On Doom Pram's side, he just stood there. All around, there was nothing but the dust of rocks. Nothing was left intact. Even the plants were blasted to death. He let out a sigh, acting very sad. "Lewin, I had high hopes for you, but it seems I'm disappointed." He peeked his head out from behind the large rock like a little mouse looking at him. "Yes, I admit it." After speaking, he stepped out to face the large, imposing man standing there. "Doom Pram, you are truly very strong. There was a moment when I thought you were an impenetrable fortress." He glanced over his toxic mouth opening. "So you're giving up?" "Haha, it's not that easy." Lewin's expression immediately changed. His sharp eyes held a gaze that could pierce through him. These eyes were like a blade containing power. Yes, a power, built from the faith of those who had placed their trust in him. He thought of them, and then stated clearly, as if asserting to Doom Pram, "There are still many people who believe in me, aren't there? That's what motivates me to break down this fortress." With that, he decisively raised the hand wearing the red diamond ring and held it straight in front of him. The man didn't understand his action. He even raised an eyebrow and chuckled to himself. "Humph, you're crazy." Then he lifted his sword from the ground again, provoking. "Let me teach you a lesson and see if you can still talk so much." Without waiting, Lewin shouted, "Ogre's Fury!" He yelled, a source of swirling power. His hair seemed to carry his anger just like his mood at this moment, ready to explode with fury. "Watch your mouth, Doom Pram." The clash officially resumed. Neither side was giving an inch in momentum. Doom Pram leaped high and swung down. "If you can't dodge this, you're dead for sure." Lewin was also ready, swinging the hand with the red ring. Two sources of power clashed, one sword, one ring. The situation was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Neither showed an opening for a second. The massive sword was pressing tightly against the ring, as if it could cleave it in two. Sometimes immunity ring will activate and resist physical damage. And then the ring flared brightly and the sword cracked in two. Countless fragments from the sword shot into Doom Pram, sending blood splattering. Lewin tilted and shot past him to his astonishment. Doom Pram looked at the wounds on his body, his voice trembling. "How?" Lewin took the opportunity to kick the back of his knee, making Doom Pram collapse. His whole body lost its balance and he fell to the ground with a thud. Following that, a foot stepped on Doom Pram's chest. Lewin slowly opened his mouth. Listen here, Doompram. He looked down from above and said, You're not on my level. The only thing you have is an arrogant nature thinking you're superior to others. Wake up. Lewin's arm slowly rose high, his fist clenched tight. Doompram's pupils shrank in fear. His whole body seemed to freeze. Lewin rained down punches like a god. The hem of his robe also flew with his movements. All three watched the light flash from Doompram's body. Seta clutched his chest, panting. Man, that scared the hell out of me. If you had lost, I would have been the next one to get wrecked. Lewin laughed. Just lucky I almost lost. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Irene, who was looking sad nearby. Her eyelids were slightly drooped. She didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Lewin walked closer and spoke. Sorry for interfering in your fight, Irene. Then Irene's sad expression vanished, and she smiled in reply. Why apologize? I'm the one who should be saying that. She bowed her head, her voice full of self-blame. I put the whole team in danger because of my selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone. He hesitated. But because of me, you couldn't achieve your goal in this competition. Irene turned and walked away, feigning indifference. Don't worry about it. That goal doesn't exist anymore. Lewin still couldn't understand and let out a sound. Irene chuckled softly. My goal is no longer to defeat Doompram. With that, she pointed at him. My goal now is you, Lewin. Lewin frowned and smiled in response. This target isn't going to be an easy one. Irene gave a mischievous smile. I'm well aware of that. Just be ready. One day I will definitely surpass you. The situation grew more and more tense. So there are a total of 5 people left, including us. Darian, Mackin, and Chucky are both fighting back fiercely. Seta and Irene are no pushovers either, but they are not our team's opponents. From within the forest, a loud bang suddenly erupted along with a flash of light. Thick smoke and dust were mixed with a green light. Darian, Mackin, and Chucky lay motionless on the ground. A blue light enveloped the two of them. Darian Mackin's entire body lay there unmoving. Seeing the two of them gradually disappear, Seta let out a surprised sound. Lewin opened his mouth. So it's just the 3 of us left. Irene's eyes crinkled into a smile. That's right. Seta, meanwhile, couldn't hide his joy. I never thought I'd make it this far. He suddenly suggested, Do you want to have the final match? Irene's voice rang out, Wait, Lewin. Irene said I'd like to withdraw. My condition isn't good right now. Sorry, I'll try harder next time. Okay, Lewin readily agreed. All right, let's have a rematch another time. He thought to himself, Irene must be really tired. Seta winked and smiled. Well then. So it's my turn, huh, Lewin? Even if you're the team leader, I'm not going to hold back. You haven't seen my real skills yet, have you? Lewin got into a fighting stance. Then bring it on. Seta yelled in alarm. Wait, hold on! His whole body went flying into the air. Seta's voice still echoed. I said, wait a minute, D. Elsewhere, an excited voice cried out. Congratulations to our Academy's representative for taking first place. Everyone at the table raised their glasses in celebration. Congratulations, Lewin. Lewin is number 1. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him look. When everyone said you weren't in the dorm, I knew you'd be here. The 2 people standing outside the door were Seta and Irene. All right, Irene spoke first. We fought side by side for so long. How could I miss the chance to congratulate you? And Lord Seta here was determined to come along. Lord Lewin rested his cheek on his hand, listening to Seta's protest. What's with that? I thought we were done with that after the competition. Why the Lord now? She smirked. Can't help it. That's just how I am. Lewin smiled lightly. Everyone's still the same. After the survival battle, I became the sole top ranker. Doompram, despite having many kill points, had a low survival score, so his rank dropped below Darian and Irene's. Although they were on the list of championship candidates, they still ranked below me. If I can keep this up, Lewin imagined himself holding the championship trophy, being cheered by everyone. A victory won't be a distant dream anymore. Jason's eyes were full of hearts. He exclaimed ecstatically. I never thought the day would come when I'd be at the same table as Irene Prius. I can die happy now. Irene waved her hands nonstop in response. Come on now. Everyone happily raised their glasses and cheered. All right, this time let's raise a glass to the goddess Irene. But faced with everyone's enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh it off, seeing that Lewin also unknowingly smiled along. In the bar, the sound of everyone laughing and joking was extremely cheerful. Elsewhere, 2 people were whispering to each other. There's no way that Lewin guy can win the festival this time, right? Hey, keep it down. Doom will hear you. Oh, sorry. Even though they were whispering, the words still reached Doompram's ears. He was upset, unable to believe he had lost. Doompram looked at the fragments of his sword in the cabinet. I let my guard down. I never thought that his target wasn't me. But this sword. He recalled what had happened then. I realized it for a split second, but I swung my sword anyway, thinking I had victory in the bag. But now Doompram was filled with regret. And then to lose in the match that he was watching. Suddenly he spoke up and asked, Isn't he coming to see me today? The other person stammered in reply. No, not yet. With that, the other person suggested, "Come on, don't worry so much, you're tired. How about we find a place to rest first?" Doompram's voice came out evenly. "Sorry, I want to be alone right now." Hearing that, the other person quickly stood up. "Huh, oh. Sorry, well, I'll be outside, just call if you need anything." Now only Doompram was left inside. He stood silently in front of his personal locker. Doompram stood like that for a long time, seemingly thinking about something. Below the building, a joyous voice rang out. "Luinadel has defeated Doompram. A new generation of talented mages has been born." However, Tyrion Ignis stood by the railing, looking down from above. The cheers still hadn't died down. Pride shone in his eyes. "I just thought the boy would do well. I never expected he'd come this far. I never thought he could defeat Doompram." Lord Terran approached from behind. "Luin won, so you're looking good, aren't you?" "My pride is wounded, you know. It's hard to look that brat in the face at the arena." Tyrion Ignis hesitantly asked, "So the arena is probably—" He smiled and nodded slightly in reply. "Yes." The two of them looked down at the scene below. The grand festival is almost over. The steady sound of footsteps echoed. What's left now are the individual tests, with specific content. It's an obstacle course-style test. This round is held within the city limits. The contestants will compete based on 3 criteria: athletics, combat, and swimming. Since it's a battle between mages, contestants have the right to summon mounts, or use teleportation magic to travel through time and space. Then Seda turned to the person next to him and asked, "How does it feel, Luin?" His gaze was directed at the excited crowd in the stands. "Everyone is cheering your name. What's it like being a star?" Luin also turned to look. "Oh, that, I don't really know. Actually," his eyebrows raised slightly and his gaze lowered. "I really want to enjoy this breathtaking moment. But now is not the time." Nearby, Doompram's eyes were still following Luin, because it's not too late to celebrate. Once the winner has been confirmed. Today was a beautiful sunny day. The warm sunlight combined with the clear blue sky was very pleasant. Seda crossed his arms over his chest and cleared his throat. "Today is the individual test. No one's going to help you, so don't put yourself in danger." He laughed out loud and replied, "Yeah, I know, I'll try my best." A man fired a gun into the air, shouting the signal to get ready. All 3 of them, Irene, Darian, Mackin, and Chucky, all got into a fighting stance. Bang, the sound of the gun echoed loudly. After that, dust flew everywhere. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Each person, each with a different method of movement, but all with the same destination. Suddenly, the group stopped, because in front of them was a mob of ogres raising their weapons. Irene spoke up. "I thought you'd be a little slower." Darian Mackin's whole body was pulled through the air. Darian Mackin suggested, "The 3 of us should form a temporary alliance. What do you think?" Irene politely declined, "Lord Mackin. I'm not really a fan of team-ups." Nearby, the rapid clatter of a horse's hooves rang out. Doompram was riding on horseback, his expression extremely serious. A yellow beam of light from his sword shot straight towards the mob of ogres. Irene spoke up. "They seem to prefer attacking individually." Darian McKen, meanwhile, nodded. "Although I've observed Doompram for 6 years, I still find it very difficult to get close to him. So let's just go our separate ways and not bother each other." The image of Doompram appeared in the ogre's blue eyes. Before it could even counterattack, it took a direct hit from his sword. He slashed down from above. Doompram glanced behind him, wondering why. Why hasn't he shown up yet? And then he sliced another ogre's body in 2. Could he have left us far behind? No, impossible. But Doompram looked behind him again. If so, he must still be behind us. He frowned and asked Irene, "Why hasn't he appeared yet?" She hesitated and replied, I don't know either. Now that I think about it, it is strange. Irene remembered the ogres that were just defeated. We've been in the lead this whole time, but why haven't Luin and the others shown up yet? Darian McKinley's voice became worried. That's right. They still have time to catch up to us and the others, but not a single one. He hadn't even finished his sentence. A gust of wind shot past them. Luin stood there and said, "Hi, I've caught up." Dumpram's eyebrows furrowed. His gaze also became grim. Earlier in the stands, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. What's going on? Why hasn't Luinadel made a move yet? Did he give up? What's going on? Just be quiet and watch. He's the one who defeated Doompram. Luin ruffled his hair. I've been waiting for this day since the moment I decided to participate in the grand festival. After 6 months of physical training, I'm confident in this round. He also had his own worries, but I'm a close combat mage. If I turn my back on a pursuing opponent, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Luin's gaze became determined. He quickly ran off. I'll attack each person from behind and then move forward. At this moment, the people moving in front heard a rustling sound from behind and turned their heads to look. They only saw Luin run up and knock 3 people away. He counted under his breath 29. That is 27 times 24? Then I forgot what number I was on. Right at that moment, a voice spoke up. Oh, what's that? Seda glanced behind him, puzzled. When he saw Lewin, he asked in surprise, "Lewin, since when did you—" He cut him off, calling Seta. Lewin put on a harmless smile. "You get me right." And then when he opened his eyes, his voice was ice cold. "Sorry." Lewin kicked Seta, sending him flying into the air. His figure became blurry. Seta was so mad he was about to cry, shouting his name, "Lewin!" After hearing the whole story, Irene shyly asked, "So you eliminated all of them?" Lewin calmly replied, "Just a few, the rest surrendered on their own." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "And now no one can stop us." Doompram gritted his teeth and called his name Lewin Adele. He stared at Lewin. "This time things will be different." Strong gusts of wind blew toward the group. The atmosphere became suffocating. Doompram's voice was serious. "I'm ready to fight you right now. But it's true that there are still some people chasing from behind." His hand clenched into a fist. A blue light flashed around Doompram. He leaped up and mounted his steed. Doompram growled, "I'll see you at the finish line." With that, he spurred his horse and galloped off. Darius Macken called after him, "Doom, do you really have to go that way?" The group watched as Doompram rode towards the castle. Everyone knew it was a trap. Lewin remained silent, staring into the distance, his face etched with contemplation. The trap zone. This castle was set with many traps to protect the treasure inside. The treasure had already been excavated, so the traps inside served as obstacles for the competition. A place full of deadly dangers for those who dared to charge in recklessly. So usually, the safe method everyone used was to disarm the traps. This was also the perfect method to assess the knowledge and risk management skills of a mage. Irene and Darian Macken quickly focused on creating a barrier. Lewin's hand tapped against the castle wall, but disarming the traps will take a lot of time. Trang looked up, following Lewin's gaze to the high wall, and asked, "So you want to knock this wall down?" If it were Draka, he'd probably do the same. It hesitated a bit. "True, but breaking through this thick fortress wall is still impossible." Lewin spoke up, "I know." Trang was even more confused and asked, "So how do we do it?" He turned back to answer, "This is the ruin of an abandoned castle." It started to understand a little. "Oh ho, you mean aim for the spots that aren't so solid anymore, right?" Lewin nodded slightly in reply, "Yes." The entire massive wall, with complete information about its hardness, appeared in his eyes. Lewin continued, "That's why I'm using players' eye to observe the wall right now." His gaze moved downwards and then suddenly stopped, when he saw a red square with the information old and eroded. Lewin softly exclaimed, "There it is!" His entire body lunged forward. Trang also held on tightly to Lewin's shoulder. Punch after punch, he repeatedly hit the same spot on the wall. On the wall. Darian Macken watched Lewin's strange actions, wondering to himself, "What the hell is that guy doing? Is he trying to break the wall? He must be joking." Irene sighed to herself, as expected of Lewin. He gave her an annoyed look and asked, "Irene, I know you're close with Lewin, but don't you think this is a bit over the top? Who punches a wall with their bare hands?" Suddenly Irene pointed forward and exclaimed, "Look!" They only saw cracks gradually spreading across the wall. Both of them looked at Lewin, who was standing in front of a large hole at the base of the fortress. Darian Macken scratched his head and forced a laugh. "Hey, you! Mind if I take this shortcut with you?" Lewin turned his head and gave a deadpan no. Seeing that he was about to make a move, Darian Macken quickly shouted, "Wait, Lewin!" A large rock fell from above, blocking the hole. He angrily yelled, "That bastard is so mean!" Lewin ran quickly. Trang couldn't help but praise him. "Impressive. Breaking that whole wall only cost 400 strength points. You actually used your brain, huh?" He was panting as he ran. "So now it's just me and Doompram in the lead." As Lewin rounded a corner, he saw Doompram. Trang was a bit annoyed. "That guy is out too." Seeing an arrow sticking out of his shoulder, it spoke up. "But he's definitely in a hurry since he's injured in the shoulder." Lewin, chasing closely behind, thought to himself, "You want to beat me that badly?" Doompram. Doompram drew the sword in his hand and let out a growl. With one slash, Lewin quickly leaned back to dodge. Suddenly a hand grabbed Doompram's collar. He held on tight as they fell from a great height, saying to Doompram, "Let's get through the final round together." Then the two of them free fell through the air. Boom. The two of them fell into the water, sending white foam splashing everywhere. Lewin's head emerged from under the water. He gasped, taking in the air. He thought as he swam, "Nice. If I let that guy use magic to get past the cliff, I'd be at a disadvantage. I have to swim out of here fast." Suddenly, the water temperature grew colder. Lewin turned his head to look. He only saw the water behind him was frozen, and it was getting closer. Seeing his opponent focusing on using magic, he yelled, "Doompram!" The angrier Lewin got, the louder he yelled, "Hey, you bastard! Can't you see someone swimming? Why are you freezing the water?" At this point, the water around him had frozen, trapping Lewin. Doompram sat on his horse on the ice, looking down at Lewin and replying, "Is this really the time to be concerned about that?" With that, he smirked. "Well then, I'll be on my way, Lewin Adele." Watching Doompram's figure get further away, Lewin couldn't help but curse, "Damn it!" He struggled. a yellow shockwave spreading out from below. I have to get out of here fast. The ice melted from the heat. The water slowly spread around. Crackling sounds rang out. Finally, the ice was broken. Doompram was riding his horse when he heard a familiar sound from behind him. Seeing Lewin chasing close behind, he was startled. How is this possible? How did he catch up so fast? He made up his mind as he ran. From now on, there will be no more obstacles in my way, so the only thing left to do is run. Lewin stomped his foot to get a running start and leaped high into the air. He swooped down from above, yelling, "Doompram, shall we have a rematch?" Doompram was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. "Not in my current condition." And before he could finish his thought, a loud bang rang out, followed by a cloud of dust. Everyone stared intently at the screen, discussing loudly. Who won? I don't know either. Suddenly a man pointed forward and shouted, "Look, someone's coming." They only saw that as the gate opened, a horse slowly emerged from the thick dust. That horse raised its head and let out a long neigh. Everyone's faces became skeptical. A horse? What's going on? Where are the mages? A man pointed in another direction and exclaimed, "There!" I think someone appeared on the screen. On the screen, Lewin was looking at Doompram, who was sprawled out on the ground. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Lewin, Adele is standing over there." Lewin looked at him and commented, "Looks like you overexerted yourself getting through the trap zone. Your movements are a bit sluggish." Doom. Pram's eyes were squeezed shut, and he let out a series of groans. He turned and walked away. "I'll be going first, Doompram." On the field, 3 flags corresponding to the 3 ranks were hung. Lewin stood on the first-place podium, with 2 battles in the survival battle and the triathlon. At the same time, he took first place in the individual competition round, with the highest overall score. The grand festival was finally over. He thought back on the past. Those voices were as if they were trying to talk to someone who had endured everything for the past 6 years like me. Someone trapped in a prison of solitude. Lewin's back gave off a feeling of a lonely self. He clenched his fist and placed it on his chest. The happy shouts of everyone echoed in his ears, telling him he had worked hard all this time. Lewin's face shone with joy. Those cheers were like a reward for all my efforts all this time. He raised both hands high in response to them. "Thank you, everyone. I don't want to lose this praise." Outside the gate, horse-drawn carriages moved in a line. A voice rang out, "Wow, that's a lot of carriages." Jason rested his cheek on his hand, looking out the window. "But they're all chosen. Nobles, right?" Lewin nodded in reply. "That's right. I heard that not all noble families are invited," he said hesitantly. "So those people..." In response to Jason was a yes from Lewin. Lewin sat alone at this banquet table. They all came to see Lewin. He let out a long sigh. "So boring. I want to go back to the academy so badly." Suddenly a sound rang out, startling Lewin. "That's a bit strange." Seeing the newcomer smiling from ear to ear, he called her name, puzzled, Irene. So Irene pulled up a chair, sat down, and asked him, "What do you mean, strange?" "The people here. How come I don't see anyone coming to talk to you?" Lewin replied calmly. "They probably think I'm too arrogant. I even came to a party dressed, so half-assed like this." Then Irene looked him up and down and nodded. "Oh, that could be it?" Then she continued, "But from what I know, there's another reason." Irene looked at the gazes that were subtly directed their way. "Clearly the majority of the nobles here are here to get close to you. So no matter how arrogant you seem, it wouldn't be to the point that not a single person would come up to talk to you." Her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something. "It seems someone has spread a rumor about you." Irene's words surprised Lewin somewhat. That person must be a powerful individual, powerful enough to make any noble not even think about talking to you. He asked her, bewildered, "Who is it?" While the two were talking, someone had walked to the head of the table. The man cleared his throat and said to everyone, "Tonight's grand banquet officially begins. The 32 student representatives, please follow me." On the banquet table, exquisite delicacies were beautifully presented, along with fragrant drinks. Seeing a table like this one couldn't help but marvel. At dinner with the King of Hell, the dishes were presented no differently than a king's meal. However, the atmosphere here is very strange. Someone clicked their tongue. "Oh, if I knew, I would have faked being sick to get out of this." Hey, I should be the one saying that. Tonight's party is a dinner on the surface, but it's actually an overall assessment of the competition. And for the students who performed poorly in the competition, it's like a death row inmate's last meal. At that moment, Lewin looked towards 2 empty chairs nearby. He felt confused. "But I thought only the King of Hell was attending. Why are there 2 head seats?" The man pointed nearby, signaling their arrival. Everyone stood up in unison and looked in that direction. They only saw Terran slowly approaching. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully as he walked past. A chorus of voices rang out, "Greetings, Your Majesty, the King of Hell." Lewin, although his head was bowed, was cursing internally. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the King of Hell. What a load of crap, it's making me so mad." When he heard Terran say, "Please enter," he was somewhat surprised. What, the King of Hell is also inviting someone? An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. I hope I'm not interrupting your dinner, am I? The Godfather. This person had eyebrows as sharp as swords and pupils, the color of brown. The newcomer exuded an air of nobility. Lewin looked on in confusion, wondering, who is this guy? He remembered how everyone had cheered excitedly before. Amazing new mage, Lewin. Everyone is calling my name. Calling me a new mage instead of a failure. Now, everyone in the room knelt down and respectfully chanted, Long live the Crown Prince. Hearing that title, Lewin was startled. Huh, Crown Prince. After the greeting, everyone quickly sat down at the table. A look of fear flickered across everyone's face. Everyone sat with their heads bowed and their backs hunched, wishing they could just disappear into a hole. Just an accidental touch of a hand made them panic. The atmosphere fell silent. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then Terran spoke first. Well, none of the 10 successors could beat Lewin. Adele even once. Is the skill gap that big? That was Doom Pram, his head bowed low. His whole body trembled when he heard him say, how disappointing. I'm ashamed to call you my disciples. He didn't dare to look up. He could only promise, I promise I will never perform so poorly again. Terran's voice became cold. Second place is a rank for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven that the ancients were right. Even a small stream can have a dragon. Lewin's mood wasn't much better. Not comfortable at all. It feels like this party was set up to humiliate the 10 successors, and I'm just a tool for the King of Hell to convey that. He then directed his gaze towards the person next to Terran. He's not the only one, making me uncomfortable. This guy has been shooting daggers at me since the start of the party until now. That person's name was Somerton Zanak. He was also looking at Lewin, not hiding it at all. He recalled what he knew. Despite being in this disadvantaged position of the third prince, but with his brilliant strategic mind as his weapon, he successfully kicked his brothers out of the kingdom and became the sole crown prince. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Lewin's entire body. A man as skilled in both literature and martial arts as him can be said to be almost perfect in every aspect. He suddenly remembered Irene's words. It seems someone has spread a rumor about you. That person must be a powerful individual. Powerful enough to make any noble not even think about talking to you. Then Tehran suddenly spoke up and asked, Lewin Adel, how do you feel after winning the grand festival? This question sent him into a silent contemplation. Yes. Then Lewin gave his answer. I feel uncomfortable. Terran was confused and asked again, uncomfortable. His voice hardened. Yes, I am satisfied with the result of the competition, but I'm not comfortable at all when my achievements are being used to criticize and belittle the honor and effort that the students here have put in. Irene, sitting next to him, quickly grabbed his arm and called Lewin. The people here also looked horrified when they heard such an answer. Lewin was silent. Even in this situation, his eyes showed no fear. Tehran's voice was nonchalant. You mean you don't want your results to be used to belittle others? But isn't it inferiority? That is one of the factors that helps people grow. You understand that well, don't you? Lewin frankly expressed his opinion. In my opinion, you're more like provoking others to be hostile towards me. Between pointing out weaknesses and encouraging them, helping them try harder, and inciting hostility by dwelling on their shortcomings. With that, he looked straight into Terran's eyes. Aren't those two completely different things? Lewin's voice became ice cold. Xnit Academy is not a place for others to belittle and call a small stream. The corner of Tehran's mouth quirked up. He let out a loud, oh, the two locked eyes. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Suddenly, a small chuckle escaped Somerton's lips. Then he clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. Everyone turned to look at Somerton. A look of annoyance flickered across Lewin's face. Somerton wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Oh my. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I'm dying, I'm even crying. Where did this guy come from? Irene clutched her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. She said angrily to him, Lewin, I hope you're not planning to pull any more stunts, are you? Lewin forced a laugh and replied, no. But in his heart he added, maybe. Terran clasped his hands together and spoke. But it will probably be a little different, a little newer than Tyrion. I'm looking forwards to what's to come. Somerton suddenly looked at Lewin and called out, wait! He stood up and made an offer. Lewin Adel, would you like to have tea with me? And then Somerton gave a cold smile. I don't want to hear a no. Then the two moved to another place. Now Lewin and Somerton were sitting opposite each other. He slowly spoke, calling Adele Lewin. But Somerton had a provocative look on his face. From now on, you'll work for me. This time I won't accept a no either. He said it as if it were a matter of course. You have 1 month to get your affairs in order. I will transfer you to the cavalry training grounds and arrange for your accommodation. Somerton, as if remembering something, continued. And the matter of your nationality. The crown prince's right-hand man can't possibly be a foreigner. Right. Lewin grew more and more confused. What nationality? He asked him, confused. But why? The Empire already has countless talented mages. Like Doompram, for example. Somerton slowly spoke up. Ah, that guy. He bowed his head and sighed. In the end, he still lost to you. Somerton's voice turned cold. You mean you want me to keep a loser by my side? Lewin bowed his head in silence, not answering. He continued, and one more thing. From now on, when you speak to me, remember one thing. A light flashed in Somerton's brown eyes. He said in a low voice, I prefer to hear yes rather than a question. Hearing Somerton's tone, Lewin looked up with eyes tinged with anger. Somerton urged him, well, answer me. He spoke up. The first reason is because the Godfather recommended you. For years, I've been telling him to consider a talented mage for me, but he never mentioned anyone's name. Then Somerton explained one more thing. Another thing is because I like your guts. He pointed at Lewin. The kind of guy who dares to dress in rags in front of a crowd of power-hungry leaders. There was a hint of praise in Somerton's voice. And the kind of guy who dares to express his differing opinion to the Godfather. Finally, he said with a half-smile. The kind of guy who dares to repeatedly question me despite my warning. Then Somerton spread his hands nonchalantly. Politics sometimes needs a guy who knows how to stir the pot. After a long monologue from Somerton, Lewin summed it up and asked, so my job is just to give advice, right? He looked unhappy. Another question. I want you to protect me from my damn brothers, who don't want their little brother to be the crown prince. Yes. He bowed his head in silence, not replying. He looked very flustered. Somerton asked again, don't you like it? Lewin nodded and replied, yes, that's right. He growled. I knew you'd say that, so I warned you beforehand. I don't want to hear a... No. He fell into deep thought again. Lewin thought about the man Somerton sitting in front of him. This opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. The opportunity to become the right-hand man of the most powerful crown prince of the Empire. His thoughts were in turmoil. After all, most mages choose to side with power. Even the Magic Tower, which is devoted to the study of magic, is no different. If I miss this opportunity today, I might regret it for a long time. But after a moment's hesitation, Lewin gave his answer. I still want to do many things, he told himself. I don't want to be anyone's mage either. Somerton's voice turned cold. I thought I was too rational. No willpower. But the truth is you're just too sentimental, he asked again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You won't regret it, will you? Lewin replied firmly. I won't. Then he slowly stood up. Somerton didn't try to hold him back, just smiled. All right, then. Let's just pretend today's conversation never happened. Watching Lewin leave, he suddenly called out Lewin Adele. They say you are the brightest gem at this year's grand festival. Somerton made no effort to hide his intentions. My hobby is collecting gems, and so far, there has never been a gem that I couldn't obtain. You know why? He issued a warning. Because any gem I can't have, I destroy. Before stepping out of the room, Lewin turned his head for one last look. Then he decisively opened the door and stepped out. Now Lewin was standing alone in the hallway. He said to himself, that last sentence was clearly a threat. My decision was the right one, wasn't it? Suddenly a voice called out from nearby. Hey, Lewin, Jason asked curiously. Where have you been sneaking off to hit on girls, weren't you? Lewin immediately retorted, no, of course not. He thought to himself, anyway, in the end all I want is to be a mage with my own unique color. In the room, Somerton's voice rang out. I find the name the old man introduced quite curious. He seems very special, Taryn continued. It seems things can't be resolved the easy way, can they? He nodded in reply. Right. I threatened him a little, but it didn't seem to faze him. He asked again, so are you planning to give up? Somerton burst out laughing. Not at all. He raised his wine glass. The light from the ring on Somerton's hand flashed. You understand? Especially when it comes to my collecting hobby. He gave a sly smile. In the end, Lewin Adele will have to be mine because I have decided it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lewin had to force a smile, fending off the interrogation from the other two. A damn beautiful sunset afternoon. Lewin was relentlessly punching and kicking, training hard. The aura surrounding him gave off the vibe of a white moonlight is more like it. The system appeared and said, punches 5,000, 5,000, kicks 5,000, 5,000, spinning kicks 5,000, 5,000, 15-kilometer long-distance run 1-1, combat training 1-1. After reading the system panel, Lewin panted heavily. All right, that's everything for today. Lewin flopped onto the ground and let out a long sigh. Trang appeared from nowhere beside him and exclaimed, I feel like your body is getting better and better. Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny bear, probably about the size of his hand. I don't want to hear that from a man. Hearing what he said, it immediately retorted, What are you talking about? I'm a girl. Lewin shot up as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? How can you be a girl? It immediately replied, Why? Because I was born this way. He still couldn't believe it and asked loudly, A demigod has a gender. Trang angrily put her hands on her hips and yelled right in Lewin's face. Who said they don't? You just never asked. But we've bathed together. He remembered the times he and it had bathed together. Trang huffed coldly. There was nothing to see. A sentence that admitted everything. Lewin's face darkened, spelling out each word to it. So, you mean you've seen everything? Being asked that, it trembled like a leaf. It quickly turned away to hide its embarrassment, because it knew it couldn't hide it. But contrary to Trang's embarrassment, he just gave a light laugh. He slowly stood up, not teasing it anymore. All right, I'm leaving first, okay? Hearing this, it turned back, looking at him with a blank expression. It ran after him, shouting, hey, let's go together. But he had already strode far ahead, not giving a damn if it followed. But he still called out to it. Then stop joking around. It stammered, trying to explain that it was telling the truth. No, I'm not kidding, it's true. But in return, he still didn't believe it, and even laughed to mock it. Poof, you think I believe that? Hearing that, it could only fall silent. What else could it say? Cut to a scene at a train station. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sun. The weather was absolutely perfect, but a terrifying voice shattered that peaceful atmosphere. Jackson was hugging Lewin with 2 streams of tears flowing like a waterfall. I'm leaving first. Lewin, please take care of your health. Okay? He instructed him like a mother sending her child off on a long journey. Lewin, blushing and helpless, patted his friend back. I'm not dying. His friends around who witnessed this scene had a good laugh, unendingly. The sound of the train whistle blared. Jasper and the others had also boarded the train. Lewin watched the train slowly pull away. The voice of the wildcat rang out. All right then, we should get going too. He turned back to look at him. After my friends left first, I headed to Levite to complete my schedule. As the champion of the grand tournament, he and the wildcat sat next to each other on another train, but both were silent, not a word spoken between them. He remembered the first time he met him. Just call me Wildcat the Wizard. The Wildcat was a guide from the Wizard's Tower. 2 systems appeared again to identify the wizard. Name, age, special note. And he sat there lost in thought, reading the paper he held in his hand. The system couldn't find a single piece of information. All it showed were 3 big question marks. He was a bit shocked. The player being unable to even identify their name showed they were highly skilled, Lewin thought to himself. That means they are equal to, or even stronger than the professors at the Magic Academy. The only thing I can say about them is that they look to be in their late 20s. He turned to look at the wildcat with a cautious gaze. His eyebrows were practically about to make out. It was then that he spoke. I will now briefly guide you through your schedule. First, you will go to the royal palace to receive congratulations. And then he guided him step by step while he sat quietly and listened, his face a little anxious. He cut him off. Excuse me, but could you speak normally? He made a suggestion that surprised him a little. He continued, I'm only 16. He replied, it's more comfortable for me. His expression didn't change one bit, as cold as a sheet of paper. He resumed his work. Let's review the schedule again. He could only force a smile and think to himself, they're very thorough and very businesslike. I've learned something new again. He announced his next schedule item. After that, you must go to the magic tower to be chosen by an item. He heard this and looked as confused as a deer in headlights. Chosen, the wildcat explained, correct. You could also end up with nothing. It is actually the items themselves that do the choosing. Hearing this, his face showed a hint of worry. He also understood the wildcat's implication. It means that, like King Graham, the items also have consciousness. The wildcat announced the final schedule item while putting the paper into his satchel. Finally, you will be assigned a quest, he explained. Normally, as a student, you wouldn't be assigned an official quest, but the champion of the major tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation of mages to the world. He opened the list to look at it while continuing, so it's like a debut. He immediately replied, exactly. He continued, so choose a quest from the provided list. He stared thoughtfully at the list before him. The quests included searching, subjugation, assassination, knowledge, excavation, and, as he was reading, Trang appeared from nowhere and whispered in his ear, which startled him a bit. He and Trang stared intently at the list he was holding. Their faces were identical at that moment, like father and child. Then he made his final decision. I choose this one. His voice rang out decisively, along with the rumbling of the train outside. Cut to Moran Palace. Yes, the 2 of them stood in the hall. This is Moran Palace, the Crown Prince's secondary palace. Please enter. Everyone is waiting for you, he urged. Then he bowed respectfully. I will take my leave now. Hearing this, he panicked and shouted, Wait a minute. Aren't you coming in with me? While he was still confused, not understanding why the wildcat wasn't coming in with him, the door in front of him swung open. Somerton stood imposing behind the wide-open door, and he was still searching for the figure of the wildcat. He stood with his hands on his hips, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Welcome to my empire, Lewin Adel. Lewin looked up at him silent. Stepping inside, he knelt before him. First, I received 10,000 gold pieces from the Crown Prince. This amount of gold exceeds the annual budget of the Adel territory. Then Somerton, sitting on his throne, laughed and said to Lewin, "If you feel you're short on money, just come here any time. If you change your mind, Moran Palace is always open to you." Hearing this, he could only offer a wry smile. It seems this amount of money I couldn't earn in a lifetime. He walked away hugging the gold. He thought to himself, it seems the prince hasn't given up on me yet. But I hurried to the next appointment. At this moment, the wildcat and he strode through the vast palace. The people here must have great stamina. Walking around this huge place all day is a miracle, he joked to break the silence. But the wildcat didn't seem to like jokes. He turned back with a cold face. "Please stop the small talk. Lord Terran is waiting for you." Hearing this, he froze. "Ah, yes," he forced a smile. "Is there really no one here who knows how to joke? I think the people here should go live by the sea to get a little saltiness from the ocean." "Yes," he asked again. "So are you sure about that quest?" He was a bit surprised, then answered firmly, "Yes." Having received his firm answer, he didn't ask anything more. "I see. You chose the most difficult one," he replied cheerfully. "Haha, it seems like it'll be a lot of fun." Hearing this, he continued, "I wonder what Lord Terran will say." Their conversation ended. The door to the room opened, a chilling gloom that gave him goosebumps. Lewin stepped inside. Terran was already waiting in the room. He called him in. "Come in quickly." "Yes, sir." A conversation took place over cups of hot tea. Terran spoke first, asking him, "You want to choose that amazing quest?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Hearing this, he picked up his teacup and said slowly, "The safest quest is subjugation. You could be escorted by the royal guard to eliminate a few bandits near Siciliano. You could also be welcomed as a hero," he explained while he sat silently listening. Then he wondered a bit, "But why would you go to that place? It's just a barren wasteland." He remained silent, but his eyes had changed a little. He already had an answer to his question in his head. "No, it's quite similar to Heavenly Mountain." Flashing back to when he was choosing the quest and Trang appeared, it pointed to a quest on the list. "What is that?" he asked it curiously. "Your first quest. Choose that one." But he still didn't understand exactly what it was. It explained that is King Graham's homeland. He was stunned to hear it. It continued, "And that's where Draka stayed for about 100 years. An image of a giant dragon appeared on a green, grassy field, breathing in the fresh air. Heavenly Mountain is located at the northern end of the Ridian Kingdom. A towering mountain appeared behind a thick layer of fog. It is said to be the home of the ancient elves. But there are no elves there anymore. The elves with their large, muscular bodies are now only a thing of the past. Except for the artifact King Graham at the Academy, they all perished in the Great War. All the elves lay prostrate at the feet of the enemy leader. The place where the elves disappeared is now just a desolate wasteland. An elf's skull blew in the chilling wind. There's a reason. Why the search quest in this place is considered extremely difficult, because of the barrier there. An invisible barrier surrounding the mountain. A barrier that cannot be broken by any magic. Until now, countless scholars and wizards have yet to find a way to break it. Everyone held their heads and gave up. That search quest is to find the identity of that barrier. Determination was clear in his eyes. As he remembered the things Trang told him, Terran was still quite curious. "I'm curious why. You want to do a search quest in that desolate place," he continued. "Do you find the theory?" That sounds like a child's story, suggesting that the enraged elven gods turned that place into a sacred site. He just turned to look at him silent. He thought pensively, "But other people have no reason to care about that place." However, that place destroyed by the world was Dracogonia's refuge. For 100 years, that reason alone is enough for me. No further explanation needed. He just explained briefly, "It's the toughest quest." Hearing his explanation, he tilted his head and looked at him. "Just for that reason, well, if you just want to show off, you'd be better off choosing something else," Terran advised him, as he also couldn't believe a mere 16-year-old would choose such a quest. He still tried to dissuade him. "It's not necessary to suffer like that to achieve something. It's only difficult, because it's a mystery no one has ever solved." Lewin gave an unconvinced smile. If a 16-year-old wizard finds the answer to such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? But he still kept prodding him. It can only end as a failed quest. In the history of the Grand Tournament, he wasn't one to back down either and retorted immediately, "Well, that's also a way to create a remarkable achievement." His words made him a little annoyed. His brows furrowed, his smile no longer so natural. Terran changed the subject. "Do you know why I introduced you to Prince Wang Ta?" The question left him a bit stunned. Seeing his reaction, he explained, "To keep you in Liberden. I want to observe you more." Everything was calculated from the beginning. He was silent, the tension evident on his young face. Terran explained further, "Because of your unique abilities. I wonder if it's related to you choosing this quest." The atmosphere was a little tense. "No matter what, I'll always be watching you." The words made him a little nervous. Back in his room to rest, he lay flat on his bed, but couldn't stop thinking about what just happened. "I've made a commitment, But can I really do well? He asked himself, his tone still a bit worried. Trang, standing beside him, heard this and asked, "Why are you worried? Afraid you won't be able to find anything?" He answered it, a little. After all, how many centuries has that world been disconnected? I wonder if it's possible to detect anything. It immediately retorted, "Humans haven't discovered anything so far, but you can do it." Hearing this, he immediately reacted, "I'm human too, you know." It replied, "You are beyond human capabilities." He heard this and wondered, "Me? To surpass even human capabilities like Lewin is quite a process, you know." "What process?" "It's an AI-powered process." As they were talking, there was a knock on the door accompanied by a request for permission. "Lord Lewin, may we come in?" He sat up and called out, "Ah, yes, come in." The two people outside the door entered. He greeted them, "Hello." "Wild boar, wildcat." Trang, sitting on his shoulder, heard him call the two that and wondered, "Wild boar cat, what are you talking about?" He sighed and explained to it. "That's His Highness's hobby. The wizards of the Magic Tower all like to be called that." It heard that, but still looked blank, unable to understand. "What kind of farm is this?" Wild Boar cheerfully approached him. "Well, Lewin, shall we go?" "For to the artifact room to receive the reward." The three of them walked down the corridor, explaining the artifact room to Lewin as they went. The artifact room of the Magic Tower is divided into 4 areas. Area C, Area B, Area A, and Area X. The items in Area C are the most common, and in Area X are the rarest. Wild Boar walked in front. Lewin and Wildcat walked behind. As they walked, Wildcat explained and listed the areas for him. Wildcat added, "Lewin will get to explore Area A." He wondered, "You didn't mention going to Area X." When he asked that, he turned away, his face suddenly serious. "That area is not open to just anyone, unless something special happens. Even for His Highness, that's a problem." His eyes were searching, wondering to himself, something special. Following the guide, I got to start exploring from Area C. The three of them entered the room for Area C. Yes, he picked up a sword bigger than a pig sticker. He asked the other two, "Is this a dark sword?" Wild Boar answered him, "Yes, that's right. We only collect well-preserved items after battles with monsters and demons." He looked at the sword and thought, "Pretty impressive. Isn't that the brilliant sword Doompram used?" The shiny sword reflected his whole ugly mug. "This is truly the Magic Tower's treasury. Even Area C is better than the vaults of many nobles," he marveled. Suddenly, he noticed a book on the floor. The Special Transformation of Tin Brown. I heard it was discontinued. "But why is the book still here?" Wild Boar, seeing his curiosity, was pleased. "You seem to know about it. It's a book over 100 years old." He smiled and replied, "Haha, there was a time when all I could do was read books. Behind it, 7 ranks of the Magic Cruise. Exploring unknown lands, searching for ancient creatures." He read the titles of the books lined up on the shelf. "Can people freely read these books?" While at the Wizard's Tower, he picked up a book and opened it. He turned to ask. Wildcat explained, "Occasionally, the Tower Master allows members the opportunity to read books, but owning them is impossible." Area B was a treasure trove of knowledge, from forgotten magic books to rare ancient texts, and even legendary manuscripts. Ignoring the allure of Area B, I proceeded to Area A, but none of the artifacts in Area A responded to me. It made him a little worried. He turned back to ask the other two, "Has anyone else not been chosen by the artifacts before?" Wild Boar scratched his head and replied with a forced laugh, "There have been but very few." For a wizard capable of reaching Area A, even being answered by 1 or 2 artifacts, shows considerable skill, he explained. His mood immediately sank. Being ignored by all the areas is really disappointing. He was sad but could only force a smile. Seeing this, Trang crossed its arms and smiled like a CEO. It lifted his spirits. Nothing to be disappointed about. It's all trash. He was shocked to his core. "What did you say?" It explained it to him. Of course, to humans they are all rare items. But the real rare stuff is over there. It pointed towards the door, that radiated a killing intent as if from the underworld. He asked it in Area X. The door to Area X was scary enough to look at, and it even had a dragon's head in the center. Its mouth was open as if wanting to devour anyone who came near. Trang stared intently at that room. "I think there's something in there created by a dragon. There's even the smell of uncleaned dragon scales in there." Hearing it say that, he just sighed. He didn't really care. No matter how valuable the item inside is, I can't get it from in there. He didn't have much faith in his own abilities. He bent down to search for items again. Let's just focus on finding an artifact. But before he could find anything, a blue light appeared, attracting his attention. Trang smirked because it knew what was about to happen. That blue light also startled the other two. Wild Boar even stuttered. That stream of light is from the Area X door. If they couldn't hold their ground, all 3 of them might get blown into the wall and framed as a picture. Wild Boar shouted, It's happening! Something special is happening. It's been 56 years. That door is slowly opening. Cut to Terran's room. He frowned. They might as well be signing a marriage certificate. He asked. Kun Khan's Fang is reacting. Wildcat replied respectfully, yes. So, he thought pensively, is this a sign for Tim to be the next successor? 3 exceptional artifacts are kept in Area X: Angon's Staff, Mossy's Scale, and Kun Khan's Fang. These artifacts have one thing in common. They allow their masters to stand at the pinnacle. Angon's Staff was used by the first human wizard, Angon, the infinite artifact that amplifies the power of destruction and symbolizes the Wizard King. 56 years ago, Tehran was chosen by Angon's Staff. Anyone who is chosen by it is brought to the pinnacle of the wizard's tower. The invulnerable armor that resists all attacks. Magical. Mossy's Scale. This armor only chooses a master once a century. Those who are chosen all become legendary knights. However, Kun Khan's Fang, the first leader of the ogres and a mysterious artifact. For 100 years, it has never chosen a master. Tehran mused. Kun Khan's Fang has chosen Adele. Does that really mean he is destined for the throne? He wondered. He asked Wildcat again, to make sure he reported the information correctly. Lewin Adele was able to lift Kun Khan's Fang, so he also confirmed it with Tehran. Yes, he picked it up very easily. Tehran once again fell into a mess of thoughts. Kun Khan's Fang is an artifact that most generals cannot bring into the tower. He recalled the image of 6 men carrying a single fang. The strain of carrying it was clear on everyone's faces. It's not something that just anyone can pick up like that. It has a power similar to that of an ogre. Thinking of that, he seemed to understand something. A power reminiscent of an ogre. The special quest chosen is to search in the heavenly mountains for the Fang of Kun Khan, the first leader of the ogres. He sorted through all the information he had. Then suddenly he spoke up immediately. Summon the Witch of Screams. He gave the order to the stray cat. I've decided to head west to the heavenly mountains. The stray cat reminded Lewin, the time for the mission is 1 month. Make sure you're on time. After giving his instructions, he gave him supplies for the road. And here is your fee ID card and train ticket. He took the items and said to him, thank you. The stray cat stood silently watching him, putting the things in his bag as if he wanted to say something to him. After he finished packing, he looked up. Seeing him staring, he asked, is there anything else you want to say? Seeing him ask, he replied, yes and no. Man, that answer is so infuriating. Hearing him answer like that, he asked, a little puzzled, what do you mean? He replied, as a mage in the Tower of Magic, I'm not allowed to express my personal opinions. But as a senior, I have something I want to say to you. Lewin's face showed a flicker of surprise. He didn't understand why he was saying that. The Tower of Magic is very courteous to the mages under its command, but very cold to those who are not. You know the best place for you to belong, Lewin. He was implying something, that he was sure the boy would understand. Be careful and question everything. At this point, his face became serious, making the atmosphere more tense. Seeing this, his face naturally became more serious as well. The ancient city of Tesseran, the city closest to the heavenly mountains, was built to protect the 6 lands from monster attacks. It is also called the Shield of the 6 Lands. Therefore, Tesseran is always equipped with high walls, a strong military force, and soldiers with a brave spirit, comparable to the capital. At least that's what I've read in books. He stood in a nearly deserted place talking to Trang. His face carried a hint of worry. It's surprisingly deserted. Trang replied, it's because this is a city whose purpose has vanished. But now the threat of the ogres is gone, it explained. But it pointed towards a pub. Look, the guards are drunk in the middle of the day. The soldiers each held a huge mug of beer. After finishing it, they'd probably be full and wouldn't need to eat anything else. They shout all day. Seeing this, Lewin felt a little annoyed. Tick, they said this was a city where people fight bravely during the day. Suddenly, a big guy with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared out of nowhere. Hey, pretty boy in the nice clothes, give me everything you've got. Is he really trying to intimidate him with his big size? Does Lewin's face look scared at all? He just gently placed his hand on the big guy's shoulder. A moment later, he walked away. The real world is so different from what's in the books. And the other guy was lying on his back, spread-eagled. A thunderous snore echoed in the quiet space. Someone was sleeping, drooling, and blowing bubbles from their nose. Lewin and Trang stood there helplessly, watching him sleep, oblivious to the world, at a loss for words. He decided to speak up and break the other's deep sleep. Excuse me. Hearing his voice, the man groggily woke up. He shot up as soon as he saw him standing in front of him. I'm sorry. I was so sound asleep I didn't realize you were here, Mage. He didn't pay it much mind. It's fine. Can I get a horse? He asked him. Yes. The stable owner's face was a bit awkward. Well, actually, we don't have any horses at the moment. The stable was completely empty of horses. Only piles of dry hay remained in the stalls. He asked again, no horses. The stable owner replied, yes. He asked again, are there no other stables around? The stable owner could only scratch his head, a guilty look on his face. This is the only ones in Tesseran. Seeing this, Trang burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. What kind of stable doesn't have any horses? Haha, this place is really... Before he could finish, Lewin interrupted, "This is a bit off from the plan." His face showed a hint of disappointment at not being able to borrow a horse. The stable owner explained a bit. Originally, there were 3 horses in the stable, but they were all rented out this morning. We haven't had a customer in a long time. But today someone suddenly rented all the horses. Hearing his explanation, he was a bit surprised. He awkwardly made a suggestion to him. "If you could wait for a day somehow, I will." He cut him off. "Wait a minute." This startled him a bit. Yes, he asked the stable owner. No one needed a horse for a long time, but today someone rented all of them. He was also a bit puzzled. That's right, but why? He started to get a little suspicious. It's rare for people to come to Tessirin, but someone besides me rented all the horses here. Is it just a coincidence? He wondered. But then he remembered the stray cat's words before he left. Question everything. He turned to ask his friend sitting on his shoulder, "Trang, have you noticed anything?" Hearing his question, it sighed and crossed its arms. "Hey, human, you're only just realizing this now. I said it back on the ship." It answered his question. "That's right." Both turned to look in the same direction. "We're being followed." Behind the house opposite where he and Trang were standing, a completely cloaked figure was watching the two of them. After realizing we were being followed, we acted immediately. I instructed the inn staff to report if anyone asked about me. He gave a gold coin to the innkeeper. His eyes immediately lit up and he readily agreed. "You can count on me. Money really can make the world go round." I decided to act as bait and walk around to Siren. He strode through the streets. "They must have seen me leave the inn. They'll definitely come and ask about us, won't they? They are clearly people from the Rennick Empire." He smiled as if he already knew everything. Whether it's the prince, angry that I refused his offer of citizenship, or the king of the Tower of Magic is after me, I don't know. But none of them are particularly welcome. At all costs, this problem must be dealt with before reaching the summit. But his eyes showed clear determination. "I can't let them keep following me when I know they're there." "No one came here," the innkeeper replied to Lewin with an awkward expression. As if in disbelief, he asked again, "What?" The innkeeper replied honestly, "It's the truth. I was anxiously waiting for someone to come after you left, but no one came." Trang spoke up. He doesn't look like he's lying. Suddenly, the innkeeper remembered something. But something very strange happened. He quickly asked, "What is it?" He revealed something shocking. For about 3 minutes, my memory was almost completely blank. Hearing that, he was shocked as hell. The innkeeper added, "No matter how hard I try to remember." His face tensed as he listened to the man recount what he could remember. Mind control. A high-level 6th circle magic spell. It allows one to control and dominate the opponent's mind. The victim will lose all memory of that time period, and the other person can steal that part of the memory. He quickly walked upstairs. "They are much more ruthless and powerful than I thought. Moreover, if my memory was stolen, they would realize that I've noticed. Someone is following me." He pieced everything together bit by bit. Lewin opened the door to his room. The room was empty, but someone had pinned a piece of paper to the headboard. The paper read, "I have no intention of harming you, so don't waste your time looking for me. Just proceed with your search." Lewin angrily tore the paper down. "So you sneak into my room to leave a note and telling me not to worry. This is definitely a threat." Then his face became serious. "All right, let's try." Lewin jumped out of the room. He kicked off the nearby houses, then landed safely. Man, Lewin's jump looks dangerous as hell. Lewin flew like the wind. If he gets caught speeding, he's definitely getting hauled off to the station. Trang asked him, "What are you thinking?" He replied with a triumphant smile. "We need to find them." Lewin ordered, "Open the map for me." The map showed 4 red dots, one for him and Trang, the other 3 for the 3 people following him. He took off, but didn't forget to look back with a provocative expression. "All right, then follow me." Red circles appeared as Lewin sped up. He shouted loudly so the other 3 could hear. "It's like racing for first place in a triathlon." "Should we follow them?" one of the 3 asked. "Our Grand Tournament champion junior is asking us to play a game with him like this. It wouldn't be fun if we refused." The one with the skull tattoo on his neck, who seemed to be the leader, said. He ordered the other 2 to follow them. "Just don't kill them." The other 2 heard the order and disappeared in a flash. "Yes, sir." The sky turned red. The 2 followers flew like birds. It didn't take long to catch up to Lewin and Trang, and as for him, he was still smiling as he ran, without a hint of fear. Well, he's the one who started the game, so why the hell would he be scared? In a place as deserted as a ghost town, a purple light appeared, followed by 3 very suspicious-looking figures in black cloaks. They landed and the 3 of them began to walk straight ahead. They looked around as they walked. The one in the middle said, "The tracks of the mage from Scream's Luinadel have vanished." The leader turned his head and said, "He hasn't vanished. He's waiting for us." "What?" They were chatting away, completely oblivious to their surroundings. From within a pile of wooden crates, Lewin suddenly burst out, catching the 3 black-cloaked figures off guard. They shouted in panic, Lewin Adele! Before he could say another word, one of the two was punched in the face by Lewin. He quickly turned to look at the second one, making him gasp in terror. Lewin charged forward with his fist, but the man quickly used a spell to create a barrier in front of him. That guy. But that was hardly a challenge for our boy. The magic wall was shattered by Lewin's punch in an instant. The other guy also took a direct hit, so much so that he coughed up blood. In no time, two of the three were down, sprawled on the ground. Lewin stared straight at the last one. He suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of person he was. So he's a real monster, huh? Lewin, his face filled with murderous intent, glared at him and growled, Who are you people? The bearded man in the black cloak still laughed calmly at Lewin's defensive stance. Did you know the Grand Master of the Tower of Magic sent us here? We were instructed to protect our young ones. Lewin replied, protecting more like spying. The bearded man's expression became more mysterious. He tore the paper in his hand and said, It's all the same. Anyway, it was fun watching you. Then the old man disappeared, leaving only his two unconscious subordinates on the ground and a puff of gray smoke, along with the words, See you later. Lewin looked at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and said, This skull tattoo, dark witches. Dark witches. Lewin crossed his arms, looking at the two unconscious men in front of him. Then he answered Trang, Yes. It's a secret group. It's a group of mages from the tower that specializes in handling dirty work, with that mysterious skull wrapped in green fire, along with those mysterious black-cloaked figures. You can tell at a glance that this group is no good. Lewin said the secret group, the Dark Witches, all that's known about them is the group's name and that tattoo. It's not clear exactly what they do, or what each individual's level is. Even the identity of the leader is a mystery. Then, Trang heard this and was extremely excited. He looked at Lewin and said, So, what's your impression of them after meeting them? Lewin looked at Trang as if he had an idea and smiled. It's possible. They don't seem to be on the same level as the representatives from the big tournament. Trang was a little confused and said, But we still haven't confirmed the other guy's power. Lewin replied nonchalantly, All right. He covered his mouth with his hand, remembering the scene of those damn mages attacking innocent people. Then he said they used a sixth circle magic spell. Clearly they are not an ordinary opponent. Besides, they can watch us from a distance. Trang looked at his thoughtful expression and said, What are you going to do? Lewin remained deep in thought. Lewin looked up as if he had a plan. He said, First I'll make them reveal themselves. A moment later, the sound of galloping horses. The next day, we immediately set off for the Heavenly Mountains. Lewin rode his horse swiftly toward the mountain range in front of him. The journey to the Heavenly Mountains was exhausting. We had to walk through arid deserts, but I could feel that we had definitely reached our destination. Lewin placed a hand on his chest. Lewin dismounted, placing his hand on his chest, his expression anxious as if worried. His chest was trembling. Sunlight shone on the young man's sweaty face. He gave a faint smile and looked straight ahead, saying, So this is the Heavenly Mountain. That's right, there's no mistaking it. The mountain shrouded in a gloomy black film is the Heavenly Mountain. Lewin stood stunned for a long moment and said, This is exactly the feeling of satisfaction. The black barrier wavered slightly as if something had just touched it. Lewin said, You once said this is where you lived with Draka, right? Trang replied, Yes, that's right. Lewin sat down wearily, leaning his back against the barrier and said, Yeah, it's not moving an inch. How am I supposed to get in? Lewin's expression changed. A hint of worry appeared. He looked up at Trang and said, What kind of inhuman idea is this? You're telling me I have to break this barrier just like that? Trang crawled onto his forehead and replied, Yes. Lewin sighed. Then Trang climbed onto the top of his head. Lewin looked down and said confidently, If it were humans, they would surely try to break the barrier, right? Lewin looked up at Trang and replied, Right. That's the first thought. Trang continued, But they can't break it with just ordinary human methods. And Trang continued, What would happen if there was an ogre here? Trang's words left Lewin a little stunned, as if even he hadn't expected it. Lewin sat cross-legged, his hand on his chin, thinking seriously. Wouldn't it be better to call the ogres from inside? Ask them to open the door. Like a friend. While Lewin was still thinking, Trang quickly jumped to the ground. He crossed his arms, looked at Lewin and said, Yes, my mind is very clear now. Hearing that, Lewin was even more shocked. His pupils constricted as he looked down at Trang and said, Like you said, all the ogres here are dead, aren't they? Aren't they? Trang, with a very confident expression, looked straight at Lewin and replied, That's also just a human thought. At this, Lewin began to feel tense. He turned his head to look at the barrier behind him. Trang's face darkened. He said, Remember, Lewin? Your power doesn't follow conventions. Break them. As soon as the words were spoken, from within that dark, gloomy barrier a voice emerged. I am breaking it. This surprised even Lewin, who was standing outside. Lewin placed his hand on the barrier and said, Hey, oh, Then he started to place both hands on the barrier. His expression was a bit hesitant as he said, "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend you can't hear me, but I have your leader's fang with me." "Kun Khan." Lewin kept his hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear me, open the gate." The atmosphere then became suddenly silent, making both Lewin and Trang a little anxious. A moment later, a light, an incredibly strong purple and blue light erupted from Lewin's hand. A massive explosion created a shockwave between Lewin and the barrier, putting Lewin in a difficult position. But with a strong will, Lewin stood firm. He still tried to withstand the force in front of him. Lewin's pupils suddenly constricted, as if seeing something truly terrifying approaching. The black barrier then gradually disappeared. Lewin exclaimed, "It's open!" The mysterious old man in the black cloak now appeared out of nowhere. "Ran straight ahead," he said in panic. "How can a rookie like him do something that no one has ever done before?" But unfortunately for him, by the time he arrived, the barrier had reappeared, preventing him from entering. He was helpless, only able to stand outside, continuously pounding on the barrier and screaming, "What's going on? It's closed again. What's happening?" Before he could even process what was happening, a fist that everyone knew who it belonged to came flying. Lewin shot forward and punched him straight in the face, sending him staggering backwards. Lewin, his face burning with rage, shouted, "Seize the opportunity. You can't escape like you did the other day." Without giving him a chance to counterattack, Lewin launched his next attack. Using the earthquake move, he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a tremor that shattered the earth beneath his feet. The old man had already taken 2 consecutive hits, making him cry out in pain. "Not done yet," Lewin shouted. "Vines." Summoning long vines that shot forward to capture their designated prey. Designated, it was that mage. The old man was quickly bound by Lewin's vines, sprawled on the ground in front of him. Lewin couldn't say anything, nor could he move a muscle. So the old man could only let out helpless whimpers. Lewin said, "You think you can get close to me this time?" Lewin calmly looked at the bound man in front of him and said, "What level are you? Let's end this game early, shall we?" Oh my god, a big dude just appeared looking pretty big too. He grabbed a wooden club and shot out. The green giant swung his club and charged straight down to where Lewin was standing, leaving him stunned and bewildered. A horrifying scene suddenly appeared. In an instant, the green giant's wooden club had fresh red liquid dripping down it. No need to say what that liquid is. Lewin was completely shocked by the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. Right now, his eyes were wide, his body frozen stiff. The giant turned to look at Lewin, a completely savage look on its face. It gave him goosebumps. Its pitch-black eyes stared at Lewin. He said, "Answer me, human. Who are you?" Lewin tried to act calm on the outside, but deep down he was extremely worried. Trang, standing on his shoulder, leaned into Lewin's ear and whispered, "Lewin, remember this. They were created with the mindset of beasts. Fortunately, I was able to enter the barrier on the heavenly mountain. And as soon as I stepped in, I thought I had entered another world." Lewin whispered. He followed the green giant deep inside. Here he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green giants. They looked at him with curiosity and wonder. One of them said, "A human, what's a human doing here?" Hiss, hiss. "But he doesn't smell much like a human." "He smells just like us. Hiss, hiss." Lewin walked on his face as tense as a drawn bowstring. Trang next to him said, "Master, be careful. They don't have the same morals as humans." Lewin said tensely, "I know." Lewin remembered the image from the beginning, when he met the green giant and said, "Now." And I guess he's not doing anything to me because of Kun Khan's fang. But I don't know when they'll kill me. He was both wary and trailing after the green giant, and watched him to a towering mountain. The green giant said, "We're here. This is the peak of the heavenly mountain." The two of them stopped next to another green giant. Lewin looked at the giant holding the club and asked, "The peak? There's still another peak up there, isn't there?" Thud. A tremor rang out, startling Lewin a bit. In front of him was another giant. He was bigger than the others and had white hair and a beard. Lewin thought, "This isn't the peak, but there's an ogre." The white-haired giant looked down at Lewin and began to introduce himself. "I am the leader, Hakan. Human, I heard you have the holy artifact of Kun Khan. Say what you will." Lewin was still in shock at the massive body that was 10 times bigger than the other ogres. He stared up with his mouth agape, thinking he's so much bigger than the other ogres. Leader Hakan continued, "Human, we welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you apart and throw your corpse to the eagles to eat." "Who are you?" Lewin tried to remain calm and replied, "I thought I already said this at the gate, but I am the one chosen by the fang of Kun Khan." Leader Hakan sat down and said, "Lies. That is not an item that a human can handle." Lewin replied, "But it's the truth." Lewin took out an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, "I can show you, can I?" The ogre said in alarm, "Oh my God, it's true." Leader Hakan looked at Lewin with a very satisfied expression and said, "An interesting human. I smelled the scent of our kind on you, and I also smell the scent of strength. Lewin replied cheerfully, "That's right, I'm pretty strong." Leader Hat Khan said, "Then answer me, human. Who are you?" Lewin hesitated slightly and said, "I am Lewin." After that, Lewin and Trang looked at each other as if both were thinking the same thing. Lewin asked, "Do you know about Dracogonia?" "That's the name of a dragon that lives on this heavenly mountain." Chief Black Khan's jaw dropped, surprised by what he had just heard. Chief Black Khan hurriedly looked down at Lewin and said, "How do you know that name?" Lewin, with his hands on his hips, smiled and replied, "I heard it from Kingram." Chief Black Khan was even more shocked to hear the name Kingram. He said loudly, "Kingram, he's still alive." Lewin recalled the first time he faced Kingram and said, "He is living as an artifact in my academy." "Should I say that?" "He's considered one of the professors." Lewin looked at Chief Black Khan and said confidently, "You're curious about who I am, aren't you?" The green ogre who had been his guide, who had been standing quietly listening to Lewin, "I am a friend of Kingram, who was once the leader of Heavenly Mountain's peak." Lewin continued, "I am also the one chosen by the Fang of Kun Khan, and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power." With every word he spoke, Chief Black Khan grew more astonished. Facing the two large ogres, Lewin declared, "I am Lewin Adel." Then Lewin faced Chief Black Khan and said, "With all that, are you still planning to crush me and throw my corpse to the eagles?" Chief Black Khan pondered for a long moment, then said, "No. We will welcome you with open arms, human." Lewin's face then suddenly froze solid. He seemed to be speechless. He was now brought to the middle of a plaza, with a simple stone table in the center. Around them, the ogres were shouting continuously. Trang, sitting on Lewin's shoulder with its arms crossed, said, "The ogres have a rite of passage, even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, you have to prove your worth." Draka also participated when he first came here. Then Trang looked at Lewin seriously and said, "And the format is arm wrestling." In front of him, a large green ogre strode forward. He cheerfully flexed his muscles and said, "I am the son of Meru Khan. Amarat, are you the human we've welcomed?" Before anything else, Lewin's face crumpled. He thought to himself, "You're telling me this giant is my opponent? I think something's wrong here." In a moment, Lewin and Amarat were in position to arm wrestle. The whole plaza was now shouting, "Qua, let's go!" Amarat crushed that human. Lewin leaned on the stone table, looked at Trang, and said, "If I lose this arm wrestle, they won't actually throw me to the eagles, will they?" Trang replied helplessly, "I'm not so sure." Facing the giant Amarat, the atmosphere was tense. Lewin looked very small compared to him. The two clasped hands tightly. Lewin thought, "This giant ogre is definitely here to intimidate me, but that doesn't mean I should just blindly rush in." Lewin's expression was extremely tense now. He thought, "A match between an ogre and a human sounds ridiculous, but I also have special power granted by an artifact." The white fang was hovering amidst a stream of magic. Lewin said, "Ever since I got the Fang of Kun Khan, my strength has increased by 1,300. Lewin frowned, his seriousness evident. He thought, "Now my strength has reached 3,520. This is possible." But facing Amarat, his expression was extremely confident. He said, "I don't think you're an ordinary human, but your hand feels different. I am Amarat, son of Omeru Khan. Even if my opponent is a human, I will not go easy on you." Lewin didn't back down either, smiling and saying loudly, "That's right, try to defeat me once and for all." In the middle, the referee began to count down. "Ready? Ready?" You could see the faces of both contestants were extremely serious. "Begin," the ogre referee shouted. Instantly, Lewin flexed his arm muscles so hard that a part of his sleeve ripped. Amarat, seeing this, was also a bit surprised by his opponent. The match was still ongoing with no clear winner. Amarat shouted, "Humph!" As for Lewin, you could see his complexion was getting worse. Sweat was pouring down, as if he could only hold on for a little longer. He thought, "Damn, is it over?" But Lewin mustered all his remaining energy and shouted, "This is my last chance, you hairy ogre!" But not as he had hoped. Amarat slammed Lewin's arm down with incredible ease. Not only that, but it made a loud thud. Lewin flexed so hard his whole sleeve ripped, but losing so miserably his face froze solid. He must have been completely bewildered. And the ogre referee then stood up, spread his arms wide, and shouted, "Amarat is the winner." Lewin, exhausted, lay sprawled on the stone table side and said, I lost. Even though I tried my best." Lewin's hand trembled, covered in cuts and bruises. He said, "So now I'm going to be fed to the eagles." Lewin, dazed, looked up at the sky as if his number was up. As he was thinking, a voice said, "Get up, human." A green ogre knelt down to face Lewin and said with satisfaction, "You managed to hold your own even against Amarat, the most elite warrior of Heavenly Mountain. Truly that is commendable." At that moment, the system quest window appeared. The ogres of Heavenly Mountain greatly revere strength. It took Draka 17 years to earn the respect of the ogres with his strength, just as he did. Win over the ogres you want with strength, and make them respect you. Defeat Amarat in arm wrestling. 1. Reward the ogres of Heavenly Mountain. Lewin looked up, surprised, and stammered, Thank you. Yes." Trang looked at Lewin happily and said, "Well done, Lewin. You've won the support of the ogres." Lewin pushed himself up, looked at Trang and said awkwardly, "Trang, you didn't tell me this was going to happen, did you?" Trang giggled. "Kakeki, it's fun, isn't it?" Lewin snorted and glanced at Trang, saying, "You just said it took Draka 17 years to beat Omerat. Right, I'll do it in a month." Looking up, the atmosphere was now very cheerful, with the ogres sitting together at tables eating, drinking, and chatting. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast had been prepared on the small mountaintop. At one table, Lewin said cheerfully, "This is better than we thought, right? It's hard to believe ogres can cook this well." Trang replied helplessly, "I know the food is very pungent. The smell is really—" Lewin replied, "No, it's not that." Lewin sat down, looked around, and said, "But why do the ogres here live so secluded in this monastery?" "Yes." Lewin's face fell. He thought, "Either way, I have a feeling." Looking at the ogres laughing and joking cheerfully, Lewin thought, "that I will overcome something more important than this quest." Omerat approached from behind, looked at Lewin, and said, "Strong human." Lewin turned to look at him and replied, "Yes." Omerat looked down at Lewin and said, "So, what are you thinking of doing?" "With the fang of our first chief." Lewin replied, "Do with it." "What can I do with it?" And Omerat smiled brightly and said, "If you want, I can help you make a weapon suitable for a human." Getting this bargain out of the blue, Lewin was also a bit surprised. He thought, "What?" In a dark cellar, Lewin, holding the huge fang, asked himself, "What is this?" He walked while holding the fang. Trang said, "This is the main source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the ogre tribe inherits it will be the strongest." Lewin said, "No, I mean, what is it used for? Things like armor magic staves?" Trang said, "Angale's staff and Mossi's scales have very clear uses. One is a sorcerer's staff, and one is a knight's magic armor." An image of Lewin wearing armor holding a staff and laughing boisterously appeared. Trang said, "These two are used like a mace. Receive this magic spell." The two walked down the dark corridor, chatting animatedly. Trang said, "Just hold on to it and figure it out later. It only helps you increase your strength." Lewin replied, "All right," and the scene changed. Omerat smiled brightly and said, "If you want, I can help you make a weapon suitable for a human." Getting this bargain out of the blue, Lewin was also a bit surprised. He thought, "I have it, but I don't know how to use it. This is another unexpected opportunity." The man, Omerat, pointed a thumb at himself and said confidently, "The fang of Kun Khan is heavy and hard, so much so that it seems no one can handle it. But if it's the iron trap of Omezushira, it's entirely possible." Lewin didn't quite understand. "An iron trap is just like a human blacksmith." Omerat looked at Lewin and said, "Do you have any ideas for a special kind of weapon?" Human Lewin. A moment later, he suddenly broke into a smile as if he'd just thought of something. "So, you can help me make exactly what I need. It's been half a month since I came to Heavenly Mountain." Lewin said Anuo from the bushes as if stalking something. Ahead, a green ogre shouted, "That way." Human Lewin shot out from the bushes saying, "Let me handle it." During that time, I helped the ogre tribe hunt or assisted them. Next, he started jogging, spending a lot of time training me in things I couldn't do. Lewin, covered in sweat, looked up at the system, then said cheerfully, "All right." Then he arm wrestled with Omerat again, and just like last time, Lewin lost again. However, the main quest that took up most of my time was something else. Trang declared 15 losses in 15 matches, arm wrestling against Omerat-san. Lewin, having lost 15 matches in a row, sulked and rubbed his arm, saying, "Lost again. This is really happening to me." Behind him, Omerat could only laugh. "Ha ha." Lewin stood rubbing his arm for a moment, then Trang came over to encourage him. "Keep it up, master. You've gotten better." Omerat laughed and said, "That's right, human. You've gradually started to use your strength more effectively." But Lewin still refused to give up. He looked at Omerat confidently and said, "Thank you. I feel like I'm improving little by little. I've learned how to use my strength properly, through Omerat's advice, and each day I can last a little longer." Lewin stuck his hands in his pockets, then turned his head and said, "Before I leave here, I have to defeat Omerat-san." Omerat-san from behind was completely taken aback at being called out so suddenly, looking bewildered. Even though they were in a cave, you could still hear their conversation clearly, echoing out. "Omerat-san, are you hesitating?" Omerat-san replied, "No, not at all, human. In arm wrestling, you don't stand a chance against me." A few days later, Omerat-san was now wearing a stiff expression. Oh, it turned out Lewin's small hand had defeated Omerat-san in arm wrestling. The referee said, 17 matches, 16 losses. Trang also couldn't believe its eyes, saying, 1 win. Lewin stood up cheerfully, raised both arms, and shouted loudly to Omerat-san's astonishment. "I won." A system quest window appeared. Side quest in Heavenly Mountain. Win the arm wrestling match against Omerat 1-1 complete. You will receive this tribe's prize of the Heavenly Mountain ogres as a reward. You are respected by all ogres. But Omerat-san wasn't angry about losing. On the contrary, he couldn't stop praising Lewin, saying, "You keep surprising me. I've lost Master Adele, Lewin rubbed his wrist and looked cheerfully at Omerat-san, saying, "This is the first time, isn't it, that you've called me by my name like that, Omerat-san?" Omerat-san turned and walked away, saying, "It seems you are ready." Lewin watched Omerat-san's retreating figure and asked, "Ready for what?" Lewin said, "Is it done?" Omerat-san turned his face back and said, "Come here, Lewin." Omerat-san said, "Actually, it's been done for a while. I've been waiting for this moment to give it to you." Lewin quickly walked over to Omerat-san and said, "Why didn't you give it to me even though the weapon was finished?" At that moment, Omerat-san, while rummaging for something, said, "I was waiting for the moment you could defeat me. If you didn't win, I might not have given it to you. The Fang of Kun Khan is a very important thing to us." After hearing this, Lewin's expression stiffened with a hint of embarrassment. He thought, why does it feel like he's trying to take it back right in front of me? A moment later, Omerat-san held out his hand with the object to Lewin and said, "Here, this is yours." Lewin looked at the object in front of him a little surprised and said, That's... It was a pair of black metal gauntlets, bear paw made from the Fang of Kun Khan created by Omerat. A bear paw, decorated with the Fang of the tribes, first ogre chief in Heavenly Mountain. Kun Khan, the Fang's fragments will not be broken by any impact and will destroy everything. Immediately increases strength by 2,000. Unlocks the unique skill leadership. Potential is currently growing. Lewin put on the gauntlets and clenched his fist, thinking resolutely, a bear paw with the Fang of Kun Khan inside. It will definitely be the most comfortable for me. A melee mage. Seeing he hadn't said anything, Trang asked, "How is it, Lewin?" Omerat-san also asked, "What do you think of my work? I made it using the most perfect mold for you." Lewin was thrilled, of course. Actually, he was lost in thought. This is amazing. It's not just 2,000 strength, it might be even stronger. Lewin said, "Omerat-san, can you gather all the warriors of Heavenly Mountain?" Very soon after, all the green ogres had been gathered. They were discussing, "A strong human wants to arm wrestle all of us." "What? That's right. He said he'll defeat all of us." The ogres immediately gathered and started buzzing. Even though he defeated Omerat-san, he's still hurting our pride. But to go against a challenger like that, an event like this, the more they talked, the more excited and thrilled they became. Welcome, Lewin? He was now at Zua Plaza and facing a large ogre. From the ogre tribe's point of view, this seemed like an arrogant challenge. But the atmosphere here was very cheerful. For the ogre tribe, who worship strength and love competitions, they seemed to appreciate my competitive spirit. Not only the adult ogres, but even the young ogres came to watch and cheer. A child shouted, "Go, Dad!" Trang crossed its arms and laughed. "Ah, this brings back memories. Draka did this once too." Lewin leaned on the stone table, looked down at Trang and said, although he faced 17 opponents in a row in 35, but unlike him, in your case, humans can't live as long as dragons. So you have to hurry. Trang's smug expression vanished, replaced by helplessness. Lewin placed one hand on the stone table. He looked seriously at his opponent and thought, just yesterday, I said this wasn't possible. But looking at his sparkling black gauntlets, Lewin was confident that with the Kun Khan Fang bear paw on his hands, I feel like I can't lose. The ogre referee on the side began to call out, "Ready, begin." The two immediately tried to slam down the other's arm. But from Lewin's side, it looked like he was at a slight disadvantage. Oh, but with his trained strength and the power of the gauntlets, Lewin was able to easily slam down his opponent's arm. On a plain, the ogres gathered in a crowd as if to see Lewin off. An ogre said, "Will you be back, my lord?" Lewin replied, "Yes, for now we need to go to Leberdine." And the ogre said regretfully, "You've given us a memorable experience." "Thank you, my lord." Lewin also looked at them happily but said nothing. Lewin held out his hand. Omerat-san saw it and said, "Do you want another arm wrestling match, even though you've already defeated all of us?" Lewin said, "That's not for an arm wrestle," which made Omerat-san pause a bit. He reached out his hand, took Omerat-san's and said, "It's called a handshake." Omerat-san was a little confused. "A handshake?" A hint of regret crossed Lewin's face as he said, "It's a human way of greeting." And Omerat-san seemed to have an epiphany. He listened silently as Lewin explained, "When you meet someone, and when you say goodbye to a friend." Then he set off on his journey with the farewells of the ogres. Lewin waved and said loudly, "See you later" is a type of farewell. Late afternoon at Ignis Academy. In his office, Tehran sat at his desk listening to a report. "It's not very important news, sir." He listened to the report while resting his hand on his chin, thinking. The report on the Screaming Witch is still incomplete. It's been quite a while since the other two returned with serious injuries. There's been no news since the Screaming Witch began monitoring Lewin Adele alone. As he was thinking, he thought of that mage's ear, which was beaten to a pulp by Lewin the other day. After sending another team to scout again, no signs of humans were detected near Heavenly Mountain. Then he spoke up, "They've been taken care of." Before he could finish, someone interrupted him. "Archbishop, I have a new report." Another figure in a black cloak entered. He said Luin has reached Leberdan. Old Terran heard this and couldn't believe it. His face looked thunderous. He was pensive for a long time, as if thinking up some dirty trick. He gave the order. Order him to return immediately. At this time, Luin had arrived at the city. The castle was enveloped in the fiery red of the sunset, accompanied by a deep, disappointed voice. I failed the mission. Terran rested his chin on his hand, his expression one of paternal disappointment, as he listened to the other's presentation. As King Flame said, there's a reason why no one can succeed in conquering that place. When I reached Heavenly Mountain, I truly realized that this mission was beyond my capabilities. Luin sat on the chair, his head bowed in frustration, explaining, the barrier there is too strong, so there's no way to get inside. Terran just listened in silence. He spoke up, cutting him off. You're a terrible liar, you know that. Terran said slowly, word by word. Be honest. Tell me clearly. You're the one chosen by the Fang of Kun Khan, after all. His voice was stern. And the mission you chose was to find the ogre's stronghold. That seems a bit too coincidental, doesn't it? Hearing this, Luin looked guilty. Sweat trickled down his face as he tried to look calm and question back. So you've been following me? Tehran replied calmly. Following you, I was simply worried. I was afraid. You might become one of the tower's opposition. Luin quickly spoke up. Any mage who dares to oppose the words of King Flame becomes a sworn enemy of those in the tower, right? And me as well. Tehran looked him over and replied, enough small talk. Let's get to the main point. Tell me the truth. What did you see in Heavenly Mountain? His face suddenly turned fierce, his voice strained as he interrogated. The first ogre tribe is still alive. Hearing Tehran's question, Luin's face became tense. He didn't know how to answer properly. He slowly left the castle. Luin sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. He remembered when Terran threatened, don't lie to me. I know everything. I can look into your past right here if I want to. He interrupted and asked back, someone like you wouldn't do that, would you? Which made Tehran momentarily surprised. What? Luin smirked provocatively. A great border wizard like you wouldn't resort to such measures, would you? Especially against a student like me. Hearing this, Tehran's brows furrowed tightly as he shouted in anger. Are you daring to make a bet with me? That word student seems a bit too modest, don't you think? Terran said helplessly. Well, all right. His voice softened as he instructed. Your first official mission has failed, so return to the academy. Luin's face was grim as he fell into deep thought. I just gambled on King Flame's pride. Luckily it worked. Although he wouldn't use such extreme measures, there are many other methods. He frowned nervously, thinking to himself, but if King Flame becomes even more unreasonable, he'll definitely have me by the throat. Just thinking about it is scary. Luin comforted himself, but surely it's over now. He thought of Terran, a premonition in his heart. The artifact from Area X chose me, and everyone knows it. Meaning the master of the throne. Although not explicitly stated, King Flame will definitely be watching me closely. Luin pounded his sore shoulder and hurried off, sighing. I don't know anymore. Right now I just want to get out of here fast. The steam train rushed forward. Colorful banners with Luin's picture and cheering. Whoa, Luin, congratulations on winning the festival. The crowd tossed him into the air, cheering excitedly. Over here, Luin, welcome. Which made Luin flustered, exclaiming, Stop it, that was 2 months ago. Jason casually dropped a cardboard box onto the table with a thud. Luin, sitting on his bed, wondered, what's this? He stood with his hands on his hips, smiled, and replied, This is your mail. As expected, the festival winner is bound to be famous. Looking at the pile of letters in the box, he yelped, Whoa, that's a lot! Jason interrupted. This is just the recent stuff. To his bewilderment, Jason turned to a white cabinet and continued, And this is the stuff that arrived a while ago that we've been holding on to. Luin's eyes bugged out. His jaw dropped, seeing the mountain of letters before him. He was speechless. He was in a state of shock, not knowing what to say. Jason leaned, watching Luin sit cross-legged on the bed, looking at a letter in his hand in amazement. He muttered, What's this? A letter from the prince, from the genius mage, and true patriot of the kingdom. Dear Luin Adele. Letters kept falling out of the cabinet, along with his monotonous voice. I was very happy to hear that you declined the Imperial Prince's offer to join. You truly are a patriot. Whoa, sincerely. Even though I've never met them. Jason sighed and replied, Sincerely isn't for people you're close to, but for someone he considers close. This seems to be a continuation of the previous line, correcting the phrasing. Jason sighed and replied, Sincerely isn't for people you're close with, but for people he wants to be close with. For the people you want to get close to. Do you know anything about that? He lay sprawled on his bed, watching Lewis intently read the letter. He couldn't help but wonder, But Luin, what's this grand plan of yours? A slight smirk played on Luin's lips, a mysterious and somewhat cunning smile. He replied with a bright smile, I'm thinking this year will be very different. Luin rode his horse slowly under the canopy of trees, through the sun-drenched forest. He rode on thinking excitedly. It's been a long time since I last visited my hometown. Since last year. I've just stayed in the dormitory and haven't gone anywhere. Remembering that time, Lewin couldn't help but sigh. I didn't have the courage to face my fellow villagers. I wasn't confident enough to smile and answer their questions. How's your life at the academy? Lewin's eyes became confident as he spoke, but now I can face them with pride. He sat on horseback, looking down from above at the European-style villages on a vast land. The people were shocked, not believing their eyes, and said in unison, calling young master. Lewin scratched his head shyly and replied, "Is everyone well?" The villagers cheered loudly. "Oh, is it really you, young master?" Another person exclaimed in surprise, "What young master?" Everyone surrounded him, making him scratch his head repeatedly and explain shyly, "I'm sorry, everyone. I've been away for too long, haven't I?" A villager laughed loudly and asked, "Ha ha ha, how's the academy? Is it like the rumors say?" Another person chimed in, "Hey, but our young master is the best, right?" Luina ran from somewhere and hugged him, calling out loudly, "Big brother." The little girl stood with her hands on her hips, pouting and saying loudly, Not a single letter sent home during that whole time. And now you just show up." His father stood behind them, smiling gently and a little helplessly. Lewin called out loudly, "Father." Lewin put his hand on his head, teasing Luina. "You've grown so much I almost didn't recognize you." This made the little girl angry, and she shouted, "What?" He gave a bright smile and silently added in his heart, "And you're still as cute as ever." Lewin gently instructed his father. "Father, please call all the family members. It's been a long time since I've had the chance to talk to anyone." The bright moon in the night sky was covered by clouds. In the living room, everyone gathered to listen to Lewin. "I've told my family and close ones about what has happened over the past 6 years. Of course, I skipped the details about being a player." Luina wiped away her sobs. "Big brother, you've really been through so much." The maid exclaimed, "But you were able to overcome all those difficulties." "We're so proud of you, young master." "Yes," Begwin spoke up. "But does that mean you won a big competition? And you even had a private conversation with the Prince of the Empire?" He replied gently, "Yes." He thought to himself, that was 2 months ago, but it's still new news to the people in my rural hometown. His father held a letter in his hand, his voice full of pride. "That's why the royal family sent a letter." He laughed loudly, showing it off. "And countless letters from noble families were also sent here." This made him laugh helplessly, thinking, "Haha, I wanted to be the first one to tell father," Begwin said in a serious tone. "There are some issues related to that you need to be aware of." "Young master." His father also replied that, "Let's begin. I'm done with that discussion." Begwin advised, "You need to be more knowledgeable. It will be to your advantage." This left Lewin feeling confused, not understanding. What's going on? He turned to ask his father, "Father, please tell me. If I have to hear these things from someone else, I will be very disappointed." His father rested his hand on his face and replied helplessly, "It'll be useless." Remembering the wooden crate full of letters he had received, he exclaimed, "As I just said, our family has received countless letters from nobles. They're all about you. Many letters offered to help our family a lot. As an excuse to use you? Or to get a meeting with you?" At this moment, Luina and the maid both looked worried when they heard his father speak. "Of course I refused them all, but there is a problem." Lewin, with his hands on his lap, looked at his father and asked seriously, "What problem, sir?" He replied, "Binks Mando." He couldn't help but worry when he thought of that man, that he was using you as the leverage to threaten the Adele family. Mando, the only trading city near the Adele family's territory. Most of the goods produced in the Adele family's territory are traded through the city of Mando. In other words, the Adele family's territory is sustained by the money earned in Mando. Lewin looked at his father, puzzled. "They're really offering such an ridiculously low price for our goods." He turned his head away and replied dejectedly, "That's right, because they want to take the territory. Adele is holding you hostage and forcing you to become a guardian mage for Mando." Lewin's father rested his hand on his weary forehead and added, "At this rate, the Adele family's finances will collapse." He bowed his head and sighed. "But right now there is no clear solution." Lewin remembered the cheerful faces of the farmers, who enthusiastically said, "Oh, come now. I'll definitely be the first to treat the young master." Someone even boasted that, "Young master, the quality of our goat's milk is especially good this year." His father and Begwin were surprised when he said, "Suddenly I thought of the phrase, 'a bad guy needs to be taken down.'" He looked at his iron fist and said nonchalantly, "If they're so eager to meet me, I'll have to go there and pay them a visit." Begwin, after loading the luggage onto the horse, didn't forget to say, "Here's some food and water for you on your journey, young master. Be careful on the road." Lewin replied, "Thank you, Uncle Begin." He looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm very sorry for burdening you with this problem." As soon as you got home, Lewin patted the horse reassuringly and said, "It's all right. You're just doing your job as a manager. And I'm just trying to fulfill my responsibilities as a young master." Begwin looked worriedly at Lewin slowly climbing onto the horse, not knowing what to say. He called after him as he was about to ride off. "Young master, don't be mad at him, okay? he asked in surprise. What, oh? Begwin with worried eyes tried to explain. The Lord has done everything he can. He even paid out of his own pocket to compensate for the damage caused by Mando. Most people in the Adel family's territory don't know anything about this. Lewin bowed his head listening as he said, The current peace is thanks to the Lord's sacrifice, Lewin said in a low voice. How shameful, I think I was too arrogant. Hearing that made him ask, bewildered, What do you mean? Thinking of his father, he couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, I was very disappointed and wondered if father was just enduring it all. Thinking of last night's conversation, he couldn't help but feel ashamed and confess, and I thought that I alone could solve everything my father couldn't do. Lewin's eyes were sad and lost as he spoke. Even though I've known since I was a child, and my father loved and cared for this land more than anyone else. Begin. Hearing him say that, didn't know what else to say to comfort him. Lewin from horseback presented a wooden box and said, Instead, can you help me deliver this to father? He respectfully received it with both hands, wondering, What is this, young master? Begwin's mouth hung open as he stared at the box in his hands when he heard Lewin calmly say, It's 10,000 taels of gold. The gold bars were neatly arranged in the box. He gently explained, It's the prize money from that big tournament. I hope it will be used for necessary things in the territory. Begin asked again, Necessary for what? Lewin looked at him carefully, holding the box, and replied, In my personal opinion, it would be most effective to use it to buy more land. I believe the Adel family is capable of self-sufficiently supplying goods to others without needing Mando. In the future, he frowned thoughtfully and replied, That could be true, but our territory is currently facing difficulties. Right now, no one wants to sell land to us. He was startled when he heard him say, What if we just take it? Lewin said confidently, and then we'll proceed to clean it up. He explained that we will reclaim the long-standing troubles of Wolf Hill in the territory and the Chayung Plains, which are occupied by mudmen. That's not a bad idea either. Lewin, sitting on his horse, carefully stated his intention. With this money, if we hire mercenaries and develop the territory and train for hire, we could even make more money. The merchant city of Mando. This is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All supplies in the neighboring region are concentrated here. The Lord is Binks Mando. There are many bad rumors about him, such as using money to buy, his position through loan sharks, or being the former leader of the One Piece gang, Lewin thought to himself as he walked. In other words, we have to have a heart of steel. He stopped in front of the gate of a magnificent castle, heavily guarded by guards. From on his horse, Lewin bowed his head politely and said to a guard, I am the second son of the Adel family. Lewin Adel is the lord inside. Hearing this, the tall, thin guard let out a sigh. Another, a fat one, picked his nose contemptuously. Lewin's face darkened when he heard the mocking voice from the guards. Adel again, one guard wondered. Why do they keep making a fuss like this? Even though they know they'll never succeed. The tall, thin guard replied, Yeah. The fat guard chimed in sarcastically. They're still just kids. Just learning how to beg. The tall, thin guard clutched his stomach and laughed mockingly at Lewin on his horse, saying, Ha ha ha, can you even talk properly this time, young master? The fat guard next to him scratched his head and laughed along, Heh heh. Lewin squeezed his eyes shut and thought to himself, Has he always been treated like this? How many times has father come here? A guard looked at him getting off his horse and said mockingly, Hey, young master, go in and ask the Lord yourself. If it's Adel, they'll probably throw him out. The thin guard looked at his yawning colleague and his comrade and deliberately asked loudly, But it's different this time, right? Hurry up. Lewin thought to himself, I'm not here as a student, but as the second son of the Adel family. If I accept such rudeness as if it were normal, it will make the Adel family's territory look foolish. The fat soldier, surprised to see Lewin get into a fighting stance, shouted, What are you doing now? The skinny soldier narrowed his eyes when he heard him say, You guys should go home and practice more. To the guard's surprise, he threw the skinny guard, hard sending him flying backwards. Binks Mando and another soldier returned from somewhere, smiling and speaking in a fawning tone. Oh, my goodness, look who it is. Lewin glanced at the man's flattering smile. The hero who won this year's big tournament. The mage of the new generation, isn't it, Lord Lewin? Adel, he frowned and asked, Are you Lord Binks Mando? The man bowed low, showing respect. Yes, I am Binks Mando. To have a person of your stature visit this humble place. It's so embarrassing I can't even lift my head. The man was shocked when he heard Lewin's arrogant reply. Then don't lift it. He glared at the man, fiercely gritting his teeth as he spoke. If you're so embarrassed that I'm here, then you'd better keep your head down. Binks Mando, hearing this, frowned and was speechless. The man smirked. Binks Mando stood up straight, adjusted his collar, and replied with a smile, As the rumors say, you're quite a straightforward person. Then, despite my embarrassment, I will raise my head. Lewin said nonchalantly, Fine, but you need to train your guards. The man asked obsequiously, "Did my boys do something wrong?" Binks, Mando's eyes widened as he followed his contemptuous glance. "They treated our family as if we were an ogre tribe, so I gave them a light warning." The man looked behind him. The guards, beaten to a pulp by Lewin, were piled on top of each other, unable to utter a word. Binks' Mando was so angry he could have exploded. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging. Lewin looked at his expression and said sarcastically, "Are you all right, Lord?" The man turned, smirked, and replied, "Heh. Feel free to treat them as your subordinates." But he was annoyed inside. "How dare that brat touch my men?" Lewin rubbed his hands together and smiled in reply. "Oh, so we will." To Binks' Mando's astonishment, he kicked the remaining soldier, sending him flying backwards. The guard fell to the ground, rolling. He clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, "That's enough. This one also needs to be trained in etiquette." This left the man speechless. Lewin smiled and added another sentence. "You're not thinking of keeping me standing here any longer, are you?" The man was so provoked by him he was furious. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce as he heard another sarcastic remark. Shocked to his core. "Aren't you going to invite me in, Lord?" As he stepped inside, he saw something that looked like a wolf, its mouth open with sharp teeth, hanging on the wall. He smiled a completely genuine smile, and then shared with Lewin, "My hobby is collecting works of art." Like that, heh. He looked seriously and said, "Wow, it doesn't look pleasant at all." The old man continued his story. "I understand. Everyone has different tastes, heh. He fell silent, thinking for a moment, then silently assessed. Collecting these kinds of things and calling them beautiful? This guy's hobby is too depraved. The things he displayed in his house were all strange objects with scary shapes. Normal people would never buy these things. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became about this old man. It's clear that putting those things here is to create a feeling of fear and anxiety. Is he trying to threaten me? Next, this man poured water and offered it to Lewin. He introduced the type of tea he had prepared. "This is a rather rare tea from the south called param. Try some." He crossed his arms and refused the offer. "No need. Oh, don't you like tea? I can change it to a soft drink for you." With the direct personality of a Haiphong native, he asked in return, "Are you pretending to know nothing? Do you really not understand why I refuse to drink this tea?" "Huh." As he spoke, he poured the tea on the table, his expression more tense than a taut string staring straight at him. The two locked eyes. Although not a word was spoken, they seemed to understand what the other meant. The atmosphere became more tense. The spilled tea mingled with this terrifying silence. The corner of his mouth quirked into a mysterious smile. Then he calmly picked up the hot cup of tea. "Do you think I would poison your tea? But I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Of course there's no poison in it. I just want to be good friends with you." He emphasized the two words, good friends. It's unclear if there really was poison in the tea, but with this best friends but watch your back attitude, it's a bit suspicious. He asked him, "Friends who threaten each other? How ridiculous." It was just a well-intentioned suggestion. Hey. Lewin, furious, gritted his teeth and immediately retorted, "You call that a suggestion? That despicable scheme to weaken the Adel territory." With that, he frankly and decisively rejected his offer. The two locked eyes again. He lowered his face, his voice full of mystery. "Unfortunately, but from the moment you refused our friendship, the price of the Adel territory's goods will remain the same. Dirt cheap," he said with a sarcastic tone, accompanied by a look like a bully picking on a child. The main character, seeing this, threatened back with a menacing face. "You'd better return the price of the goods to what it was originally." A silent space descended between the two again. Both sides were as tense as a noodle. As soon as he finished speaking, he was called uncultured and ignorant. The old man angrily clenched his fist. "Do you think you're the only one who can refuse a deal? You should be the one begging. You're in the weaker position now, not me." He was about to go crazy. "Did you know that students of the Magic Academy can't use magic during the holidays? I'll teach you some humility, you brat." As soon as the sentence was finished, his soldiers appeared, surrounding Lewin. He wasn't scared at all and calmly dealt with it. "You never intended to let me go, did you?" Upon hearing his command, the soldiers immediately charged forward to attack him. "Kill him, I'll turn that bastard's corpse into a specimen in the exhibition hall." He could still, while fighting, talk in this life-or-death situation. "You want to turn me into a trophy? You're even crazier than I thought." The bear on his shoulder also thought, "He's really crazy." Although I guessed the outcome, so I didn't expect much from this conversation. But I still couldn't have predicted he would act so crudely. He sees him as an old pig, trapped in his own well in the south. For people like him, the first thing, he thought as he charged into battle with a soldier. When the two were at close range, he suddenly stopped, raising a finger making the soldier freeze. 5 seconds lost. Flick. As soon as he finished speaking, the force from his flick sent the soldier flying far away. After that was an incredibly satisfying fight. The yellow light from his power gradually swept through, knocking away the soldiers who were swarming like bees to honey. With a confident expression, he turned to him and said, "Let me tell you something. A special skill appeared, Chieftain's Will. Until I'm completely exhausted. I'll have the backing of the first. Chieftain of Mount Hakan and Kunkan. Kunkan's Fang appears and moves above the user's head. He immediately panicked. Huh. Why is there suddenly smoke? What are you doing? Then a large flame appeared from nowhere. It formed the face of something that was neither human nor beast. Lewin proudly let him know, even during the holidays. As long as my life is in danger, I can still use magic. He was scared now. Immediately, the fireman that was just created charged and attacked the old man's soldiers. Witnessing the scene before them, the soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear. If we stay here, we're dead for sure. Right after that, the whole group told each other to scatter and run. No one wanted to die right here. He raised his hand and clenched it. The fireman did the same. With a confident and proud expression, Lewin laughed. Running won't do you any good. He and the god in his skill charged forward together. Energy exploded. A loud explosion rang out, destroying the entire castle. The people around who witnessed it were bewildered, seeing the flames grow larger and more dangerous. They all told each other to run and escape from that place. Over here at this moment, the fat silver-haired man was still lamenting his strange collection. My 2,000 gold trembling steps. He walked up behind him. Do you still have time to worry about your artwork? The next second, he glared threateningly. Well, now it's time for you to worry about your own life. The flames blazed fiercely. The space was devastated by the fire. The main character still hadn't stopped smugly. You will have to leave the price of the house's goods, of Adele, back to its normal price, and compensate my family with 10 times the amount you took. That is my demand. What do you think? Can you do it? The old man trembled and knelt down. Compensate? How large is that amount? He grabbed him by the collar and said, right now. Now you see that you should never look down on others. He ganged up on the weak, and the price he had to pay was getting beaten to a pulp by him. Serves him right. Scene change. Lewin is riding his warhorse home. It's almost over. I wonder, Father, how surprised will he be when he finds out I've solved everything? On the road where he was the only one, he felt a sense of relief. And so, I have resolved the issue in Mando and am returning to Adele. One surprise after another. He hadn't even had a chance to celebrate. But things hadn't ended there. A voice said, Hello, Lewin. He was surprised and broke out in a sweat looking at the girl in front of him. Long white hair? An unexpected guest is waiting at Adele. She gave a gentle smile and looked at him. Lady Irene. Picking up from the last episode, Lady Irene suddenly appeared, visiting. The scene flashes back to about 2 months ago. At a lavish, splendid banquet table, Lewin stood to one side, his hands on his head, a look of boredom on his face. I'm sick of this. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home. While he was standing there, the beautiful white-haired girl approached and asked, Are you talking about that pretty little estate, Adele? The beautiful Irene stood with her hands on her hips, looking pouty. I'm glad the party ended without any problems. I really thought something terrible was about to happen because of someone. He forced a laugh. Haha, I'm sorry. But I couldn't do anything else, he said seriously. Not only did they belittle the students' efforts, but also our estate. She wondered, is Adele really that beautiful? He cheerfully introduced her to his home. Of course, it's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You should visit sometime. Really? Then when that time comes, you can't ask me why I'm here. Haha, I wouldn't do that. So the story begins here. But what he really didn't expect was that she would actually come. Back in the present, he was sitting with a flustered and shy expression. When she entered the house, the whole family was happily laughing and talking together. His father saw Irene and mistook her for his girlfriend, so happy he was moved to tears. My boy Lewin has grown up, and the little girl next to him was visibly angry. He doesn't know what the relationship is between him and this girl, but it seems she's jealous of him. Can you explain this situation? He was a little scared, not knowing what was wrong with the little girl. She was furious. Excuse me, what is the relationship between you two? Is she your lover? Where did you meet her? Tell me. A million questions of all kinds were asked. Scene change. Lewin and his father are talking about what just happened. He was surprised that the little brat wanted to be a guide for Lady Irene. Luina actually volunteered to be Lady Irene's guide. As soon as I suggested you do it, she immediately said she would handle it herself. He secretly understood. His father continued, Isn't she adorable? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen for 6 years. He still didn't trust and was skeptical about the relationship between Lewin and Irene, so he asked again, Are you sure she isn't your girlfriend? He let him know he could speak freely. He immediately denied it. Hearing that, his father's face fell. What a shame. He wondered why his father was disappointed to hear that. He immediately changed the subject. Let's put personal matters aside and talk about something else. Begin. Come in. An old man with brown hair and a beard opened the door and entered. He carried something and brought it to Lord Adele and his son. Lord Adele politely thanked him. His father turned and offered it to him. Lewin, I can't accept this money. Yes. He was surprised. His father explained that this was Lewin's money, not the Adele family's. He wondered why he couldn't. But aren't I also a member of the Adele family? His father replied gently. That's right. No one can deny that you are the heart of the Adele family, but you still have much to do outside of the Adele estate. Right. He fell silent, looking thoughtfully at his father. He bowed his head sadly and thought, I know very well that father says this because he worries about me. I also know that father is a very upright and moral person. I respect him for that, but I feel hurt when father always discusses the estate's matters without me. As he thought, he grew sad and summoned all his courage to tell the Lord everything he thought and wanted. He spoke seriously. No, I want to use my money for the Adele estate, just as you have, father. Hearing this, his father was suddenly awakened. Begwin? Haha. I think the young master should know that. His lordship has been supporting the Adele estate with his personal funds all this time. Lewin's father subtly reminded him of his recent action. In the future, I would appreciate it if you discussed it with me before making any hasty decisions. Hearing this, he forced a laugh and scratched his head. Yes, my lord. I'll remember that. Then the lord turned back to his son. No matter what you intend, I cannot accept it. You are not yet ready to bear the responsibility of the estate. On your shoulders. He took the money bag. We still have 600 gold, don't we? That is the amount we deserve. But finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. He turned and whispered to begin 600 gold. How could that be? I'm sure I gave you 10 times that amount. He explained his lordship didn't ask for the rest of the money. Back then, he was so insistent that I couldn't even mention the penalty. But the two of them were still gossiping, no different from a couple of old hens. Why is father so stubborn? That's right. I've given up on trying to persuade him. With his blue eyes and handsome face, he looked over at Begwin, who was worried about something but still forced a smile. Our lord has always been like that. Hasn't he? He gave a benevolent smile. At that moment, his mood also softened and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Looking at his father, he could only say, that's right. Lewin stepped outside. Looking into the courtyard, he saw the figure of the beautiful Irene taking a stroll. Beside her was the little girl, Luina. Lewin, Lady Irene. He approached to greet them. Lady Irene, are you enjoying your tour of the Adele estate? At that moment, Luina asked to be excused, leaving the two of them some private space which made Irene feel awkward. The little girl smiled warmly, said goodbye, and didn't forget to add, make sure you get along with her big brother. She seems like a good person. Lewin was furious. Luina, what are you saying? It was surprising how the little girl's attitude had done a complete 180. Gone was the angry, stubborn look from when they first met. Irene thought back on the little girl's words, which left her feeling bewildered. Why does she say such strange things? He blushed shyly and invited her for a walk. Would you like to take a little walk? While they were walking, Irene talked about Luina. Luina is really adorable. I wish I had a little sister like her. He was very happy to see that the two of them could get along so well. She asked with concern, by the way, Lewin, is something bothering you? You seem to have something on your mind. Do I look like that? But he didn't hesitate to say it. As the heir to the family, I want to do something for the manor. But I can't think of any ideas. After saying that, he thought to himself a great deal. Combining the prize from the tournament and the money from Monzo, I have a total of over 40,000 gold. Father said I can use it as I please, but as he was lost in his chaotic thoughts, she spoke up. You can't help but think about the manor, even though I came all the way to the Adele estate. Hearing this, his face turned deathly pale, as green as a frog. It was only then that he realized she had gone to great lengths to come here, but he was still ignoring her. Maybe she's sulking. He immediately changed his attitude. Ha ha, Lady Irene, how did you get to the Adele estate? Our manor is quite far, so it must have been inconvenient. She opened one eye smugly and replied, It's not that far. I reached Levite in 2 days. He quickly apologized to her. A small question was uttered in regret. She began to point to the path she had taken. When I came here, it was quite close by, crossing that mountain range over there. Hearing this, the gears in his head immediately started turning. However, in that answer was the solution he had been searching for all along. The South Mountain. Although it occupies most of the Adele Manor's land, its rugged terrain makes cultivation impossible, and the land was abandoned due to the appearance of monsters. However, Frog Lake is located nearby, so its geographical value is very high. He had an idea. If we use that to create a trade route through the South Mountain, what then? Lewin thought seriously. By relying on places like Monzo, we can build ourselves into an independent manor, becoming a powerful manor, with the only southern road leading to the Renak Empire. Why have I only just thought of this? This will definitely be a huge boost for our manor. The beautiful white-haired girl standing beside him watched him intently. As soon as he finished thinking, he was so happy he wanted to jump for joy. turning to grab her hands and thank her profusely for helping him come up with the idea. She blushed beet red. As soon as that was over, he immediately ran off, leaving her there. See you later. He ran off with determination and joyful excitement. The young lady, on the other hand, was frozen for a full 5 seconds. She smiled warmly and thought, he really is an interesting person. It's unknown if she was struck by love at first sight or not, but she was thinking like a rom-com female lead. She had just been abandoned by him out here, but she could still be so infatuated. Lord Adele declared helplessly, impossible. Lewin asked, confused, what? In the large room, his booming voice echoed. I already tried. But all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 refused. He continued to wonder they refused why. Before Lewin's astonished eyes, he slowly explained, from their perspective, the Adele family is not profitable. Begwin, standing beside him, also gestured to help him explain. Young master, even the Lord knew this was a great opportunity, but he immediately cut him off. No. Many things about the Adele estate have changed. It's small, but it's improving. A very clear thought ran through his mind. Just because the merchant guilds refused once, we can't give up on something that brings so much hope to the people. Lewin confidently curled his lip. Who knows? Perhaps a champion's proposal can make a difference. Lord. Adele and Begin were silent, not saying a word. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Right, you also resolved the Monzo incident. So what reason do I have to stop you? All right then, go ahead and try. He replied, thank you, father. Lewin had just stepped out the door when someone spoke up. Are you going to Lake 8? All right. Irene calmly walked up and started a conversation. Then you'll be on the same boat as me now, an illegal immigrant. He still couldn't seem to get on her wavelength. What? What do you mean? Suddenly Lewin jumped. Wait, don't tell me you crossed the Adele border without permission. Irene smiled as if admitting nothing. That's right. Hearing this, he yelled, that makes me an illegal resident. You crossed a deserted border all by yourself. Are you always this reckless? Don't you think that could be very dangerous? She crossed her arms smugly. I don't think that compares to what you've done. Lewin hadn't yet realized what Irene was about to say. Lewin could only ask what? She slowly closed her eyes, listing out a pile of seemingly hidden crimes. You broke into someone else's dormitory. You didn't even consider the risks, and used an extraordinary method in the competition. And you won it all. To keep up with someone like you. Isn't this just a small bit of mischief? Didn't I say I would catch up to you? At this, the muscles in his face could finally relax a little. A gentle breeze swept past their shoulders and through their hair. Lewin announced ambitiously, but I intend to go even further. And Irene quickly decided, then I will follow you. I'm already an illegal immigrant. One more time won't hurt. The two of them climbed the mountain together. So we headed straight for Lake 8, deciding to cross the South Mountain to scout the road ahead, exploring together. The terrain was so rugged that even with a compass it was hard to find the way. We decided to use a detection spell to locate the mysterious village of Instagram. Suddenly, Lewin was startled because he saw something. Of course, there's a rule about not using magic during the break. It's unclear whose words those were. The two of them just ran and talked to each other. Aren't students forbidden from using magic during the break? So you can follow the compass. Let's go, Irene. Irene had been using this spell since arriving at the Adele estate. However, the detection spell targeted humanoid monsters, which led her to accidentally trespass into a werewolf den, putting her in a dangerous situation. A pack of werewolves snarled in front of them. He used his magic and leaped high into the air. Then he brought a palm strike down on the werewolf. The yellow energy beam created a huge explosion that shook the ground. The werewolf perished in the magical flames. But by exploiting the werewolves' dependence on their leader, we quickly took down the leader and escaped. We also received an unknown quest. Lewin was a little speechless. A quest using the traces of a detection spell. We continued towards our destination. Luckily, we didn't encounter any more monsters like before. A smile finally appeared on both of their lips. Irene said softly, it seems we've found it this time. Lake 8. Lake 8. A giant guild, where the 8 Great Lakes meet and connect to the sea. Like Antern, this is also a neutral nation, under the control of the Empire. But here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds govern the country, with the title of co-representative. As a trading nation, it dominates trade on the 6 continents, and it is rumored that they even trade with pirates, if it brings a profit. This place values money above all else. She tilted her head and asked Lewin for his opinion. So where are you planning to go now? He quickly replied, we're going to the Golden Hall. Additionally, the Golden Hall is a large mansion located in the middle of Lake 8, where the representatives hold their daily meetings at noon. Therefore, this is the ideal place to persuade them. The guard following protocol blocked the door and inquired, do you have an appointment? Lewin calmly asked for help. No, I'll wait here. Could you pass on a message? The guard hesitated, as if he wanted to refuse their request. If you submit official documents, it will take time to review them. He confidently said to the other person, just say that Lewin Adele has arrived, and this is Irene Prius. Having just realized who they were, the guard was immediately stunned. Wait, aren't you the winner of the grand tournament? Lewin Adele, my apologies for not recognizing you. I will report it immediately. Lewin crossed his arms and laughed loudly. See? Irene, on the other hand, was not surprised. Just as Lewin expected. Luckily, we were allowed in right away, stepping inside. The first thing that caught their eye was a statue of an angel, with a horn and a robe made of gold. The overall look was incredibly sparkling, and Irene immediately exclaimed, "This place really lives up to its name. The Golden Hall." Lewin also agreed, that's right. It can't be compared to the Adele Manor, can it? Arriving before a large white door, the guard bowed respectfully to them. Please enter. He calmed himself. Don't be nervous. I came here to make a fair trade, not to ask for favors. Then he quickly threw open the large door. It's a pleasure. I am Lewin Adele. The people inside immediately turned to look. Before the two of them was a round table full of people, with only 2 empty chairs. The people continued to watch them. As they took their seats, someone spoke. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you in Antern. You are the winner. The man with the bushy beard raised an eyebrow and asked, What brings a prestigious new generation mage like you to this remote place? Yes, Lewin calculated in his head for a moment. So the title of Grand Tournament winner has value here. I was worried about coming unannounced, but it seems we can talk. The people next to them laughed loudly and gossiped, yes, it would be great if it's something that benefits our guild. Ha ha ha, not so fast, I'm interested too. In contrast to them, he presented with a very serious expression. I came to negotiate trade between the Adele estate and Lake 8. The people opposite him fell into thought. And in another corner, they were also at a loss for words. Trang on Lewin's shoulder leaned in and whispered, Lewin, it seems you've cooled the situation. At that moment, a few quiet discussions began to be heard. A man turned to ask the person next to him, Adele, I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is? The other person also had some knowledge and replied, It's located south of the small nation of Jordan. The woman behind them also rested her chin on her hand, joining the conversation. Ah, yes, that backwater once tried to sell Kiston fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord once visited that place. How did that go? The man who started the conversation spread his hands and recounted. We refused. 8 abstentions, 0 ayes, a unanimous decision. A woman was somewhat curious. Why? The other person explained, because it's not profitable. They only want to sell one-sidedly. Lewin fell silent. The man in the chairman's seat opposite smirked and declared, In that case, I think there's not much left to discuss. Now he began to feel tense inside. They are merchants after all. As soon as they hear something contrary to their interests, their attitude immediately changes. I'm both a new generation mage and the young lord of the Adele estate, but they only see me as the young lord of the Adele estate, a poor kid from the countryside trying to steal their money. Their cold and frank point of view was so clear, it was frightening. Lewin and Trang both showed their discomfort. He voiced his guess, will it be the same this time? However, Lewin stood up, leaning on his hands. It's a pity to see everyone react this way, when we haven't even started presenting our proposal. This is a total of 30,000 gold. The crowd was immediately shaken. He smiled as if he had victory in his grasp. Now what? Are you more interested in a deal now, my lords? A vast city-state, where 8 great lakes converge and flow out to sea. Instead of having a king, 8 representatives govern the country under the title of co-representatives. I came here to establish a trade route between Lake 8 and Adele. I crossed the northern mountains to get here. I faced many difficulties along the way. But if I can succeed in this negotiation, it will all be worth it. Lewin's eyes suddenly lit up. So what do you think? Now, are you interested in making a deal? I will purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake 8 for Adele. In return, allow the exchange of Adele's products. The person sitting beside him, confused, voiced his question. 30,000 gold, are you preparing for war? If not, why would you need 30,000 gold worth of weapons? He said nothing. As expected, they were very surprised. 30,000 gold is the budget for 3 years for a rural domain, like Adele. It is equivalent to the budget for 1 year of a medium-sized city. Spending such a large sum on weapons is truly shocking. But I learned one thing from the Monzo incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. If I have to buy weapons from somewhere to gain strength, I will build my foundation here. I know that each of the 8 representatives specializes in different types of goods. Who is responsible for weapons? They surprisingly introduced a quiet child who had been sitting there all along. That's the #1 representative here, weapons. Iron ore, various plants and animals, and even ships. They manage the widest range of goods. Not expecting this answer, Lewin's face showed clear astonishment. She looked even younger than Lewin. But the look in that kid's eyes was not one that could be associated with a child. An extraordinary presence. What kind of life had this child lived? Cecilia calmly inquired, by the way, What do you intend to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is improper, but as the supplier, I'm a little worried. Lewin also showed a certain respect for the little girl. First, we plan to conduct a large-scale hunt for the monsters near the Adele estate. The arms deal is the first step. Cecilia hesitantly repeated, "You said the first step," without letting her finish. Lewin immediately explained, "We plan to establish a trade route, connecting Lake 8 and the Adele estate, crossing the path through the North Mountain." The man in the chairman's seat frantically reminded Lewin, "Lord Adele, please do not mention that mountain range by name here." Hearing this, he didn't understand at all. "My apologies." And Irene glanced around the table at the others and asked, "Why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on?" Lewin, you did the same thing and replied, "I'm not sure either." He cautiously observed the group. "I don't know what's going on, but I know who caused it." Yes, they had gone completely pale. "Why is it like this?" Cecilia frowned and warned, "Are you planning to cross the North Mountain?" "No, that's impossible, because there is a demon residing there." It immediately clicked in Lewin's head. A demon, could it be? Then he recounted to them. "Last night I crossed that mountain range by myself." The little girl's face darkened. She clearly didn't believe him. "You're lying." Lewin, while affirming his words, reached into his shirt and took something out. "This is not a lie. I met something in that mountain range." "Is this the demon you were talking about?" "That's Silver Wolf Fur." Cecilia shot up in alarm. "You have completed the quest, earned the respect of the Vanchez family." Lewin confirmed in his heart, it really is true. A few clear tears welled up in the corner of the little girl's eyes. Finally, it's dead. 3 days later, Lewin and Cecilia walked side by side. The little girl politely started the conversation. "My apologies for keeping you waiting." He, of course, held no grudge. "Not at all. It's completely understandable." With flushed cheeks, Cecilia confided, "I never thought I would face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy, but it's different from before. The disaster that took my father is no longer here. It's all thanks to you, Mage Lewin." Lewin replied politely, "It was nothing. I just happened to run into it on my way here." The two of them looked up into a canopy of trees. Cecilia outlined a very specific route. "If we can create a path through the South Mountain, we can establish a direct trade route from the Adele estate to the western kingdom of Oyota. We won't need to waste time and money to go around the central region like we do now. And as for building the road here, our Vanchez family will provide support." He was stunned and raised his voice. "Excuse me." Everything was the complete opposite of what Lewin had speculated. "I had thought we would start by establishing a relationship through trade. In weapons, and the trade route would come later. I even assumed that the cost of opening the trade route would be my responsibility. However, if the Vanchez family helps, this is a huge benefit." He hesitated disbelievingly. "Are you saying you will accept my proposal?" She calmly acknowledged, "Of course. Any goods produced at the Adele estate will be purchased at a higher price than the market price at Lake 8. Lewin assessed in his head, buying at a higher than market price. "This is an extremely generous condition." Cecilia explained softly from across him. "Merchants will do anything for money. But we also have hearts. Cecilia Vanchez, promised to show gratitude and trust, worthy of a benefactor." Lewin closed his eyes, finally accepting the offer. He reached out and took the girl's hand. "I look forward to working with you." And with that, the deal with the 8 lakes was successfully completed. Lewis and Irene were walking through the forest. He shared emotionally with her. "I'm so glad everything went smoothly. Seriously, now I can send good news to everyone and my father. And by the way, Representative Cecilia, it's amazing how mature she is. At such a young age, even without a father." Irene quickly noticed the change in Louis. "You're not acting like your usual self." "Louis, are you getting emotional?" He gave an unpredictable answer. "I think I felt a moment of empathy, because I'm in a similar situation." She showed a surprised expression. "Ah," Louis turned his head and gave a friendly smile. "Anyway, just you wait, Lady Irene. If you ever get the chance to visit Adele again, you'll be surprised at how bustling it's become." Then Irene let out a sigh. "You really love your hometown." "Louis, I wish I could feel the same way." He put his hands behind his head and asked curiously, "Isn't hometown a place everyone misses and cherishes?" She immediately refused. "Not for me." Louis continued his proposal. Now I'm really curious. Are you planning on inviting me to your hometown?" "Someday, Lady Irene." Irene answered non-committally. Who knows?" "Well, Irene doesn't seem to want to talk about it, but I'm sure someday I'll definitely visit Frozen." The golden sunbeams gently enveloped the village with all their warmth. In the background, mixed in, was the extreme astonishment of Lord Adele. What for a price higher than the market rate? Dellen's amazement. They even promised to take responsibility for opening the trade route, and Luina's rather unrelated worry. "Did you two book separate rooms at the inn?" Louis quickly clamped his hand over the little girl's mouth, ignoring his sister's fiery spirit. he replied to his father. Yes, father. Cecilia Vance has promised all of that, Dellen exclaimed loudly. Regardless, the notoriously cold Representative Vanches has said she would repay the favor. That's incredible. Lewis explained calmly. Yes, but we'll need time to prepare that quantity. And they said it would take 3 months for the weapons. The construction of the road through the southern mountains will begin this month. Lord Adele couldn't help but be proud of his son's abilities. A direct trade route to the Empire. Adele will finally prosper. You've grown up. Lewis, to achieve something so difficult. Thank you for growing up so well. Taking this opportunity. Louis continued with one final request. In that case, father, do you trust me? And will you allow me to do one more thing? He asked softly. What is it? He clenched his fist on the table, decisively stating what he wanted. Adele's lifeblood. The dream of the people of Adele and revenge for my mother. It's the Red Plains subjugation. Everything faded into memory. Standing before a horrifying scene. Everywhere was engulfed in a sea of fire. Lewis recalled on my 6th birthday. It was supposed to be a beautiful memory, but that birthday turned into the worst nightmare. The mudmen overran the grasslands, attacked the village, and countless people lost their lives. The most painful part is that my mother was among them. My mother. Now, I can't clearly remember her face, and without looking at her portrait. Too many people, including my mother, lost their lives and many were seriously injured. That day I made a vow for the first time. I must become stronger. As the Lord of Adele, I will not let Adele remain weak. Returning to the present on a beautiful morning, Lewis was with Iron, strolling and observing the villagers training diligently. In front of them shouts echoed. The decisive actions were performed by everyone with great spirit. After the subjugation order was given, the villagers began spear training every day. The movements were perfectly synchronized, repeated without a hint of fatigue. Iron watched them with excitement. The villagers look completely different. Lewis also offered his praise. That's something to be grateful for. They're working very hard. She seemed to notice something special. A bit of surprise mixed with gentle admiration. By the way, their spear technique seems very unique. Iron wondered who taught them that technique. Hearing that, he looked towards an old man with his hands clasped behind his back, looking very serious, and replied, our knight commander taught them. The man with a kind face, with wrinkles that seemed to be colored by time. He was once known as the Flash, and fought on the kingdom's front lines, Sir Bova Peterson, the greatest knight of Adele. Lewis remembered the image of him standing strong, facing the monsters. With gratitude, if it weren't for Sir Bova when the mudmen attacked, the damage would have been much greater. I still remember it clearly. The way he cut down 5 mudmen with a single strike. He was still lost in his train of thought. Even now, he often uses a fishing rod more than a spear. Suddenly, someone from behind called out a name questioningly. Sir Bova Peterson. Yes. Someone's voice pulled Lewis back to reality. He quickly turned his head and replied, Yes, is there a problem? Bova approached from a distance, calling out loudly as if to confirm. Young Master Lewis, is that you? Seeing him approach from afar, he quickly greeted, Long time no see, Sir Bova. I was going to greet you after practice. He replied politely. Practice just ended, it's fine. Suddenly, Bova grabbed Louis's hand and laughed excitedly. I heard you made a big mark this time. You won the grand prize. And now you're even leading a subjugation campaign. He smiled awkwardly. Yes, that's right. After a warm greeting, Bova looked at the girl opposite him and asked, By the way, who is this next to you? She placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself politely. A pleasure to meet you. I am Iron Brios. She closed her eyes and exclaimed, To meet the knight. And Flash Bova here is an honor. A name was uttered that made his eyes widen as if he couldn't believe it. Beside them, Lewis, who also heard it, glanced over in surprise. What do you mean? After a few seconds of surprise, Bova regained his composure. He posed the question, Miss Iron, what are you talking about? I heard about you in a night lecture called The 11 Children. Iron clasped her hands and explained respectfully. I was certain, after seeing the villager's spear technique. Her hair blew gently in the wind. Facing the middle-aged man, her voice remained gentle and patient. The only spear knight of the Ridian kingdom. I heard you suddenly retired and disappeared when you were only 30. A legend among legends. His voice dropped soft but full of nostalgia, as if returning to a glorious past. Ha! I didn't expect anyone to remember such trivial stories. She gently tucked her hair to one side, her eyes calm, her voice gentle, as if recounting a self-evident truth. Of course, I was so impressed that I read about it in great detail. Second Iron faced Bova, but it was like seeing a man in armor, holding a spear with great strength, standing proudly behind him, continuing the story of how you cut down more than 10 high-ranking mages of the rival. Nation of Berna is legendary. He closed his eyes calmly, as if he no longer cared about the past. I'm honored that the young lady finds it memorable. even though I'm just an old man now. Lewis approached Bova, his voice tinged with sadness. Sir Bova, why did you hide it? He turned to face him and answered casually. I never hid it. You just never asked. He lowered his eyes and explained with a bit of bitterness. But I still feel a bit left out. I had to hear from someone else that you were the Flash Knight, even though I was right beside you, and I didn't know. Suddenly something he said seemed to awaken Lewis. His eyes widened. If anything, don't you know more about me, young master? He agreed and started talking about the things he knew about Bova. That's just a part of it. I know every image comes back to me. You like fishing and live in the house at the bottom of this hill. The image of warm sunsets with Sir Bova, warmly guiding him, unexpectedly appeared in his memory. And you used to take me for walks when I was little, he continued. But seeing you all grown up now is truly a joyous sight. Bova put his hands behind his back again, his voice stern. Bova Peterson. Isn't that enough? Just a few words from him seemed to awaken Louis. He stepped forward to face him. His eyes determined I wasn't thinking straight. I know you better than anyone else. Bova bowed his head happily in response. Thank you for understanding, young master. Bova didn't let him think for long and suggested, by the way, today I promised to help the young lady with her sword training. Would you like to join us? Lewis was very interested. He immediately agreed. Observe, I'd be delighted. Suddenly his face was still gentle, but his voice was filled with seriousness. He cut in, no. Bova explained his intentions more clearly. Not observe, I was talking about a sparring session. Hearing those words, he was so surprised, he was speechless. His face froze as he asked, as if he misheard, what? In a certain forest with dense trees, below Bova was sparring with Rena. The two swords clashed, creating sharp echoing clangs. Second Iron watched intently, exclaiming, she's brilliant. To have skills like this at 12 is incredible. Lewis didn't reply, his face serious, but he agreed in his heart. I agree. To be honest, even I'm surprised. He watched the little girl, her two hands gripping the sword tightly. Her spirit burning bright, he thought to himself in admiration. Her blade is perfectly balanced and her footwork is very consistent. That's proof that her foundation is very solid. Then he glanced at the person opposite him. He's holding back a lot of his combat power to reduce the damage to Rena. He was a little impressed. And Sir Bova is only using his left hand to fight someone like Rena. And his weapon isn't even his specialty spear, but just a wooden sword. Bova's concluding words echoed. That's enough practice for today, young lady. He slung the sword over his shoulder. Looking at the girl with her hands on her hips, he proudly praised Louis. See, the young lady's skills have improved this much. At this rate, even you won't be able to match her swordsmanship. Louis smiled proudly. That seems to be true. My sister is truly brilliant. In his heart, he continued to praise, you've worked so hard. Rena not letting him linger on that emotion for long. Bova suggested, now it's your turn, isn't it? Louis needed the wooden sword. A bit nostalgic, right? Around 9 years old? I used to spar with Sir Bova with a wooden sword. That's because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He made a decision. Since I've also been training in martial arts until now it's my turn to show what I've got. His face became serious. His eyes sharp, he spoke, please instruct me. Sir Bova? The match ended with Louis flat on the ground, his face covered in bruises, his eyes dazed as if he couldn't believe this reality. Amidst the laughter of the two girls beside him, Bova encouraged him. Your movements have improved compared to 7 years ago. This old man feels very happy, while he lay there helplessly. That's not comforting at all? Louis sat up asking with some curiosity, by the way, your level when you were still a knight, how does it compare to today's standards? He heard the question, and wasn't quite sure of his answer. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I retired. I don't know what the younger generation is like these days. He lowered his eyes thoughtfully. Is there a good point of comparison? As if he'd found a solution, he exclaimed, an image of someone appeared in Louis's mind, he suggested. I know a knight, Sir Gunter Perante, the only 6-star knight in the eastern region of Redion. He remembered with gratitude. He once helped me train in martial arts before the grand tournament. I remember he was very strong. Bova's face grew a little pensive hearing that. He recalled and said 6-star. 25 years ago when I left the Knight Order, I was a 7-star knight. Hearing his introduction, he was so shocked his eyes widened. What, he thought in amazement. You were a 7-star knight 25 years ago. That's almost the strongest in the kingdom. Louis looked at the system window that appeared before him, musing to himself. Why would someone like that show up in a dell? An order was given. Fight the knights with a wooden sword. A surprise quest. Spar against Sir Bova. He looked at the timer counting down. Time remaining is 3 days. Sweating, he felt a little anxious. Can I do this? With my current swordsmanship, I'm far from ready. Suddenly, Iron's voice pulled Louis from his thoughts. Being trained by a 7-star knight, young Master Louis, you're truly having a rare experience. He asked blankly, "What?" She excitedly explained what she had just said. "Sir Bova is the only one in the Ridian Kingdom to reach the legendary knight level. This is an experience money can't buy." Lewis smiled as if he understood. "That's right, this is a great opportunity." "I can't believe I hesitated just because I was afraid of failure." Bova still had one hand behind his back. He caught that moment, exclaiming, "Oh, young master, I really like the expression on your face right now." "Yes." Meanwhile, Lewis regained his composure, stood up, and picked up his sword. "Yes, I'm very determined now. Time remaining to complete the quest 3 days." Once again, he seriously held the sword tightly in front of him. His face hardened with a hint of confidence. "I'll have to rely on you again." "Sir Bova," Lewis was fired up. "With that much time, I'll succeed." "It's okay." Lewis was surprised to receive a notification from the system. While sparring with Sir Bova, a new quest has appeared. The quest clearly states that he must perform the skills of blocking, dodging, countering, and using a critical hit when facing Sir Bova. Lewis told himself, to complete this quest, I've been sparring with Sir Bova every night. The clock was ticking down second by second. Lewis trained tirelessly, his face covered in scratches and grime. He kept moving his limbs while lost in thought. At first, I wondered if these matches had any meaning. While thinking, he inadvertently let his guard down, and Bova took advantage. There's an opening here. Even so, thinking there must be a reason the system gave the quest, I continued to spar. The deadline was just over 42 hours away, meaning less than 2 days. Just then, Bova leisurely announced again, this side is open too. And finally, with the deadline at just 23:51, Lewis had to focus even more intensely. He charged towards Bova as fast as the wind. After a moment, he smiled lightly, his eyes showing clear excitement and satisfaction. Done. Bova looked at him, smiled gently, and didn't hesitate to praise him. You did well. He also thought to himself at that moment. Sir Bova said, the results of your efforts are starting to show. Time passed and the last day of training arrived. Bova was worried about Lewis overexerting himself, so he asked young master, are you tired? He asserted firmly, no, I can keep going. Bova slung the wooden sword over his shoulder. He gently told him, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Look, the sun is already rising. Yes. But Lewis, who had a mission, was highly determined. Yes, I've sparred enough with Sir Bova. But... He stared at the only remaining quest objective. Critical hit. I still haven't met that condition. The remaining time was just over half an hour. Lewis was bewildered, lost in his thoughts. Unbelievable. This is all I've achieved after a whole night without sleep. Is landing a critical hit on a 7th circle? Night and impossible. A task! And from the start, his hand tightened with each passing second. And now there was very little time left. What is this? You were up all night, bro. Rena, who had woken up by then, tried to persuade her brother. Bro, stop. You've practiced enough. Begwin let out a long sigh. Honestly, I followed the young lady just in case. But why is the young master pushing himself so hard? Rena tried to add, her voice filled with worry. Even you have your limits? Bro, stop and rest. Lewis didn't look at them at all. He looked at Bova and emphasized just 30 more minutes. He repeated it intentionally, as if to say that no one should hope to stop him. Just 30 minutes. But inside, Lewis was also filled with uneasy thoughts. I know all too well. I know it's unlikely to achieve a result in just 30 minutes. But he continued. The wooden sword in his hand was slammed into the ground. He said loudly, Sir Bova! As the sword stood firmly in the ground, Lewis quickly rolled up his sleeves. I'll treat this as my last attempt and try a different way, he said as he thought. So from now on, I'll change my approach. His strange behavior left Rena and Iron confused. Both Begin and his father couldn't hide their surprise. They both frowned and Begin muttered something. Bova was also a little surprised. He replied gently, Young master. Looking at his face and body already in an attack stance. He asked again, Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. Lewis's eyes narrowed. Nothing but steadfastness in his mind. Through the past few days of sparring with the wooden sword, I've learned how to predict a knight's movements. Now that goal is complete. I need to win with my specialty. Bova, with his keen perception, had realized. I thought it was strange that you've been practicing swordsmanship all night for the past few days. Turns out you wanted something from me. Lewis didn't hide it either. He smiled slightly at his speculation. You noticed? Bova was therefore even more looking forward to this final match. Very good. In that case, I'll add one more rule for you, young master. But he generously gave him a big opportunity. For the remaining 30 minutes, you can use magic against me. Lewis went blank, muttering the 2 words magic. Bova replied as he raised his sword, but I'll also be a little more serious. I want to see your true abilities. Lewis was also ready. He lifted his heel and pointed his toe towards Bova. Here I come. The next second, both of them flew like the wind. Lewis gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, thinking, no need for a wooden sword. I have to get closer than the sword's range. In return, my body becomes lighter and my balance, while moving, has improved. But when I get this close, the sword's blind spot makes it useless. Bova suddenly stopped his attack for a moment. He laughed with delight. So that's it? At the same time, Lewis was also a bit hesitant and confused, but he gritted his teeth, panicking for a moment. He's not leaving any openings outside the range of the wooden sword. The method I used to face Doombram at the Grand Tournament. Breaking the opponent's sword is not a strategy. That can be applied to everyone. Knights of Sir Bova's caliber don't directly confront a difference in strength. Instead, they redirect it. Bova clearly analyzed Lewis's fighting style, from start to finish, as if he had seen through it all. Your plan was to get into the space outside my wooden sword's range. That's a good choice. But once it's discovered, I won't have many options left. The opponent will always try to widen the distance with you. This made Lewis even more fired up. He leaned in and clenched his fist. Sir Bova is right. All my strategies have been seen through. As his fist was about to land, Louis suddenly grinned mischievously. However, you didn't predict this. In an instant, that clenched fist flew open. Lewis shouted, "Light!" Instantly, a blinding blue light enveloped them both. Neither Lewis nor Bova could be seen. After the light faded, only a hazy smoke remained. Everyone saw that Lewis had grabbed Bova's collar, forcing him to the ground. Luina screamed in shock, "Bro!" Bova, though defeated, still smiled gently at him. "I was worried you'd use some sort of scary magic, but you just blinded me with light. You've completely defeated me." Young Master Lewis looked at him and replied humbly, "That was all I could think of at the moment. I sincerely apologize for catching you off guard." Sir Bova. His words were brief, but his mind was filled with more thoughts. To be honest, if Sir Bova were in his normal condition, I probably would have lost. He hasn't had a break all day because of me. And finally, I succeeded, the system announced. The reward Lewis received was the Steel Annihilation skill. Standing there happily reading the reward, Lewis was smacked hard on the shoulder. "Bro, what are you doing?" Rena frowned, hands on her hips, scolding him. "Even if it's just a sparring match. How could you slam Sir Bova to the ground like that?" Lewis smiled sheepishly, not knowing how to explain, so he just mumbled. "Sorry," Bova spoke up to explain for him. "I'm fine. So please don't be too hard on the young master, my lady." Louis then bowed respectfully and extended a hand towards Bova. "Now that the sparring session is over, I just want to soak in a hot bath for a bit. Oh man, I've taken up too much of your time." He helped the old man up, his heart filled with positive feelings. "I've learned so much during this time." The two of them slowly walked back together. "This has been a very interesting experience for an old man like me, young master. Your vacation must be ending soon." Lewis replied to him, "Yes, I'll be leaving soon. Since it's a 10-day horseback ride to the academy, this long yet short vacation is coming to an end." He felt a pang of sadness at having to pack up and leave, and the day of departure arrived. Standing on the bridge, he and his father looked down at the young men working hard. "All right, just a little more effort. Let's finish up and grab a few beers." "You got it." "I'm drinking my fill tonight." He politely explained to his father, "These are the workers sent by the Vanchez family. Since we're building a base in Adel, we need a lot of manpower." He spread his two arms wide, showing his excitement. "Through this route, we'll transport weapons from the lake and simultaneously carry out extermination missions. Also, many workers will use Adel's restaurants and inns, bringing great benefits to this entire region. This is the beginning of a change." As he mentioned this, he suddenly lowered his voice. "And there's one more thing I want to tell you, father." He gave him a box. "This is 12,000 gold. Please use it for Adele." Louis's father seemed to want to refuse. He frowned and exclaimed, "Son!" But understanding what his father was thinking, Louis quickly cut in. "I've kept 400 gold for myself, so don't worry too much. Surely you won't refuse again, right?" He looked at Louis with loving and proud eyes. "I'm so ashamed. I'm only indebted to you." To bid farewell to his devoted son, he didn't hesitate to give him a hug. "Thank you, son." "All right, then I'll be on my way." Louis continued to drift into his thoughts. "I have to say this was a very productive vacation." I said goodbye to everyone and walked a ways with Irene. When the road forked and I was about to say goodbye, Louis heard Irene say something and had to quickly ask, "Huh? What did you just say?" "I must have misheard." Irene deliberately lowered her voice and emphasized, "No, you heard me right. Master." She beamed, looking at Louis. "After graduation during the monster extermination missions, I'll help out." "I already said it." "I'll follow you until I defeat you, Master Louis." Looking at Irene's departing back, Louis thought to himself, so she hasn't forgotten. What a strange person. And so we parted ways, to meet again someday. After about a week of travel from Adel, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, this place had more people passing through. As soon as I set foot here, Louis was drawn in by a street brawl. He stopped to watch. Someone was yelling. "Say that again." A thug in black was yelling, in the face of a young man in a white shirt. "What did you just say, you weak little punk?" The ear-splitting shout grew louder. "Say it again, you bastard." Louis, seeing this bullying, started to get restless. What's going on here? The guy in black kept his high-pitched and arrogant tone. Say it again. What did you just say, kid? The young man, his face covered in cuts, pleaded softly. Please let my sister go. But a second later, he glared at his opponent and said loudly, I am a knight too. If you don't release my sister right now, I won't let this slide. The guy in black cackled. His voice was full of mockery. You guys hear that? What are you gonna do if you don't let this slide? Then he suddenly stood up, continuing to lecture this poor young man. This all happened because your family couldn't pay up. We gotta make a living too, you know. His fist clenched. His mouth spewed provocative and insulting words. So now I'm gonna collect the debt your father owes, even if I have to sell your sister. Ha ha! The young man frowned, his eyes filled with indignation. What? Hearing him mention his family, he immediately charged forward without a second thought. You think I'd let that happen? For the first time in their conversation, he dared to scoff at him. How ridiculous. But before he could even attack, he was hit with a punch from this guy. Along with his ferocious curse, do I look like I'm kidding? He continuously kicked the young man while cursing relentlessly. And you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Huh, Hanson. Is this the standard for apprentice knights in foreign? He wasn't done. He grabbed the young man's hair and pulled his head up, commanding him as if he were his slave. Say it again. What did you just say? The brave young man emphasized each word. Try and sell my sister. He glared at his opponent with fire in his eyes. His voice was cold and emotionless. I'll really kill you. Louis watched his brows furrowed in indignation. Am I really seeing this? Something like this happening in broad daylight. That kid looks like an apprentice knight from a nearby territory. But even for an apprentice, he's terrifyingly weak. However, that's not the kind of gaze I usually see. That's the gaze of someone who has something they must protect. As Louis was stepping towards the fight, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. A scared man warned him, young man, don't get involved in other people's business, just leave. If you mess with the Onergy number gang, it'll be a disaster. That's right, they're extremely brutal. No. Louis didn't even bother to thank them. Instead, he wanted to provoke these guys. I understand, but then what are you guys doing here? The men were confused. Huh, what do you mean? Louis continued. You're not trying to stop them, nor are you saving that young man. His eyes narrowed and he bared his teeth, showing his disgust. You should be ashamed. You're no different from them. With that said, he continued walking towards the young man. That gaze is good. A gaze that can become much stronger. Suddenly, I'm curious about that boy's true worth. The man who had given the well-intentioned warning earlier was now furious at being lectured by Louis. What fine? Do whatever you want. After all my concern for you, the menacing thug tormenting the young man stopped when he saw Louis approaching. He shot him a sharp glare. Then in the same aggressive and condescending tone, he asked, Who are you? You here for a beating too? It seems he was running his mouth without knowing who he was up against. Get lost before I... And before he could even finish his sentence, Louis used magic to send him flying backward. His eyes widened in confusion and fear. He looked at Louis's cold face. Why am I seeing stars? The onlookers also stared wide-eyed and gaped, in terror. His underlings were also stunned, asking, What the hell? As for him, he could only stand there and let Louis trample his body with magic. What just happened? After playing around for a bit, Louis finally unleashed his anger, slamming magic straight into his face. He cried out in agony, Oh, don't come any closer! Stay away from me, retreat. Retreat. The young man from earlier was still sitting there stunned. He hesitated. Who are you? Louis's silhouette was proud as he replied, Louis Adele. Then he turned back to look at the young man, his smile relaxed and kind. He continued, That's my name. That night, Louis went to the young man's house. The young man who introduced himself as Han had invited me to his home, and his story was pretty typical. 2 siblings shouldering the debt of an alcoholic father, and a young man who had to take up the sword to stop his sister from being sold to a brothel. Louis had a few questions, so he asked, But that Onergy Lamber gang, what's their deal? The name sounds kinda cute, but their actions are horrifying. It might sound that way, but they're extremely brutal. Han got goosebumps as he explained. If they get annoyed, they'll tie people to an Onergy tree and kill them. Their leader has killed 4 people, so no one dares to mess with them. But Louis still had lingering questions and asked, Does the foreign territory just let people like that run wild? Han then explained to him, Their area of operation isn't in foreign. They operate in our village, and a few other small villages. All of them are too small to have a guard patrol for help. Louis lowered his face slightly, hiding his thoughtful gaze. They're worse than I thought. I want to deal with them myself, but I don't have time to handle them one by one. Han also bowed his head and spoke gratefully to Louis. Thank you for your help, and I've heard of your name. He asked gently, They said you were the champion of that tournament, right? Louis's immediate reply surprised Han a little. Yeah, that's right. Did you hear that from Sir Gunter Perante? He sat up straight and looked at Louis. How did you know? Louis explained with a smile. I heard that thug say you were an apprentice knight from the foreign territory. And if it was Sir Gunter, I figured he would have mentioned me. Han jumped to his feet, his words full of excitement. That's right. Our captain talked a lot about you. He said there's a really strong mage at the academy, but not as strong as the captain. Oh, really? Louis thought to himself, exasperated. But I beat him in arm wrestling. But Han still enthusiastically expressed his feelings, thumping his chest. I want to become strong, quickly, and become a knight. As great as our captain, Louis fell silent for a moment, pursing his lips in thought. Having the captain as a goal is great, but Han is too weak to achieve that. Never mind becoming a knight, even graduating from the academy is uncertain for him. Suddenly, he lowered his voice as if a bit ashamed. He confessed, actually, I'm last in the academy, so I get made fun of every day. They say, how can you survive at the academy with skills like that? Although his confession was sad, there was still a glimmer of belief. Everyone criticizes me, but our captain is different. He says I have a talent that others don't. As he said this, he became radiant and full of positivity again, and that if I keep trying, one day I'll shine. Louis suddenly realized it was exactly the same. Just as Professor Haydn and the headmaster believed in me, to the end, Sir Gunter Perante also believed in Han. Having been through something similar, Louis didn't hesitate to encourage Han. That's right, hard work never betrays you. He popped a piece of food in his mouth and continued to encourage his new friend. Even if you're slower than others, if you persevere, a miracle will happen someday. Just like it did for me. After seeing Louis's scrunched-up face, Han was confused. Sorry, I forgot to warn you. My sister's cooking is quite unique. He complained in his head, why are you telling me this now? The two were having a pleasant and warm conversation when a brazen shout interrupted them. Get out here, you filthy brats! The men from the Onergi number gang were standing outside. That damn noble! I should have torn him to shreds, but instead, I came here to kill these two brats. The leader growled, kill them! Nah, we'll sell them. He furiously charged at the house, kicking open the flimsy wooden door. Come on out, stop hiding! But he suddenly froze, squinting his eyes menacingly. What? Where are those two brats? Inside the house now there was no sign of Han and his sister. Only Louis was standing there waiting. The leader asked in a loud, scolding tone, who are you? Louis, equipping some protection on his arm, replied with a smile. I was wondering what to do, but thanks for coming right to me. Less than 3 seconds later, this guy was attacked by his magic, his body flying in a straight line from inside the house to the ground outside. His terrified underlings asked each other, what was that? Every one of them was in a state of crisis. He blinked. Then whispers erupted. Isn't that the noble from before? Why are you here? At that moment, Han and his sister could be seen huddled together in fear. Louis instructed Han, this place is dangerous, protect your sister. He anxiously asked Louis, what are you going to do? Louis smirked slightly. His hand then clenched into a fist, his words full of power. I have to earn my keep for this meal. Don't be scared, everyone. No matter how good he is, there are still more than 20 of us. Yeah, let's all charge. The men in black holding their weapons charged together. All right, come at me all at once. A blue aura emanated from Louis's hand. Through my match with Baron Bova, I learned a new skill, Steel Annihilation. When I use this skill, the moment a sword touches my fist, the soul of the sword will vanish without a trace, he thought as he fought. What is this? My knife, someone exclaimed in terror. Normally I only punish lightly, but they are clearly bad guys. But they are clearly villains. Therefore there will be no mercy. Louis's immense power descended upon the crowd. Louis the demon, please spare us. We have committed a grave sin. The men on the ground begged for mercy. They must have realized that further attacks were useless. As Louis was thinking, a scream echoed from the distance. Just as I thought. Not everyone feels it. Someone's been taken hostage. You bastard. If you move even a little, I'll slit this woman's throat. What are you guys doing? Get up now. Get up and tie up that damn noble, the man in black ordered. He worriedly asked, damn it, are you their leader? Yeah, I'm the leader of the Ogichi. He fumbled his introduction. If you get it, kneel down now, you bastard. He anxiously looked for Han. Han, what happened? Han's injured sister spoke up. You got hurt trying to protect your sister, right? Then there's no other way. I have to handle this. He advanced towards the man. The man yelled, don't come any closer. You think I won't kill her? Stay right there. If you move even a finger, I'll gut her right here. Louis was furious. Damn it. The academy doesn't teach you how to handle situations. Like this, I don't have enough time to use magic. Damn it. What do I do now? A sword slash came at him. The leader was shocked. You bastard! Han angry approached with his sword. If you don't want to end up like your leader, then get the hell out of here. You son of a... Let's run! The men scattered. Han, are you okay? Han's sister ran to him. Han was in disbelief. I killed someone. How can I be okay? It's all right, Han. It was necessary, and congratulations. Louis consoled him. Han turned his head confused. Congratulations. He explained, that was sword key, wasn't it? Mastery of your aura. I saw a blue aura coming from you earlier. Didn't you just reach the 4th circle? The appearance of an invisible blue aura of energy means... Han was astonished. Huh, I reached the 4th circle. That's right. Someone who reaches the 4th circle is considered top tier among knights. No, of course you can't control your aura completely yet, but what's certain is that you've shown clear progress. Yes, you did it. Just as I predicted, I wasn't wrong. His thoughts were correct. He was moved. Thank you, Lewis. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage. Really, stop. Don't say such cheesy things, Lewis replied. But at least now, no one will bother Han's sister anymore. And so Han's incident was resolved smoothly. As soon as it was light, I headed straight for the academy, and now I'm back. Before leaving Adele, I wished the vacation would never end. But now that I'm back at the academy, I've realized something. I really missed this place. So Lewis, what did you do during the break? Me. As they walked, he and Jason chatted. What should I say? A lot happened, but nothing really worth mentioning. He hesitated. I trained. He was surprised. You someone as strong as you trains too, swordsmanship. Oh man, Lewis. Vacation is for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the knight-related classes for the 2nd semester, right? Why would you practice beforehand? Studying ahead during vacation is called preparation. As the two were talking, a professor called him. Louis? Professor Hayden. So you were here. What brings you here, sir? Look outside. A visitor has arrived. Many knights and the sunbird symbol, in gold on their flag. It must be him. It seems Louis realized who the visitor was. I'll be right out. We exchanged letters, but I didn't think I'd see him this soon. The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived. Open the carriage door. The princes have arrived. The 2 princes stepped down from the carriage one by one. Don't you dare get between me and Louis. Prince Crystal Radian, the first prince. Don't get your hopes up, brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Louis will choose me. As the two were still arguing, he came forward and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you. Your Highnesses, I am Louis Adele. Ah, young master, I apologize for arriving so suddenly. I have prepared a gift and hope to speak with you privately. No, the gift I prepared is much more valuable. Forget my brother and talk to me first. But their intentions were all too clear. If I, the winner of the martial arts tournament, support one side, it would be a huge step towards becoming king. I have a solution, he spoke up. A solution, all right. We'll do as you say, young Master Louis. The two of you should discuss this together. Yes, the Ridian Kingdom, where both I and the Academy belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Despite that, the kingdom can't unite internally. The first prince's monarchist faction clashes with the second prince's reformist faction, which is the cause of the prolonged conflict. Most mages, too, are just tools in their power struggle. Considering why they sought me out, it's obviously because of that. Hey kid, I'll sit here. No, the seat across from Sir Louis is mine. The two princes were arguing about who would sit across from Louis. He felt helpless with these two. Man, what a pain. Don't make a scene. Aren't you the one making a scene, brother? It's because of childish people like you that the country is in this state. The thoughts were swirling inside him. Ridiculous. What did you just say? Stop arguing. I'm a little surprised by your sudden visit, but it's good that you both came. I have something to say too. I have no intention of choosing a master between the two of you. No, I expected this, but it still hurts to hear it directly. That's true. But even the legendary strategist, Gigi's refused the offer 3 times. You probably know that story. Gigi's, who refused the great emperor's offer 3 times, eventually joined the emperor's side. Are you really comparing yourself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a 9th Circle knight. Even if you continue to make the offer, the end result will be the same. As Louis Adele, I have something I must do. Something you must do. But I plan to return to my homeland, the Adele territory. Adele. Does that mean you won't leave the kingdom, even after graduation? Of course. At that time, I can become a force for the kingdom. Oh, that's good to hear. But the situation in Adele is not easy. I believe you understand why I don't want to abandon my homeland. Both princes were surprised when they heard this. The future force of the kingdom shouldn't be burdened by unnecessary worries. The third prince, Crystal Radian, will fully support you no matter the issue. No, don't ask him first. Don't ask my brother. Money, food, I'll give you everything. Can't you see I'm talking to the young master? Don't stick your butt in. The two continued to argue. No matter what happens, I won't choose either of you. That's for sure. Why? Because if you two keep fighting, I stand to gain more. Louis still had his own calculations. No, I'll send a wonderful gift for your graduation. No, I'll send an even more wonderful gift than my brother. Gifts are fine. However, I expect you to handle what I've mentioned. Haha, don't worry about a thing. Just focus on your graduation. Fortunately, the princes, satisfied that I wasn't taking a side, left. In addition, I also showed my loyalty by confirming that I would not leave the kingdom. However, I did make a few requests. First, I requested approval for the plans that Adele is currently pursuing, and I requested military support to coincide with the timing of the punitive expedition. Hey, everything's going smoothly. Is this the power of authority? And my train of thought was cut short. Everyone listen closely. Duke Louis Adele is a beacon and treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I appoint Duke Louis as the royal protector. Everyone show him the respect he deserves. This wasn't in the plan, but this is how things turned out. A protector. As the closest guardian of the royal family in the kingdom, no one can dare to look down on him. Though it's not official yet. Since the princes have acknowledged it, it's practically official. I'm relieved that everything has been resolved smoothly. Well then, we'll be leaving now. The two princes said their goodbyes and left. The kingdom is really something. Being appointed as the protector of the kingdom, that's impressive. The words of admiration rang out. Make way, you're blocking our way to class. Jia-sun shouted for everyone to move as he walked. Now that the princes were gone, it was finally time for the classmates to gather. Looks like things are about to get noisy again, huh? The position of protector was previously always monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, quiet down, Miko's coming over there. All the chatter suddenly went silent. What are they talking about? Are they talking about me? As soon as he arrived, he scowled ridiculous. Seriously, who's talking about who? It seems those words really got to him. Have you all forgotten? I'm a Gary Hill, you know. No matter how much of a fuss you make, after graduation all of you will be under my authority. A Gary Hill. Michael Gary Hill. The one who was considered for expulsion after using a forbidden substance in the midterm exam of the first semester, avoided expulsion thanks to a strict punishment of a 30-day suspension. It was all thanks to the Gary Hill family's reputation. No, the magical world of the academy, no, even the magical world of this royal palace, is now almost entirely under the control of the Gary Hills. Really? But it seems that's not what the princes want. Long time no see, Miko. Damn it! He snarled every word. You think you've won. Don't you? What, just you wait. We'll see who has the last laugh. He turned his back, but still showed his displeasure on his face. Jackson comforted him. He's just jealous. Don't pay too much attention to it. When you won the grand tournament, Miko's expression was really something to see. This situation with the princes probably affected him more than anything. Right, jealousy. That stuff isn't even worth considering. Miko's tarnished reputation in this matter is directly related to the honor of his family. He could be planning something. This class is a special lecture for the alumni. Right, yeah, let's go check it out. Anyway, my opponent is the ruthless Gary Hill. The alumni are coming to the academy to give a lecture. I wonder who's coming. I hope it's someone decent, Jia-sun hoped to himself. And somehow this uneasy feeling is never wrong. It seems the person behind the door has failed to meet his expectations. The whole class was staring in surprise at the two of them. He was shocked. What's going on? The person who had been on the podium spoke up. Is there a problem? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could that person be Louis Adele? It's a pleasure to meet you, Louis Adele. That person is Jackie Gary Hill. The second semester of the graduating class focuses more on practice than theory. As mentioned before, there will be classes related to knights, and alumni will come to the academy to share stories about mages, currently a type of lecture. This is a well-intentioned lecture, but somehow, that uneasy feeling is never wrong. At this point, Lewin and Jackson warily took their seats. The two of them silently looked ahead, especially since the alumnus invited to lecture is Miko's older brother, Jackie Gary Hill. He held a book and chalk introducing the lesson. Today, the story I will tell you is about the relationship between mages. The Gary Hill family and the court mages? He smirked arrogantly. Everyone knows, right? Of the 14 court mages chosen last year, 11 of them came from the Gary Hill family. He smiled, but his eyes were chillingly cold. As a senior from the academy, I will share with you a truth you need to know to succeed. In this world, there is nothing I can possess on my own. But up here, Lewin carefully listened to every word. Therefore, the weaker ones need to unite even more. From this world onward, you will focus more on reality instead of ideals. Just because you praise the student representative Louis Adele doesn't mean your lives will turn out like his. He suddenly called out Louis Adele by name, briefly stunning the entire hall. He emphasized each word, Louis Adele. What do you think? Jia-sun slammed his hand on the desk. He stood up angrily. Every time I see you, not letting his friend do something foolish. He quickly stood up and cut in, well, I can say this. In front of everyone's eyes, he unapologetically voiced his opinion. Even if 10 pieces of trash band together with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best, it will just be a giant pile of trash. Feeling like he had just been insulted, he froze for a moment. Are you talking about me? No, he immediately denied. Not at all. You feel like that was about you. The tense atmosphere between the two of them made the surrounding students buzz with chatter. Seemingly at a loss for words, he changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my little brother Miko. You're quite the unlucky fellow, aren't you? He replied calmly. I guess you haven't heard the other stories about how that unlucky fellow beat him miserably. He could no longer maintain his half-smile of confidence. Instead, his face darkened. What an arrogant brat. At this point, both of them knew that the feud between Lewis, Adele, and the Gary Hills was a showdown. That wouldn't end easily. Ever since Jackie showed up, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. With the statement that anyone could join the Gary Hills if they wanted, Jackie had dazzled the lower-achieving students. Jackie's realistic and straightforward style proved to be quite effective. At the same time, an argument broke out. One student spoke up. "Did you hear what Senior Jackie said? If we work for the Gary Hills, we can be successful too." The person on the other side immediately retorted, "Ha, you really think the Gary Hills care about you? Have some self-respect. I'd rather not work under Miko, who uses deceitful tricks to manipulate people." Eventually, the students at the academy were split into two factions, Gary Hill and Adele. With the Gary Hill's petty attempts to humiliate Lewis and his growing anger at such childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy grew more heated over time. However, not long after, an opportunity arose to put the Gary Hills in their place. Headmaster Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the table. He spoke gently. "Oh, come in, have a seat." Lewin sat down across from him and quickly replied, "Yes." "How have you been, Headmaster?" He slowly lifted his teacup. "Ha." "I'm fine." He spoke in a deep, steady voice filled with understanding and trust. "Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, can't we? How is life at the academy?" He closed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowed. "Same as always. Except for one thing. There's a troublemaker who's messing everything up." He was a man of knowledge, experience, and wisdom, so he quickly understood the situation. He set his teacup down. "I see. I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about." He leaned back. "The Gary Hills. I don't like them one bit. But what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom has a connection to them, so the academy is no exception." Then he continued to explain the current situation. "However, unlike last year, this year we only assign them to courses that don't directly affect grades. Even so, they're still being quite noisy both inside and outside the academy. It's because of you. It seems they have quite a grudge against you." He asked curiously, "The alumnus Jackie Gary Hill, what kind of person is he?" He recounted. "He's extremely popular. With his good looks and way with words, his social relationships seem to go smoothly, and his academic results are excellent. At 23 years old, he became the youngest head mage in the kingdom, but then his face became stern. However, behind that facade lies a giant snake living inside him. He has a deep thirst for power and ambition. His personality compels him to get whatever he wants by any means necessary. After understanding the snake-like nature of Jackie, he became wary. He seems fine, but on the inside, he's completely rotten and he'll use whatever means necessary to get what he wants. That's a Gary Hill." He clenched his fists. By this point, there were enough reasons to make a move. The question is which reason to use to do it. Suddenly, he spoke up, "By the way, I wanted to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you." His face showed clear confusion. "Special lessons?" He replied, "Yes, the upcoming classes." Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into his head. "I have a good idea, but will he agree to it?" That was something he had asked many people, but the response was mostly negative, thinking that he walked towards the classroom. Just then, remembering Headmaster Tyrion's words gave him more motivation. "So what if I ask him directly?" Then he opened the door. Hearing the door open, all the students turned their heads to look. Even Jackie on the podium paused. His voice held a hint of surprise. Lewis Adele. As a likable junior, he made his proposal directly to him. "I've come here with a request for you, senior." Michael at his side, hearing all this, let out a puff of laughter. He shot up from his seat. He pointed a finger straight at Lewis. A wide grin stretched from ear to ear. "A request, sure. It was only a matter of time. Before you said something like that anyway." He said sternly, "Don't misunderstand. It's not the kind of request you're thinking of." Then he continued, revealing his true intention. "I heard you received a proposal from the headmaster about next week's joint night class, and you refused it." As he said this, the corners of Louis's lips curled up slightly. "So I came here to make the request in person. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class." In that moment, his whole body seemed to freeze. His usually arrogant face was now suddenly stunned. A joint class. This is a session where the alumni, acting as special lecturers, will participate in the class alongside the students. In other words, this is also an official opportunity for Jackie and me to face off on the same playing field. Just one sentence was enough to liven up the atmosphere. A joint class. So finally, we'll get to see Jackie Gary Hill's skills. Right. The surrounding students couldn't hide their excitement. All eyes turned towards him, and both he and Lewis will be on the same stage, facing off directly. Wow. After a moment of silent thought, he spoke up. "Why?" He spoke in a slow voice. "Our alumni are seasoned professionals with years of experience working in the field. There's no need for a class like that. And frankly, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us? It sounds convincing, but it was all within his expectations. He delivered the knockout line, "That sounds a bit unreasonable. Isn't the purpose of visits from alumni to the academy to teach us?" He was surprised. "What?" He put on a sad face. "And yet you're dismissing the joint class, the best opportunity to impart knowledge to your juniors. Just because of that kind of class, you constantly emphasize that Gary Hill is a collective." His face became very unpleasant. His voice was clearly provocative, a mocking smile on his face. "So why the sudden change? Or perhaps there's another reason. For example, are you scared?" He flashed a wicked, villainous smile. "Even though you won the grand tournament, you're still just a student with limited experience." Then he quickly regained his calm composure, as if nothing had ever happened. "Faced with a real blade, you'd be able to do nothing but cling to your useless, stubborn ego of your own. Why do we need such a troublesome class?" Before he could finish, the students chimed in. "We want to see your skills too." He froze slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Just then another student spoke up, and then others followed suit. "That's right. Skills honed through actual combat. We really want to see them." At the same time, Miko excitedly slammed his hand on the table. "Come on, big brother. What are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it, Louis Adele. You'll be regretting this proposal for a long time. My brother is a powerful mage." His reaction was exactly what he was hoping for. He laughed with delight. "That's right, Miko. You're absolutely right. That's exactly how it should be. So our esteemed senior won't refuse anymore." Jackie let out a weary sigh. "All right. If it's a joint class, the apprentice knights from foreign will participate." "Right." However, he tried to justify himself. "I refused the proposal because I didn't want to steal your chance to shine student representative during the class. But if you want to overlook that now..." Lewin, without any hesitation, walked straight towards him step by step. "No, please do it. I'm asking you." He extended his hand. "As a junior at this academy, I want to see your skills too." He reluctantly had to shake his hand. "Well, if that's the case, I have no other choice. Let's do our best." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain shoot through him, so painful that he gritted his teeth. He ground out, "This little brat." He leaned in close and whispered a challenge. "So I'll leave it to you then, senior." His eyes lit up with excitement and defiance. Prepare to be amazed. 3 days before, the day the apprentice knights of Foreign came to the academy, before the meeting time, Lewin had a brief meeting with Headmaster Tyrion. He spoke up. "A special lesson, really." He calmly rested his chin on his hand, calmly recounting that day. "I had thought about pairing alumni with students to form teams. During the class, most were rejected." Then he smiled. "However, if you ask him directly as a senior, he won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think?" Remembering that proposal only made him chuckle. A smile mixed with helplessness and surprise. The headmaster is pretty cunning, isn't he? Coming up with a plan that the senior can't refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted unexpectedly. One person couldn't contain their excitement. He pointed straight ahead, his voice full of excitement. "Look, they're here. It's the apprentice knights of Foreign." Cheers erupted like a wave across the courtyard. As soon as he saw Louis in the crowd, Mr. Gooder immediately broke into a radiant smile. His eyes held a hint of amusement. "Well, look who it is. How's this stubborn brat been doing?" He replied at once, "Of course I'm doing great. What about you, Gooder?" He shrugged, his lazy expression unchanged. "Same as always. I heard about you a while back. You won the grand festival, right?" He tilted his head slightly, a modest look on his face. "That's right. Thanks to your guidance, Gooder." Hearing that, he let out a hearty laugh. As he spoke, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "Ha! I'm going to see the headmaster now. So please guide the kids for me." He immediately accepted the task. "I understand." He placed a hand on his chest. He introduced himself formally. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Louis Adele, the Academy's representative. May I ask who the apprentice knight representative is?" The lead knight averted his gaze to the side. Our representative is currently busy." Following his gaze, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Before him was a typical scene of bullying. One of them laughed with amusement. Come on, Mantip. You're scaring the little guy," the other one replied. "No one would care even if this kid died. So what?" He flinched slightly. His gaze landed on the slightly injured but familiar face. "Han?" The bullied boy looked up. "Louis." He slowly approached. "What are you doing here?" At that moment, a brown-haired guy in the crowd laughed. So you're the famous Louis Adele. I've heard a lot about you." Then the other guy introduced himself. The guy lifted his head, his gaze somewhat arrogant. "I am Mantip Gagan, the representative of Foreign." The guy continued, his tone full of self-satisfaction. "Vangrass Gagan, commander of the Golden Knights. The only 7-star knight. Have you ever heard of him?" "He's my father." His face read, "Who asked?" Why bring up his dad during an introduction? Is he trying to show off that his dad is also outstanding? Then he brushed the guy's words aside. Right. But I'd be more satisfied if you answered my question first. The guy sulked, having been ignored. A question. What question? His eyes sharpened as he repeated himself. I asked, what are you doing? The guy answered nonchalantly as if it were no big deal. Oh, this kid hasn't been listening lately, so I'm personally training him. Is there a problem? If I personally train a commoner, the guy furrowed his brow, his annoyance clear. And you're being disrespectful, caring about some commoner, while you're greeting us. Do you know him? His hand tightened. That's my friend. Is there a problem? The guy's laughter echoed across the courtyard, as if he had just heard the funniest thing all day. Wait, are you serious, friends? Ha ha, I guess commoners understand each other better, huh? Mantip sneered. The Adele family is no different from commoners. The Academy's representative having such a lowly background. It's disgusting just talking to you. He didn't understand why the guy's attitude changed so drastically. What are you planning to do? Suddenly, the guy saw someone in the distance. His eyes suddenly lit up. Huh, big bro? He reflexively glanced behind him, wondering. Big brother. The moment he saw that person, he finally understood why this guy was so hostile towards him. Jackie walked over, casually smiling and greeting Mantip. You're here too. Why is an apprentice knight like you here? Birds of a feather flock together, I see. Even if Lewis didn't know Han, they were bound to clash eventually. Sir Gooder yelled, all right, everyone gather round as you know. Today we'll be conducting a joint training session. He stood with his hands on his hips full of confidence. Next to him was Teacher Heido with his usual stern expression. He gave an order, before we begin training, let's form groups. He continued to explain. Each group will consist of 2 academy students and 1 apprentice knight. A total of 54 groups. As soon as he finished, Mantip scratched his head in frustration. I don't want to be here at all. Why do I have to train with these kids? Jackie quickly chimed in. It's been a long time since graduation. I still don't understand why I'm here. Great minds think alike indeed. The guy made a suggestion with a gleeful look on his face. So what do you think? Let's just wing it and get this over with, yeah. It's obvious we're going to win anyway. He immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. If we include Miko, we'll be a team. The guy let out a gleeful laugh. Heh, sounds good. These weaklings, we'll take them down easy together. But on the side, the atmosphere became lively, as the students quickly formed groups. But amidst the commotion, Han could only bow his head, standing silently like a forgotten shadow. Suddenly, Lewis walked over. Han, join my group. He couldn't believe his ears and quickly asked back. Lewis, are you sure? Are you really okay with being in a group with me? Having been there himself, he completely understood the feeling of being left out. A soft but firm voice rang out. Why not? You're my friend. At this point, he looked at Lewis with deep gratitude. He quietly called his name Lewis. Jackson slowly walked over. Wow, that's a bit of a surprise. If you're choosing friends, I should be included too. He approached with a radiant face. Since you're Lewin's friend, you're my friend too. Right, he explained. Thanks, Jason. I saw Han looked awkward, so I figured I'd join first. He raised his hand and lightly patted Han's shoulder. Your name's Han, right? From now on, just talk to us comfortably, okay? At first, he was a little surprised, but he quickly responded, huh? Oh, okay. Then he announced loudly, everyone listen up. Our goal here is not just to get a high score. He put his hands on his hips, tilted his head, and raised an eyebrow. What else is there? His gaze briefly flicked over to the snake group Miko, Jackie, and Mantip, who were gathered on the other side. He frowned slightly, his face full of caution. I get the feeling we still have to deal with that annoying bunch. Once the teams were finalized, it was time for a short break. Ruin and Han were walking down the hall together. He gently asked, Hey Han, are you okay after getting beaten up like that? I can take you to the infirmary if you want. He immediately waved his hand, refusing. It's okay, I'm fine. No need to go anywhere. He looked down, one hand clutching his other arm. Ruin, it was nice seeing you. But it's probably not a good idea for you to act like... You know me, he froze. What are you talking about? Insecurity enveloped him, his eyes glued to the floor. A lot of people don't like me. So when no one is around, he looked him straight in the eye. His gaze unwavering, he refuted that childish thought of his. No, like I said before, I'm your friend. So you don't need to be on guard. Anyway, that guy from before, the one who harassed you at the training center, that was him, right? He replied, yeah. With that, they both turned their eyes to Mantip up ahead. Seeing the guy's information in the status window, Ruin finally understood why he was so scared. A 4-star knight. Someone with high potential like Mantip must be very strong. At the same time, he glanced to the side, remembering the scene of a blue aura surrounding Han's body as he killed the gang leader with a single slash. Even though he seems weak and insecure now, his information couldn't help but make Ruin think. Even though his current status is 3-star, he's already met the requirements for 4-star. And with such high potential, there's still a lot of room for growth. Thinking this, he suddenly spoke up. I'm thinking of taking care of that man-tip guy soon. What about you? Hearing that, his eyes went wide with surprise. Huh. He continued to encourage him, as if trying to give him more strength. Are you just going to let yourself get beaten up forever? That determined look you had when you protected your sister. Where did it go? He hesitated. Can I really win? Without a moment's hesitation, he stated firmly, you can. It was as if he'd never even considered it before. He kept asking, I can... Mantip, who was up ahead, heard this and turned around annoyed. I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. For someone with an ego like his, losing to someone he had always looked down on was unacceptable. Han, defeat me. This useless commoner who's just taking up space. Han, get over here. Though frightened, he still dared to stand up. No, I don't want to. It seemed this was the first time he'd fought back, so the guy was furious. What, this bastard must be crazy. Just standing next to him doesn't make you special. You're really just a bunch of idiots clinging to each other. He drew his sword, intending to teach him a lesson. Did you go crazy after getting beat up all this time? Come here. Today I'll kill you with my own hands. He also immediately drew his sword on guard, but Ruin quickly stopped him. Don't fight him, Han. He was bewildered. Huh. But he explained, you're not like him, right? You shouldn't act the way that bastard does. Then he slowly stepped forward. Today's not the day you face him. Wait for the right opportunity to wipe him out. So today I'll handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them charged at each other like moths to a flame. Mantip's face was red with anger as he yelled, Who the hell are you? Get lost. Get out of the way, you bastard. Suddenly, someone kicked him straight in the face. A single kick sent him flying 5 meters. His sword went flying into the air. Ruin's eyes widened in shock. Whoa. Sir Guter, he frowned in anger. Ruin's eyes widened at Guter's appearance. His actions were completely unexpected. Mantip was hit so hard his entire body was thrown back against the stone wall behind him. He sternly questioned Mantip Gagan. What is the meaning of this? The guy stammered in panic. That is, he immediately made an excuse. They started it. I did nothing wrong, I swear. He still stood tall, his eyes strict, as if seeing right through his lies. So you drew your sword to cut someone down. His voice dropped cold as ice. Mantip Gagan, as of today, you are dismissed from your position as captain of the Academy's Knights. The vice captain of training will take over temporarily, and punishment will be administered as soon as you return to the Academy. Unable to accept the truth, the guy threatened, but if you dismiss me, my father won't stand for it. But just one sentence from him was enough to shut him up. Yes, I thought so too. But when he finds out his only son drew a sword in the Academy and was about to cut someone down, Sir Vengeance Gagan will probably faint. Hearing that, the guy gave in. I'm sorry. Ruin at his side silently glanced over with cold eyes, judging him silently with a disdainful look. Acts all tough but is scared to death of his father. He frowned. Anyway, when he caught the hateful glare, as if the guy wanted to tear him apart, he realized, looks like I've put a target on my back. The first training session of the intensive course. The first lesson was on combat and defense. Sir Guter Perante taught us how to exploit a mage's weakness, their casting time to disable them. Professor Hido demonstrated how to predict a knight's movements and how to effectively escape their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques as instructed. While the trainees were hard at work up front, behind a tree Miko's group was like a bunch of spoiled brats, comfortably enjoying the shade and watching. Mantip scratched his head, his scowling face clearly showing his frustration. I was already annoyed because of that Ruin guy, and now I have to train in a place full of people like him? Jackie just replied calmly, just drop it. We already know this stuff. Right. He sighed. Let's just do it. Despite his nonchalant appearance, his mind was in 100 different places. He said that, but how was he supposed to train? He made a guess, but quickly dismissed it. In front of so many students like this, do they really expect me to reveal my full strength? No way. In a corner, Ruin's group was also training hard. Han, with his hands on his knees, panted breathlessly. Pant, pant! Ruin, let's take a break. He was still standing straight, not a single drop of sweat on his body. All right. Jason on the side exclaimed, Is this guy tireless or what? I haven't even fought him yet, and I'm already terrified. Feeling like the last exercise wasn't enough, he casually rested the wooden sword on his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. But it feels like that was just a warm-up. The other two didn't know if he was human or a beast. They shouted in unison, What? Suddenly Guter stepped in, interrupting their conversation. If you're not too tired, could you spare me a moment? He exclaimed in surprise. Sir Guter, he was already holding a wooden sword in his hand. I want to confirm something. He wondered, Confirm, what do you mean? He immediately explained. Swordsmanship at this level learned in such a short time. It's impossible to be self-taught. unless you have an incredibly skilled teacher. Hearing that, he paused for a moment, then remembered his master. Whoa, Sir Guter is more perceptive than he looks. Then he continued, so I want to ask you for a favor. He pointed his sword at him, issuing a challenge to everyone's excitement. Ruin Adele, I want to duel you. He froze for a moment, his eyes clearly showing his astonishment. What is happening? Whispers started to spread like a stirred-up beehive. A duel with the Academy's representative. Why would the commander act like that? After a month of composure, he spoke up. Are you joking, Sir Guter? I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly win against you? Besides, I've only been learning for a week. He looked straight at him. I'm not asking you to win. This made him even more confused. Then what is it? Then he revealed his true purpose. I want you to teach the trainees here. There's no one here with swordsmanship skills, superior to yours. But the apprentice knights who heard this were bewildered, completely stunned. What? The commander. He took a soft breath and thought to himself, suddenly becoming the center of attention, like this is really overwhelming. But luckily, he pressed his lips into a firm straight line. He didn't say it out loud, but in his heart he was sure this was a good opportunity. If I perform well here, I can use this opportunity to establish my position. Not a bad idea? Yes, thinking this, he immediately became interested. He quickly got into a ready stance. I look forward to learning from you, Sir Guter. He smiled with satisfaction, the corners of his lips turning up naturally. Your stance is impressive. Well then, here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, Guter launched forward with astonishing speed. The spectators watching from the sidelines all stared wide-eyed in unison. Everyone exclaimed, Wait a minute! What is this speed? Are you being too serious, sir? If that blow hits, I won't even be able to pick up the pieces. But he blocked the attack with ease. Someone exclaimed in amazement, he blocked that blow. Even so, he let out a heavy sigh. His sword swing sent him who was defending, sliding across the field. He slowly spoke up, looking at it again. I find your skills hard to believe. I'll ask again, where did you learn this sword technique? He squinted, his gaze full of suspicion directed at him. Is it a name that cannot be revealed? He fell into a pensive silence, wondering whether to say it or not. It's not like that person was intentionally hiding or anything. It should be fine. After a long hesitation, he uttered a name. Sir Bova Peterson? This was a name no one expected. So everyone standing there was gobsmacked, including Sir Guter. Going from one surprise to another, it left everyone stunned. Bova Peterson, the legendary god of war. No way. I heard he was dead. Guter quickly regained his composure. Oh, is that so? He wondered, could you elaborate? How did you come to know him? He immediately explained, Sir Bova retired and has been living in Adele ever since. He's the one I've been with since I was a child. Before he could finish, Mantip hastily cut him off. Don't you lie. The guy stepped forward angrily, his fiery eyes as if they wanted to burn him to a crisp. Don't lie to me. He was confused. Lie? The guy pointed a finger straight at his face as if he'd caught a liar. That's right, lies, my own father said it. Bova Peterson is dead. And you can't prove it. Right! He was visibly annoyed. Why do I need to prove it? And don't call someone who's still alive dead. The guy grit his teeth, his face still wearing a mocking smile, but his eyes revealed his bitterness. Even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. Either way, the strongest in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing that, he immediately understood that this was what the guy was worried about. The officially recognized strongest knight in the kingdom was none other than Mantip's father, Sir Vengeance Gagan, commander of the Golden Knight Order. But if the legendary knight Bova Peterson was still alive, the official hierarchy might be overturned. He replied lazily, All right, think whatever you want. He was bewildered. What? His eyes were ice cold, his tone unwavering as he stated his opinion. Go ahead and believe in those strongest in the kingdom titles or whatever. It's up to you, Sir Bova. Doesn't care about those trivial rankings. Hearing that he was so angry, he ground his teeth. Trivial, did you just say trivial? He immediately drew his sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? Now the guy was like a lunatic, capable of killing anyone he saw. Ruin! Adele, I challenge you to a duel with real swords right now. While the guy was screaming frantically, Come on! Fight me right now. He got a full-on head chop from Guter. The guy's eyes went crossed just like a baby. Whatever. He hit the guy to stop him from doing anything. Stupid while he was out of control. What the hell is this? A challenge. So you really want to fight Ruin? The guy cowered like a puppy holding his head. Yes! Finally, he announced, All right. Then the first match in tomorrow's group sparring session will be Ruin's group against Mantip's group. Any objections? Both of them shouted in unison, No! In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. His powerful voice echoed across the sky. All right, is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, the first sparring match will be between the group of Ruin against Mantip's group. The two groups faced each other, under the curious eyes of everyone. Suddenly, Jackie stepped forward and called his name. Ruin! His face showed no sign of worry. On the contrary, he was very relaxed. Are you guys well prepared? Ruin immediately went on alert. "What's this? Why are you suddenly asking that?" He gave a wicked smile. "Ah, never mind, just try to have a good match." Hearing that, Guter immediately gave the signal. "All right then, prepare to begin." As if just waiting for that, he immediately charged forward with astonishing speed, leaving him bewildered. Luckily, he reacted in time. If he'd been a step slower, he would have been caught. He wondered, what is this speed? What's going on? No one can be this fast. Suddenly, he noticed the status window above his head. A look of contempt immediately appeared in his eyes. Ha! How pathetic. How desperate is he to win? He's wearing 6 artifacts. The night before at the residence, a social greeting was heard. Well, well, who do we have here? Sir Vengeance, ha ha ha. Long time no see, Commissioner Josh. The commander of the Golden Knight Order Vengeance leaned in and continued. I heard about Jackie. He was invited to give a special lecture at the Academy. As a representative of the alumni, isn't that right, Josh Gary Hill? A high-ranking commissioner of the Kingdom of Legends Council humbly replied, it was a surprise that Headmaster Tyrion Zignick personally invited the boy. Is Mantip still doing well? He was helpless, his face clearly showing his frustration. Yes, but he's causing too much trouble. It's a nuisance. So I sent him to Sir Guter to be properly disciplined. He should be at the academy by now. The old man sighed, his eyes closed, showing he'd been struggling with this for a long time. Actually, I came here because of that academy representative, he pondered. If it's the representative, you mean Ruin Adele? And then, he thought about the information he'd heard before. The rumor spread so far that even I remember that name. I heard he won the tournament and even caught the Empire's attention. But right after that, his tone immediately changed. A country bumpkin from Adele? Shouldn't have such a smooth path. But as if just waiting for that, the old man immediately agreed. Ha ha, exactly. We have to stop someone like that from influencing the princes. Right, as loyal subjects, who truly care about the kingdom. Of course. He wondered, do you have a plan? As if just waiting for that, the guy immediately replied. This time, my son and Mantip are on the same team and they'll be fighting Ruin Adele. So I was thinking, why not give Mantip an artifact? He didn't expect the old man to be that bold. His eyes widened in shock, his breath catching. What? The old man promised, if you leave that necklace, I'll make sure Mantip gets it, he stammered. Are you suggesting we cheat? The guy put a hand on the other's shoulder. That's not important right now. If we want to crush that kid, before he becomes a bigger nuisance, we have to do whatever it takes. I've already given an artifact to my own son. However, he was still hesitant. But even so, this... Seeing this, the guy played his final card. Bova Peterson, does that name sound familiar? His expression immediately changed and he stammered, why are you suddenly bringing up that name? The guy's face darkened. I heard he's still alive, and it seems he taught swordsmanship to Ruin in Adele. The old man continued, Ruin Adele, the one favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bova Peterson, the Radiant Knight. If he defeats our sons in the upcoming match, our positions will be finished. After hearing the guy's words, he quickly took off the artifact on his shirt. He handed the necklace to the old man. All right, I hope this brings good results. The old man gave a calculating half-smile. Of course it will. Finally, the two shook hands firmly. All of this is for our kingdom. Back to the present. Jackie laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, what's up, Ruin Adele? He cast a spell creating vines that wrapped tightly around Ruin's group. You were that confident with just that mediocre skill. How disappointing. The magic vines tightened like shackles, causing them to writhe in pain. Ruin's face darkened a mix of anger and contempt. He had expected them to pull a trick, but he didn't expect them to be this low. He stood there constantly provoking him. What are you standing there for? Show us your amazing power, Ruin. Otherwise, Mantip's gonna beat you to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy charged from the side, holding a wooden sword in his hand. Jason yelled worriedly, Ruin, move! His leg quickly cut through the vines. A brilliant golden light tore through the ground, erupting with a fierce explosion. Luckily, he dodged it. He was shocked. What? How can a wooden sword be that strong? At this moment, a strange light emanated from around the wooden sword. The artifact Mantip Gagan received from Sir... Vengeance was the amulet of fortification. This artifact was designed in the form of a necklace for easy carrying. It strengthens weapons, making them sharper and more durable. The guy laughed mockingly. His lips curled in a sneer as he exclaimed with regret, Ah, I missed. I could have killed you. Then he continued to swing his sword and charged forward. This time I'll definitely kill you, Ruin Adele, he observed intently. Hard as steel, huh? In that case, thinking this, he clenched his fist, activating the armor break technique. With just one swing of his arm, the wooden sword that was rushing forward at a wind-tearing speed immediately exploded. The guy panicked. How the hell did you do that? Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, he rushed forward like lightning. A thunderous punch rang out. The force of the impact was so strong it sent the guy flying backward. seeing him sitting on the ground in pain, his eyes trembling as if he couldn't believe what was happening. His voice was hoarse as he called out the name in shock. Mantip. His face was contorted in pain that spread throughout his body. How could this happen? Even though we're all wearing artifacts, he wasn't pushed back at all. Ruin slowly put on his iron gauntlets. I was planning to go easy on you if I could, but clearly that's not going to work. Since things have come to this, I'll fight seriously. With that, the will of the ruler on his hand was immediately unleashed. Everyone present was dead silent, eyes wide and mouths agape at the unbelievable scene before them. Even those who were usually calm, like Professor Heido or Guder, couldn't help but show their confusion. If the outsiders were like that, then what about Jackie, who was facing it directly? He muttered, "No way, a spirit." Behind Ruin, a giant lion spirit appeared. Everyone around panicked. Screams echoed in chaos. "Run, everyone, run, it's a spirit." A spirit. The immense pressure made his legs go weak. His body trembling, he collapsed to the ground, hastily backing away. He spoke calmly. "Let's end this. I mean, 6 artifacts still don't seem to be enough for you." Hearing that, his head was buzzing. "What?" He didn't bother to explain. His hand gently reached forward, and the giant soul behind him also majestically reached out its hand. Its giant finger slowly slipped into his necklace. The precious necklace broke into several pieces and fell. The atmosphere immediately became heated. Whispers erupted everywhere. What, he's serious? Did Senior Jackie really use an artifact? Using an artifact against a junior? Unable to bear the whispers about him, his face contorted in anger. "You bastard, how long do you think you can last? Gary Hill won't stand by and do nothing." He cut him off irritably. "You say Gary Hill won't leave me alone. First it was Miko, then the eldest son, Jackie Gary Hill. Who's next? Could it be Sir Josh Gary Hill himself?" As soon as he heard his father's name, he immediately charged forward like a moth to a flame. "What did you just say, you dog? You dare mention that name?" At this moment, Ruin raised his hand. A sharp spark erupted, shot straight forward and hit him right between the eyes. He said irritably, "You're too loud, just take a rest for a bit." Suddenly, the bear appeared on his shoulder. "Are you sure about this?" He wondered, about what? "The spirit. Is it really okay to reveal it like this in front of everyone?" Only now did he realize that thousands of strange eyes were fixed on him. It continued, "Looking at your expression, you're freaking out the principal. He's totally shocked." He just calmly spoke up. "It's not like I can hide it forever." He agreed. "That's right." Then his expression changed as he fell into deep thought. "Anyway, Jackie Gary Hill is down for the count, and it looks like Miko fainted, foaming at the mouth from the shock of seeing the goblin. That means the winner has been decided." Thinking this, he glanced over at Mr. Guder. He caught his gaze. He cleared his throat a few times and declared loudly, "And so the winner is—" Suddenly a loud shout cut him off. "Wait!" Everyone was surprised by the sound. They all turned their heads toward where it came from, only to see Han approaching with 2 wooden swords. "The match isn't over yet." He stopped in front of Mantip and tossed a sword towards him. "Your sword just broke, right? Then use this. Pick up the sword, Mantip." The atmosphere immediately grew tense. All eyes were fixed on him. It seemed no one expected him to make a move like this. And of course the guy instantly went ballistic. Veins bulged on both sides of his forehead. "Are you seriously nuts? You filthy commoner, how dare you?" he snarled. But he suddenly froze as his eyes darted down. He suddenly noticed the sword resting in his hand. That's a Perito sword. A weapon, now enveloped in an intense blue lightning aura. Perito, the Holy Sword. A knight who has reached 4 stars or higher, meaning one who has mastered aura manipulation. Traditionally, a 4-star knight has a blue aura. A 5-star knight has a red aura. From 6 stars and up, the aura gradually turns purple. Beyond that level, the aura is no longer bound by a specific color, but manifests according to each knight's unique characteristics. The average level for apprentice knights is around 3 stars. The boys still couldn't believe the situation. Mantip was rendered speechless. Behind him, someone whispered, "No way." Many eyes turned to Han as murmurs spread. How could someone as weak as Han? I haven't even mastered my aura yet. In other words, even among official knights, many still haven't reached 4 stars. Trang, sitting on Louis's shoulder, whispered, "Louis, aren't you going to stop this? The match is over after all." His eyes filled with determination as he replied, "No. Let's watch a little longer." He thought to himself with admiration. Finally, that look in Han's eyes has returned. Louis's gaze was fixed on the stern face and furrowed brows of Han. Mantip reached down and grabbed the wooden sword on the ground. Then he spoke. "I don't accept this." He charged at Han, screaming, "I will never accept this." The sword in Mantip's hand swung up and came down on Han's head. He growled, "You're just a pathetic commoner. And now you dare to say you can use an aura?" Han also gripped his sword with all his might to block this fatal blow. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Mantip's voice rang in his ears again. "No way." He put even more force into his hands. Mantip's face got close to Han's, filled with contempt. There's no way a weakling like you is on the same level as me. Mantip swung his sword sideways and yelled, "Lie on the ground where you belong." Han also swung his sword in a counterattack. Han smirked, still clinging to that commoner logic. Mantip, not expecting a counterattack, asked blankly. What Han strained his neck and yelled, "You're just some lucky punk born into a good family. A worthless, selfish narcissist." Veins bulged all over Mantip's face. He gave a bizarre smile. You're insane." Mantip stomped his foot hard. A loud thud echoed on the ground. His voice deepened. "All right, Han." Mantip channeled power into the weapon in his hand. A blue light enveloped the entire sword. He spoke as if granting a favor. "If you want to die, I'll help you get there." Mantip stomped his foot to gain momentum and jumped high. Then he brought his sword down, yelling at Han. "Die, you bastard!" Seeing the critical situation, Lewis ran like the wind, shouting. Han, be careful. Guder also ran towards the arena. He cursed under his breath as he ran. That bastard Mantip. Behind him, Haidu was also rushing over. Boom! A loud noise echoed from the center of the arena. A blue light, like ink spreading in water, was expanding outwards. Lewis's pupils contracted in shock. He froze, staring at the scene before him. But in front of the crowd, Han was still in his counterattack stance, but the sword in Mantip's hand had been knocked away. His entire body was also sent flying. Mantip, unable to accept it, screamed in rage, "You bastard!" Han was unfazed by the insult. His entire aura radiated seriousness, looking at Mantip lying motionless on the ground. The boys ran over and knelt beside him, calling out. Mantip, calm down. Damn it. Is he unconscious? Then murmurs erupted. What just happened? So fast, Han defeated Mantip. Meanwhile, Han was still standing there as if rooted to the spot. Before Lewis even reached him, he quickly asked, "Han, are you okay?" Han turned his head to look at him and called Lewis. Lewis stopped in his tracks, staring at him stunned, then, whoa, he let out a sound. He pointed at Han's hand and told Han, "Look at your wooden sword." He looked down at his hand and asked doubtfully, "My sword?" At that moment, a yellow light emanated from the sword, incredibly brilliant. Han murmured, "The aura, it's red." But the scene changes to another place. A voice echoes from inside the castle. "As expected, you're amazing." Tyrion, Ignis, and Louis were walking and talking. He exclaimed, "I had a hunch. But I didn't think you'd actually beat a senior graduating student." He clenched his fist and asked back, "You only had a hunch?" Lewis turned and said with a confident tone, "You were the one principal who called Jackie Garyhill over in the first place. Weren't you anticipating this outcome from the very beginning?" Tyrion Ignis laughed. "Oh my. So I've been found out." He gazed at the paintings hanging on the wall. Then he spoke. "I wanted to use this opportunity to teach Gary Hill a lesson in humility. But instead, it seems I only deepened his resentment." Lewis asked doubtfully, "Resentment?" And Tyrion Ignis explained, "Rumors of this duel have already spread to the capital. Because you defeated the eldest son of the Garyhill house, the nobility is gossiping that this could be the downfall of that family." He reminded Lewis and Josh, "Garyhill will surely do anything to regain his family's honor. That means you could soon be in danger." Tyrion Ignis's voice lowered. "As the principal, I cannot allow my students to be in danger. That's why we're here." The two were standing at the top of a staircase looking down. He introduced it, the stairs leading down to the basement of the academy. Tyrion Ignis recounted a few days ago. Kingram woke up from his hibernation. The first thing he said after waking up, Lewis's fist tightened as he heard his words. He recounted Kingram's words, "I smell my own kind." Tyrion Ignis had a mysterious air about him. "We just need to go down. Kingram is waiting with a gift." Seeing Louis's lack of reaction, he asked, "Why aren't you asking about it?" He asked back suspiciously. "Ask what?" Lewis was half joking, half serious. "I suddenly show up with a goblin on my back. There's no such magics in this world. Aren't you the least bit curious?" However, Tyrion Ignis looked at him with trusting eyes. "Whether you show up with a goblin on your back or carrying the head of a goblin, Lewis, Adele that I know is always someone I can trust. That's all I need." Lewis also replied with a sincere tone, "Thank you." Tyrion Ignis gestured. "Now go down. Kingram has been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, he was standing before a large door. Lewis slowly opened the heavy door, making a loud creaking sound. After stepping inside, he walked deeper and deeper. Just a moment later, a deep voice echoed. "Long time no see, little destroyer." Lewis also let out a small laugh in reply, "Yes, it has been a while." Before him, Kingram was sitting comfortably on a large throne. Lewis greeted him, "Kingram." Kingram's voice boomed, "Oh, little destroyer, I still can't believe it. I can smell the scent of my tribe from the heavenly mountains. On you. I can even sense my father Munkin." After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "If possible, could you tell me what happened?" Lewis nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I'll tell you everything." After that, the two stood facing each other talking. "I told Kingram about what happened in the heavenly mountains and how I crafted a treasure from Munkin's jaw." After hearing the whole story, Kingram let out a delighted laugh. You arm wrestled 100 goblins. You're reckless, Lewis added. Not only that, I won all the matches. He nodded. That sounds like you. My tribe must have had a great time. Kingram covered his face, his voice somewhat choked up. I thought I would be trapped in this treasure forever, and then disappear. But I never expected to hear news of my homeland again. Then he looked at Louis gratefully, little destroyer. Thank you, my benefactor. He also accepted the thanks, comfortably replying, It's my honor. The system screen suddenly lit up in front of Lewis, with a notification. Treasure unlocked. He wondered to himself, what is this? A sparkling screen appeared with the text, Title Friend of the Goblins, has been upgraded to Lord of the Goblins. Due to the passive effect of Lord of the Goblins, a strength has increased by 1,000. Incarnation of Strength. Trang has reached 5 stars. Human form is now usable. Due to the special skill companion, strength has been permanently increased by 500. Kingram spoke up. You are the incarnation of Draca and my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the goblin tribe of the Heavenly Mountains. This is my gift to you. Lewis was utterly astonished. Seemingly not believing his eyes, he thought. Strength increased to 7,000 instantly, and Trang reached 5 stars. Trang let out a long, satisfied burp. Now that was a great meal. I've reached 5 stars much faster than expected. Then she jumped from Louis's shoulder to the ground, exclaiming, I've been stuck in this useless child form for way too long. Trang's body grew larger and began to glow. She frowned and clenched her fists, asking, Do you have any idea how boring it was? A blinding yellow light appeared. Forcing Lewis to shield his eyes with his hand, he stammered, What the hell is this? A long mane of brown hair gently swayed. A soft laugh echoed, So, a girl appeared. But her voice was incredibly familiar as she asked, Awesome, right, Lewis? The person tossed their hair and said with a smug look, This is what I've been craving for so long, Trang's human form. A moment later, Lewis returned to the top of the stairs. From my reunion with Kingram, I received 2 more gifts. The authority of a chieftain, allowing me to command goblins as a goblin lord. Next was the second gift, and a special privilege to summon Kingram, who is bound to the academy for life, to my location just once. Lewis recalled before they parted. He told me to only summon him if I was in truly life-threatening danger. Laughter echoed in his ear. He thought with some annoyance, Forget about that. Trang jumped up and down with joy. Yes, turning into human form is the best. Meanwhile, Tyrion Ignis asked Lewis suspiciously, Who is that young lady? He thought back to the moment Trang transformed. Others could see her. At that moment, Lewis himself had to ask to confirm, You're really a girl. Trang put her hands on her hips and replied irritably, How many times have I told you? His voice dropped slightly as he muttered, I thought you were lying. But Tyrion Ignis's voice rang out again. Only one person went underground, yet 2 people came out. Can you explain this? Lewis closed his eyes and sighed, I'm screwed. In the silent space, he cleared his throat and spoke. So, however, Tyrion Ignis stroked his long beard and inquired, With my limited knowledge, I can only guess that you are a spirit. Is that correct? Trang put her hands on her hips and replied, Close enough. To be precise, I am an incarnation. Lewis thought a little flustered. Is this explanation really going to work? Trang looked around and continued. He and I have a symbiotic relationship. Therefore, we cannot be separated. He called out a little embarrassed, Hey, are you just going to talk to the principal so informally? Trang huffed coldly, I've lived 10 times longer than him. Lewis was a bit taken aback. That may be true, but Tyrion Ignis's voice cut him off. Since you came here through Kingram, noble incarnation of Louis, I will arrange for you to stay at the academy. Trang seemed quite interested and asked, Oh, you have a plan. He nodded slightly as if in confirmation, replying, Of course. Scene changed to another location. An astonished voice echoed from inside the academy. Wait, what is this? Everyone stared at Trang stunned, then asked hesitantly, So you're saying, Louis? Then a male student's surprised shout rang out. You have a cousin like this, and she just enrolled today. Trang put her hands on her hips, laughed, and introduced herself. I'm Trang Adele, Louis awkwardly added. Ah, yeah, she's in the same year as us. Jason clutched his chest, which was pounding, with his heartbeat, and asked about the last graduating class. You said she's younger than us, but Lewis explained, She skipped grades. She's a genius. He raised his voice again, shouting, A genius! Jason held out his hand politely. A pleasure to meet you, my lady. Jason knelt on one knee. He introduced himself. I am Jason, Damon Lewis's best friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it yet, I can show you around. Trang casually asked, And who are you? Lewis, not understanding what was happening, wondered. What is he doing? Jason suggested, Would you like to go to the cafeteria? The baguette there is delicious. Trang bluntly refused. I don't like bread. Get lost. He found another excuse. Do you like the ocean? It's wonderful. Lewis closed his eyes and sighed. Well, as long as everything goes smoothly, I guess it's fine. Suddenly, someone walked up and called his name. Lewis saw the person approaching. Lewis greeted him, Han. Right. Today's the day you're leaving, huh? Han smiled and replied, "Yes, I came to say goodbye." Lewis lamented, "It's a shame that we have to part ways again. Someday I'll come to Forest to visit you." He said, "I'd really look forward to that." "You're always welcome." After a moment of hesitation, Han asked, "And Louis?" "After I graduate from the training center." "Can I come to Adele?" Lewis replied with a generous tone. "Adele, of course. Come whenever you want," he said with a determined look. "No, I don't just want to visit. I want to become a knight of Adele." Hearing these words, he was incredibly surprised and asked, "Are you serious?" Han nodded firmly. "Yeah, I want to do something meaningful, like protecting Adele of the place you will lead, so please give me a chance." Lewis replied to him with a smile. "Of course, thank you, Han." Suddenly, someone's voice cut in. "Are you two planning to keep this to yourselves again?" Jason jumped on Lewis's back, exclaiming, "I want to go to Adele too. I'll help with the dishes and cleaning, but I'll be staying with Lady Trang." He shot him down with a cold reply. "I never said you were allowed." He was stunned, then grabbed Lewis's neck tightly and yelled angrily, "Hey, that's too much, and I know you're joking." He thought to himself, incredibly happy. "My friend's moving to Adele after graduation. This is actually a great idea, isn't it?" Scene changed to the capital of the Duchy of Redion. The man yelled angrily, "It's over! It's all fallen apart. Do you have any idea how much money I've invested in this, Lord?" Vengerus. And yet an apprentice knight defeated Mantip. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. The same thing happened with the Garyhill family. Even Jackie Garyhill, their eldest son, was defeated by Louis Adele. The era of the Garyhills is over. For a long time, the Garyhill family has maintained its reputation as a family of mages. And Vengerus? Gagan has been honored as the strongest knight in the kingdom, because they have the backing of the nobility. That has continued. But what if that backing disappears? He strained his neck and yelled, "Right now you may still be the strongest, but when our children become the pillars of the nation, your descendants will no longer have a chance." Another person continued, "The solution is obvious. We should switch sides." The voice grew louder and more resolute. "We have to switch sides immediately to Adele." Then someone spoke up hesitantly. "But the head of Adele Delin? Adele doesn't accept bribes." Another person let out a mocking laugh. "Oh, please. Who in this world doesn't like money? Look at Garyhill." Suddenly someone walked towards the crowd and spoke. "Are you talking about me?" Everyone gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Commissioner Josh!" The old man growled, "You're having a nice chat, aren't you? So who are you planning to side with?" The man forced a laugh and made an excuse. "Ah, that was a slip of the tongue. I didn't know you were listening." Josh showed him no mercy, questioning, "A slip of the tongue? If I weren't here, you'd be spouting this nonsense all night." The old man's voice dropped. "Listen up, all of you. Since the founding of the Duchy of Redion, the Garyhills have always held power. History never lies. So your worries will never come true." One person replied with a forced laugh. "Yes, we'll keep that in mind." Josh gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Louis Adele. "I was planning to use him as a stepping stone to boost the reputations of Jackie and Miko, but he completely crushed our family's honor." Veins bulged on Josh's face from anger. A murderous glint appeared in the old man's eyes. "I will kill him at all costs." Another important class for the semester. The second is a visit to the capital. In one of the train cars, the chatter was nonstop. "We're going to the Mage Tower, the Royal Mages. Sounds amazing." Louis watched everyone and thought to himself, "A great class where we get to visit the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace directly. A place where we can observe and learn from the current mages." He was a bit worried. But then again, the problem is that the purpose of the class is great. But Trang suddenly spoke up, "Josh Garyhill. Does that mean we'll finally get to see his face?" Louis didn't deny it. Probably. He knew very well. Recently, the head of the Garyhill family must be filled with resentment towards me. Going to the capital is the same as setting foot in enemy territory, a place where he can easily manipulate the royal mages. In that situation, there are countless opportunities for him to target me. Trang voiced her question. "Is Josh Garyhill strong?" Louis quickly replied. "According to rumors, he's a 7th Circle mage, just like the principal." She was astonished. 7th Circle. If I were still in my old state, I could easily take him down with a single finger. He also wondered curiously. I'm not sure how strong Trang was back then, but a 7th Circle mage is not something to be taken lightly. Louis looked at Tyrion Ignis up ahead. His system window only displayed information currently unavailable. From that, he understood one thing. The principal who is at that level? I can't confirm any information through the player's eyes, Louis told himself. I can't let my guard down for even a second while in the capital. A little later, an announcement was made. Next stop, Redion, the capital of the Kingdom of Redion. Everyone cheered excitedly. We're here, finally! They excitedly said to each other, as expected. The capital is really different. It's magnificent, right? It really is the best. Louis was also a little impressed. Yeah, the capital is still the capital, but he was still extremely wary inside. It's just a gaudy shell, not even worthy of such a small kingdom. Just then someone walked up to greet Tyrion Ignis. "Principal, long time no see." He asked suspiciously, "Did you come all this way in person for something?" Tyrion Ignis called out the old man's name, Chairman Josh. Josh walked up and spoke. "Asking why I'm here seems a bit cruel, don't you think? When the future sprouts of the kingdom visit the capital, as a guardian of this country, the least I can do is come out to greet them." Then the old man ominously emphasized, "But there's another reason." Josh looked straight at Lewis and said, "I want to see how far those sprouts have grown, and confirm how he crushed our son." The old man glared threateningly. "So what do you want?" "I think you're Lewis Adele." He felt a little uneasy under that gaze. "It feels like a snake is wrapping itself around my body, but something's not right. The Josh Gary Hill I know is a 7th-tier mage, but the system panel displays Josh Gary Hill 6th-tier mage." Lewin was completely baffled after reading it. The player's eyes are telling me he's only a 6th-tier mage. How could he have fooled everyone? He was suddenly startled as he realized, could it be? Lewis looked at the hand covered in gold bracelets and rings, belonging to Josh, and guessed. "All of those things are artifacts." He smirked sarcastically. "Whether it's the father or the son." Seeing him like that, the old man asked irritably, "Something funny?" Louis turned away before answering. "No, nothing. I'm leaving." Josh immediately grabbed his arm tightly. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm not done with my questions." The old man glared and demanded, "I asked what you were laughing at." However, Tyrion Zinnet quickly stepped in to mediate. "Chairman Josh, he is still just a student. Please stop." Draca was visibly angry, "This lunatic." Josh snapped, "Stay out of this, headmaster." The old man threatened him. "You may be the headmaster within the academy, but once the student has set foot in the capital, managing them is my responsibility." However, Tyrion Zinnet immediately retorted, "If that authority is used as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never accept it. I will take the students back to the academy immediately." Hearing this, Josh found it ridiculous. "You're going back?" "That's right, our noble headmaster. Tyrion is always like this," the old man said with heavy sarcasm. "You think I don't know? Your goal was to humiliate my son in front of the entire school by luring him out. Are you still upset that I was appointed as the guardian instead of you, headmaster?" Such petty jealousy. A whirlwind instantly enveloped everything around them. The people there cried out in fear, "What is this wind?" But Josh just laughed coldly, taunting. "You want to take this all the way? Fine, have it your way." Louis suddenly spoke up. "How interesting." The old man asked, stunned, "What?" The boy finally revealed, "The reason I was laughing because it's interesting. I've never seen anyone wear so many rings before." Lewis's next words astonished Josh. "Miko and Zaku, my seniors, also love accessories. It seems like all rich people are the same." The old man felt a pang of guilt, wondering, what is this punk getting at? Josh quickly came up with an excuse. "There's no special reason. It's just that we happen to have a lot of accessories." "You acted like you understood." "Ah, I see, of course." The old man glanced at Tyrion Shinnet and then ordered sharply, "Anyway, Headmaster Tyrion, step aside. I will be leading the tour from today. I will personally oversee all the classes under my authority." Hearing this, he just remained silent, his thoughts hidden. As he turned, he exclaimed, "I'm leaving now." The tour of the capital turned out to be not much of a tour at all. Lewis recounted that Josh Gary Hill, the one who claimed he would join the entire schedule, vanished without a trace as soon as we arrived at the royal palace. Instead, some fake mage led us around. He nodded, remarking, "Though the tour itself was nothing special, the atmosphere wasn't too bad. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the trip." Praises echoed endlessly. "So this is the magic tower. It's incredible." "Except for one thing," Draca asked Lewis. "You feel it too, don't you?" He confirmed honestly, "Yeah. I noticed it right away." Lewis knew full well they're being way too obvious about watching me. Night began to fall. Lewis sat by the window, carefully pointing out to Draca, "Look over there." When Draca looked down, they saw a few suspicious people lurking around. The two of them began to discuss, "Isn't that the guy we've seen before?" "Yeah. He's been there ever since we checked into the resort." "What?" "I had a feeling something was off before." "What's he planning?" Lewis pointed out, "That's an illusion." Draca asked, a little surprised, "Illusion magic?" He revealed a few things to it. "I can feel the magical energy all around here. He's creating a mirage with illusion magic." Lewis quickly added, "The scenery and the pedestrians down there are all fake. Up above, he's using a magical barrier to cut this place off from the real world." Draca cried out in frustration, "Damn it! I can't believe I didn't notice this spell. Even after successfully becoming human, I'm still a far cry from my original power." He was lost in thought. "I saw this coming, but I didn't expect him to make a move this fast." Lewin suddenly spotted something. A black-robed figure suddenly ran off. Draca exclaimed, startled, "He's running away!" He calmly denied it. "No. He's trying to lure me out. If we fight in a cramped space like the resort, I'll have the advantage. But he knows I can't let the other students get hurt, so I have no other choice but to fight outside." Lewis recalled what the system panel had shown. Heisenberg Hill 6th tier mage. He then speculated. A 6th tier mage. That's a level 1 person can handle. But the scale of this illusion magic, it can't be the work of just one 6th tier mage. A meticulous Louis analyzed. There are 2, maybe 3 enemies, possibly even more. If all of them are 6th tier mages, my chances of winning are slim. Josh's face suddenly appeared in his mind. And if Josh Gary Hill himself joins the fight, Lewis thought to himself, maybe I can use that? Seeing him turn back, Draka asked curiously, "Are you going right now?" Lewin gave a nod. "Yeah, I have to go down." As he walked, he remarked, "Tonight is probably going to be a very long night." A few hours earlier, Josh slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Is this it?" The old man shouted, extremely dissatisfied. "I'm the one who personally called this meeting, and this is everyone who showed up." Someone timidly reported, "Ah, yes. Everyone seems to be deliberately avoiding this meeting," Josh growled in frustration. "Louis Adele is finished as of today, and yet they're still so scared of Adele they don't dare to come." The old man raged. Normally, this place would be packed. Some people would even have to stand because there aren't enough seats. But today only 4 people showed up. Josh gritted his teeth, silently cursing Lewis in his mind. Damn it, that bastard ruined everything. Finally, the old man let out a sigh. Fine. Sooner or later, they'll regret it. I assume the matter I entrusted to you has been handled? The other person quickly replied, "Yes, sir. The capital's night watch is now entirely filled with our people. So no matter what happens, there won't be any problems." Then Josh turned to ask Vanguard, "What about the mission I gave the captain?" He answered flatly, "Last night we received confirmation that the assassins have arrived in Adele." Vanguard continued outlining the plan. After midnight, they will sneak into the manor and take Delin Adele's head. Josh was pleased to hear this. At least the father and son won't be alone in death, since they'll die on the same night, he added. Not just the father and son. Delin Adele also has a young daughter, Vanguard emphasized. And Bova Payton must also disappear, he reasoned. There should only be one sun in the sky. At that moment, Bova was taking a walk, thinking to himself, "It's strangely quiet." He calculated thoughtfully. Recently, the young master's victory over the Gary Hill heir has drawn the attention of many nobles to Adele. But the Gary Hill I know is not the type to give up so easily. Bova remembered what Lord Adele had said. "If you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately." He nodded in agreement. "It seems the Lord shares my thoughts. I must be careful." Bova suddenly saw a man carrying a wooden crate. He asked him with concern, "Done for the day?" The worker smiled cheerfully and replied, "Lord Bova. Yes, I just finished cleaning and was about to head home." Bova continued to probe. "I wanted to ask something. Did any suspicious people visit today?" He thought for a moment. Suspicious people. The worker quickly remembered there were 5 merchants. But strangely, I never saw them sell anything, and I didn't see them leave either. Bova finally came to a conclusion. Assassins often disguise themselves as merchants. Now they've completely vanished. After entering the territory, the worker suddenly let out a cry, and they were carrying swords too. "You should be careful too, Lord Bova, just in case." He suddenly ran off in the opposite direction. Seeing that the man felt a bit relieved. Maybe I don't need to worry so much. Inside the eerily quiet mansion, the assassins were searching. As they moved, they whispered to each other. "That Lord Adele? Could he have noticed something? He still hasn't returned to the manor. You saw the atmosphere in town. No one noticed anything. He'll be back soon. We just need to wait for the right moment." He also nodded, "Yeah, there's still time." One of the assassins suddenly collapsed to the ground. The moment they saw the person in front of them, they were terrified, exclaiming, "What the? Is that Bova?" He glared and shouted, "How dare you? Do you know where you just stepped?" The assassins asked each other in confusion. Wait, how did he know we were here? As expected of a 7-star knight, stealth. Tactics are useless against him. He immediately drew his dagger and spoke. "But this is actually good for us. We were going to kill him anyway." They let out a yell. "Everyone charge!" They were assassins hired by Vengaris, the infiltrators hiding in Adele. All of them were masters of at least 6 stars. They only saw Bova softly mutter, "All right." He, a 7-star knight, had long ago set aside his spear for a fishing rod. Because of this, the people of the territory thought that his skills were not what they used to be. However, that was a grave mistake. Bova raised his spear and shouted, "Come at me all at once!" The graceful spear tip sliced through the assassins. In no time, they were defeated by him. They flew scattered through the air. The assassin's heavy body flew straight into the wall. One of them asked in fear, "7-star? He's a 7-star, he doesn't look like one at all. We've taken down over 10 7-star knights of the Empire before." At that moment, he heard Bova speak slowly. "Do you know why I stopped training with the spear?" The horrified assassin exclaimed, "It can't be!" He cursed silently in his heart. "This bastard, don't tell me." The assassin didn't dare say it. He used to be 8-star. Bova revealed to him. "No matter how much I polished my spearmanship, I had reached the limit. That mere technique could teach me. One of them recklessly jumped up trying to ambush him. Die, you monster! Only to be met with a cold spear tip piercing through him. The assassin was left dangling in midair by Bova. The last one backed away in fear until he hit a wall. This guy's insane. He screamed in terror, "Vengress, that bastard!" This is ridiculous. He dared to lie about the target's strength. Even if you paid us 5 times the original fee, we would never have taken this job. The assassin stammered a curse. Damn it! It was then that Bova knew who was behind this. Vengra, so it was him. He grabbed him by the collar and said, "Go back and tell Vengras this." Bova emphasized every single word. Never set foot in Adele ever again. By now, where Lewin was, it was completely silent. He and Heisen faced each other. He exclaimed with amusement, "So you came to me on your own?" Heisen continued to mock Lewis. "But it seems you didn't come alone. A companion for the road to hell. How funny." Lewis quickly retorted, "Don't worry. We have no intention of dying here." Hearing that, he was quite surprised. No intention of dying, Heisen spoke condescendingly. If everything in the world went according to people's wishes, that would be great. But reality doesn't work that way. The moment he finished speaking, countless black-robed mages advanced, surrounding him and Draka. Lewin observed silently. "There are about 7 of them. They've gathered quite a crowd." He raised his hand, summoning red flames, and said, "As someone who has lived much longer than you, let me give you some advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to live a long life." Heisen continued to ramble, but he pointed to the mages and continued, "Now you only have one future." They attacked him, shouting, "Die!" Lewis laughed heartily with amusement, "Ha ha," accepting death quietly. What a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought upon yourself, so don't hold too much resentment. But when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't laugh anymore. "What?" Hazen exclaimed in horror. How are you still standing after that attack? You should be dead." Lewin just smirked faintly. "Yeah, just assume people like that exist in this world." He confidently declared, "People who can never die." Lewin knew deep down incarnations, entities that cannot be destroyed or dissipated. The only way to completely subdue Draka is to kill me. His binder. The system panel suddenly displayed unique skill. Will of the chieftain until your last breath. Kun Khan, the first chieftain chosen by the sky god, will always have your back. He raised his fist and declared loudly, "But like I said, I have no intention of dying here." A powerful stormy punch was thrown. Louis thought to himself with confidence, "Good. At this level, I can win without trying too hard." He suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Heisen grabbed his leg and then spoke. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to be this strong, you little punk. But no matter how strong you are," he whispered, "let's see if you can survive this." Lewis was startled, wondering, what dark magic water seal? There are those who practice forbidden dark magic, a type of magic despised by all true mages. Among them, the warlocks. Water seal is a technique created by the original water warlock. Once it latches on, it never lets go, until it has drained all life. It is one of the most notorious dark magic techniques to have ever existed. Lewin broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Dark magic. "I can't believe these bastards would go this far," Heisen said excitedly. "What a shame, Lewin. Now that you've seen this kind of magic, you have to die." He continued to mock. "Anyway, I was planning to kill you from the start," Heisen said smugly. "Now even your friend who dared to interfere is completely powerless. Things have gotten much simpler." Lewis shouted angrily, "Damn it, you bastards!" He told him condescendingly, "But don't be too resentful. After all, your trip to the underworld won't be too lonely." Hearing this, Lewis asked, stunned, "What did you say?" Heisen's next words horrified him. "By now, your father and sister are probably both dead." Lewis stammered out. "What?" The old man kindly revealed more. Of course you wouldn't know. If you did, you wouldn't still be standing here." Then Heisen glared and questioned him. "So why did you dare to defy a commissioner? Did you really think you could win?" He continued to scold, "Just for a bit of pitiful fame." Before he could finish, Heisen's face was grabbed by Lewis. He screamed in panic. How can you use the water seal?" Heisen's eyes bulged with pain. Just a second later, his head was easily crushed by him. The remaining mages were terrified. Lewis muttered coldly, "It doesn't matter anymore." A system window quickly appeared. Unique skill summon Kingram. Summons Kingram to the caster's location one time. He growled, emphasizing every word. "You bastards have crossed a line. That should have never been crossed." A huge monster suddenly appeared. A loud growl echoed. "Don't hold too much resentment. You brought this on yourselves." Lewis thought to himself, in this fleeting moment, only one thought echoes in my mind, kill. He began to sink deep into resentment. Just like the world Ender Draka once did, "I will destroy them all." Kingram asked in a deep voice, "Hey, little destroyer, for what purpose have you summoned me?" Lewis replied seriously, "I want them all slaughtered. Spare no one." He immediately grabbed his axe and charged, saying, "All right then, so be it." The mages, seeing this, screamed in terror, "Someone help!" Kingram covered him as he attacked them. Lewis raised his fist and charged straight at the enemy. I can never forgive them. The mage was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back. That's why I will kill them all, he told himself angrily. It doesn't matter what I destroy with my hands. Lewin lost all reason slaughtering the enemy. It doesn't matter who I kill with my magic. Just then Draka ran over to stop him. Stop it! It tried to snap Lewin back to his senses. Stop it, that's enough. The other mage struggled to speak. So, you were a madman from the start, weren't you? How are you any different from us? He roared in fury. Let me go, I'm going to kill that bastard! Draka scolded back. Why are you acting like this? Nothing happened to Adele. Just trust in that knight, Bova. He's stronger than you think. It continued to persuade Lewis, snap out of it. If you let yourself get lost in that power, you'll end up just like Draka. Don't you remember Draka's final days? Draka reminded him. Why do you think? Draka was called the World Ender. He went mad with infinite power and ended up destroying the world. It grabbed Lewis's shoulders tightly and said, but you're not Draka. If you end up like him. He finally calmed down. All right. Sorry for worrying you. Lewin approached the last surviving mage. Then he asked, you, tell me everything you know. What's happening in Adele? He struggled to speak. You're going to regret hearing it. A mage excitedly recounted. Have you ever heard of the Myeongdan? It's an elite assassination group, composed only of warriors of 6-star rank and above. 5 of their assassins have already reached Adele. He burst into manic laughter. By now your father and sister are probably dead. Suddenly a sharp spear pierced through his chest. Josh let out a soft tch. I only came as a precaution and look at this mess. The old man angrily scolded, you pathetic fools. I can't believe the elite of Gary Hill couldn't even handle a little brat like this. Lewin exclaimed in shock. Josh Gary Hill, you dare to touch my family. An incredible force suddenly bore down on him. Josh threatened in a deep voice. You should have just kept your head down and studied at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us? Both Lewis and Draka were pinned down. They quickly realized what this was, dark magic. He asked angrily, you're a dark mage too? If this gets out, you'll at least go to prison. But Josh just smirked. Then it won't matter if you die right here. In the end, you're just a useless brat. Lewis, though unwilling, could do nothing. Damn it, I can't move at all. The summoning time for Kingram was up. He had disappeared. He heard the old man speak. Now let's end this. Then he summoned countless spears from a magic circle. Josh launched the spears at Lewis and shouted, time to die! Seeing this, Lewis could only think in fear, no, I can't let it end. So hopelessly like this. A massive explosion occurred as expected, but Lewis was completely unharmed. He stared in shock at the person shielding him, Headmaster. Josh was also astonished. Tyrion Zinnet. Why is the Headmaster here? Tyrion Zinnet angrily cut him off. Josh Gary Hill. His incredible power made the old man terrified. Impossible. This illusory world, this fake dimension, was created by 6th-tier mages under Josh Gary Hill, ensuring no one outside could perceive what was happening within. However, that only applies to ordinary people. A mage of Tyrion Zinnet's caliber could quickly detect the presence of unusual mana. Furthermore, the fatal weakness of this magic is that, if a higher-level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion can be easily broken and destroyed. And just like that, Josh's illusory world began to shatter. He unwillingly threatened back Tyrion Zinnet. Tyrion Zinnet, are you going to destroy the entire capital just to take me down? He immediately denied it. No, the only one injured here is you. Tyrion Ignis then revealed, I've set up a barrier to prevent any damage to the capital. Not only did you dabble in that disgusting dark magic, but you also dared to harm my student. He charged forward, filled with extreme anger at that crime. Tyrion Ignis launched a massive amount of magic at Josh, and roared, I will carry out the punishment myself. The old man gritted his teeth. You! Josh then shouted in fury, Tyrion Ignis! Jang spoke nonchalantly. As expected, because of the difference in level, the gap between them is just too obvious. Because the match ended so one-sidedly, Ruin pretty much agreed. Yeah, I think so too. He acknowledged that the difference was on another level. Ruin silently assessed, the headmaster, a 7th circle mage, is on a level I can't even dream of reaching. I thought I was pretty strong, but I still have a long way to go. Ruin, Tyrion Ignis asked with concern. Are you all right? Ruin stammered a reply. Ah yes, it's all thanks to you, headmaster. The people in the houses were woken up by the noise outside. They came out whispering and discussing. What's all this commotion in the middle of the night? What's going on? Someone suddenly exclaimed, that person is... He recognized the headmaster. But why is Counselor Josh like that? Just then someone suddenly shouted, Ruin, Ruin! We're here! He looked up stunned. Those people were... Ruin finally recognized them. Prince Potter spoke hastily. We came after hearing that Gary Hill had taken control of the capital's security, Crystal added. And the only person Gary Hill was targeting was you, Ruin, who happened to be visiting the capital. He asked with concern, catching his breath. Are you okay? Ruin humbly replied, yes, I'm fine. The two of them expressed their worry in a rush. On the way here, I was so worried something had happened. I was so scared. Me too, my heart was pounding like crazy. He was a bit speechless with them. You're still the same. Then they quickly turned to greet Tyrion Ignis. Oh, Headmaster Tyrion Ignis is here too. Then the person lying there is... Ruin didn't deny it. That's right, it's Josh. He tried to target me with dark magic, but the headmaster stopped him. Hearing this, Crystal furiously shouted, "That demon! How dare he try to harm my dear Ruin? This is a challenge to the royal family, and an act of treason. I will go to my father at once and have Gary Hill arrested for treason." And Potter also spoke up. "It's rare that we agree, sister." "That's right. This is treason. And since we've confirmed he learned forbidden dark magic, we must arrest the entire Gary Hill clan in this land." Ruin suddenly spoke up. "Before that, I have a request." The two princes immediately inquired, "What is it?" "We will grant you whatever you ask." He said hastily, "In Adele, I need to check on the situation with my father and my sister." Ruin was eagerly waiting to get news from Adele as quickly as possible from the capital. We had to request information from the nearest merchant city, Monzo. The time waiting for that news, nearly half a day, felt like the longest time of my life. A person carrying a letter approached me and said, "Finally, we've received information from nearby Monzo." He quickly reported, "Fortunately, they are all safe." He continued reading. He had already taken precautions against potential assassins, and Serbova completely subdued 5 assassins. Furthermore, they have identified the one who ordered the assassination. But Crystal impatiently asked, "The one who ordered the assassination? Isn't it obviously Josh Gary Hill?" The messenger didn't deny it. "That's right, but there were accomplices." He stated a name. "The one most deeply involved is Sir Ben Granger, the captain of the Golden Knights." Crystal slapped her forehead in disappointment. "Sir Ben Granger? Damn it. They're all rotten." Potter immediately gave an order. "From this moment on, Ben Granger is stripped of his captaincy, and Josh is stripped of his position as a Grand Counselor of the Mage Tower and his guardianship rights." The messenger suddenly spoke up, "Your Highness, because those two held very important positions, you must also appoint replacements." He immediately made a decision. "The vice captain will temporarily take over the captain's position." Then Potter continued to declare, "As for the counselor position and guardianship rights that Josh held." He looked towards Tyrion Ignis and asked, "Could the headmaster perhaps help out temporarily?" He was startled and exclaimed, "Pardon me, Your Highness. I'm just an old man." Potter quickly replied, "Yes, I understand better than anyone that you have no interest in politics. But as you can see, the situation is not good at all. For now, at least until a new successor is decided. I beg for your help." However, Tyrion Ignis was still hesitant. But the fact that the princes had tried so hard to bring the headmaster to the capital was a famous story throughout the country. Yet the headmaster always refused, saying that an educator should not be involved in politics. He had refused every offer until now. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Headmaster, please." A group of students said cheerfully, "I think that position really suits you, sir." "That's right, no one is more suitable than you." Their pleas moved him. "Please, headmaster." And finally Tyrion Ignis made a decision. "If that is what my students believe, I should follow their wishes." He still had a condition, but only until a successor is chosen. Hearing this, everyone cheered happily. "Excellent. We will be counting on you. Our kingdom will prosper even more." Ruin had a feeling in his heart, suspecting that a new successor would appear soon. His mood gradually relaxed. "I'm glad everything ended well. When this capital tour ends, the graduation exam will begin soon. The long, yet short time at the academy will soon be over," Ruin recounted. "The capital tour was shaky from the start. We faced rumors that the rest of the schedule might be canceled. But in the end, it was decided that everything would proceed as planned. So we stayed in the capital for a few more days." He heard people gossiping that, "Have you heard? Miko Gary Hill from the Gary Hill clan is dropping out of school. Is that true?" With so little time until graduation, rumors spread throughout the palace that Miko had left the academy. His father, Josh Gary Hill, is imprisoned in a dark cell, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him have all disbanded. So it makes sense. The students added, "They say Jackie Gary Hill has also disappeared. I heard he joined the Puna rebels." What's the truth? The name Gary Hill has completely vanished. The fall of Gary Hill, the victory of Adele. Banners with these words started appearing all over the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobility, but throughout the entire kingdom. But meanwhile, in a certain castle, a shout rang out. "Hey, I already said no, get lost." "Wait a moment. Just a little while," Jackie tried to reason. "I really just need a little bit of your time." Just then someone approached and asked, "What's all this noise?" The guard hurriedly exclaimed, Sorry. This man keeps trying to get inside." Jackie immediately knelt before the newcomer. "I apologize for my abrupt arrival. I am Jackie Gary Hill, the eldest son of the Gary Hill clan." "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness." The person before him was Crown Prince Somerton, Xena of the Xena Empire. Jackie continued to make excuses. "Although I have acted rudely, Please understand that it was not intentional. Somerton spoke coldly. That's enough. He then asked, so why have you come all this way? Jackie quickly replied, I have come to seek asylum in the Empire, myself, along with my younger siblings and our clan's mages. Over 40 people in total are requesting asylum in the Empire. Somerton questioned his reason. He pleaded to offer my strength, however small, to the great crown prince, and for the endless glory of the Empire's future. Somerton glared and snapped, how annoying. Did you come here just to flatter me? He questioned him again, what crime did you commit? Jackie, bewildered, didn't understand. Pardon me, Somerton was a bit curious. The Gary Hill clan, the strongest in that tiny kingdom? Why would you leave your country in disgrace to seek asylum in this empire? Jackie stammered, an assassination plot. He spoke sternly. You went against the royal family. For such a trivial matter, don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family. Jackie could barely stammer out, no, that's not it. Somerton then rejected him. No matter how small the Ridian kingdom is, sheltering a criminal like a Gary Hill would go against my principles. In fact, handing you over would be more beneficial to my reputation. His next words made Jackie's eyes widen in fear. I see no reason to grant you asylum. Somerton turned to leave, not forgetting to repeat. Go away, I will not grant you asylum. But I won't imprison you either. Yes, Jackie suddenly said a name tremblingly, Ruin. He now revealed the truth. We tried to assassinate Ruin Adele. Somerton asked, stunned, the Ruin I know. Jackie nodded, trembling. Yes, that's right. He suddenly moved closer and said, I want to hear more about that assassination. Somerton flashed a very cunning smile. Let's have some tea. Although quite a few incidents had occurred, they all seemed minor. Time passed peacefully after the visit to the capital. 3 months later, the new year had arrived. And just like the heavy snow that winter, many nobles came to the academy. The reason they came to the academy was simple. One, it was the graduation exam. This is a system where graduating students show off their skills in front of others, giving them a chance to be recruited by nobles. Today, that very exam is being held at the academy. Ruin thought pensively, graduation, when this exam is over, it'll be time to graduate. 6 years, both long and short, are finally coming to an end. Jason suddenly asked him, Ruin, what's with your face? Don't tell me you're nervous. Ruin quickly denied it. No, not at all. Did you prepare a lot for this exam? He chuckled and replied, the exam, that's not important to me. I'm going down to Adele with you anyway. He was a bit speechless. I never said I was taking you. Hearing this, Jason shouted angrily, Hey, are you serious? Just then someone approached. Oh! Upon seeing the little girl, Ruin's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself with emotion, I heard you were safe. But seeing you in person puts my mind at ease. Now Luina was standing in front of Ruin, greeting him. It's been so long. Have you been well, brother? He quickly walked over to the little girl and replied, Thank you all for coming. Nothing has happened since that day, right? Ruin blamed himself and bowed his head. I'm sorry. In the end, father was in danger because of me. The Lord of Adele said gently, It's all right. You don't have to feel so bad. I'm actually proud that we didn't compromise and fought back against them. He then turned to Bova. Thank you, father. And you too, Sir Bova. Thank you very much. He laughed heartily and politely. Not at all, young master. I was just doing what I had to do. Luina suddenly spoke up. But Appa? Ruin turned back puzzled. Yeah. The little girl pointed at Jang and questioned, Who is this lady? He flinched and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I can't even use the cousin excuse with family. Luina asked suspiciously. Don't tell me you got a new girlfriend just because sister Irene isn't here. Bova stood to the side, silently assessing. The young master already has this quality. He's really grown up. Ruin quickly explained, She's just a friend, just a friend. Just then someone approached and greeted him. Long time no see, Ruin. At that moment, Jason came before the Lord of Adele. Sir, greetings, I am Ruin's soulmate. Seeing the newcomer, Ruin was overjoyed. Fortunately, the people who came to my graduation exam aren't just family. Han, who fulfilled his oath and became an official knight. He exclaimed excitedly, Han. 2 more people came forward to greet him. How have you been? Ruin exclaimed in surprise. Said a Miss Irene you came too. After the bonds formed during the great tournament, and as a reward, suddenly everyone started murmuring. Wait, those people! Crystal and Potter also arrived, calling out, Ruin! We're here. Ruin was extremely happy. Even the strongest among my connections. The 2 of them added, Ruin, you have no idea how hard we looked for you. Seta stood behind extremely impressed. As expected, you're on a whole different level, Ruin. Just then someone shouted loudly. In just a moment, the graduation exam for the final year students will begin. He continued to announce, Seniors, please gather at the arena's main hall. Ruin quickly turned back to his visitors and said, See you all later. Luina spoke for everyone. Appa, good luck. We'll be cheering for you. He said to himself, the final exam. I'll do my best since everyone is supporting me. As he entered, Ruin suddenly noticed 2 strangers. He thought cautiously, What the? Those 2, Ruin thought confused. I've never seen their faces before, but they feel familiar. He immediately turned and asked Jang, "Those two look suspicious, don't they?" She revealed, "You're only just noticing. You know who they are." Jang spoke meticulously. "The one on the left is the Fire King Terran." She continued, "The one on the right is the Crown Prince." Jang added, "It's a polymorph spell. No ordinary magic can fool my eyes. They may have changed their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura." Hearing this, Ruin was completely bewildered. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince come all the way here in person? Even if they wanted to visit, they could have shown up openly. Countless questions filled his mind. Don't tell me it's just because of me. Are they trying to check how strong I've become through this exam without being discovered? Thinking this, Ruin unconsciously smirked. They're so considerate. But he told himself that if they made the same offer as before, I'll still reject it just like I did back then. Ruin flashed a cunning smile. But since they went to all this trouble to come here, I should at least give them a good show. He stared at them and sent a message. So watch closely. See how much I've grown. A graduation exam consists of the following sections. Isolation, Glacier, and Destruction. It is a timed test, where you must quickly pass all 3 challenges. The first challenge, Isolation, requires escaping from a room tightly sealed by a lock. There are various ways to escape the room. Jason was standing in front of the lock, thinking deeply. You can disable the lock with an unlocking spell, or make a key with a mana crystal. There are really a lot of ways. It doesn't matter which method you use, because no matter the method, what's important is getting out of the room. After some time, a huge cheer erupted. 7 mages from Group 6 have escaped the room, almost simultaneously. Then someone said regretfully, "What a shame. Another one just got stopped by a monster." Starting from the next challenge, the difficulty increased like crazy. From defeating a pack of ice beasts in the bone-chilling glacier area, to using their most powerful magic to destroy a solid stone wall in the final challenge. Someone who got stuck here screamed in frustration, "Why is this thing so stubborn?" If you pass all of them, yes, then finally, you will complete the graduation exam successfully. Jason cheered excitedly, "I got first place." The announcement gradually rang out. Jason Damon, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. He is the first to complete the challenge for Group 6. They continued reading the results. 3 out of the 10 students in Group 6 have finally passed the exam. The students who hadn't taken the test yet muttered nervously, "What should I do? I don't feel confident." Ruin stood to the side, calmly thinking to himself, "Jason, you act all casual, but you actually prepared a lot, didn't you?" Then he became serious again. Only 3 passed out of 10, and most of them barely finished with less than a minute, remaining in the 15-minute time limit. I'd better come up with a plan to get through it as fast as possible. The examiner again announced, "Next up is Group 7. Please step forward." Ruin moved quickly. Finally, it's my turn. The people in the stands curiously asked each other, "This group has Ruin Adele, the pride of our academy, right?" The murmurs continued unabated. "That's right. I heard many distinguished guests came just to see Ruin. I'm so excited to see how he'll perform." And Somerton also spoke up. "I'm very much looking forward to seeing how much stronger he's gotten." "What do you think, Godfather?" Terran just commented flatly, "He hasn't changed." He suddenly asked, "By the way, what are you planning to do?" He asked, puzzled. "About what?" "Well," Terran glanced at Ruin. "The reason you came here today, you called it your last lingering attachment, right?" Somerton didn't deny it. "Yes, that's right, my last regret." He reasoned, if he joins my side in the future, he would surely be a valuable asset. But if I can't bring him under my wing, he could one day become a threat. When that time comes, I will deal with him myself. As he walked up to the locked door, the announcement rang out simultaneously. "The challenge for Group 7 begins now." Ruin tapped on the door while calculating. The headmaster must have gone all out for this one. Even with my strength, breaking down that wall won't be easy. Should I just pick the lock like the other students did? He suddenly remembered a confident smile on his lips. No, that wouldn't be any fun. Didn't I learn this at the grand tournament? That nothing in this world is perfect. Ruin understood that no matter how sturdy the wall seemed, it always had a hidden weak point somewhere. The system window immediately appeared. Steel break. Can destroy anything made of iron, in a single use, no matter what it is. The people in the stands curiously gossiped. His name is Ruin, right? I wonder how long he'll take. I hope he lives up to his reputation. After all, he's the champion of the grand tournament. A loud explosion suddenly rang out. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement. Wait, what was that explosion? Wait, look over there. When they saw Ruin step out, they exclaimed in shock, "No way!" Ruin Adele. Everyone looked at him with pride. The door that normally takes 5 minutes to open, he opened the first room's door. Both Somerton and Terran smiled with excitement. The examiner's words echoed in their ears. In just 13 seconds, this graduation exam will once again solidify the already brilliant reputation of Ruin. Either way, Ruin will win. He proceeded straight to the second challenge. The announcement from the system rang out loud and clear. Ruin has passed the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now we can't help but wonder how fast he will break through the next gates. The announcement had just ended, and it made everyone in the stands watching the match gasp in awe, except for Terran. He remained calm, his hand on his cheek, as if he had already known and expected this. I knew he was no ordinary person, from the moment Kunkun's Fang reacted to him, but his growth rate is still completely absurd. Ruin, you're using blazing flames to fight two massive, freezing ice monsters. They are growling blankly, wary of Ruin. The excited shouts from the system, and the crowd rang out once again. Ruin, he's passing the second gate with a very clever method. The commentary made everyone even more excited, focusing intently on the match on the field. Is he running with a fireball with that size? No monster would dare get near him. Well, that's true, because with a fireball of this size, only a fool of a monster would dare. Ruin ignored the whispers. The more he fought, the more fired up he got, determined to fight these demons to the end. The blonde man stood with his arms crossed, smiling until his jaw hurt. Haha, what the hell is this? He's truly a madman who surpasses all limits of imagination. Tehran stood beside him, hearing him jump around just now, then fell silent, frowning in thought. He always produces unimaginable results, all right? I've seen enough of your skills, Ruin. So how will you break through the final gate? He didn't make him wait. Ruin showed him the real answer. He shot forward like a flash of lightning, rocketing towards the gate in front of him. His gaze focused as if he wanted to crush it. He shattered the incredibly hard fortress wall before him. His hand channeled all its power into this one strike. I just wanted to show you guys how it's done. Instantly realizing what Lewis was doing, Tehran's eyes widened in shock. That energy, there's no doubt about it. The heavens create highlights. But Lewis's punch was a whole other level of highlight. You could call it earth-shattering, a form of invisible magic, formless, tearing everything apart with sound waves, so fast the naked eye couldn't even perceive it. Boom, boom. A massive explosion erupted in a flash, lighting up the entire sky. It was blinding to any onlookers, not just because of the light it emitted, but also because of the immense powerful force it carried. Large chunks of brick were shattered and sent flying everywhere in the silent space. Only the sound of a great impact and the cries of mourning for the fallen remained. Along with that, a death knell echoed. Leading the charge was Louis, and his confident aura as he relentlessly attacked left anyone who witnessed it utterly stunned. That magic can only be cast by someone who has reached level 6. Right, Lewis, you've already reached that level. This was surely a question the audience was also curious about. A glowing purple sash of light draped across Louis. The match came to an end. It happened so fast that some people hadn't even recovered from witnessing that divine power. The time announced by the system was unimaginable. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Too fast, too intense. It made everyone's jaws drop, unable to process the situation. They stared at each other, mouths agape, then back at the person standing in the middle of the arena. Finally, the announcer's voice echoed. Lewis of Group 7 has cast a level 6 spell and completed this test flawlessly. In just 2 minutes and 57 seconds, cheers of victory erupted from all corners of the stands, echoing without pause. As for our main character, he was still calmly raising his hand to wipe away the sweat on his face with a relieved smile. The one person not feeling relieved right now was probably Terran. He was still lost in thought, his mind racing with theories about the standout young man. Level 6 is a realm most can't reach in a lifetime, yet Lewis achieved it at just 16 years old. This isn't good. Before he grows even stronger and becomes a threat to my position, I have to crush him no matter what. He blatantly shot a look of hatred and disgust towards the young man, who was smiling in response as if to say thank you to the joyful crowd around him. So that was it. Terran was afraid his own position would be threatened by him. Meanwhile, the two princes, Croster and Foster, raised their arms in celebration. All hail Sir Lewis, the future of the kingdom. The person sitting behind them was speechless watching this scene, seeing the two royals act like children. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were Lewis's parents, celebrating their son's victory. Seriously, on Rena's side, she was just as excited, shouting, "Congratulations, bro!" As for his sister Seda, that's a whole other story. She was already grinning from ear to ear, her eyes disappearing, even waving her hands excitedly in celebration. I knew you could do it, Lewis, and him, Lewis, standing in the center of the vast arena, a place where he could witness all the enthusiasm of the people, watching him shine. They were chanting his name, also celebrating his victory. Lewis stood under the clear sky as snowflakes gently fell upon him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Right now, everyone is congratulating me. But the young man couldn't help thinking back to the old days, facing mockers and harsh words. Now he no longer had to stay silent and ignore it. Back then, who could have imagined that I would graduate like this, surrounded by cheers? Jason, grinning so wide he couldn't close his mouth, rushed over and threw his arm around his shoulder. Whoa, Lewis, when did you hit level 6? I can't believe my friend is already a high-level mage. The sudden embrace made him jump, caught completely off guard. Before Jason was even done freaking out, everyone else came over to congratulate him. Honestly, even for you, Louis? I didn't think you'd reach that level so soon. Jason still hadn't let go of his arm on his shoulder. He even put on a philosophical tone. There's one thing that is absolutely essential. On a day like today, his friend next to him, intrigued by the dramatic setup, got curious. What is it, Jason? He flashed a toothy grin. Looking incredibly weird and mysterious, he dragged out his answer. Well, it's... Ta-da! The answer was revealed with 2 giant mugs of beer. All that mystery for something so simple. Everyone happily raised their mugs of beer, arms around each other like a festive crowd, happily shouting, "Party time! We're adults now. Let's drink like there's no tomorrow, wahaha. Drinks, drinks. Let's get some more cheers." When Avatar came over, Louis stood still watching the chaotic scene, their determination to not go home sober. He felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts amused. Just kidding, though, actually. He was also really enjoying this precious fun moment. This must be one of the best memories of my life. It was really starting to sink in for Louis. Tomorrow is graduation. Since this is probably the last time we'll all be together like this, I'm sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. But while he wasn't paying attention, Avatar, looking like a hot mess and staggering, with her face flushed from the booze, wobbled up behind him. Without a word, she threw her arm around him like they were best buds, pointing at the sky another round. Louis deadpanned as he glanced at her, completely surprised by this unfamiliar sight. By the way, today I discovered that even Avatar can get wasted. 2 men approached them. The old man with long white hair and beard stepped forward. "Louis, my boy, are you enjoying the party?" Hearing his name called, he turned his head to look. "Principal Professor Haidu, you're here too." He glanced at Avatar, who had completely passed out on the floor, then stood up, straight and proper, politely addressing the 2 before him. "Thank you for arranging this event. Thanks to you, I'm having a great time." The principal laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you're graduating soon. You should enjoy yourself to the fullest right." Louis bowed his head slightly, expressing his feelings. "Since tomorrow we'll be busy with the ceremony, let me say this now. Thank you for everything, Principal, and you too, Professor." Hearing that, they both smiled warmly and gently. "A word of thanks, we appreciate that. Before long, we won't be able to see you anymore even if we wanted to." After saying that, the principal continued to tease him playfully. "In that case, we'll have to invite Louis as a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, you just have to say the word, sir. You promised Professor Haidu here is my witness. Don't you dare pretend you don't know about this after you graduate." They continued to chat back and forth and have a good time. By the time the party ended, it was already dark. Louis walked quietly on the brick path in front of the manor, letting out a tired sigh. Phew, he rubbed his head, which felt like it was being split by an axe. "I must have had too much beer. My head is starting to throb." Muttering and complaining about his aching head full of booze, he didn't notice the figure standing right there in front of him. A man with a straight posture wearing leather shoes suddenly approached and greeted him. "Excuse me, you're Louis, correct?" The voice from the side startled him and he whipped his head around. 2 men stood there. The one in front came closer. He was dressed all in black and bowed his head, his other hand placed on his chest as he respectfully introduced himself. "I am Rika, a merchant. I run a small trading company in the East. If I may, I'd like to have a private word with you for a moment." Louis remained calm. He was wary of these 2 strange men, but he still didn't refuse. "Yes, go ahead, Crown Prince Somerton." The moment the words left his mouth, the man was visibly startled. "What? So?" That introduction just now was a complete fabrication of his identity. He probably never expected a situation where he had just bluffed, only for a second later to be exposed immediately. Therefore, the expression on his face was now quite stiff. He froze for a moment. The slick-haired, silver-haired man looked extremely dapper. Behind him was Terran. He scowled and stepped forward, his voice sharp as he questioned him. "How did you know it was me?" After speaking, he stopped in his tracks, and very rudely and without cause threatened the young man before him. "You'd better answer properly." Louis, in contrast to the man's overly dramatic attitude, just curled his lips slightly in a faint smile and answered very calmly. "You can hide your face, but you can't hide your presence. Your eyes remind me of the crown prince I once knew. So I took a gamble." After speaking, he stared at the scowling and clearly displeased face of the man. He cheerfully greeted him, no hard feelings. "In that case, you must be the Fire King. Long time no see." "It's a pleasure to see you again, Sir Terran." Surprised by Louis's very unexpected explanation. "You recognized me just by my eyes. I'm truly impressed." It was easy to see that he held the boy's confidence in high regard during this first conversation. Then Somerton, to cut into the smoothly flowing conversation, he held out his hand, his face full of an arrogance that he couldn't hide, nor did he want to. "Now then, this is my final offer. There won't be a second chance. Come with me to the Empire. His eyes were wide and staring. He scowled, threatening Lewis with concise words. But the content was full of meaning. Refusal will not be accepted. Oh, is that so? But our boy Louis, up until now, has never known the meaning of fear. He just let out a scoff, a chuckle from the bottom of his heart, gently replying to him with 3 words, I refuse. The 3 of them stood in a standoff in the cold winter snow. Somerton grew increasingly annoyed with the boy's rock-solid attitude, but he tried to persuade him further. Are you really not going to listen? We warned you before. Any gem that I cannot possess, I will destroy. My God, why the extra attitude? But Louis was just indifferent. You could do that. That's true, but I don't think you will. This answer from him was something Somerton had not anticipated, but it somewhat changed his mind. He asked again, what makes you so sure? Because the crown prince I once knew would never stoop so low as to sneak around under a false identity and order the assassination of a common student. Louis's words left him stunned, then furious in an instant. Somerton gave a strange, mocking smile. Ha ha, are you calling yourself an ordinary student? Louis humbly replied, that's right. Yes, anyway, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow. After hearing that, he pursed his lips and gave a deeply mysterious smile. I don't know if that's courage or intuition. Wishy-washy. After a moment, Somerton turned around with a very arrogant air and very condescendingly reminded him one last time. I'll withdraw for today, but look forward to our next meeting, because next time we will meet as enemies. Faced with his words, Louis remained silent, not responding. Then, the 2 men with their imposing auras, one after the other, silently left in the opposite direction. They hadn't been gone for long when Louis turned to look behind him. Staggering towards him was Jackson. He wasn't done partying yet. His face was bright red from drinking so much. When he's drunk, his mouth runs non-stop. Louis, what are you doing? Not drinking anymore. You have to be at the party. It's not the same without you. Seeing him relentlessly trying to persuade him, Louis happily went along, all right, I'm coming. But what he would never expect at that moment, I had no idea that because of this drinking party, a disaster far beyond anything I could imagine was about to befall me. The next day, as the sun had just risen, illuminating all things and all creatures, the white snowflakes still lingered on the canopies of the trees and the red rooftops. Somewhere in the grand, magnificent castle, empty bottles and glasses were scattered all over the tables. Someone was groaning tiredly. Ugh! After the battle with the booze had just ended, it was Louis who had just woken up from a passionate, drunken stupor with his buddies. Last night, his head hurt before, but now it hurt many times more. He clutched his throbbing head. Ah, my head. Angry at his own empty head, Louis forgot to even look around. Suddenly, a gentle voice approached him, speaking softly. You're awake. He looked up in surprise. Miss Iron? She ignored his curious gaze that seemed to ask, well, why are you here? And asked again, are you feeling a little better now? Louis glanced around at the kids who were passed out drunk, had sprawled out on the floor, not forgetting their booze. He answered Iron awkwardly. Ah, yes, I should have drunk in moderation, but it seems I overdid it. She also saw the people lying on the cold floor and laughed. Well, it seems you're in better shape than them. That's a relief. With that, she covered her mouth and smiled so wide her eyes disappeared. Hey, you don't remember anything, do you? Louis had a bewildered, questioning look on his face. Less than a second later, he was seen with goosebumps, his eyes wide as he shouted in horror. That's Dragon's Kiss. Iron sat right on the table, shaking the green bottle of liquor in her hand, and explained casually. Jason secretly mixed that liquor into the beer you were about to drink, Louis. After that, you suddenly stood up and shouted that the whole group would go to Adele together. As she recounted the story, he remembered the embarrassing scene from last night. Louis Seta and Jason, arms around each other, making fools of themselves in the middle of the pub for everyone to see. Oh God, just remembering it makes my face burn. That bastard Jason. But Iron didn't let Louis wallow in his silent embarrassment for long and asked, so should I go down there too? He seemed to have just woken up, so his mind couldn't keep up with this speed. He asked blankly, huh? Go where? She gently brushed her hair, her face filled with an undisguisable smiling expression to Adele. I've been there before, and it's a wonderful place. She really wanted to beat him just once. Irin declared seriously, as I said before, I have to get strong quickly so I can defeat you. Louis, the one being challenged, was still half awake, half asleep, stunned, his eyes wide, unable to say a word. A few seconds later, he smiled gently, very positive about that declaration of war. It would be my honor, Miss Iron. You're always welcome. Perhaps it's more that he greatly admired her spirit and determination. Louis's gaze softened and his cheeks blushed. He looked at her affectionately. On the surface, they said that to each other, but anyone with a brain could tell. Erin didn't say anything more. She just replied to him with a radiant, angelic smile, her whole being bathed in the early morning sun. The reason Miss Iron wanted to go down to Adele was clearly not just for that. And a few hours later, in a large room surrounded by lights, the sound of people murmuring in discussion, the voice from the person on the stage drowned out all the surrounding noise. To the graduating students of Zenith Magic Academy, everyone has surely endured many hardships. I hope all those experiences were meaningful, and I look forward to seeing all of you become great mages in the future. It was the principal standing on the stage, giving a speech to the entire student body, because today was the graduation day for all the students of the final year, including Louis. Then a moment later, it came to an end. My speech ends here, and now the student representative will come up to give the graduation address. With straight legs and shiny leather shoes, he slowly walked up. It was none other than him, the outstanding student known throughout the entire school. The principal, following protocol, introduced him to everyone, representing the entire student body, and as this year's valedictorian, Louis. He approached the podium with a calm demeanor. The principal stepped back, giving him the stage. As he passed by, he didn't forget to pat his shoulder in encouragement. Louis, don't be nervous. Just speak comfortably. But it didn't seem like he looked worried at all. Louis still replied kindly, yes, don't worry, principal. People often say, don't judge a book by its cover. Louis's current situation was exactly that. Don't be fooled by his calm exterior. In reality, his heart was already pounding, almost jumping out of his chest. I say that, but I'm actually really nervous. Just thinking about being the center of attention. In front of all these people, I'm already stressed, to the point where I've forgotten everything I prepared. Because before, Louis right now were thousands of students sitting there, watching him intently, listening to his speech. Louis stood at his position, taking a deep breath to calm himself. But it's okay. Even if I've forgotten the words I prepared, I still remember clearly what I want to say. With everyone's expectant eyes upon him, including Iron and Han, who were also listening intently. Just like that, he began his speech. As you all know, I won the grand tournament, an achievement I reached in just 1 year. But the journey to get there was not smooth. I had to endure a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years. For 5 years. Louis slowly recalled his past days. His voice continued low and steady. For a mage like me, being unable to release mana was truly a devastating blow. But worse than that was the way people looked at me. Many people wondered why I was still at the academy, why I still refused to give up, even until the very last moment. Speaking up to this point, he seemed to hold no resentment or anger about their past words. He just smiled gently. But I didn't want to give up because magic is everything to me, and it's the only way I can protect myself, my family, and the people I care about. That's why I persevered until the end. Winners and losers. Let's just see how fate turns out, shall we? The speech hadn't ended yet, but you could easily see the fervent response, the enthusiastic cheers from everyone. Most of all, it struck a deep chord of empathy within them. Louis continued, and if there's anyone here who's struggling because you haven't seen results, despite your efforts, today I absolutely have to tell you this. Just keep moving forward. He stood there powerful, directly declaring his words, encouraging everyone to keep going. Louis's gaze swept over everyone sitting in the stands, listening. Even if you fall, get back up. Even if right now you feel like no one notices you, out there someone will surely recognize your efforts. As long as you don't give up, a miracle will happen. Everyone, thank you for your hard work over the past 6 years. With that, the powerful speech officially concluded, also bringing an end to today's graduation ceremony. The applause, mixed with the many emotions of everyone at the ceremony, thundered on without stopping. Scene changed to the end of the ceremony. The pure white snow had already covered the trees and the streets. The clatter of horse hooves echoed across the cold, snowy ground. A procession of different carriages left the academy one after another. From inside a luxurious black ebony carriage, the sound of people chatting cheerfully could be heard. That speech just now was amazing, bro. Everyone seemed to really like it too. You're always so cool. Thanks, Rena. Turns out it was the two siblings, discussing the hot topic of the moment, especially about Louis's powerful speech. Rena was thinking about something. Then she glanced out the carriage window at the pure white carriage moving alongside their own. So are your friends going straight to Adele too? Through the window you could see Iron, said Jason and Han sitting inside. They were also chatting and laughing animatedly. Rena confirmed again. All 4 of them. The young man's voice was flat. The horrific drunken memories of that day came flooding back. It feels like it was just yesterday. The group causing a ruckus in the room, their mouths running a mile a minute. Earlier that afternoon, Louis had even shockingly climbed onto the table and pointed at Seda, who was crying her eyes out from being drunk. Become my comrade. People say when you drink, you forget everything that happened. But our Louis remembered it all crystal clear. It gave him goosebumps just thinking about it. But he was too embarrassed, so he still had to pretend with Rena. I don't know how things ended up this way. Following the two lead carriages was a long line of soldiers behind them, following in their footsteps. Right after the graduation ceremony, we decided to head straight for Adele together. To be precise, I'm the one who hired them. Not only that 3,000 soldiers will also be joining us, the twin princes promised to send reinforcements for the Southern Pacification Campaign, but I never imagined they'd send so many troops. He was lost in his own train of thought. Suddenly a voice snapped Lewis out of it. Hey, Lewis, after the campaign is over, do you plan to stay in the territory forever, bro? Lewis smiled brightly. Without hesitation, he shared his future intentions. No, after all, our father is still there. I think I might travel a bit after that, but I haven't made any specific plans yet. For now, I should focus on the campaign first. Under the clear, deep blue sky, the snow continued to fall. The two of them chattered back and forth. A short break. We'll head straight into preparing for the campaign. Right, the other person replied immediately. Oh yeah, I plan to start by surveying the terrain. Oh, it was our main character, an avatar, standing in front of a map, laying out their next plans for this campaign. She asked again, have you come up with any strategies yet? I'm considering a few ideas. While the two were discussing, they heard the sound of rustling from the soldiers, hurrying towards the other side. Lewis and Avatar also looked up to see what the commotion was about. Two people walked by chatting animatedly. We need to prepare well. Lewis walked up to them to ask, excuse me, where is everyone going together? One person turned around, recognizing him. Ah, you're the young master of Adele. We thought you already knew. Because this concerns your friend. How would Ruin know? With a blank, clueless face, the person continued. One of our knights will duel your friend, your apprentice knight. Hearing this, his gears immediately started turning. An apprentice knight? Don't tell me you mean Han. On the other side of the empty, snowy field, the soldiers were gathered in a circle, eagerly waiting for the duel that was about to happen. In the center of the ring were Han and some other knight. They were holding wooden swords in a ready stance, preparing to fight. But his face couldn't help but show a worried expression. Han is dueling an official knight. Just hearing it, you could already tell how much of a mismatch this fight was. Ruin saw this and couldn't help but worry for him. But he just finished his knight's oath. But under the clear sky, the snow still hadn't stopped. In fact, it showed signs of getting heavier. Han and the official knight had started their duel. The two went back and forth, neither giving an inch. But it seemed from the very beginning, the knight had the upper hand, constantly on the offensive. By the time Ruin rushed over to them, the match had already reached this point. He watched Han, who was gradually being pushed back and couldn't help but worry. It started. He stood outside the circle, watching the two of them along with the other knights. Suddenly, the person standing next to him shouted to the one in the middle of the ring, Velks, go easy on him. Don't you think you're being too hard on a rookie? And who just finished his oath. Ruin was slightly surprised. Just then, Avatar was walking over. He also approached them, wanting to ask about the situation. Why are those two dueling? One of them turned to look at Ruin, thought for a moment, then answered. Oh, no special reason. The knight gestured with his eyes for him to look at the two, who were relentlessly going at it. Then he recounted what had just happened. While cleaning up after lunch, we were bored, and there was an eager junior, so I suggested a sparring match. At the same time, Bova silently appeared, quietly greeting Ruin from behind them. Young master is here too. He was surprised. Where did he pop out from? Then he reacted, greeting politely, Sir Bova. You're here as well. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling. He answered, seemingly enjoying himself. Of course. How could I miss such an interesting sight? Hearing this, Ruin just glanced at the main topic of discussion. He chuckled to himself. Interesting, huh? He glanced at the knights standing here. If these knights recognized Sir Bova, their reactions would be just as interesting. Despite that thought, Ruin continued to watch the match, which was getting more intense between the two of them. Suddenly, he turned to ask him, What do you think of this match, Sir Bova? He didn't need much thought. He immediately gave his assessment. They're both good. His attention fell on the young man, with light purple hair, his face full of a resilience and lack of timidity that one would expect from someone his age. Bova didn't know who he was, so he asked the young man beside him, And that young knight, is he the young master's friend? When Ruin heard him ask, he smiled, and very proudly introduced his best friend. Yes, his name is Han. Bova's voice grew heavy, a bit more serious than before, as he slowly analyzed from his perspective. He's clearly being pushed back a little, but just the fact that he's holding on this long against a golden knight is admirable. His words made Ruin wonder too. Golden knight. Knowing he was also curious, he explained what he had inadvertently learned just now. Yes, I happened to overhear during lunch. I heard he's considered the cream of the crop in the kingdom. I'm not too sure, though. At that very moment, in the center of the ring, a breakthrough in the fight occurred. A black shadow shot forward, attacking so fast the opponent couldn't react. So fast, so swift? That black shadow, needless to say, we could guess, was the knight who possessed the power. That was just mentioned. He only swung his sword once, and Han's sword in front of him flew up, flying far behind him, making him cry out in surprise. Serbova continued his analysis of the young man. Of course, that Han still has a long way to go to reach that level. After listening, Ruin looked thoughtfully at him and remarked, "As expected, Serbova can see Han's talent. If that's the case, then—" He stepped forward looking at him, with a serious demeanor, as if he had just made an important decision. He wanted to ask for a favor formally. "Serbova." Seeing him suddenly like this, he couldn't help but be curious. "Yes, young master." Ruin stood before him and asked, "If it's possible, could you teach Han a move or two?" Serbova didn't answer him right away. He just broke into his usual friendly smile. For Serbova to teach even one move. If the legendary sword Saint Knight, Serbova Peterson, would agree to teach even a single breathing technique, it would be a huge benefit for me, for Han, and even for all of Adel, that's right. Just a little guidance from this legendary knight, even just a little bit, would be enough. And to imagine how much Han would improve by leaps and bounds, yes. But the important thing now is to get his agreement. To teach, a very decisive person. Serbova just closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. "Young master, that's not for me to decide. You'll have to ask the boy first." This slightly surprised Ruin, who let out an "ah." He replied with a truly dangerous throaty laugh. Somehow now, the aura around him had completely changed. Much colder than before. Bova explained, "Just like when I taught you the sword. I am very strict with the knights." Bova flashed one of his bright yet slightly sinister smiles. On top of that, he was winking and blinking, full of implications. Returning to the main scene, the knights stood in the extremely cold snow, so bewildered that every single one of their mouths was hanging open. They must have been witnessing something really shocking. One of them couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is that?" They stood to one side, whispering, "That's some crude training method. He's making him do that." "I heard he's the commander of the Adel Knights." The person in question was very leisurely, smiling slowly as if he were thoroughly enjoying himself, following step by step behind Han, the most pitiful boy in the world, who was carrying a huge, heavy rock, even bigger than himself, panting from exhaustion. Serbova looked at the young man carrying the heavy load in the freezing snow, so cold his teeth were chattering, making a clicking sound, while the boy himself had collapsed, half kneeling, half walking. He then had the nerve to ask Han, "Is it hard?" Immediately, Han snapped his head around and denied it. "No, sir. I'm fine, Bova," as if he was just waiting for that answer. Immediately retorted, "Then don't be so slow. I made it clear you had to be ready." The knights standing by were fed up. This situation was unbelievable. Watching them was like seeing a comedy routine. Ruin looked at his best friend and felt sorry for him. But oh well, whatever. He just let out a sigh as if to encourage his friend. Then he silently pitied the fate of this poor porter. He said he'd be strict, but I didn't think it would be to this extent. I'm starting to feel bad for Han. I feel bad, but then again, just a few minutes ago, when Ruin first made the offer, Han was like an excited puppy, endlessly thrilled. The only thing missing was a tail to wag. He immediately agreed without hesitation, "Really? Serbova Peterson is training me." He had warned him. "They say it's extremely difficult, maybe you should." "I'm confident. I'll definitely succeed." He was that determined. Ruin was speechless. I gave him a choice. Feeling helpless about his friend, he was startled by a voice from behind. It was the knights from before. They approached, looking at Serbova with caution. "Oh, it seems they figured something out." The one in the lead asked softly, "Excuse me, sir. May I be so bold as to ask your name?" Serbova was silent, his eyes shut tight, not answering, lost in thought. He was probably racking his brain about them. Why didn't they notice from the start? But they figure it out now. For what reason? Seeing this, the knights quickly looked at each other, worried by his stillness. Why isn't he answering? There's a rumor he single-handedly defeated 5 assassins. Maybe I should ask about that. The other replied, "Hey, that's probably just a rumor. How could he by himself defeat 5 assassins?" Just then, life being unpredictable, what you don't want to happen happens. Silly little Han quickly ran over, shouting loudly for Serbova. He was panting as if someone had stolen his air, completely out of breath, standing in the middle of all the gossip. He reported all 10 spears have been moved. Exhausted, he had just looked up after catching his breath. The answer didn't come from the person he was waiting for, but a question from the knight standing there. "What did you just say?" Han, not understanding the thing, reacted blankly, "Huh?" Both sides stared at each other. One side looking clueless, full of question marks, the other side with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. So much so that they had to confirm again. "I didn't mishear, did I? Who did you just say this person is?" As for the two, Ruin and Bova standing in the middle, were probably the calmest ones here. Sometime later, the group and the knights set off again. Carriages and an orderly line of people, traversed the white, blizzard-swept road. A white carriage led the way, while the two siblings of the Adele house were chilling in the second black carriage. Ruin and Luina sat in the same row. She turned her head to look into the distance and asked the person next to her with great curiosity, "Hey, bro, is Serbova really that admired by the knights?" He followed his sister's gaze and replied, "Looks like it." Inside the carriage, the two chattered away, a complete contrast to the outside, where the breathless panting of the knights, it could be heard steadily. Pant, 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 ah! Because of the result everyone could imagine, Han and the knights favored by Serbova were training together. Each of them, struggling and covered in sweat, walked behind the carriage, marching in step carrying packs heavier than sacks on their backs. One of them complained loudly, "Do you have to be so extra? This is the training method personally recommended by Serbova. So don't ask so many questions, just do it," another one scolded back. They kept complaining back and forth out there. The more they complained, the more tired they got for nothing. Meanwhile, the person being mentioned was relaxing in the carriage, eyes closed, thoroughly enjoying himself. Ruin, seeing this, could only sigh helplessly. He called out softly to him, Serbova." Hearing this, his expression didn't change at all. He followed his lead and whispered back, "Speak, young master. About that training. And is it really useful? From what I can see, it looks a bit primitive." Ruin quietly stated his opinion. This was true, partly because he saw how much they were struggling, about to collapse drenched in sweat. In this freezing weather, they looked quite pitiful. Yes, Bova also understood his sentiment. He didn't criticize, but just gently explained it to him. It's not exactly a great method. If your posture is wrong, you'll end up with chronic injuries first. Ruin was clueless. Not understanding what he meant, he asked again, "Huh? Then why are you making them do it?" Serbova smirked devilishly, full of deep meaning. Half joking, half serious, he gave a nonchalant answer. "Well, on the way down to Adele, there's not much to do. I just wanted to whip some new disciples into shape after a long time." Well, Ruin and Luina were silent for about 10 seconds. Hearing their pitiful cries of suffering outside, they looked at Bova truly speechless. No wonder they call him the Tiger of Adele. A while later, their group had moved to this place, a barren land, colder than any of the regions they had just passed through. And the first place they set foot was here. The protagonist stood before countless small-bodied monsters, slimy and gooey. The person next to him exclaimed, "That's a lot of them." Ruin, dressed in a dark, heavy cloak, even though he was used to this place, couldn't help but shiver from the distinct cold. "That's right, we're finally here." The two of them, Ruin and Avatar, stood in the middle of this land. Swarms of monsters sprawling below, surrounded by towering, overlapping mountains. The wind blew through every crevice, bone-chillingly cold. The Crimson Plains. This land is located south of the southern mountains and was once part of Adele's territory. Yes, but ever since the Mudmen tribe occupied this area, the rulers of this land are no longer human. It's the Mudmen tribe, right? The tribe that Ruin just mentioned are those round-bodied creatures, slimy monster-like things swarming at his feet. And because of their terrifying reproduction rate, this land seen from a distance appears like deep red fields, hence the name Crimson Plains. As Avatar looked down at them, their maws snarled, hideously, looking extremely fierce. She looked on helplessly, not knowing how to deal with them. She turned to ask Ruin, "What's your attack plan, Ruin?" He bent down close to the ground, observing the situation with these things. Then he pondered, how about we charge straight through the canyon near the coast? That place is narrow. It might work. Avatar, sharp as ever, immediately thought of a plan. But as soon as she said it, Ruin shot it down. "No, that definitely won't work. They'll attack from the cliffs above, too." She continued to suggest measures she could think of. "Then what if we put Serbova Peterson on the front line? He could lead the charge and crush everything in his path." This time, Ruin thought for a moment. The result was still not very feasible. That way won't work either. There are too many of them. The Mudmen tribe has a core in their heads that can't be destroyed by normal attacks. "Oh, I see." Avatar immediately understood where the problem lay. Even Serbova would have a hard time if he had to eliminate them one by one. This is really a pain. Now I understand why. All the previous subjugation campaigns failed. There's no path wide enough for a large army to enter at once. So they must have always suffered heavy losses. So is there no other way? Ruin could only helplessly accept the truth. Just for a moment, he looked up into the distance, pondering something. Maybe there's still one way. The next day, the loud voice of a man we're not too familiar with shouted powerfully, echoing throughout the room. There's only one way. A direct breakthrough. As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the table, which had a strategic map on it. Standing before people of no less superior standing, he was resolute, showing no sign of backing down. This person was Morrow, Commander-in-Chief of the Capital Forces and Captain of the Golden Knights. He spoke forcefully, making his stance clear. "If we hesitate to fight, how can we possibly win? A direct confrontation is the best option. The person confronting him, Ruin's father Lord Adel, knew this as well, but he didn't agree with this choice. He was hesitant. What the commander says isn't wrong, but the expected losses are too great. But Morrow remained firm in his stance. He tried to persuade him, sir. Initially, without the support of the capital army, weren't we planning to launch the subjugation campaign? And with only 300 men, Ruin's father answered nonchalantly. Yes, that's right. Morrow gave a cold laugh. He didn't understand why. We were ready to fight with just that many men. So why hesitate now? When we have such a large force, Lord Adel looked at the man before him and explained further for him to understand. Because this isn't a matter of numbers. To destroy the Mudmen tribe, we have to cross a narrow canyon. And those bastards will never let us pass peacefully. Whether we have 300 or 3,000 troops, it doesn't change anything. That's why he didn't agree with Morrow's method. But then the Lord suggested a measure that seemed a bit more feasible than this one. He continued, in short, instead of entering the canyon, we have to lure them out. Morrow was concerned about this idea. But sir, we have no way of doing that. Regardless a direct attack, before he could finish his sentence, the warm voice of the young man who had just entered the room spoke up. That sounds good. It was Ruin. He agreed with his father's solution. At the same time, his appearance surprised everyone. They were caught off guard, but Morrow quickly reacted. Good young master, what do you mean? He questioned, raising his voice. He didn't understand what these people were thinking. Ruin smiled lightly and answered him. Father just gave the right answer, didn't he? That instead of us going in, we should lure them out. Based on what he had surveyed earlier, he formulated a battle plan he wanted to discuss with everyone. I have a good idea. We'll attack from the top of the cliffs surrounding the canyon. Morrow also knew of the cliffs Ruin spoke of. He turned his head, showing a not-so-friendly attitude towards this idea. Those cliffs, no one can climb up there. Right, are you saying all of us have to climb a place like that? Morrow was being difficult, Ruin had to explain again. We don't need many people up there. Just one or 2 mages up there can use magic to lure them out. This time, the difficult guy Morrow also found it quite reasonable. He seemed to agree. That's a good idea. But the problem is how to get up there. Mage, can you use flight magic? These words were directed at Jason, who was standing next to Ruin. This person was already startled enough. And on top of that, his teasing best friend. Ruin poked him half joking, half serious. No, this guy can climb up on his own. Hearing that he stammered, scared out of his wits. What are you saying? How am I supposed to climb that cliff? There's no way I can climb that. Ruin's previous words were sincere. He wanted Jason to try, knowing he couldn't back down. He patted his shoulder, persuading him, no, you can climb it. Jason blinked, stunned. Even he couldn't believe it. Me? Heh, of course. Ruin in a flash, put on a devilish look, disguised as an innocent lamb with a very friendly smile. Yeah, because I'm going to throw you up onto that cliff. It's true, whenever he puts on this face, nothing good comes of it. Jason, already timid, turned pale after hearing Ruin. His shocked eyes still held a hint of innocence. What? And so began a beautiful sunny winter day. A clear, cloudless sky proved it was a good day. Light flurries of snow still fell from the sky. A booming voice echoed in the open space. The day for us to march into battle has finally come. Is everyone ready? That high-pitched tone, going to battle, yet so joyful, could only belong to Morrow. But all the knights also shouted loudly and clearly, yes. They stood majestically, their faces filled with a murderous intent, ready to fight. At the front of the line was also the flag representing the House of Adel. Everything was ready. The commander leading the way. Morrow took a deep breath and roared out the command. All troops advance, and finally the subjugation began. At the front line were Commander Morrow and the Golden Knights, as well as my father and Sir Bova Peterson. After a long time, they had also donned their armor. Everyone was serious for this advance. Everyone carried a heavy responsibility, marching majestically towards that land. And at the back of the formation were me and my friends. That's right. Following behind was a carriage carrying 4 people, Ruin, Seda, Irene, and Avatar. They looked very tense. No one was certain about the outcome of this battle. They didn't know what awaited them. But above all, they were fighting together. A carriage was rolling along smoothly. The command rang out, "Halt!" It was an order from the commanding father. Everyone stopped one by one and dismounted nearby. Morrow and the 2 leaders gathered. All right, everyone, gather round. We'll review the plan one last time. So our young friends also came over one by one. The protagonist hadn't even stopped walking when a timid, scared voice mumbled his name for some reason. Hey, Ruin! He turned his eyes to where the voice came from. Oh, it was none other than Jason. But his appearance right now was a bit unique. His body was completely wrapped up in a large sack, leaving only his face out to breathe. And he was tied up tightly with rope too. He looked just like a cocoon. Jason had no choice. Forced into it, his face was full of resentment. He said to Ruin, I know this is for my safety, but still, is this really the best method you could come up with? It's so pathetic. Ruin struggled to hold back his laughter. No, I think it looks pretty cool. Then, as if to prove his point, he glanced at the knights who were looking at them and laughing their heads off, roaring with laughter, whispering to each other. He said proudly to Jason, look over there. Even the knights are looking at you. He was speechless. Are you kidding me? They look like they're laughing at me. It seems this approach wasn't convincing his bestie. Time for plan B. So he started to lure Jason in a new direction. He feigned regret. What, you don't like it? That's a shame. It's a good opportunity. His clueless friend heard that and got curious too. Huh, what opportunity? Ruin knew his best friend too well. He immediately grabbed onto his friend's curiosity and explained, an opportunity? And for you to become the main star of this subjugation. Jason, being Jason, just had to imagine the girls at the academy, fawning over him with admiration, and his ego was already swelling. The main star? Just as expected, he fell for it. A few seconds later, his eyes lit up like he'd just struck gold. His jaw dropped, absolutely ecstatic, yet he tried to act all heroic. Lewis, just leave it to me. I'll handle it, no problem, woohoo. Lewis smirked. So naive. Morrow approached them and asked, young master, are you ready? Lewis immediately replied without a second thought, yep, no problem at all. Without pausing, he tossed the hot potato to the goofball next to him. Right, Jason. Put on the spot, he timidly replied, oh, of course. But, Jason struggled to glance down with his hopeless eyes at the muscular hand tightly gripping the vine around his neck. His brow furrowed tightly. His pursed lips seemed to say what he was thinking. Hard to breathe, bro. Finally, he had to complain out loud. But Lewis, please be gentle. No sooner had he asked him to be gentle than a second later he was yanked up hard. Jason screamed in terror, gentle, gentle! But fate is fate. He was still mercilessly thrown by Louis, straight up into the air. In the hurried throw and the piercing, endless screams of Jason, you couldn't say his lungs weren't big, because the force of the throw was truly powerful. So much so that it created a shockwave of wind that made Irene and Morrow give the poor goofball a pitying look, a peaceful send-off for a tragic man. Jason, befriending the blue sky and deep clouds, was crying his eyes out. My head is throbbing beyond words. I feel like my heart's about to stop, and I'm gonna die right here. Before his soul could even return to his body, he had to face the harsh reality. His body was now on the mountaintop, and what's more, it was being held in place by this freaky magic vine. He let out a long, bewildered, surprise, I guess. It's not that scary after all. Are you kidding me? Somehow Jason escaped his fat cocoon phase, flopped to the ground, and glared at the people below who were praising each other. Irene exclaimed, wow, perfect accuracy. Maybe we don't even need the blanket and ropes after all. Haha, Lady Irene, your skills are still as sharp as ever. He stood up and dusted off his pants. He seemed much calmer than before. He couldn't help but feel relieved inside, thinking he was halfway to safety. Phew, okay. Now I just need to do my part. The moment he said that and looked up, his eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. Yeah, Jason saw a sight he really didn't want to see. What is this? He knew the mudmen here reproduced quickly, and there were a lot of them, but he never expected it to be this horrifying. Thousands, no, tens of thousands. Just looking at them, I can't even count how many there are. You want me to lure that many mudmen out? Just thinking about it makes me break out in a cold sweat. This is tough, bro. Jason was utterly bewildered by the challenge before him. It seemed too difficult for him. I can't do it. How can I? Jason, you can do it. It was Lewis's voice cheering from below. Just that one word of encouragement, but it was enough to make his self-doubt shrink by almost half. Down below, Lewis understood his best friend well. He just wasn't ready yet, didn't trust in himself. Right now, the best thing was a push from someone else. Louis's cheer echoed from below. You're my friend. You can at least handle that much, right? Now go and give those mudmen a good thrashing. It turned out that his encouragement was very effective, because Jason was on another level now. His heart was filled with much more determination. He gritted his teeth and swore to himself, yeah, I can't let Lewis down after he trusted me enough to bring me here. Jason summoned a palm-sized orb of fire energy. A moment later, the sky turned grim and overcast. The sunlight was hidden behind the clouds, making way for the storm that was about to break. He looked cool as hell, a far cry from his goofy self from before. He raised his hands high as if calling upon a great power. From the sky above, meteor-like fireballs, woven through the clouds along with snowflakes, suddenly shot down towards the mudmen below. Lewis, who had been watching Jason fight heroically all this time, thought he was worthy of his trust. The main character smiled with satisfaction and pride. All right, Jason, you're doing great. The fireballs falling from the sky, like small, powerfully burning meteors, were a spell that Jason cast, and it's called Fire Rain. It's also known as a third circle magic, but Jason's level isn't very high yet, so the cloud wasn't that big. Only now do we understand that the dark, gloomy clouds that covered the clear sky were summoned by him. However, it still hasn't reached its highest level. In the current battle situation, the mudmen were already being mercilessly attacked by the fire rain. It was all aimed at them, causing them to cry out in agony. Growl because while they were enjoying a lazy nap, that was enough to wake the mudmen up. Lewis tightened his gloves ready and turned to look at Morrow. He assigned, "Captain, now's the time. As I said before, I'm leaving it to you." He immediately obeyed the order. "Understood, young master." Irene, who was leading the way, looked at him and urged, "Lewis, let's go too." He replied, "Yeah, let's go." The monsters swarmed out in unison. He was glad that everything was going according to the initial plan. Good, the mudmen are on the move, gathering in one spot to avoid Jason's attack. They are scrambling on their short little legs, running as fast as they can towards the ocean exit over there. The place they are gathering is a side exit out of the canyon, but it won't be easy for them, because the extermination trio is already here. They're dead meat. The other three jumped down and charged forward. Lewis stood blocking their path. No comparison, no pain. Looking closely, you can see this mudman only comes up past his shin. I can't let them escape the canyon so easily. But he couldn't help but exclaim, "These damn things are like cockroaches. There's so many of them." Seta was the first to attack, with his flames. "All right, come on. All right, from now on, the real battle begins." Snow fell on the cold ground. The wind howled, the atmosphere was freezing. Yet the air was strangely scorching hot. Irene and Lewis stood silently behind, but their gazes were like ice pinned to the center. Seta stood there, his face full of fighting spirit. His hand summoned a raging fire as he spoke with contempt. "Welcome, you filthy mudworms." He launched the roaring flames from a distance, his killing intent engulfing the mudworms in fire. His voice was full of arrogance. "I'll burn every last one of you." The brilliant orange flames blazed across the screen, swirling like a firestorm devouring the mudworms. In the midst of the sea of fire, their faces were clearly filled with anger. Their mouths were wide open, roaring in pain. After landing a satisfying hit, his face was triumphant as he flashed a bright smile. "Ha ha, Lewis. How are my skills? I've improved a lot, haven't I?" Lewis, with his usual calm expression, replied coolly, "Yes, more than I expected." Lewis only paused for a moment, but a second later he bluntly stated, "But I think it's still too early to be proud." Just one simple, gentle sentence made the person in front of him freeze on the spot. After hearing that, Seta suddenly broke out in a sweat. Anxiety was clearly written on his face as he reflexively blurted out, because it seems these mudworms are ridiculously resilient. Their mouths are always wide open, just waiting to snap their jaws and roar like a flock of ducks. And now they're trying to crawl up the high cliff to attack. Suddenly, from above, a desperate, piercing scream from Jason rang out. "What?" "They're climbing the cliff. Turns out they're climbing up to attack him." Pretty smart. Between attacking one person or two, they chose to attack the weaker one. Jason was overwhelmed by this tenacious vitality. They're really like leeches. Meanwhile, the mud worms were still trying to climb up at a faster pace. Their faces full of resentment, they stared at him, wanting revenge. He sat on the cliff trying to back away. Scared and panicked, he stumbled backward, not forgetting to scream for help. "Wah! Save me!" Lewis heard the commotion upstairs clearly. He was worried and confused, not knowing how to resolve the situation. With this predicament, he let out a soft hiss, cursing Jason. "Damn it!" Irene was just as worried, but a solution flashed in her mind. She wasn't sure if it would work, but saving someone was the top priority. Then, without a hint of fear, she firmly suggested to Louis, "Please throw me up there too." He glanced over at Irene, genuinely surprised by this, but also bewildered. This decision is a bit risky. So he asked again, "What?" Irene smiled, showing her determination. Her eyes remained steady, full of confident certainty. Louis pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment. In this situation, anything is dangerous, but above all, safety comes first. So he made a decision. At that moment, the mudworms had nimbly climbed up the cliff with their two short legs. They let out growling sounds. Jason was still scared, but he could only sit there. Regardless of whether they understood him or not, he kept telling them to back off. Back off in this situation, hanging by a thread. Jason thought he was about to offer his life to the mud creatures. He could only exclaim, "Damn it!" He was terrified. His eyes widened in growing fear, tears welling up, about to cry, his teeth clenched tight. "I can't die here." Even at this point, Jason was still regretting his unfulfilled schoolboy days, his passionate youth. "I've never even been in a romantic relationship before." Oh, so he's a young man who's never been in love. That's why he's so regretful. Jason screamed in utter desperation. "I don't even have a girlfriend yet." Before his regret could fade, suddenly Irene appeared, somersaulting in the sky, ready to fight the mud monsters. He must be trembling with joy right now. Irene in a freefall pose, her murderous gaze no longer gentle as usual. A beautiful blue aura appeared from her hand, a sign of the elegant magic she always used. On one hand, she was fighting intensely, but on the other, her mind was on the almost last words of Jason. So you've never been in a romantic relationship? A powerful blue light flashed from Irene's hand, piercing through the mudmen, engulfing them in its aura. In one shot, they were frozen solid. She landed on the stone ground. Ah no, this stone ground was now affected by the recent spell, and was frozen solid. Seeing Jason's desperate wish to find a hole to crawl into, she still cheerfully teased him. Jason, you okay? Thanks to you, I learned something interesting. He had no regrets left. Thanks for saving me. Irene stopped joking and returned to her serious demeanor, turning to look below. By the way, just as Lewis said, everything is going according to plan. The clueless fool Jason didn't understand what was happening. Huh? She focused, looking at the mudmen crawling around down there. She sighed, explaining to him. The mudmen. They can't escape through the side path or climb the cliff. So now they're retreating towards the coast. Jason only now thought of something and suddenly realized. His face was hesitant, as if he had just figured everything out. That means... exactly. From now on, it's time for the capital's army to step in. At that moment, our heroic knights were also ready to advance, starting to move, led by the Lord and Sir Bova. And despite being led and having the way cleared by talented individuals at the forefront, the knights couldn't help but worry about this battle. Their hands were fully armed, but their hearts were in turmoil. The atmosphere around them was tense. They're coming. And just a moment later, the mudmen slowly appeared from behind the icebergs, then swarmed in like a storm. The situation was getting out of control, because they were swarming in too large numbers, and their faces looked much angrier than usual. They must have been enraged by the beating from Louis's group. A man in the knight's ranks screamed out, warning of the danger. The mudmen are coming. He was terrified by the sheer number of mudmen. God, so many. This can't be. Moro, worthy of being the captain of the capital's knights, still maintained his nerves of steel. He shouted, trying to calm the anxious hearts of everyone in the ranks. You fools, don't you retreat? Are you trying to shame the reputation of the Ridian kingdom? After saying that, he persuaded them again, offering the utmost confidence at this moment, to reassure everyone. There will surely be support from the mages behind us. Our mission is to hold our ground here for as long as possible. Having gained some confidence, the knights no longer hesitated as before. They raised their bows and swords one by one. The command to attack was given, under the king's sword, towards a glorious victory. While the leaders charged forward, the rank-and-file knights were ready, but they still stood waiting. The knights were surprised by the decisive, unwavering action of their leader. They weren't like him. They didn't have that same single-minded ideal to fight to the death. All the knights here, aside from fear, were also cautious. The one who just complained about the massive number of mudmen, which disheartened him, gritted his teeth. He felt he had to be like that too. He couldn't lose to them either. He immediately followed the attack. All the knights did the same. They advanced with the utmost bravery at this moment, together facing thousands of horrifying mud monsters, under the king's sword, towards a glorious victory. On the other side, Seta and Louis were also fighting fiercely together, dealing with this horde. They relied on each other to fend off danger. They knew the army on the other side had started as well. Seta turned and whispered, I hear the sounds of battle. It seems the capital's army and the mudmen are engaged. Louis clenched his jaw. He was deep in thought, figuring out the next move. That means the number of mudmen on this side has decreased. It also means the rest have been herded towards the beach. Assessing the situation, he saw that the mudmen army on this side wasn't much of a threat anymore. On the contrary, the other side was in a more intense struggle. He then made a decision that surprised his friend. Seta, I'm leaving everything here to you. I think I should go lend a hand. He couldn't let everyone be in danger. Seta just smirked softly. He knew Louis trusted him, and he fully trusted in his own abilities. Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Leave this to me and go. I can handle this bunch. Just waiting for him to say that, Louis vanished in a flash, not forgetting to send his thanks. Thanks, Seta. He weaved past his back, dodged a bit, and then flew towards the mudmen, weaving through them at extreme speed, making them dizzy, and then shot out. Back on the other side, the soldiers relied on their resilient teamwork to relentlessly slash at these monsters. Each spear thrust through, never retreating, never fearing. I guess the ones who should be afraid now are them. Their bodies were heavily damaged by the sharp blades, torn to shreds, emitting a strange smell. Sir Bova and Captain Morrow, however, looked much more relaxed than the knights. They were still on horseback, their swords gracefully dancing through the air, aiming straight for the enemy. It looked gentle, but the damage was incredibly severe. Worthy of their title as the Strong, the knights heard the noise and couldn't help but glance over at the two of them with admiration. So cool, so skilled, so amazing. It dazzled their eyes. They couldn't even believe what they were seeing. One couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, are they even human?" Suddenly the knight with the goatee stared in amazement. He was quite shaken. The others reacted one by one as well, hearing a loud noise from behind them. They couldn't help but turn their heads in shock, mouths agape. What was that? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him? They were bewildered, not understanding what was happening anymore. They couldn't help but wonder, filled with doubt. I'm not sure exactly what's happening out there, but one thing's for sure. Someone is wiping out the mudmen, and of course it was obvious who this person was. Who else but Lewis? He appeared like a savior, helping everyone escape the dangerous situation, with his burning fireballs, continuously striking the mudmen, making them writhe and melt away in an instant. Both humans and mudmen alike were stunned by Lewis's sudden unannounced appearance. The knight with the goatee and his companion froze. Their hands holding their blades were still rigid. It took them a few seconds to process it. He slowly came back to his senses, his voice choked with joy, gritting out each trembling word. Sir Lewis is here. It's the Mage's support. The knight screamed out, joyfully announcing to everyone around him. Lewis, the one everyone had been waiting for, quickly flew up, unleashing a powerful fire fist, piercing through the mudmen's bodies, shattering them and sending pieces flying everywhere. Sir Bova also saw it. He smiled, turning to watch him fight, his heart filled with unconcealable pride. Oh, just as expected from the young master, Morrow, the all-powerful captain didn't miss a single opportunity. He raised his sword high and gave the command. Now is our chance. Everyone advance. Destroy every last mudman. The battle situation, with the constant help from Lewis's legendary magic, was significantly and powerfully swept clean. Horde after horde was pierced through big or small. Lewis, seizing the opportunity as their numbers dwindled, finally relaxed. At the same time, he couldn't help but remember the past, the horrifying disasters this land had endured when it was ravaged by the mudmen. These beasts that act on instinct may not remember anything, but I remember every detail. The Adels they destroyed 15 years ago. Houses, streets, even the giant trees couldn't escape their fate, burned to ashes in the raging fires everywhere. Plumes of smoke rose, as if revealing the tragic fate of this place. My people were attacked by those monsters. They chased and pounced on the people here, not caring who they were or what they screamed. And those innocent people had to suffer immensely, running in chaos, getting injured. But most of all, they had to face death, with absolute horror. And my mother, who lost her life because of them. The woman with the kind face, her shiny chestnut brown hair, yet she suffered, at a dead end, her life falling into their hands. The more he remembered those painful memories, the more Lewis's heart seethed with rage. His eyes were unwavering, filled with determination and hatred. He had to make them pay a price, far greater than anything they had done. With that, he exploded, radiating killing intent, unleashing a violent fire fist at the battered mud monsters. These beasts have no reason or thought, only instinct. I won't stop. Louis said these words to bolster his own spirit, and also to avenge the past. With a defiant aura, he continued to pound on them. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened. A bright full moon hung high above, illuminating thousands of things, turning on the earth. In a quiet tree-lined space, the hushed, chattering voice of a man could be heard. So the next thing I did was, "You evil mudmen. I, Jason Diamond the Mage, will destroy all of you right here, right now." After shouting that loudly, of course, the noisy, rambling talk continued endlessly. He was even puffing out his chest, bragging about his achievements. Who else could it be but him? Jason sat on a long wooden bench, flexing to the two girls sitting in front of him. In the middle of his story, he suddenly stopped, his face helpless and annoyed, complaining to the girl who was listening. "Wait a minute, miss. Are you even listening to me?" She laughed shyly. "I'm sorry, I must have dozed off. Ha ha!" Well, that's fair. She tried her best just to listen this long. At the same time, Lewis and Seta were leisurely walking towards them to eavesdrop. As soon as they got there, they heard the complaining tone of some naive fool. "Please listen carefully this time. This will be the last time I tell it. You evil mudmen!" Lewis heard his best friend's story and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, feeling sorry for the two girls listening. Indeed, at this moment, he was very relaxed and satisfied. The conquest of the Jinhum Plain was over. A little over 1,500 were injured, but there were no fatalities. After more than 2 hours of continuous fighting, it ended with our complete victory. Although he felt sorry for the scores of injured knights, the final result was still a victory, which was worth celebrating. Even Sir Morrow seemed pleased, saying the princes would be very happy with this result. I'm glad he seems satisfied, and it seems it's not just an appearance. He even laughed heartily. Seta, walking beside him, suddenly called his name. "Hey, Lewis?" He looked over and replied, "Yeah." He pointed to himself, and announced with a smile, "Tomorrow I'm going back to Oyota. You probably won't believe it, but the Holy One has been constantly searching for me all this time. I'm actually a pretty promising mage in Oyota, you know. So that's why he had to go back." And he wasn't sad at all. He was even smiling cheerfully. Lewis also nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah? I know, you've gotten a lot stronger." These were words of genuine assessment, because since the two of them started fighting together until now, he had witnessed all of Seta's progress. He replied with a bright, loud, and joking laugh, "Hey, you just wait, kid. One day I'll pay you back for what you did to me." After the end of that interesting conversation, everything was finally settling down. Lewin returned to his home. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw the butler standing at the door, having waited for him for a long time. He greeted him, "Ah, young master." He immediately smiled. "Yes, butler. Where's my father?" He pointed toward the door, gesturing for him to enter. "Lord Melvin is on the terrace." Additionally, the butler reported to Lewis about his father's demeanor since the subjugation. Since returning home, he seems to have something heavy on his mind. So I think he's taking some time for himself. Looking at the portrait of Lewis's late mother on the wall, his father must be silent right now, lost in sorrowful thoughts about his late wife. Hearing the butler's words, Lewis couldn't help but ponder. He seems to have something heavy on his mind, huh? He said, "Thank you, butler." But the butler replied, "No, young master. I'm the one who should be thanking you." "Yes." His voice was more serious than usual. Filled with an indescribable emotion, he choked up as he called out, "Young Master Lewin." He replied seriously, though he didn't understand what was going on. "Yes." The butler placed a hand on his chest, sincerely expressing his feelings. His feelings. "I've lived in Adele for a very long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life." After speaking, he paused for a moment. Then he closed his eyes, bowing his head to express his deep gratitude. "Thank you again, young master. What you've accomplished today, no one in this territory, myself included, will ever forget it." "Oh." Lewis listened, getting choked up and emotional as well. Butler, as if afraid his master would be sad from waiting too long, he urged him on. "You should go in. He's probably waiting for you." He replied politely, "Yes, I understand." Lewis's hands tightened on the door handle, feeling both hesitant and emotional. Today's victory was truly something to celebrate, but not everyone could smile. That's right, especially his old father, who always carried a heart with a deep wound carved by a dull blade, one that could never heal. Lewis slowly stepped through the door. He'd never stepped out onto the balcony with such a heavy, suppressed heart before. As soon as he looked up, he saw the man. The years of hardship had left their mark on him, but as he stood before the wine table, he hadn't lost an ounce of his distinguished air. He also wore a dignified, melancholy look, lost in deep thought, gazing up at the high heavens, at the distant moon. Lewin stopped, lost in his own thoughts. Just as the memory of his mother's death was still vivid for him, his father must also be remembering that day. My father, Lord Melvin Ancho. He was surely reliving that day from 15 years ago. In the midst of today's victory, on a day of celebration for the territory, he chose the most sorrowful path, reliving that horrifying, dusty memory, grieving for the beloved wife who was no longer by his side. As he was lost in his feelings, his father suddenly called softly, "Lewin." He was startled. "Ah, Dad, you knew I was here?" He could only rub his hair awkwardly, not knowing how to explain himself. "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." His voice was as gentle as the wind, yet full of meaning. He called again, "Louis, come here." The father and son stood before the wine table. 2 glasses were set out as if prepared in advance. Melvin picked up the wine bottle, inviting him. "Would you like to taste the wine I'm offering?" "Yes," he agreed immediately. He gently lifted the glass and poured the wine, then slowly introduced it. "This wine has aged for 17 years. It's called Selrock, but Maria and I used to call it by another name, Lewin." He froze for a moment. His heart seemed to stop for a few seconds upon hearing that name. Maria, my mother's name. This was the first time in a long time that his father had softly spoken that name from his memories. His father continued, holding a glass in one hand and offering the other glass to him. "We used to call this wine Amoroso Lewin. It means lovely Lewin, a name as meaningful and sweet as the wine itself." Then Lord Melvin continued with the story, and this was the first time he'd ever heard it. "On the day you were born, I made this wine and made myself a promise that you and I would drink it together one day, a day even happier than that one." Lewis looked at his reflection in the wine glass, his heart heavy. The day his father considered happier than that one was today. The day they won a glorious victory in the subjugation, or what he considered settling an old score. Lord Melvin's heart was just as heavy, but he maintained his composure, proudly raising a glass with his son. "Though I couldn't keep my promise to drink it with your mother, being here with you now makes me feel like I'm drinking with Maria." After taking a sip, Louis smiled and praised his father. "It tastes amazing." He smiled, "I'm glad." In a moment, the two changed the subject. To break the quiet, somber atmosphere, Lord Melvin spoke up, asking about his son's future plans. "Lewin, what do you plan to do next?" He didn't hesitate to share, "I'm going to expand the territory. Now that the subjugation is over, we're going to cultivate the canyon." Suddenly, a magical blue screen appeared. A system window popped up unexpectedly. It made Louis's eyes go wide in utter shock when he read the information on the system panel. What is this?" And in that system window was a message that left him completely baffled. The little bear who'd been off meditating in the middle of nowhere and hadn't been seen in a while suddenly appeared on his shoulder. The moment he arrived, he started talking nonstop. "Lewin, something's not right. I think something has happened to Kingram." While he was still processing, he reflexively exclaimed, "Draca, It grimaced, its brow furrowed in annoyance as it spoke. I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we have to get to the academy fast. But right now his head was in one place and his ears in another. After reading that message, his mind was a complete blank, totally spaced out. What's happening? Draca urged him again. Snap out of it, Lewin. We have to go now. Only when the loud voice yelled in his face did he snap out of it. Damn it! The notification message was finally revealed. Defeat the threat approaching the academy and save Kingram. No matter how many times he read it, Lewis was still puzzled by its hidden meaning. You want me to defeat a threat heading towards the academy? What happened to Kingram? Gradually regaining his composure, he turned to his father with regret. Father, I am truly sorry, but I have to be away for a while. He looked at his son in surprise, his eyes asking, what just happened? He'd just been reunited with his son after so long. Now hearing that Lewis had to leave again felt like a bolt from the blue. What are you saying all of a sudden? He just remained silent, feeling guilty, because he truly couldn't reveal the details. But Melvin understood his son. He could only sigh, his voice surprisingly soft. All right. If you're this serious, there must be a reason. So go. Hearing the approval, Lewis didn't hesitate for a second. Since he was already on the open terrace, he might as well leave this way. He leaped away like a gust of wind, unable to help but curse. Why now of all times? Why did the mission have to appear right now? Right after the subjugation, Lewis left with a heart full of resentment for having his chill vacation with his old man ruined, but he had to suck it up. What the hell is going on at the academy? The scene at the academy is revealed. A robed mage unleashes a lightning orb towards the green monster sitting on the throne in the center. In front is Omerat. It seems he is being targeted. So what evil will befall the academy? That requires Louis to resolve it. The black-hooded man is gathering power into an orb. In the palm of his hand, Kingram, sitting on his throne, couldn't help but get angry. Unbelievable! You just barge in here and attack me? Are you insane? At this point, Kingram threatened angrily. I've heard the rumors about you at the academy. It turns out, the figure completely covered in a black robe was the Fire King Theron. Then Theron recounted his story. Everything was strange? Right from the moment Lewin Adel was chosen by Kunkan's Fang. How could he possibly wield power on par with an orc? So I started digging from Adel to the academy, and finally I solved the mystery. Then Theron's voice suddenly became authoritative. Ancient Orc King Kingram, you did something to Lewin Adel, didn't you? Suddenly someone spoke from behind. Whatever your reason for being here, I will hold you responsible. Theron was a bit surprised to hear that, but nothing could faze him. Tyrion immediately identified him Theron Ignis. Tyrion Ignis no longer hid himself. He revealed himself with a commanding voice. You truly are different, to notice my presence immediately. But his tone quickly turned serious. Theron, how do you intend to bear the consequences of all this? But Tyrion Ignis remained resolute. Consequences, Theron replied indifferently. If I were worried about that, I never would have started this in the first place. And Theron recounted. I sensed it during Lewin's graduation exam. If he continues to grow, the day will come when my position is threatened. If I eliminate all the key targets here, that will no longer be a concern. And finally, I will find Lewin Adel and end everything. Suddenly, someone ran up to report, shouting Kingram so loudly it made everyone jump. It was Lewin, and with him was another girl. He was a bit surprised by the scene. The Fire King Theron and the headmaster too. What's going on here? Hearing this, Theron put on a heroic, conceited air. Thanks to you, I don't have to go looking for you myself. Theron suddenly interrogated Lewin Adel. What's going on? But he ran towards Lewin with a hint of anger. How did you figure it out and track me all the way here? Then he continued his rant. No, it doesn't matter if you answer today or not, because you're going to die anyway. Tyrion Ignis stepped forward to advise Lewin. Lewin, get out of here now. However, Lewin hesitated. But Tyrion Ignis, seeing this carefully, reminded him. Listen to me. He's not someone you can handle. With that, Tyrion Ignis ran to fight Theron. However, unfortunately, the power of Theron was too immense, causing Tyrion Ignis to fall. Louis saw this and shouted worriedly, Headmaster! Then the vicious Theron turned his aim towards Lewin. Lewin Adel, now you die too. Then Theron launched his attack, and Lewin was prepared for it. Kingram, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly roared in anger. He used his power to defeat the aggressive Theron. Theron was hit by one of Kingram's attacks, his body sliced into different pieces. He was furious but could do nothing, cursing, you wretched orc. How dare you! Lewin nearby was also affected to some extent. Unable to stand firm, he fell down. He thought to himself, both bewildered and angry, damn it! What the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here looking for Kingram? Lost in thought. Kingram's voice startled him. Seeing this, Lewis asked with concern, Kingram, are you all right? Kingram didn't answer but seethed, damn it. Even after sacrificing all the underground artifacts, banishing him was all I could manage. I'm sorry, Kingram said in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry. In the end, I put you in danger. However, Lewin didn't see it as a big deal. Please don't say that. I couldn't do anything. Then he looked kindly towards Tyrion Ignis. Are you okay, Headmaster? Headmaster Tyrion Ignis, now safe and sound, replied, yes. I'm fine, don't worry. But he immediately remembered something. But Luin, I sensed Theron's energy because I was nearby. But you should have been back in Adele. How did you find out about this? And Kingram was also curious. I'd like to hear that explanation too. Luin found it a bit difficult to explain. But in the end, he was honest. What I'm about to say might be hard to believe, but I hope you'll listen. And so Lewis began his story. An artifact called Player Andraka, an incarnation of a mage. After hearing it, everyone began to understand. So that's the reason. Why Luin could use power related to the Orc clan. Now it all makes sense. Luin felt a little regretful. Sorry for not telling you sooner. Headmaster, this information is extremely sensitive. But everyone was understanding it's all right. Now I finally have a clear picture of the situation. Then Tyrion Ignis offered his opinion. There's no way the Fire King Theron could have known all that. But given your growth rate and his personality, there's no way he would have left you alone. He must have thought that one day you would become a threat to his position. Hearing this, Lewis scowled deep in thought. Looks like the Fire King is really targeting me. Damn it, I'm still nowhere near strong enough to beat him. Suddenly, the system notified Luin. Mission complete. Mission reward, you can break Kingram's contract. If the contract is broken, it may lead to achieving greater power. Luin was completely shocked to learn this. What? According to the introduction, Kingram's contract was from hundreds of years ago. After being defeated by Freyan Ignis, the headmaster's ancestor, he was sealed in an artifact and forced to serve the academy for the rest of his life. After learning this, Luin suddenly adopted an unusually stern demeanor and questioned Kingram. This thing about us being able to break the contract, what does that even mean? Kingram, caught off guard by the question, was surprised. How did you know about that? Kingram said that breaking the contract means he can return to his original form and leave this place. Lewis asked again, the player artifact can break the contract. Kingram answered calmly. Yes, it is now possible to break the contract as a reward for this event. But right after, Kingram gave a careful warning. However, to break that contract, you need the consent of the Cursecaster himself. Tyrion Ignis, who was present, said seriously, you really need my consent. My will is the same as Freyan's. Hearing this, Luin was overjoyed. Thank you, Headmaster. Then Lewis decided, let's get out of here, Kingram. And as a result, the contract between Freyan Ignis and Kingram was now broken. Kingram felt the release from his body. He was overjoyed, unbelievable. Even player can break the contract. Then Kingram expressed his sincerity. Thank you, everyone, Kingram asked. It seems you're very troubled by the challenges ahead. Aren't you? Lewis shared without hesitation. Yes, I'm too weak to confront the Fire King Theron. Hearing this, Kingram suggested good. I've just thought of a good method for that. However, it comes with a condition. But to try it, this place is not suitable. Then he proposed, what do you think? Would you like to come with me to the Heavenly Mountains? Luin was a bit surprised to hear that. A moment later, a chaotic emergency report came in. Emergency. The underground prison has been attacked. Hunt for the escaped prisoner. This sparked a heated discussion. Who in the world would attack the prison? Is there a description of the suspect? We don't know. They look like damn mages. Who in the world would dare attack the capital's prison? What about the escaped prisoner? Has he been identified? Yes, so far only one prisoner has been confirmed. It was Josh Jerry Hill. Josh Jerry Hill, caught red-handed, was not afraid, but rather proud. What an honor. For you to personally come and save someone like me. The fully hooded figure replied calmly, don't misunderstand. It's not that I particularly like you. The other person gave off a dangerous vibe. It's just a little bit of entertainment. It was the crown prince of the Somerton Empire, Renan. The sky was clear and blue. A group of people resembling Kingram were talking amongst themselves. Suddenly someone called out loudly, Omerat Chieftain! The person announced, the Great Human Warrior. The Great Human Warrior has once again returned to the Heavenly Mountains. With those words came the presence of Louis and the orange-haired girl. Seeing this, Omerat wondered, and who is that standing behind him? Then both Omerat and Håkon were confused, because they saw Kingram. The two said in unison, You've finally returned. And Kingram answered commandingly, Yes, I have finally returned. Back to my homeland. Håkon observed the situation joyfully. Two great warriors appearing at the same time. We must have a feast to celebrate. But right after, Omerat became worried. But Kingram, your arm? Hearing this, Kingram was calm. That I'll tell you later. It's a long story. Suddenly he spoke up. And Håkon, sorry for the sudden request, but I really have something to ask. Håkon replied cheerfully. It's no problem, just say it. Whatever it is, we'll listen. So Kingram shared freely. The refined elf tendon elixir. Hearing these words, Håkon's expression suddenly changed. Yes. But Kingram calmly explained. For our dear friend Little Destroyer. Can you concoct that elixir? A large aged coconut shell containing some kind of liquid. This is the secret elixir of the Heavenly Mountain Elf clan, considered incredibly precious, so much so that it's used to nurture young elves as they mature. Louis, now gazing upon this treasure, felt a strange emotion, but now seeing it with his own eyes, he asked Kingram with some anxiety, "Do I really have to drink this?" Kingram didn't hesitate. "You have to drink it," he explained. "Didn't you say you needed the strength to defeat the Fire King? I have my own reasons for giving it to you, so you must drink it." Hearing this, Louis felt reassured. Right. If Kingram is this insistent, there must be a good reason. So he gathered all his strength and lifted the coconut shell, determined to drink it all. Whatever. As soon as he finished, Louis suddenly felt a strange sensation in his body. Then he set the shell down, thinking to himself, that was horrible. Seeing Louis finish, Kingram asked with concern, "How is it, little destroyer?" Louis was honest. "That's the worst thing I've ever tasted." But that wasn't what Kingram wanted to hear. "Don't you feel anything different?" Hearing this, Lewin was taken aback. "Huh, what do you mean?" Then Lewin understood. But it was something he couldn't believe. "What is this?" Lewin wondered. "My strength increased by 100. This wasn't an exaggeration. The system had recorded it. You have consumed the special refined elf tendon elixir. Strength increased by 100. Lewin was once again bewildered. Just from drinking one shell of elixir, this left him utterly confused. "Kingram, does this even make sense? Can the elves here just get stronger like this?" Kingram immediately explained. "No, it's not like that. For elves, one drink is the limit. After that, it has no more effect." Lewin had only one question, so what about me? If I keep drinking, will my strength keep increasing? However, contrary to his expectations, Kingram didn't give an answer but changed the subject. "Why do you think Draka stayed in the Heavenly Mountains for 100 years? It was all for this elixir." Then Lewin suggested, "Don't tell me. Don't tell me there's no more. I'll drink as much as you have," Kingram said seriously. The shell of elixir just now was the last one in storage. And to make more, we need more ingredients. Lewin sighed at that. However, right after that, Kingram reassured him. "But you don't need to worry about the ingredients." Louis was a bit surprised to hear that. He suddenly saw a large group bringing back ingredients. Kingram also explained slowly. "When I said that we should help you, everyone worked hard to gather some heartwood fruit, tendon-strengthening herb, stone marrow, and many other things. They all wanted to bring the ingredients back for you themselves, little destroyer." Louis was secretly overjoyed after learning this. "Everyone's going this far for me?" But right after that, Kingram mentioned the difficulty. "But there's still one last ingredient that they couldn't find. Elf tendon is extremely hard to find, so it's understandable." Lewin wanted to lend a hand too. "So what do we do now?" "Hey." Kingram comforted him, "Don't worry. Ironically, that bastard Fire King has already prepared it for us," saying that Kingram placed his other arm on top. But Louis still didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Kingram explained, "Here, use this. My arm alone is enough to concoct dozens of doses of the elixir." Hearing this, Louis disagreed. "But this is—" But Kingram was calm. "Don't refuse, just take it. Consider it my thanks for freeing me from my ancient oath." Louis was extremely grateful. "Thank you, Kingram." Kingram also suggested, "Also, if you drink too much elixir consecutively, it will put a very heavy strain on your body. Even Draka took 100 years. So it's hard to say how long it will take you." Hearing this, Louis was worried. "So what should I do? The Fire King Theron is chasing me right now. I have to deal with him." Kingram still maintained his commanding presence. "No need to worry about that." He revealed, "I've already thought of a plan." Then he began to share it. "A moment ago, we banished the Fire King to the outside. Do you remember when we cornered him? Should we use the artifact's power?" Kingram explained that among the artifact's abilities, there's a type of magic related to time, and the right to use that magic is still active. Finally, Kingram concluded, "Long story short, we're using that magic. This type of magic Kingram is practicing. It creates fire." Kingram immediately gave an example. "To slow down time inside that cave, from now on, time in the cave will pass countless times slower than outside." Then he suggested, "Little destroyer, are you ready? You're about to go through a period of time—" "That's going to be incredibly brutal," Ruin stated firmly. "Yeah, I'm ready. I've mentally prepared for this." With that, he walked off. "Well, then I'm on my way." After Ruin left, the orange-haired girl asked, "Kingram, are you sure about this? Even for Ruin, it's going to take a pretty long time." Kingram didn't deny it. "Yeah, it'll be harsh. 1 hour outside will be equivalent to 15 in the cave." The orange-haired girl was still uneasy. "Even though you don't age inside, it's still a terrifying ordeal, isn't it? I'm an incarnation, so it's fine for me. But Ruin is just a human." But Kingram had faith. "Little destroyer, we'll definitely get through this without any problems. So let's head back. We still have to regroup." Someone asked curiously, "Kingram, where are you planning to go?" Everyone turned towards the voice, and it turned out to be Ruin. They were shocked he could get out so quickly. "Huh? Hey, little destroyer," Kingram asked, puzzled. "Did you really drink all of that stuff? After all, how much time passed in there?" Ruin recounted tiredly, I'm not sure either. I counted for about a week and then I stopped. Then Ruin declared with solemn dignity, anyway, I've done what I wanted to do. Kingram was confused. What do you mean? What was it you wanted to do? Inside there? Ruin drank a ton of elixirs, their empty bottles lying scattered. Then he stood up on his own. Ruin explained that every day in there I made a promise to myself that if I could get out of this damn cave, then he gathered his strength, I swear I'll destroy it. As a result, that cave was destroyed by Ruin. Everyone there witnessed this glorious event. Only Kingram spoke up. Phew, now that's a glow-up. After completing the mission, Ruin suggested, so shall we get going? At this moment, according to the system, Ruin's power had reached the 20,000 threshold. Ruin also felt more confident. Fire King Terran, I will destroy that bastard at the kingdom's castle. Some fake pleasantries were exchanged. My deepest thanks to the Crown Prince once again. Somerton, sitting on the throne at this time, politely said, I've already told you. There's no need to thank me. I just need you to keep an eye on Ruin Adel for me. Josh then immediately asked, by the way, where is the Fire King? Wasn't he with you? Somerton shook his head. I don't know either. He just wanders around without saying a word. Somerton then thought with some irritation, even if he's my godfather, it's still weird to come and go as he pleases. I'll make him take responsibility for this. Yes. Somerton turned to ask Josh, you said you'd handle Ruin Adel, right? Do you have a solid plan? Josh knelt respectfully. Yes, of course. The old man began to lay out the plan. The Great Swordsmanship Tournament is being held in the Empire. Right, Somerton agreed. Yeah, it's on the same scale as the competition festival. But Josh was relieved to hear that. That's right. It's a tournament on a scale no less than the competition festival. I hear Ruin Adel's little sister will be participating as the representative for the Adel family. And that guy is crazy about his sister, so he'll definitely come to watch the tournament. The old man kept rambling on. At that time, the Dark Mages and I will ambush and eliminate him. If it wasn't for Tyrion and Ygritte interfering last time, we would have taken him out already. This time, it's guaranteed to work. Somerton sat comfortably on the throne, looking majestic and pleased. All right, I'll trust you this time. But a second later, his face became serious. Don't disappoint me. At the swordsmanship tournament, according to the introduction, if the competition festival exists to honor mages, then the knights have their own swordsmanship tournament. And this tournament, just like the competition festival, is held for young knights from all 6 regions to compete. The rule of this festival is that, in the qualifiers, knights are selected to represent each region. To enter the swordsmanship tournament, first up was Ruin's older sister, Luina, who was chosen as the representative for the Adel family. When she entered, the whole stadium erupted in thunderous applause and roars of excitement. However, it made the girl feel overwhelmed. Phew, so nervous. The old butler beside her announced sadly, it seems something has happened to Master Ruin. So I think he won't be able to join us at the tournament this time. Luina only thought for a moment after hearing that. Geez, it would have been so nice if Appa could have come. She felt a little hurt. He promised he would come cheer for me. As she was lost in thought, someone suddenly called her. Luina, you can do it. It was Irene. She was cheering Luina on. Me and everyone else are cheering for you. You have to win. Some nosy people in the crowd were talking. Isn't that Irene Bruce? Her connections are insane, but Irene heard their words but didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled with pride. Thank you, everyone. Encouraged, Luina became stronger. She resolved, I will definitely win. At that moment, the referee began to shout, all right, you two, prepare yourselves. Then he signaled, let the match begin. Immediately after, Luina and her opponent had a proper fight. It was incredibly tense. One was fire, one was water, each self-reliantly fighting to defeat the other. Somerton and George were also standing above observing this fierce battle. Somerton spoke first. What's going on, Sir George? Somerton mocked him. Didn't you say this plan would lure him out? Even after searching the entire stadium, I don't see Ruin Adel anywhere. Josh, now sweating with anxiety. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. If we search a little more, then... However, unfortunately for the old man, Somerton was pissed. I was wrong to trust you. The plan has gone off course. Then he said mercilessly, well, then I'm leaving. Josh looked remorseful. I apologize, we'll withdraw as well. However, Somerton had another idea. No, wait. If we eliminate his sister, do you think Ruin Adel will come find me himself? And then he gave the order, proceed with the plan as before. Down below, Ruin and his opponent were still fighting on equal footing. Suddenly, the entire stadium became strange. People scrambled to escape. What's that? It exploded. Run. The Adel family, seeing everyone running in chaos, just watched calmly. The person with Luina was a bit puzzled. Wait, he shouted, Luina, Luina! But at that moment, Bova managed to hold him back. Sir, it's too dangerous. The old butler could no longer keep his composure. Damn it, what's happening? Why did this happen right during Luina's match? He thought. He pleaded, please survive Luina. Down below, everyone was knocked down by the explosion, and Luina was no exception. Luckily, she was still conscious. Then she turned to ask the other person, "Hey, are you okay?" Luina's opponent politely replied, "Yes, I'm fine." At this moment, Luina was a bit suspicious. Why did it suddenly explode like that? Was it an accident? Suddenly, a voice approached from nowhere. "There you are," the man said sinisterly. "It would have been perfect if Ruin was here." The man's underling offered an opinion. "No, wait, boss. Getting rid of his sister and making him suffer. To the extreme, what could be better than that? Right with Ruin's personality, he'll definitely blame himself for not being able to protect his sister." The ringleader laughed like he'd hit the jackpot. "You're right. You really are my little brother." Hearing these words, Luina, though terrified, was still brave. "Who are you people? Why are you talking about eliminating me?" The ringleader acted mysterious. "Who knows? Is it really necessary to explain to someone who's about to die?" The guy suddenly felt like telling a story. "Actually, let me tell you one thing. We are the ones who bear a bone-deep hatred for your brother." As they spoke, they acted, causing Luina to panic. "Wait, you guys." Before she could finish, she was cheap-shotted by the men. "All right, then, goodbye." They began to unleash demonic techniques, monstrous attacks to destroy the girl. Luina stood watching the situation. "What should I do?" "It's too late to run now. Please, someone. Please save me." Suddenly, something happened that changed the situation. The three, Irene, the old butler, and Bova, watched, bewildered, from above, while Somerton, sitting in his room, watching the scene, smiled with satisfaction. "Truly, a wonderful sight. What a wonderful sight." "Yes," Josh felt a bit relieved. "Good. At least the Crown Prince's mood has improved." "Well done, my children." Suddenly, the old man noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute." And all three people in the stands were also incredibly surprised. Ruin appeared out of nowhere, blocking the attack of the group. Luina was utterly shocked to see her brother, but Ruin just said gently, "Sorry, Appa was too late, wasn't I, Luina?" Seeing her brother, the girl could only sob. "Sniffle, sniffle." "Why did you only come now, Oppa?" Ruin could only make excuses. "I'm sorry, a lot of things happened." Then he also assessed the situation. "Anyway, I heard the Fire King appeared, so I came looking, but I didn't expect this to happen." The ringleader started to find it interesting. "You came at just the right time. Just you wait, our father will wipe you out." Ruin smirked, hearing that. "Your father? So that bastard is behind all of this?" With that, Ruin used his power to fly in front of the guy, leaving him wide-eyed with surprise and confusion. "Hey, brother!" Ruin's gentle advice sounded more like a threat. "Hey, you punk! Who gave you the right to touch someone else's sister, huh?" Then he immediately taught the guy a lesson. "Also, if you don't want to share the same fate, you'd better answer me right now." Ruin's voice suddenly turned serious. "George Jerry Hill, where is that bastard?" At this, both John Martin and George felt a little scared. Ruin punched someone until his hand bled. He threatened, "If you don't want this to be your end, then start talking." He emphasized, "George Jerry Hill, where is that bastard?" Someone's voice rang out. "Ruin Adele." It was Josh. The old man flew out from nowhere, reprimanding him. "How dare you?" Accompanied by, his anger was his battle technique. The old man was furious. "Someone like you dares to kill my son?" With that, he flew down with immense power, forcing Ruin to take a few steps back. At this point, Ruin displayed his full confidence. "Oh, you came to me yourself. Good, saves me the trouble of finding you." Josh, still with a face full of anger, cursed, "This bastard." Then the old man challenged him, "You! I will definitely kill you with my own hands." With that, the old man gathered his power to attack. Josh said bitterly, "Die, Ruin Adele." A large stream of fire rushed towards Ruin. However, he remained perfectly fine, standing tall and proud. Ruin wasn't scared at all. He laughed mockingly. "Hilarious. Who said I would die?" Then he prepared his stance. "The one who dies won't be me." Then Ruin prepared to attack. "It's you." With that, Ruin bluntly kicked a technique straight at the arrogant Josh, leaving him utterly bewildered. Josh hastily tried to block it with a barrier. However, Ruin was much stronger now. Josh struggled and struggled, still sweating profusely, and still couldn't block it. Now the old man remembered. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Back in the capital, I alone could corner him. Josh wondered. And now after just a few months. The gap is this big. As a result, that Josh guy was defeated at the hands of Ruin. He looked as battered as a sick man now. Face full of scratches, body full of injuries. But Ruin hadn't stopped yet. He continued to fight. The three people in the stands, witnessing this scene, were also gobsmacked. The entire group of the guy's subordinates, Josh's men, were also sweating bullets. A chill ran down their spines. Terrified Ruin flew in and stomped on, Josh pinning the old man against the wall. Ruin interrogated him. "Just one question, Josh." "Jerry Hill." The old man's hands were trembling with fear. Ruin asked, "How did you escape the underground dungeon in the capital? With the ruined reputation of the Jerry Hill family, that should have been impossible." At this point, Josh had no strength left. The old man sincerely begged for help. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. But unfortunately for the old man, Ruin was very decisive. No, forget it. He struck without a hint of hesitation. Anyway, it was either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. It definitely has to be one of those two. In the end, Josh died at the hands of Ruin. His adopted son saw this and cried out, "Father!" One of them said bitterly, "You bastard! First my brother, now my father." He was so angry he lost all reason. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." He then ordered, "Everyone charge, surround, and kill him. He can't escape. If we don't kill him right now, Jerry Hill will be destroyed." Hearing that, the group immediately took action. They roared in anger, "Ruin Adele, just die already! You bastard!" Ruin, facing this danger, remained as calm as ever. "You still don't get it." The entire group used one identical technique aimed at Ruin, but he fought alone with determination. "Scum like you are no longer worthy of being my opponents." As introduced, the powers used by the two sides were different. One side had a radiant sphere of light, the sight of which alone could blind others from the villain's side, and the other side had a blazing, scorching flame that repelled everything that came near from the hero's side. Ruin's power was level 8 magic, while the group's was meteor. With just one strike, he could defeat the entire group. "Goodbye, Jerry Hill, over here." Somerton stood and watched everything that had just happened. Finally, Ruin had eliminated all the evil people. As for Crown Prince Somerton, standing above after the battle ended, he sneered, "Crazy, you're really crazy." Somerton was both sinister and afraid. "Ruin Adele, you truly are the strongest." Right at this moment, Terran rushed in, throwing open the door. "Somerton!" Somerton heard this, confused. Terran was both worried and scared. "What the hell are you doing?" Somerton just found this excessive concern amusing. "Godfather, why did you suddenly come here?" Godfather Terran reprimanded, "You're asking why? You think I don't know about the chaos happening in the Empire? How can you act so brazenly like this?" Somerton's voice was cold and dismissive. "Ha! Disappearing without a word. Now you dare to raise your voice." Terran was shocked. "What did you just say?" "You saw that magic just now and you're still saying that?" Hearing that, Somerton calmed down a bit. "Yeah, it was impressive. But what kind of sorcery was it that made you make such a big deal out of it?" Tehran explained that was level 8 magic. Somerton was incredibly shocked to hear that. According to the system, level 8 magic is a realm that only the top master mages can reach. In other words, Ruin Adele is now on par with, or even surpasses, Fire King Terran. Tehran was worried again. "Is this really the outcome Your Highness the Crown Prince wanted? Sending trash from a collapsing nation to provoke him?" Somerton found his father's overreaction puzzling. "Why are you so angry, please? Calm down and listen to me." But Terran was still extremely anxious. "You just saw it, he cast level 8 magic." Somerton wasn't scared, but rather intrigued. "Yes, I saw it very clearly. He's reached level 8. Seeing that this child was still stubborn, Terran tried to wake him up. "Somerton." At this moment, Terran was so angry he seemed like a different person. "The Crown Prince has made a grave mistake. Absolutely do not underestimate him. He is very cunning. He very likely has already figured out that you are the one behind helping Jerry Hill." Hearing these words, Somerton was unconcerned. "Godfather," he said honestly, "do you really think I tried to hide that from him?" Terran was confused while Somerton was calm. "Why are you so worried?" He explained, "You are the master mage who holds power over all 6 lands, and I am the Crown Prince, who will inherit and rule this mighty empire. And he is just an interesting toy from a tiny neighboring country." Suddenly, Somerton's tone changed strangely. "Or is it that you're this scared?" Terran stopped advising him. He let fate take its course. "You've always done as you pleased, so just keep going." Hearing this, Somerton suddenly turned around, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Tehran then turned and left. "It means I have nothing more to say to you, Your Highness." But Terran, with a serious expression, "I will personally go to His Majesty the Emperor with my opinion." The clear blue sky flickered, with early morning sunbeams shining through the fluffy white clouds and into the windows of the tower. "I heard a level 8 mage appeared in a small country." "I heard that too, only 17 years old, right?" The voices rose, breaking the silence of the place. "Using meteor at that age." Below stood 5 large men, whispering amongst themselves. The reason for their reaction was simple. Ruin Adele of the Adele family had reached level 8 at a very young age, meaning his rate of comprehension surpassed even Fire King Terran. Ruin stood with his legs apart and raised a hand high, summoning a huge mass of power, like a bomb made of fire, causing the team on the right to be extremely wary of him. That's why Ruin Adele, who is currently showing a growth rate, even faster than the Fire King, may be aiming for the throne that the Fire King currently holds. In short, public opinion increasingly leaned towards the idea that the master of the magic tower should be changed. These streams of opinion put the two people named in the conversation on a precarious chessboard. And of course, that rumor also reached the Emperor's ears. A man with a golden beard spoke hesitantly. "The next master of the magic tower, huh? What do you think? The man full of charisma sat on a throne in a lavish, wealthy palace. Below him were two burly men standing solemnly on either side of this red carpet. A mage from a small nation is threatening Terron's position. I want to hear your opinions on this important matter. He was Emperor Titan Renek, wearing a military uniform that gave him an overwhelming aura. Yes, Your Majesty. A man in a white suit replied hesitantly. Across the 6 lands there are many level 8 knights, but only one level 8 mage, the Fire King. The white-haired emperor listened intently to his words. But now another level 8 mage has appeared? At a very young age. Perhaps the one with superior talent is the one who deserves to hold the position of Tower Master. Of magic. His face was somewhat hesitant as he spoke about this issue. Your Majesty, please do not be swayed by their words. A voice suddenly spoke up, causing the entire hall to turn their heads to look. Fire King Terron. They were so surprised they could barely speak. When they saw him appear in this place, Terron quietly entered the grand hall, along with a young man with chestnut brown hair. Terron, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Not keeping Terron waiting, the Emperor continued. Then I want to hear your opinion directly. Given permission to speak by the Emperor, Terron sincerely continued the Emperor's words. Could your Majesty really accept this situation, Ruin Adele? The one said to have reached level 8. As he spoke, his eyes darkened. His eyebrows furrowed. Just a few days ago, he was still far inferior to me in terms of skill. So how could he have reached level 8? In such a short period of time, Renek's eyes were deep in thought. He didn't answer, but continued to listen to the cunning fox ramble on. Renek's eyes widened in shock as he listened to Terron continue. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. He must have touched forbidden power. Whether it's black magic or something else, he definitely used all sorts of tricks. Otherwise, how could he have grown at such an absurd rate? And he continued to feed words into the king's ear. He even uses a strange power, related to the goblin race. And recently, the once respected Jerryhill family, he slaughtered the head of the family George, Jerryhill along with all of his sons. Ruin's power was so superior that this old man, as he spoke, couldn't help but recall the boy's previous achievements. If someone like that becomes the Tower Master, he will surely plunge the Empire into chaos. His face was as taut as a string about to snap. Every gesture, every movement made the Emperor more and more convinced. Black magic! Everyone's eyes turned to Terron. They couldn't help but whisper curiously. Yes, if that's true, then his growth is somewhat plausible. Perhaps the sophistry he was spreading had made everyone half believe, half doubt. The Emperor was silent for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, That's right. As you said, there's definitely something's not right. This problem, it seems it doesn't just affect the Tower Master's position, but the stability of the entire empire. We might have to mobilize the army. In the middle of the Great Hall, these brilliant minds are eating up the words spouted from his jealousy and envy. Almost there, he thought. The corner of his mouth curled into a nasty smirk. With the Emperor's military power, even that kid Ruin doesn't stand a chance. What a bunch of crafty old geezers, saying one thing while thinking another. Father, you can't do this. Please stop. A suggestion and a plea rang out suddenly from the young man. From the gate, the crown prince, with his light orange hair and bushy eyebrows, walked in, making the old fox, the cunning Terron, jump out of his skin. The crown prince, he never expected Somerton to show up at a time like this. The bushy-browed prince walked into the great hall with a stern face. Somerton, you have the nerve to show your face here. The Emperor, seeing his god-forsaken son approaching, angrily questioned him. I don't know what you're talking about, father. The prince's expression didn't waver. He was brazen, letting the Emperor's words roll off him like water off a duck's back, as he replied. You think I don't know? You think I don't know? The Emperor was so furious he repeated himself. He yelled at him, his face practically twisting from the sudden rage, rushing to his head. And yet you dared to ruin it all for your own personal feelings. How could a crown prince act so recklessly? The weary father continued to lecture his son. He closed his eyes as if exhausted. His lips hesitated for a moment, then he answered, That's over and done with. Did you bring up the past just to scold me here? The handsome prince was acting like a 3-year-old, pouting because he was being told off in public. The fact that you feel scolded shows that at least you still have some shame. With that, he turned his face away, as if he was sick to death of his troublesome son. Anyway, what did you mean by stop setting their family drama aside? The Emperor asked sternly, questioning his son about his earlier words. Because I've decided to kill him myself. The words were as cold as ice, chilling to the bone, as they came from this prince's mouth. If he's going to die, it will be by my own hand. Somerton's purpose in coming here was to stop the Emperor from acting first. One might think he was an angel here to save Ruin, but that was just wishful thinking. I'm also desperate to see him dead. He continued with his harsh words, making even the Emperor grimace. Unexpected, huh? He asked back, as if he couldn't believe his son's words. As he was about to continue, the Emperor suddenly had a fit. his eyes rolling back in his head. Cough! The Emperor choked, letting out a few loud coughs. His attendants were stunned. Your Majesty, are you all right? I know I've reached my limit, Somerton. He struggled to continue. The prince's face was impassive, watching him in silence. Meanwhile, old Terran next to them still wore the same fearful expression. If that's what you say, then make the best choice you can on your own. The Emperor's verdict was like a slap to his face. The shocked, almost distorted expression on the old man made anyone watching cringe. What it's ending ambiguously like this? He couldn't seem to believe his ears. Just because of one word from the Crown Prince, he was furious, but he had to accept his fate. My godfather. His words made Terran startle and glance over. You'd even drag my father, who needs his rest, just to catch him. Is that really all you amount to? He frowned, questioning him. The sudden words only fueled the old man's anger. His eyebrows were practically knitted together as he glared resentfully at Somerton. My father's illness is getting worse. Even the most famous royal doctors have given up. He pressed on. In other words, all the power you currently hold will be mine in a few days. Another slap in the face for him. Terran gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with spite. But he couldn't say a word. Father, I'll take my leave then. Godfather. With that, he turned sharply and walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving him and Doompram standing there seething with rage. Since when did things turn out like this? He asked himself, unable to believe his fate. I was supposed to be the wings that lifted the Crown Prince. You will become the next emperor. Terran clenched his fists, trembling with anger. But since Ruinadel showed up, my wings have been utterly crushed. His twisted thoughts came flooding back as he thought of Ruin's silhouette. Absolutely not. The wicked, depraved intentions of the old fox were written all over his face. Tehran's face looked like it was about to explode with jealousy. I can never forgive this. Perhaps he had chosen a different path for himself. In a flash, he and his top disciple were back in his room. Terran sat with his head in his hands on a long chair, while Doompram stood with his hands clasped behind his back like a subordinate, waiting for his master's command. Yes, Doompram. Suddenly, the old fox called his name. Yes, Tower Master. Doompram quickly replied like an obedient puppy. If you had defeated Ruin, Adele in the swordsmanship tournament, he said cryptically, if I had helped you win, wouldn't history have taken a different turn? He continued to speak, his words like honey in his ear. Indeed. Doompram was pensive as if deep in thought. Yes, but there's no point in talking about it now. As he spoke, he smirked as if hatching some dark plot. Soon the Tower Master will change. No matter how much the Crown Prince resists, he can't stop Ruinadel like this. His voice echoed through the room. But why haven't you left me yet? The cunning old fox's expression suddenly turned somber as he asked. Because to me, the only Tower Master is the Fire King. No one else. If Ruinadel is the source of all this, then I will deal with him myself. He answered Tehran mechanically. I see, but with your current strength, that's impossible. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Doompram remained silent as a statue. But this time it might be different. His next words made him widen his eyes in shock. This time, because this time I will personally back you, he said with a smile, his body emitting a mesmerizing purple aura. His eyes also turned black with magic. He could only stand there rooted to the spot watching. Your eyes, they've turned black. The more he thought, the more scared he became. His face paled. It was as white as a sheet drained of all blood. Fire King, he stammered fearfully at the man before him. Don't worry. He thrust his hand straight onto the unfortunate Doompram's face. The intense purple magic in Terran's hand was being forced into his head. You always longed for me to take you as my disciple, he said, channeling dark power into his head. He couldn't do anything, but try to hold his hand back and let out a few muffled sounds. Isn't this the moment you've always dreamed of? He said with a grotesque laugh. The mass of magic behind him grew larger and larger. So smile, Doompram. Terran's almost final words to him, the streams of the old man's purple energy, were so thick they pierced through the room and flew everywhere. At the arena, in the vast desolate space, Ruin wore a long black cloak. He was surrounded by flames, blazing red and flickering. His silhouette exuded a defiant, fearsome yet contemplative aura. It seemed he was pondering something. Ruin stood silently facing the stands. He looked very somber, perhaps calculating something, or perhaps the injustice in his heart left him at a loss for words. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Messing with Vina wasn't enough for them. They had to drag innocent civilians into this too. Ruin's mind was in turmoil, and he started coming up with different theories. The sinister images of Crown Prince Somerton and the Fire King. Tehran appeared one by one in Ruin's mind. Who did this? The Crown Prince or the Fire King? Behind his grim, intimidating demeanor, Ruin suddenly seemed not to care who the culprit was. Well, it doesn't really matter. Suddenly, Ruin radiated a terrifying killing intent. He was enveloped in a deep crimson color. His resolute eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. His brows furrowed. His voice was low and soft, but it sent a chill down one's spine due to the horrific killing intent. I'll crush them both. In the vast palace, torches flickered along the corridor, illuminating the space with a warm golden light. There were only two lonely figures. Irene, in an elegant and formal all-black outfit, was hastily chasing after Ruin's fading silhouette. "Wait, Ruin, where are you going?" Ruin remained cold and grim, not looking back as he continued forward. Ruin maintained his frighteningly cold demeanor, the killing intent still enveloping his entire body. His handsome face couldn't hide the anger that was building up inside him. He frowned, his words firm and resolute. Woven within them was an unsettling sense of indignation. This was definitely orchestrated by the Fire King or the Crown Prince. They're both openly targeting me now. Right behind him, Irene heard the shocking news and couldn't believe her ears. She placed a hand on her chest as if to calm herself, but her face still showed unconcealable worry and fear. Irene couldn't help but let out a doubtful question, as a reflex. The Fire King. The atmosphere instantly became terrifyingly serious. Ruin growled, confirming Irene's suspicion. "Yeah, but now that things have come to this, the only way is to see it through." But Irene kept following Ruin to get clarification. Her voice was soft, hesitant and full of bewilderment, still unsure about what Ruin had said. "What do you mean all of a sudden?" Ruin didn't stop walking. He calmly replied to Irene without looking back. "You saw it too, Lady Irene. They dared to attack right in the middle of a place full of families and civilians." Ruin continued to explain his thoughts to Irene. "If we let them run wild, not just Adele but the entire empire will fall into chaos." Irene fell silent, starting to think about what Ruin said. "I can't believe the Fire King is targeting you, Ruin. But the overwhelming magic you displayed in the arena earlier definitely reached the level of an 8th circle mage." And Irene kept staring at Ruin's back, thinking endlessly. "Right now, you might be the only mage strong enough to face the Fire King. But what are you planning to do?" Ruin didn't turn around. "Please step aside, Lady Irene." Irene was skeptical. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Her steps suddenly halted. The space grew tense with the appearance of Doompram. He stood before the door, longsword in hand, facing Ruin and Irene. But Irene remained silent. Ruin spoke up. "Long time no see, Doompram. Did the Fire King send you to kill me?" Doompram's face darkened threateningly. "Don't you dare speak his name with that filthy mouth." Ruin's voice was full of sarcasm. "Not at all, Fire King's lapdog." Doompram gritted his teeth in anger. "You arrogant bastard, Suddenly, Doompram slashed towards Ruin. The slash was incredibly powerful, carrying sparks with it. Doompram will never let you get near the Fire King." Ruin raised both hands in front of him to block the attack. The sparks died out after the slash. Ruin looked up with contempt and disgust. Tick, still the same. That attitude towards the Fire King. Suddenly he became stunned, staring in disbelief. "Huh, what?" But Doompram was radiating a terrifying dark purple killing intent. His brows were furrowed and his jet-black eyes were deep pools of hatred, staring at Ruin. His hand still gripping the sword's hilt. Ruin was instinctively doubtful and surprised. This guy, what's wrong with him? The space fell silent, as if inside the subconscious of Doompram's past. Tehran's gentle voice echoed. "Doompram, even if I grant you power, I know full well it's still not enough to face him." He stood before Doompram, who was kneeling respectfully before him. His hands clenched. Suddenly he let out a wicked laugh. "Therefore you have only one mission. Stall for time. That is your purpose," Tehran said to Doompram. Back in reality, Doompram let out a terrifying roar. Doompram raised his sword, gathering momentum to swing at Ruin, wanting to send him to meet his maker once again. Doompram's whole body radiated a terrifying killing intent. A powerful, decisive slash carried a shockwave of fire towards his opponent. Ruin reacted quickly, jumping into the air to dodge the slash. Irene also immediately retreated, avoiding the attack's impact. She looked at Doompram in astonishment. "Unbelievable!" Irene stared, unable to stop thinking. It's true that Doompram was once one of the strongest of the 11 children. But now he's on a whole other level. What the hell is going on? Irene assessed in amazement. In her eyes, Doompram had become terrifying, more furious and powerful than ever before. Doompram was in a ready stance, prepared to fight at any moment. Then Irene, too, shocked to speak, kept looking at Doompram until she seemed to have a realization. Suddenly, as if waking up, she didn't take her eyes off Doompram. She warned Ruin in a hurried voice. "Ruin, be careful, his form reminds me of something I read in a book. It seems Doompram has undergone demonization." Irene's voice rang out, leaving Ruin slightly stunned. Demonization. Doom. Pram lunged at Ruin like lightning, while he was still thinking. There's no doubt about it. The one behind this is obvious. Truly despicable to the very end, Fire King. But Doompram isn't lucid right now. Probably because of the demonization. He's gone mad and lost all reason. In that case, I know exactly what I have to do. Ruin thought while defending against Doompram. He was as ferocious as a wild beast, relentlessly attacking Ruin. Subdue him and help him regain his senses. Ruin stood firm, without a trace of fear, facing the wild beast that was after his life. Doompram grew more and more frantic. His jet-black eyes glared as he yelled at Ruin. "Let's end this, Ruin Adele." A slash with immense compressed power, unleashing all of Doompram's strength, created a massive pillar of light that seemed to tear space apart. "Whew! I almost couldn't block that," Ruin said with relief. Doompram looked up doubtfully. "What?" "Because you swung your sword so hard. I finally got a chance to use something I've never been able to use before." Ruin stepped on Doompram's sword, speaking calmly. "Steel break, no matter what. If it's made of steel, I can destroy it unconditionally. Once." Ruin raised his hand high in the air, beginning to cast a spell. "Now it's over." Ruin punched down hard, onto the sword blade, which carried a powerful light. Doompram jumped back, but it was too late. The sword broke. "My sword?" Before he could react, another fist from Ruin flew straight at his face. "Sorry, Doompram." Ruin, while speaking, delivered a powerful punch that deformed his face. "I'll try to beat you without killing you. So try to hang in there." Ruin relentlessly pummeled Doompram. In the corridor, a pair of long, slender legs were running, flying towards Somerton's office. The old butler threw open the large doors. "Your Highness," he warned in a panic, "you must retreat now. The Fire King is—" Before he could finish, his eyes widened as if he'd been struck by someone. The butler collapsed unconscious in front of Somerton. Yet he wasn't in a hurry. He acted as if it had nothing to do with him. He said with an annoyed tone, "Tisk. So in the end, Godfather, you still chose to play this way." Somerton sat at his desk, directly facing the Fire King. "Godfather." The silence was suffocating. Behind Terran, 3 burly guards were all down, sprawled on the floor. "I apologize, Your Highness. In the end, I had no other choice," he said in a calm voice. Somerton suddenly scoffed as if he'd heard something. "Ridiculous. Ha! That's absurd." Then he became angry, yelling at Terran. "Why on earth would you do this? Do you think getting rid of me will win you the Tower Master position? Huh? No, I'm no longer satisfied with just that." Terran's cold words stunned Somerton. "What?" And Terran continued to speak of his goal. "Because my position as Tower Master is threatened, there is only one path left. To seize overwhelming power, crush Ruin Adele with absolute might, and not only become the Tower Master, but the ruler of this entire world. And that power comes from the latent energy within you, Your Highness. The heir to the throne." His eyes revealed a terrifying blackness. His words were like a hand pushing Somerton into an ice pit, leaving him too shocked to speak. Then Terran continued speaking to Somerton. "Do you remember what I taught you when you were little? Never back down from your beliefs." His lips curled into a slight smile. The air grew heavy as Terran began to cast his magic. His hand rose carrying a mesmerizing purple light. "And just as I taught you, I will make things go exactly as I wish." Somerton stood silently, facing him, waiting to see what he would do next. Somerton's brows furrowed. He suddenly lost his composure and yelled at Terran. "You think saying that will make me give up?" Guards seize him immediately. Instantly, 3 guards jumped down from above, pointing their swords at Terran. He turned, stared, and unleashed his dark magic at the guards. Terran waved his hand. Instantly, a purple light flashed through them, leaving the guards too stunned to react. With that, Terran gave a contemptuous smile, turning his back on Somerton after dealing with his lackeys. One of them even collapsed right at his feet. "Are you done talking, Your Highness?" The purple magical light still permeated the air, creating a terrifying pressure. Somerton suddenly forced a laugh but gradually lost control, breaking out in a sweat. "Ha ha ha ha! So this is how it all ends." His words were filled with resentment. Terran's magic was powerful, enveloping the entire room in streaks of purple and blue light. The 3 guards had collapsed on the floor, showing no signs of life. Somerton, full of hatred, said to Terran, "Fine. Go ahead and try to take down Ruin Adele. Even in death I will curse you." She helplessly frowned, let out a soft sound, and looked down. She asked Ruin pitifully, "Will he be okay?" After being punched by Ruin countless times, his bruised face was swollen and red on both cheeks. His eyes were rolled back unconscious, left to fate on the arena floor. He stood there, hands in his pockets. Well, he's still alive, so he's probably fine. Getting punched is better than living as a demon. She answered hesitantly. "That's true, but he is still not moving." From a distance, a footstep slowly approached. The person wore a brown and white interwoven outfit, exuding a mature air. He spoke, just as expected. "He was completely powerless to stop you. But you did well, Doompram." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them turned sharply stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. He wore a satisfied smile. His hand clenched into a fist as he continued to speak evenly. "You have faithfully fulfilled your role, just as I ordered you to stall for time." Irene spoke timidly. "Your Majesty, the Fire King..." Ruin's face was grim as he said loudly, "Fire King Terran. You've finally shown your face. I swear I'll destroy you." Suddenly his eyes flew wide open. Something wasn't right. This power, it far surpasses the Fire King I knew. an aura many times more powerful. He stood there shrouded in a deadly presence. Then he gave a grotesque smile. Ha ha ha, Ruin Adele, you can never defeat me. With that, the immense black power in his body erupted. Ruin yelled in alarm, Lady Irene, get back! Then a massive explosion rocked the arena. The aftershock sent rubble and dust flying everywhere. As soon as the explosion happened, the people outside had no damn clue what was going on inside. Everyone stared bewildered. Piercing screams echoed from all over, throughout the arena, creating a disastrous scene. Someone asked, what now? Everyone fell silent, looking inside. Then Ruin's gaze landed on something that made his jaw drop. It was Irene's brother. From within, Ruin was carrying two people in his arms, Pram and Irene flying out of the explosion. As soon as he was clear, he yelled, run! It's dangerous here. Get the civilians out now. The young girl's eyes narrowed with worry for her brother's safety. Then he landed safely, having saved the other two from the blast. Before he could even catch his breath, he angrily confronted him. Fire King, what the hell are you doing in a place full of civilians? He slowly touched down, lightning magic still crackling in his hand. Haha, what's the point of asking that now? With that, he smirked contemptuously. Just die already. In his hand were deadly purple bolts of lightning from... He charged at him with a strike. He also used all his might to counter his attack. Both hands were still resisting that force. His expression was grim with a hint of fear. He gritted his teeth. What the hell is happening? I thought, I could finally face this bastard, but this power is off the charts. The more Terran fought, the more excited he got, laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha, that's it. Give it your all, Louis Adele. His eyes widened in shock. What have you been doing all this time? Wait a second. I'm sensing a strange kind of magic. This energy flow? No way. The Crown Prince. He was startled and suspicious. Before he could finish his thought, the man threw another lightning-fast punch at him. He could only cross his arms helplessly, taking the blow. He absorbed the Crown Prince's life force. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Then he was punched and sent flying backward. But his thoughts continued. Damn it, for your own ambition? You'd really stop at nothing. So, Tehran stood there with a condescending tone, Louis Adele. Thanks for pissing me off. He had just been hit, and was struggling to get up. He had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Thanks to you, I've finally been able to become a demon god. He was shrouded in a dark aura. His eyes glowed with the fierce light, looking totally extra. A demon god. He frowned, a chill running down his spine. So because of your jealousy, you dared to touch forbidden power. This energy is too immense, so much that I couldn't even recognize it. How many people besides the Crown Prince were sacrificed? He could only grit his teeth in anger for them. Never. People like you should never exist. He began to stand up. If I let him do whatever he wants, this world will be swallowed by chaos. Finishing that line of thought, he started to think of another plan, then he called out to him. Fire King Teronactemis. Hearing someone call out his full name, he was a bit surprised. He enunciated every word, his eyes filled with determination. I swear I will stop you no matter the cost. After hearing that, he let out an amused smile. A quest window appeared. Final quest, defeat the demon god and save the world. In a void, a voice called out, Sis, sis! Iron's eyes shot open in panic. She struggled to sit up. Her face was beaded with sweat as if from a nightmare. Rena. What's going on? Rina explained the situation to her. He asked me to lead the remaining citizens out of the capital. As she spoke, her expression darkened. But we're not enough. What do we do now? He's fighting alone? At that thought, tears of helplessness streamed down her face. So the little girl broke down crying in Iron's arms. Rena! Suddenly, Iron looked ahead, her eyes wide with shock. They're demons. Soulless citizens were slowly approaching the two sisters. So, Doompram wasn't the only one turned into a demon. They planned to wipe everyone out from the start. The two sisters looked at the horde of demons in terror. Rena! Get out of here first, I'll handle this. A voice spoke up from behind. Everyone step back. This place will likely be this old man's end. He closed his eyes, feeling a long sword in his hand. Serbova, I will fight with you, she pleaded with a firm tone. The young master would be heartbroken if he knew. No, I've made up my mind. The demonized citizens charged at them frantically. If we can't protect the people here, I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life. After speaking, they both took their stances ready for battle. Before them was a sea of flames. Then their gazes froze in surprise. Damn it! We're late! A white-bearded old man spoke. My apologies, everyone. Bringing everyone took more time than I expected. In front of the silver-bearded old man were countless people dressed in black behind him, all holding weapons ready to provide support. Then we will fight alongside you. With that, the whole group charged into battle. Some punched, some kicked, some used swords and magic. One of them shouted, We have to take them down quickly. We need to finish this fast and go help Lewis. From a distance, a massive explosion sent dust and smoke everywhere. Lewis, the smoke cleared, revealing Louis on one knee supporting himself with his hands. Exhausted after a blow from Fire King Terran, the man was surrounded by a purple magical energy, floating and looking down. Below, he gritted his teeth bitterly. Damn it! I'm not even a match for him anymore. All that hard training for this, I have to protect everyone. Ha ha ha, he gloated. A fitting end for trash, like you ignorant fools. The more he spoke, the more pleased he was smirking. Your desperate struggles are meaningless now. I, who have reached the realm of a demon god, will erase all of you. As he spoke, his hand summoned a giant sphere surrounded by flames. Just like his title, he was preparing to drop it on Louis's head. He could only stand there frozen. He yelled, "Now goodbye!" With that, he swung his arm with force, flinging the sphere down at Louis. His face radiated killing intent. The sphere got closer and closer. Its immense pressure cracked the ground around him, and he could only watch it fall. Over here, Iron and Rena panicked in fear. Louis, both of them cried out in fear. His body was now frozen solid. Terrified by that immense power, he could only blink and stare. So this is the end? It seemed he had resigned himself to his fate. From somewhere, a voice echoed, "Protect them." He opened his eyes, stunned. Next to his ear was a dragon with glowing blue eyes. "Though I cannot do it, you can." He seemed to feel a source of power, hidden within himself, and his eyes shot wide open. She narrowed her eyes in surprise. This energy? No way! Then an aura radiated everywhere, so powerful that even Tehran was startled. Louis smirked sarcastically. It's not fair that only you get to be a demon god. Right, he with the power of Draca stood before Tehran and called out arrogantly. Come on, Terranactimus. Louis spoke confidently. Now let's have a proper fight this time. Terran was bewildered, wondering, what is this? He thought in panic, what the hell is going on? Tehran looked at him astonished. This terrifying energy is as if a true god has descended. Louis raised his fist. All right. Now then. He fiercely attacked Tehran and let out a yell. My turn. He had to summon a shield while cursing under his breath. Damn it! I have to block it somehow. But in no time, Terran's defense was shattered. His face took the full force of Louis's punch. Tehran was sent flying. Tyrion Zinnet exclaimed in shock, What the hell is this? Is that really Louis's power? Trang was extremely worried. That's the incarnation of Draca. Louis summoned that thing. What in the world is happening? He still couldn't believe it. No way. Is Louis becoming the new god of destruction? Meanwhile, Louis heard a familiar voice. You're using dirty tricks to the very end, Louis Adele. Tehran launched a massive energy blast at him. While shouting, I won't allow it, he placed his hands on the ground. His face also began to show cracks. Anything that stands in my way now, Tehran stood up forcefully, then declared, is absolutely not allowed, and he channeled a huge amount of magic into his palms. Then he mocked Louis. Let's see how long that arrogant attitude lasts. Countless orbs of electricity were summoned around Tehran. He also declared confidently, in the end, your fate is destruction. Even Tehran, as a demon god, didn't realize one thing. The Draca that Louis had summoned was once called the god of destruction. Therefore, facing Draca now was more than just suicide. Louis rubbed his hands together, creating brilliant sparks. Before Terran's eyes, there was only a whistling wind. He wondered in horror, what is this nonsense? Louis suddenly spoke, my turn again. He approached Tehran with the terrifying power of Draca. He got wrecked again. Louis followed up with another punch to Tehran's waist. This blow caused him immense pain. Tehran was knocked far away. Everyone who witnessed the scene was utterly astonished. Though injured, Terran continued to ramble. He admitted Louis Adele. He suddenly shot up high into the sky. However, as Terran raised his hand to create a magic sphere, he said, even if I use every trick I have, I can't defeat you. His voice lowered. But if I can't beat you, Tehran threatened loudly. Then I'll drag you and this cursed world down with me, and destroy everything with all my power. Hearing this, Louis's eyes widened, and he snapped, What? What the hell are you talking about? He used all his might to launch the attack at him. Everything ends now. Louis cursed angrily, Damn it! You're insane to the very end. Terran wanted to destroy the world just because of his jealousy, he said with determination. Looks like I have to stop this attack too. I'll have to put everything I have into it. Louis raised his fist again. Then for this one last time, his eyes filled with resolve. Let's do this together. Draca. Louis and Draca simultaneously raised their hands to meet Terran's attack. He let out an enraged shout. The man, still delusional, yelled, In the end, you are nothing before a demon god. I'll wipe you out along with those fools. The people below all looked up watching. Louis quickly refuted, No, the one who can't do anything. He pushed the explosive power back towards Terran and affirmed, Is you. He was stunned, wondering, is it over? Does it really end like this? Tehran, unable to accept it, cursed under his breath. Damn it all. Before dying, he screamed in resentment. Even in death, I curse you. Louis Adele! A blinding light engulfed the entire area. Once the battle was over, Draca's power began to fade. Rena ran over worriedly, calling out, "Louis?" The little girl asked with concern, "After all that fighting, are you okay?" Louis quickly replied, "Yeah, I'm okay, I'm safe." Suddenly, his face turned pale. Louis clutched his head in panic. "What is this? My head feels like it's going to explode. What is this unbearable pain?" He roared in pain. Finally, Louis couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Rena called out in confusion, "Louis!" The girl immediately tried to calm him. "Are you okay, Louis?" "Wait a minute, I'm coming." Louis hurriedly shouted, "Don't come." He tried to stop Rena. "Don't come here. You absolutely must not come any closer." And Trang gradually understood. I was too sure of myself. Louis stared stunned at the being before him. It was indeed the dragon, known as the most perfect creature, and also the destroyer of the world, Draca. He thought with some fear, just facing him, "This overwhelming energy is unbelievable." Louis asked cautiously, "Draca, where are we?" Draca quickly gave him the answer. "I've borrowed your inner world for a moment. I felt that if I just left you be, something terrible would surely happen." Then Draca explained his current situation. "You are just one step away from being driven mad by the power, just like I was." His next words surprised Louis. "So no matter what, I had to pull you into this inner world." Trang suddenly spoke up. "So what should I do?" He clenched his fist and said, I don't want Louis. And to go through what you went through. I don't want to see and another person lose themselves again." Draca immediately reassured him. "That's why I'm here, Trang," he explained. "The player artifact connects me and the little destroyer. If there's a connection, it can also be severed." But Draca lowered his head slightly. "So if I use all my power to destroy it, then nothing will be able to harm the little destroyer anymore." Hearing that, Trang quickly asked, "So if you use all your power, does that mean you'll disappear?" He turned to comfort him. "Don't be too sad. Trang, after I awakened as the god of destruction, all I brought was harm to this world. If he can use the power without being consumed by it, he will become a pillar of support, much greater for this world." Draca continued, "Severing the player link doesn't mean you will lose the power, so don't worry." Louis called out in a panic, "Wait, Draca. Before that, I want to ask one thing." He struggled to speak among so many people. "Why me? I really don't understand why you're doing all of this for me. I don't even know if my gaining this power will bring any benefit to the world." Draca affirmed with certainty, "It will help." He explained gently, "I gave you this power because you remind me of myself." Draca recounted sadly, "Before I obtained the power, life for me was nothing but pain. But in the end, I was consumed by that very power and destroyed the world. But you are different." He had great faith in Louis as a player. "I have watched your entire life, from when you had no power at all until now. When you have become strong, you have always used that power correctly." The next words astonished him. "Unlike me, you will lead the world on the right path." Finally, Draca let out a soft sigh. "It seems our time is up. It was a pleasure to meet you, little destroyer." He also turned to Trang and said, "And you too, Trang." Draca expressed sincerely, in the past and in the present. "Thank you always." Trang gritted his teeth. "You damn lizard." In the end, he had to reluctantly say goodbye. "Farewell, Draca." The sky gradually cleared up again. Louis struggled to open his eyes. A voice called out next to him, "Louis." Louis let out a soft "huh," and saw everyone staring at him. Jackson chided him, "You really scared me, suddenly collapsing like that. I thought something terrible had happened." Louis gave a forced smile. "Is that so? Sorry for making you worry." Trang stood silently to the side, lost in thought. He sincerely said, "Thank you all so much. I called for help so suddenly, yet you all still came." However, Tyrion Ignis smiled and praised Louis, even though it was a last-minute request. Everyone still rushed over immediately. "That just goes to show what a great person you are, Louis." Just then someone approached. Sorry to interrupt this warm moment. When they saw him, everyone was startled. "Huh." They cried out in alarm, "Your Majesty!" The Emperor spoke seriously. "I have business with Louis." Jackson was shocked stiff. The Emperor was standing right in front of him. Louis wondered in confusion. "The Emperor came to see me in person," he thought fearfully. "Did he come to hold me accountable for defeating his trusted subordinate, the Fire King? It's very possible that right now, the Emperor is not in his right mind. He just lost his son, the Crown Prince." Without waiting for Louis to react, the Emperor called out again, "Sir Louis." And yet he bowed his head to him. "Please allow me to apologize in person." The Emperor honestly admitted, "The chaotic state of the Empire is entirely my fault. I failed to see Terran's cruel nature. I even gave him more power, and also, he was filled with regret. My biggest mistake was failing to control my own son," the Emperor recounted. "And just now, I witnessed the battle between you and Terran with my own eyes," he confessed, and in that moment, I was completely convinced. At that time, the Emperor had thought, if that man fights for the world, then this world will move in a better direction. He then stated his purpose. "Therefore, I wish to ask you personally, The Emperor's next words stunned Louis. Louis Adele, will you agree to become the Tower Master of the Magic Tower of our empire? One night, a few days later, laughter echoed from inside the house. You're really on another level, Jackson said while drinking beer. I always thought you were on a different level. But to be offered this position of Tower Master at your age, Louis mumbled, yeah. I never even dared to dream of it. In his heart, he was still wrestling with it. I've been offered to succeed the Fire King Terran. To become the Tower Master means becoming someone everyone looks up to. Louis thought deeply. I defeated the former Tower Master and traitor. Fire King Terran and the Emperor himself nominated me. If I agree, the position could be granted immediately. He was very hesitant. With Terran's rebellion, Artemis and the death of the Crown Prince, the world is in chaos. As the new Tower Master, there will surely be a lot of work to do. I just graduated from the academy not long ago. Can I really handle all of this? Just then someone called him Sir Louis. Louis was startled. Ah, Miss Iron, she asked with concern. What are you thinking about so deeply? You don't look very well. He confided in Iron honestly. To suddenly be given such a huge responsibility, to be honest, I feel a bit overwhelmed. This is a great opportunity, but I can't help but worry. Hearing this, she made a suggestion. Then how about a trip? To somewhere where you can relax without any worries. Louis exclaimed, oh, that sounds nice. So where should we go? Iron smiled, pressing her lips together slightly. She tempted him. How about my place? Those words hit Louis like a bolt of lightning. In the quiet of the night, his sudden shout echoed, ah! The day Louis visited Iron's home was a beautiful day. Trang riding on his back teased him playfully. Louis, you've never even been on a date. And you're already rushing things from the get-go. He looked at Iron walking ahead and asked, you plan on going to that girl's house alone? Trang nodded in admiration. Your friends are pretty helpful, huh? They backed off just enough for the two of you to go on this trip alone. That Jackson guy is more perceptive than I thought. Louis asked him back. But why didn't you back off Trang? Trang quickly reminded him, hey, have you forgotten I'm your one and only incarnation? Of course. Just then, Iron suddenly turned back and called Louis. What are you mumbling about to yourself? He immediately denied it. It's nothing. Louis looked at her. A sense of joy welled up inside him. Anyway, I ended up going on a trip with Miss Iron. Just the two of us, he thought to himself. This time's destination Prius. All I know is that it's Miss Iron's hometown, but I didn't expect it to be so mountainous. Even so, there's nothing around here. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forward. Louis was startled and looked over. He deftly dodged a kick from the newcomer. An ambush, Aduma remarked quietly. You dodged my kick. Louis asked annoyedly, who the hell are you? What's with jumping out and attacking me? He asked back contemptuously, who am I, you punk? You got a death wish. So who the hell are you? He exclaimed in confusion. What? Iron helplessly lowered her head. Louis, on his behalf, I apologize. Louis was shocked. What are you talking about? She then revealed who he was. Iron introduced my brother. Hearing that, Louis was incredibly surprised. Your brother? Then why did he attack? Aduma suddenly cut him off. You dodged my ambush. That proves you're no small fry. He stepped closer to Louis. But seeing you wandering around with Iron, don't tell me you're her boyfriend. Without waiting for an answer, Aduma grabbed his shirt. He threatened in a low voice. Then let me punch you once before we talk. Louis quickly said, I don't understand what you're saying. But can you let me go? When he saw what was in front of him, he was extremely surprised. The system window displayed 8-star martial artist Aduma Prius. Louis was stunned. Wait, an 8-star martial artist? Someone that strong? Why is he here? Aduma, seeing his indifferent expression, got angry. What? Why aren't you answering? You think this is nothing? Iron snapped irritably. Can you stop now? He quickly let go of Louis. Iron. She turned her face away and scolded him. Even if you are my brother, and this is going too far. Aduma was deeply hurt by her words. Right in front of me, you're really taking his side. What's so special about that guy? Iron retorted loudly. I'm the one who saved you. Finally, she called for Louis to leave. Let's go, Lewin, you're such an idiot, brother. He quickly replied, got it. Lewin worried to himself, but the rest of the clan should be fine. Right behind him, Aduma's anger was flaring up. Lewin tried to reassure himself. It's gotta be. Just a few minutes later, Akhenarin's father smashed a table right in front of him. What did you say? He muttered angrily. My precious, unbelievably lovely daughter. Iron, the apple of my eye, brought a man home. Then Akan, red with rage, brought him all the way home. Does that mean he's here to ask for her hand? I will never ever approve of this marriage. The system panel quickly displayed 9-star martial artist. Akan Prius. His shouting continued to echo. If you really want my daughter, then you'll have to beat me first. Aduma chimed in. Yeah, that's right, Dad. Iron could only face palm in despair. You too, Dad. Seriously. Louis had some regrets. I shouldn't have come here. I want to go home. Just then someone came to intervene. Stop it, Seta scolded them angrily. What do you two think you're doing? Iron finally brought a guest home, and you can't even welcome him properly. She demanded bluntly, apologize now. The two men hearing this called out heartbrokenly, honey, my lady. In the end, they had to bow to Louis. Sorry, I'm sorry too. His mood improved instantly. Lady Iron really takes after her mother. How can someone be so gentle yet so noble? Louis looked at Sada's system panel, 8-star martial artist Sada Prius. The smile on his face froze. What kind of family is this anyway? The renowned great clan of Prius. They once owned vast territories and were bathed in glorious splendor. But that fame faded as they declined. A few descendants scattered everywhere, finally settling in this remote region. Their descendants lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests, devoted to arduous training day and night, practicing relentlessly. But Lady Iron, who possessed brilliant magical talent, succeeded in becoming a mage and carried the ambition to restore her family's honor. After the conflict subsided, Sita, while setting the table, said to Louis, I'm sorry on your first visit. We were so rude. She continued, the men in this house are just like that. The two men who were kicked out were brought up again. They're so emotional and act without thinking. But honestly, they're not bad people, Sita said gently. They just love their daughter way too much. I hope you can understand. Yes. Louis was very understanding, I get it. A precious daughter like Lady Iron, bringing a man home. Anyone would be a little freaked out. She tilted her head, teasing. Oh, really, I wasn't that freaked out. Seta figured. If our daughter brings a man all the way home, then she must be serious about him. She turned to Iron and asked, Isn't that right, Iron? She blushed, Mom, about that. Icon suddenly burst through the door and yelled, Absolutely not. He brought a few others with him, warning loudly, If you want to marry my daughter, you'll have to beat us first. Seta was speechless. These guys, honestly. Louis was shocked again. And who are the people behind them? She has more brothers, Icon asked him seriously. You said your name is Louis Adele. Louis quickly stood up and answered. Oh yes, that's right. He spoke his mind. I believe the most important thing for a man is strength. The strength to protect his woman and his family, no matter the adversity. And Akan continued, and with that comes a natural sense of responsibility. That's how I've lived my life, and it's how I've taught my sons to live. He expressed frankly, in my eyes, you look like some noble who grew up coddled. Do you really have that manly strength I'm talking about? Louis smirked slightly. Strength, you say? He affirmed with certainty, of course. The one thing I'm most confident in is my strength. Aiken looked up at the ceiling and laughed loudly. Strength is what you are most confident in. That's bold, I'll give you that. Louis's voice also became firm, not like he was joking. If you're asking about responsibility, then I dare say I'm second to none. And if you're asking about physical strength, I'm confident I won't lose to anyone, sir. Aduma, standing behind his father, said, cutting in with a sarcastic tone. Second to none, huh? Sounds just like a professional con artist. Isn't it obvious, Dad? A scammer like him must have tricked our naive Iron, he said, flashing a cunning smile. So why don't you prove what you just said? We were just about to head out for a little training between the father and his sons. But Aduma didn't forget to add a threat. It won't be easy. Even the most skilled people tend to avoid our training sessions. But contrary to the expectation that Lewin would be scared, he seemed interested, saying, Sounds good. Louis turned to speak to the person behind him, Lady Iron. I'm going to warm up for a bit. Iron asked doubtfully. With the men of my family. Louis gave a reassuring smile. They only know training. So maybe the fastest way to get close to them is through training. Then he followed the Prius father and sons outside. Before leaving, he added, All right, I'll be back. Sita rested her cheek on her hand, comforting Iron. Don't worry. Look at that kid's eyes. He'll handle it just fine. But what Iron said next startled Sita. No, I'm not worried about Lord Louis. She asked back, confused. Huh? Then what are you worried about? She emphasized every word. What I'm worried about are those reckless men. Meanwhile, in the forest, peals of laughter rang out. Aduma was shaking with laughter, asking, How about that? Those around him showered him with praise. That's a new record. Good job, kid. Suddenly a voice rang out, silencing the crowd. You boys still have a long way to go. Aiken, lying on his side and propped up on a rock, lamented. Indeed, reaching 9 stars is still a long road. Aduma was in awe. Man surpassing Dad is just too hard. Aiken looked down at Lewin below, thinking to himself, How's that you flirt daring to hit on our Iron? He sneered internally. That should be enough to crush your spirit, right? Lewin then spoke up. Your strength is truly incredible, sir. He rotated his ankle slightly to get his footing. Louis's voice rang out. In that case, the boys whispered among themselves. What's he doing? No way is he planning to destroy that whole rock mountain. A golden light flashed in Louis's eyes. Wherever his hand swung, a golden light followed. Aiken furrowed his brow, looking at the unbelievable sight before him. The expression on his face grew more and more serious. It turned out a single strike from Lewin had sliced through the rock mountain that Aiken was sitting on. Aduma, stunned by the sight, exclaimed, No way! Aduma looked at the clean cut and wondered. a mountain that big, with his bare hands. Louis's expression was calm as he listened to the chatter. What kind of mage is that strong? In the Brius family, the most important quality in a man is the strength and stamina to protect his family. Just as I thought. They were probably planning to use this training session to crush my spirit. Now Louis was running in the lead. Behind him was Aduma, and the others chasing after him desperately yelling, "So you want to fight, huh?" But that turned into an opportunity for me to prove my strength and stamina. He laughed while panting, hearing Aduma's voice. "All right, I'll play along with you." A few days passed like this. The whole group lay sprawled on the grass, panting heavily. A shadow stood over Aduma asking, "You okay?" Lewin extended his hand. "Can you get up? We still have to eat dinner together." "Yeah." He reached out his hand in recognition, replying, "Yeah, thanks." Then Aduma asked, "You training tomorrow too?" He nodded, "Of course." Lewin suddenly looked straight at him and said, "Hey." Aduma didn't understand why his tone was suddenly so serious, so he just said, "Yeah," with a grunt. Lewin smiled and made a request. "Can we call you bro?" He looked at the others behind him, scratching their heads and ears in embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed, "Sure." The barrier had been broken. The group, having found common ground, was laughing and chatting lively, not noticing that someone was watching from nearby. Awaken's eyes were pensive. He was silent, lost in thought. Time flew by and evening came. Inside the Prius family home, a surprised voice rang out. "What? For real?" Aduma shot up from his seat and asked again. "You were really recognized as the successor to the Tower Master by the Emperor himself?" "Yes." Iron nodded, answering for Lewin. "Uh-huh, that's right. He's the Mage who stopped the rebellion of the Fire King Theron. So it's only natural that he was chosen." Gasps of awe echoed around him. "Such a formidable figure is visiting our home, meeting the Tower Master successor in the flesh." At that moment, Ekin spoke with a reproachful tone. "Why are you only telling us this now?" He was a bit awkward. "If you had told us sooner, we might have treated you differently from the start." But Lewin's words surprised Akan. "I don't care about those other titles." He exclaimed in amazement what Lewin spoke with sincerity. "I want to be acknowledged by Lady Iron's family. In that process, I don't think the title of Tower Master is important." Akin stood motionless. He hadn't expected such an answer from Louis. Seta covered her face, smiling knowingly. "Really now? He's just the type Iron would fall for. Isn't he, honey?" These words made both Lewin and Iron blush bright red with embarrassment. She stammered, "Mom," and Akan fell silent once more. Everything was happening so fast it left him a bit stunned. Akin thought to himself, it really seems that way. It was now the middle of the night. In the large bedroom, each person lay in a separate bed. The sound of steady snoring echoed in the dark. Louis was still awake. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey!" seeing Akan standing in front of his bed. Louis shot up, startled, exclaiming, "Huh, father?" He gestured for him, "Follow me." Before stepping out of the room, Akan turned his head back. "We need to talk." After that, the two of them moved outside. In the sky was a full round moon, and millions of twinkling stars. Lewin thought to himself as he followed Akan. "He said he wanted to talk to me. I wonder what about?" He stopped and called out, "Lewin." Though he didn't understand what was happening, he still replied, "Yes," Father Akan said with a solemn expression. "As I've said many times, Iron is an incredibly precious daughter to me." "Yes." He turned around to face Louis and asked, "Can you take responsibility for a daughter like that?" He answered without hesitation, "Yes." Iken closed his eyes and listed things. "All right. Skill, effort, personality. Even though we treated you rather rudely, your attitude towards the whole family has been impeccable." Then he opened his eyes. With a gaze that was sharp yet full of love, he told Louis, "But if there ever comes a day you make my daughter cry, I won't let it slide." Then Akan's voice softened. "Take good care of my daughter, Louis Adele." He also replied sincerely, "Thank you, father." Time passed, and it was time for Louis and Iron to say goodbye to the Brius family. Aduma said reluctantly, "Are you really leaving already? That's a bummer." He promised, "Me too, I'll visit again some other time." He waved, "Oh, no need. We'll come visit you ourselves." Aduma's next words made Louis and Iron freeze up with embarrassment. "We're planning to have the formal family meeting in Adele, so just keep dating until then, okay?" She got so embarrassed she became angry. She walked over and kicked her brother's shin hard in disgust. "What are you talking about, you stupid brother?" While Aduma was crouched down, clutching his trembling leg, Iron called out, "Louis, let's go." Louis also quickly waved goodbye to everyone and replied to her, "Huh, oh yeah, take care, on their way." After a moment of silence, Iron spoke up. "But Louis?" He asked, confused. "Yeah." Then with an awkward expression, she asked, "Now that both our families have given their approval, and there's no one left to stand in our way." Iron looked at Louis with a gentle gaze and asked, "So, what are we?" Iron spoke up, "Now that both our families have given us their blessing, and there's no one left to stop us." She questioned, "So what are we exactly?" Hearing this, Louis froze. His face turned red as he stammered, "Lady Irin, Yes. Iron suggested, let's start dating seriously. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Her voice was syrupy sweet. Please take good care of me, Lord Lewis. 5 years later at the Mage's Tower, she recounted. Just thinking seriously about that time feels insane. You confessed, Lewis, and I remember every single word. Let's go on a date, Lady Iron. Iron let out a puff of air. He wondered, you really talk a lot. It's been so many years and you still remember that, Lewin ordered. If you want to help me focus on your work, stop reminiscing about the past. The current situation is thanks to the Emperor's recommendation. I became the Tower Master. Yeah, Iron replied listlessly. Yeah. I know. As for him, since becoming Tower Master, I've had a busy life. Iron took on the role of assistant to help me with my work. Adele has undergone many changes, thanks to continuous development. Adele has become a stable and strong city. That was thanks to Hansen, who became Adele's engineer, and with the help of Jackson, who was in charge of administrative work. Of course, the one who worked the hardest was still my father. A sudden voice called out, "Hey, big bro!" Lewin looked over in surprise. Oh, look who it is. If it isn't the champion of our sword tournament. Luina brushed it off. Come on, big bro. With my skills, that was a given. Besides that, by the way, Luina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a swordsman. And a few years later, she participated in the sword tournament again. And won. Yes, now she's by the Emperor's side, who has recovered his health. He asked, "So what brings you here today?" The girl replied. "I came to check if our Tower Master is working hard. I mean, yeah, and to see how your preparations are going." Lewis was surprised. Preparations. The girl frowned. "Don't tell me. You don't know what I'm talking about." He smiled. "Of course I know." Lewis assured her, "Don't worry, everything is perfectly prepared. No one will be able to complain about a thing." A few days later in the Adele territory, the people in charge were there giving directions. All right, everyone. Don't push. Please walk slowly." "Hey, I said no pushing." Lewis called out loudly, "Hansen Seta." Hearing someone call, they looked up. The two of them said in unison, "Oh, Lewin, one of the stars of the night, has arrived." Murmurs of awe rose from the crowd. "Oh, is that the Tower Master? Is that Lord Lewin?" He said politely. "Thanks for coming and helping out so much." Seta laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha! What's this between friends?" Lewis was curious, "Especially you, Seta. Long time no see. How have you been? I heard you became the head of the Senate in Oyota." He laughed and replied, "Haha, news travels fast. Yeah, that's right." Seta asked, "So how does it feel to be getting married? I thought with your talent you'd be the first to go, but I didn't expect it to be this soon." He hesitated and gave a weak smile. Then suddenly a loud shout was heard. The loud cries of several young men rang out. "Iron's getting married. Isn't this way too soon?" Someone stepped in to calm them. "Come on, people are watching." "Stop crying, you guys." Seta commented. "Your future brothers-in-law haven't changed a bit." Lewin didn't know what to say except to force a laugh. He spoke up. "It's about to start, so I'm going to get ready. It seems everyone has arrived except for one more person." They wondered, who? Suddenly, an abrupt tremor occurred. Everyone worried, "What? Don't tell me that's an earthquake." He spoke up to reassure them, "Everyone please remain calm. It's just the orcs who were invited." The orcs laughed and said, "The wedding of Little Destroyer. How could we possibly miss it?" The guests had all arrived. Jia-sun also stepped onto the altar. He cleared his throat. Ahem, can everyone hear me? First of all, I am a mage from the Mage's Tower, and today I will be officiating the ceremony. My name is Jia-sun Damon. Yes, the wedding will begin shortly, so I kindly ask all guests to be seated." Jia-sun said proudly. "I introduce myself as a mage of the Mage's Tower, but in reality, I'm better known as a friend of the Tower Master. Nevertheless, thanks to that today, I am able to stand in such an honorable place. Not long ago, I met with the bride and groom. They asked me to extend their thanks to everyone who has traveled far and wide to celebrate with them." He said loudly, "And so, let's welcome the main characters of today." The main character of the day, Lewin Adele. Luina shouted excitedly, "Yay, big bro, congratulations!" The guests also applauded warmly. "Lord Lewin, congratulations on your wedding." "Yes," Jackson said excitedly. "Now let's meet the bride. Iron Brius, please come forward." He was momentarily shaken. Iron Brius! Thanks to her relentless efforts to restore her family, she became a world-renowned mage, a name that everyone has heard at least once. Yes, and now she's about to become my wife. Lewis took her hands, gazing at her lovingly. He vowed, "I promise to be a good husband." Iron's father smiled. "All right, I trust you, Louis." Then Jackson continued, "Next, it's time to welcome the officiant of the ceremony. Today's officiant is the master of the Tower Master, as well as my own master, Headmaster Tyrion Zinnet of the Academy." The headmaster began first as the officiant. "I offer my congratulations to you both. The two of you standing here today have overcome all difficulties and hardships to be by each other's side. Even if similar challenges arise in the future, this couple, bound in matrimony, will overcome them once again. Leaning on each other in times of hardship and sorrow, and that is the meaning of marriage. Now, let us hear the vows of the newlyweds. Lewin recounted, I still remember the first day I saw her, at an antique shop named Anten during the Grand Festival. The thought that I would end up marrying the person who once seemed so cold and stubborn still feels a bit unbelievable to me. He turned to look at his wife. Looking back, I think I was drawn to her confidence and intelligence. He declared, I, Louis Adele, will be my wife's closest friend. She also spoke. I, Irin Brius, will be my husband's loving companion. They said in unison, and finally, to everyone present at our wedding. And today, we offer our sincerest thanks. Fireworks were also set off. Colorful bursts of light bloomed across the sky. Everyone happily offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, my lady. Even now, he himself couldn't believe that someone as insignificant as him could have accomplished all of this. It must have been thanks to all the help. I ran without stopping. I faced countless dangers, but in the end, I completed it brilliantly, Lewis wished. I wish Draka could have seen this moment. A sudden voice rang out. Congratulations. He vaguely recognized the voice. He wondered, Irin, didn't you hear something just now? She turned puzzled. Huh? What sound? I didn't hear anything. Lewis was stunned, not daring to believe it. But then he smiled. Never mind, I must have imagined it. He reminded himself if one day in the distant future, someone asks me how I will remember myself today, I will answer like this. Not even for a single moment. This is an ending that I have completed fully and without any regrets.